Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Super Synthesist Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku's POV. Team J heroes versus Team F villains. The fights were amazing just for the fact that not one of them was the same. Team F had Tsuyu Azui with her frog-like abilities, Denki Kaminari who could unleash bursts of electricity, Itsuka Kendo with her immense strength, and Yosetsu Owaze who could link objects together to create barriers. On the other side, Team J had Shoto Todoroki with his dual elemental powers, Toru Hagakure who was invisible, Kinoko Komori who could create spores, and Kojiro Bondo who could stick to anything with his adhesive skin. Something I hadn't expected was for it to be done within a matter of moments as Todoroki used the ice portion of his quirk to freeze the entire building. The hero team in a matter of moments had won the game, making it one of the quickest matches. Bondo did attempt to fight back but the ice spread around him preventing him from fighting. I did find out Tsu has the same ability as a frog to go into hibernation when it gets cold, so that was interesting. But in the end, Team F's efforts to stop them were futile and Team J won in the end. Team I heroes versus Team B villains. I couldn't help but be amazed at how quickly the battles escalated as I observed the match between Team I and Team B. It was a real clash of styles, with each side bringing their unique quirks to the forefront. Ojiro's powerful tail was an advantage in close combat, Shoji's multiple arms were great for both offense and defense, Koda's animal communication was always a wild card, and Tsuburaba could use his air manipulation to control the battlefield. On the other hand, Team B had a dynamic mix with Ida's speed from his engines made him a lightning-fast opponent, while Bakugo was a force of destruction with his explosive powers. Minoma's ability to copy quirks was always a wild card, and Hunanuki, with his ability to manipulate the area around him by softening. Out the gate, Team I went into a four-man cell trying to overpower them. It was a smart strategy, but Team B was ready. Minoma had copied the quirk of Hunanuki, so there were two people using the quirk softening. When they were charging down the hallway to the room the bomb was in, Bakugo attacked brashly and charged in at the four heroes in training. He sent a wave of explosions their way as he smirked, hitting them. "You guys are weak." Bakugo taunted, his confidence radiating as he propelled himself forward with another explosion, landing right in front of Shoji. Shoji raised his multiple arms defensively, using them as shields against Bakugo's relentless assault. "We're not done yet," Shoji said, gritting his teeth as he pushed back against the sheer force of Bakugo's attacks. We then saw he went wide-eyed as his team started to sink slowly into the ground. Try as they might, they were not getting out of there. Down the hall, Minoma and Hunanuki were softening the ground and walls around them. Bakugo's frustration was palpable as he whipped around to glare at Minoma and Hunanuki, who were calmly continuing their strategy. "What the hell are you two doing?" he shouted, sparks crackling in his palms. "I had them cornered." Minoma, ever the provocateur, smirked back at Bakugo. "Relax, Bakugo. The game is about winning, not just blowing things up. We're securing the victory." Hunanuki nodded in agreement, his hands pressed to the ground as the terrain continued to soften around Team I. "They're trapped now. All you need to do is finish the job," he said, his tone level despite Bakugo's fiery outburst. "Finish the job?" Bakugo snapped, his temper flaring. "I was about to finish them before you two messed it up." The group of four continued to sink into the ground as the walls and floors pulled them in. The tension between Bakugo and his teammates was almost as fierce as the battle itself. Team B's combined strategy of overwhelming offense and relentless terrain manipulation was clearly working, but Bakugo's frustration threatened to disrupt their coordination. "Stop whining and focus on the mission." Minoma snapped back at Bakugo, his smirk never leaving his face. "We're winning because of teamwork. Try it sometime." Bakugo's eyes narrowed, sparks flickering in his palms. "I don't need your teamwork. I'll win this on my own." He turned back toward Team I, who were now chest-deep in the softened ground. The two of them stopped softening the ground and now Team I was stuck in solid rock, unable to move. "God damn it," said Tsuburaba. "With that, the winner of the match is Team B," said All Might through the speaker. Team H heroes versus Team G villains. The matchup between Team H and Team G was a thrilling clash of raw strength, strategy, and creativity. Team H's lineup included Sato with his enhanced strength from consuming sugar, Aoyama with his flashy naval laser, Pony with her horn-homing abilities, and Ibara's unique vine-based powers. On the other side, Team G boasted Mineta's sticky ball, Kirishima's unyielding hardening, Shishida's beastly transformation, and Inori's power telekinesis quirk. As much I hate my siblings, I must admit, Inori and Ichiro are incredibly strong and smart. It took a while but eventually, Team H found Team G in a secluded part of the building with Inori guarding the weapon. Team H launched their assault with a strong opening strategy. Sato consumed a large quantity of sugar to maximize his strength, leading the charge with his raw power. Aoyama followed closely, using his naval laser to carve a path through the hallways while Pony and Ibara provided support from the rear. Pony's horn-homing abilities proved invaluable for scouting, while Ibara's vines created natural barriers to block off potential escape routes for the villains. In their secluded part of the building, Team G was already bracing for impact. Inori, calm and composed, stood at the ready with a weapon behind her, her telekinesis quirk active and poised to defend their position. Kirishima fortified his stance, activating his hardening quirk to become an unbreakable wall of defense. Shishida, in his beast form, growled lowly, his senses heightened and ready for the incoming clash. Mineta, uncharacteristically focused, had strategically placed his sticky ball around the room, creating traps that would hinder the hero's movements. The first clash was explosive. Sato barreled through the entrance, fists swinging with immense force. He aimed directly for Kirishima, who stood firm and blocked the blow. The impact reverberated through the room, but Kirishima held his ground, grinning. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted, countering with a powerful punch of his own. The two engaged in a brutal hand-to-hand fight, their quirks pushing each other to their limits. Meanwhile, Pony used her horns to target Shishida, hoping to keep him occupied while Aoyama aimed his laser at the weapon. Pony's horns launched with precision, curving toward Shishida's massive form. However, his heightened senses and beastly reflexes allowed him to dodge the initial attack. "You'll have to try harder than that," he growled, leaping toward Pony with a ferocious swipe of his claws. Pony leapt back, sending another volley of horns his way, but Shishida batted them aside with a snarl, his strength overpowering her finesse. Aoyama, meanwhile, had positioned himself at an angle to fire his naval laser toward the weapon. His beam shot out in a brilliant flash, but Inori's telekinesis was swift and precise. She moved a rock in the way of a laser, stopping it. Frustrated but determined, Aoyama fired another laser, this time at Inori herself. However, she anticipated the attack, using her telekinesis to create a shield out of nearby debris. The laser struck the makeshift barrier, scattering fragments across the room. "You're wasting energy," she warned, her tone almost condescending. "Focus your efforts, or this will be over even faster." While Inori held her ground, Ibara joined the fray, her vines snaking through the room to ensnare both Shishida and Kirishima. "You won't stop us," she declared, her determination shining through as her vines wrapped tightly around Shishida's limbs. For a moment, it seemed like she had the upper hand, but Kirishima intervened, using his hardened arms to slice through the vines. "Not on my watch," he shouted, charging at Ibara. Pony tried to assist, launching her horns at Kirishima to distract him, but Mineta's traps came into play. As Pony moved to reposition herself, her foot landed on one of his sticky ball, causing her to stumble and lose her balance. "Gotcha!" Mineta cheered, throwing another handful of sticky ball in her direction. Pony struggled to free herself, her horns flailing as she tried to maintain her focus. Sato, still locked in a fierce battle with Kirishima, decided to ramp up his strength even further. He consumed another handful of sugar, his muscles bulging as his power surged. With a roar, he delivered a punch so forceful that it sent shockwaves through the room. Kirishima blocked the blow, but even his hardening quirk wasn't enough to fully absorb the impact. He skidded backward, his feet digging into the ground as he fought to regain his balance. "Not bad," Kirishima admitted, a grin spreading across his face despite the strain. "But I'm not going down that easy." He charged back at Sato, the two of them clashing in a flurry of punches that shook the very walls of the building. As the battle intensified, Inori took a more active role. She used her telekinesis to lift several pieces of debris and hurled them toward Aoyama and Ibara. Aoyama tried to shoot the debris out of the air with his laser, but his energy reserves were running low, and his shots became increasingly inaccurate. Ibara used her vines to shield herself, but the sheer force of Inori's attacks pushed her back, making it difficult for her to maintain her offensive. Realizing the tide was turning against them, Pony made one last-ditch effort to break free from Mineta's traps. She summoned all her strength, launching a flurry of horns in every direction. Some of them struck Shishida, causing him to stumble, while others flew toward Inori and the weapon. However, Inori was quick to react, using her telekinesis to deflect the horns away from their target. "You're persistent," Inori acknowledged, her tone calm but with a hint of respect. "But this is the end." She raised her hand, using her telekinesis to lift Pony off the ground and pin her against the wall. Pony struggled, but the force holding her was too strong. Meanwhile, Sato, now running on adrenaline, managed to land a solid hit on Kirishima, sending him crashing into the floor. But before he could capitalize on his advantage, Mineta's sticky ball came into play once again. Sato's foot got caught, and he found himself unable to move. "DMN it," he cursed, struggling against the adhesive trap. With Sato immobilized, Shishida recovered and lunged at Ibara, his claws tearing through her remaining vines. She tried to fight back, but the combined pressure from Shishida and Mineta was too much. She was soon subdued, leaving only Aoyama as the last standing member of Team H. Aoyama, his energy nearly depleted, fired one final laser in a desperate attempt. The beam arced through the air, but Inori was ready. She threw debris with her telekinesis and redirected it back toward Aoyama, forcing him to dodge and lose his footing. All might call it, Inori declared, her voice echoing through the room. She stood tall in front of the weapon, her teammates having successfully subdued all members of Team H. Team G has secured the victory. I still can't tell if she is like this all the time or in battle. Even if it's been a few days, she hasn't said a word to me other than she is sorry. Regardless, I got good notes to put in for later. Now it was the final match. Team E heroes versus Team D villains. I could give credit to Ichiro because he did something that I never expected, and that was do something right away. Ichiro activated his impact level 5 almost immediately. The surge of energy transformed him into a blur of motion as he dashed through the building, a trail of shockwaves left in his wake. His speed and strength at this level were incredible, and it was clear that he intended to make an immediate impact. If I had to guesstimate, his impact level 5 was about the equivalent of 12 to 15% of One for All. In a matter of 30 seconds, Ichiro had gone so fast he got to the bomb room and tied everyone up before they were even out of the hallway to start the mission. Similar to Todoroki, the match was done in the blink of an eye. At a blinding speed, I saw Ichiro tie the villains up. I made sure to activate full cowling to see it. The sudden conclusion of the match left the entire class stunned. Ichiro stood in the center of the bomb room, his breathing steady despite the overwhelming speed he had just demonstrated. The villains were tied up in a neat bundle, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. The dust settled in the air as the echoes of his movements faded into silence. Did that really just happen? Sero murmured, his voice barely above a whisper as he looked at the screen. Oops, I got carried away, he said, smirking. His teammates approached cautiously, a mix of awe and annoyance in their expressions. Carried away? You didn't even give us a chance to help. Mina complained, crossing her arms. I can't help, I'm that good, he said, holding his hands out and walking away with an over-cocky grin on his face. I guess this is what happens when you praise someone their whole life about their quirk. Thank God he didn't turn out like them. But at least I got some good notes to put into my hero analysis for later. Third-person POV. All Might congratulated everyone on a job well done before bolting off, and now it was time for some downtime for both heroics classes. They had the rest of the day off for themselves, and Izuku was glad. He had debated on training to see how Black Whip, F.A. Gene, and Danger Sense evolved, but decided not to worry his friends about where he was at. He got out of his room after putting on some clothes and went downstairs to chill out for a bit. He walked past some students and went into the kitchen to get something to eat. He investigated the fridge and pulled out a fruit bowl. He felt someone behind him, and when he turned around he saw the floating head of Setsuna. He jumped slightly as she started to snicker at him. Izuku let out a nervous chuckle, holding the fruit bowl close to his chest. Tokuji, you scared me, he exclaimed, his heart still racing from the sudden encounter. Sorry, Yagi, couldn't resist, she said with a wink. You looked so focused on that fruit bowl. I had to see if I could break your concentration. Besides, call me Setsuna. I don't do that formal stuff. Izuku relaxed slightly, setting the fruit bowl on the counter. Well, mission accomplished, he said, smiling. She giggled as she leaned on the counter. You are going to be so much fun to tease, she said. Izuku's cheeks flushed at Setsuna's playful comment, and he fumbled for a response. I guess I'm glad I can provide some entertainment, he said, trying to match her light-hearted tone. She chuckled manically as she skipped out of the room, leaving him confused. Great, just what I need right now, another person teasing me, he said, walking out of the room and pulling out his hero analysis to sit at a nearby table. He decided to review his classmates' profiles on their quirks as well as Class B. He opened his book and started getting to work based on the info he gathered and asked about. Not to mention they had discussed their quirks on the first day of coming here, so he couldn't help but jot down the info. Thankfully, he didn't need to write down any of his friends as he already had Shoji, Jiro, Momo, Tokoyami, and Ibara. He even had Bakugo and his siblings, but he would come back to those three later. As he ate his fruit bowl, he looked around to see everyone conversing with one another and started to get in a large group. He sighed as he finished the last fruit in the bowl and went to throw it away. Izuku tossed the empty fruit bowl into the trash as he glanced around the common area. His eyes scanned the faces of his classmates as they mingled, chatting amongst themselves. Some were talking about the day's mission, others discussing their quirks and possible ways to improve. The atmosphere was light, filled with laughter and the occasional joke, but Izuku couldn't shake the feeling of being somewhat disconnected. He had spent so much time focusing on improving himself and understanding his quirks that he sometimes forgot to connect with his peers outside of class. He then heard something that he thought he wouldn't hear for a while. "Hey handsome," a feminine voice said in English. Izuku looked around trying to see if that was for him or not. He then heard the same voice as he still looked around. I knew it. He knows English. He then heard what sounded like galloping as a girl with horns stood in front of him. She had horse features and looked at him happily. "You speak English?" she asked with a megawatt smile. "Yes," he said, and was then picked up by said girl and twirled into the air. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as the girl effortlessly lifted him off the ground, twirling him in the air. His fruit bowl momentarily slipped from his hands, his heart racing from the unexpected motion. "W-O, hey," he yelped, flailing slightly, unsure of how to react to this sudden whirlwind of energy. The girl laughed as she spun him around, clearly enjoying the playful interaction. "Don't worry, I won't drop you," she said, her voice carrying a cheerful tone that made it sound like she was having the time of her life. Her horns, protruding from either side of her head, added an element of wildness to her already exuberant energy. Her horse-like features only seemed to add to her undeniable charm. Once she finally stopped spinning him, she gently placed him back on his feet, giving him a quick pat on the head. Izuku's face was now a deep shade of red, partly from the sudden dizzying spin and partly from the embarrassment of being picked up so easily. "Sorry about that, didn't mean to startle you. My name's Pony Tsunatori, but you can just call me Pony," she said, still grinning widely. "The reason I am over here was I spoke English earlier in battle training and you looked at me, which got me thinking you spoke it, and you did. Do you mind me asking how you know English?" she asked, bouncing around him, making him blush slightly at how energetic she was. "My name is Izuku Yagi. Well, my father went to the United States for about 4 years. He taught me and my siblings when we were young, so we knew Japanese and English fluently," he said, trying to get closer to him. "That's so cool. I am learning Japanese myself and I am mostly fluent but still struggle from time to time. Could you help me learn it when I ask for help every now and then?" she asked excitedly. Izuku blinked in surprise at her request, feeling a little taken aback by her enthusiasm. Sure, I can help if you need it," he said, trying to keep his composure despite the sudden attention. "I'm sure you're doing great with your Japanese already." "Oh my gosh. Thank you, handsome," she said in English, once more making him blush once more as she skipped away, happy as can be. "Women are weird," he said simply as he started to get and find something to do. Now that he thought about it, women really are interesting. Kyoka is different from Momo, Momo is different from Ibara, and she's different from Setsuna, and so on. Izuku sat down on one of the couches in the common area, still a little disoriented from the whirlwind encounter with Pony. He shook his head and chuckled to himself. "Women are definitely different," he muttered quietly, thinking about his classmates and the unique personalities each of them had. He then felt someone over him, and he looked up to see a giant person that he recognized as Hound Dog. He looked up at him, wondering what he was going to say. "Are you Izuku Yagi?" he asked gruffly, but it had a tinge of softness to it. "Yes, sir," said Izuku, giving him his full attention. "All right then, come with me," he said as he gestured to one of the quiet rooms next to the common room. Izuku stood up immediately, sensing the seriousness in Hound Dog's tone. The massive hero led him to one of the quieter rooms adjacent to the common area. As they entered, Izuku noticed the stark contrast between the lively common area and the calm, almost somber atmosphere of the room. The space was modestly furnished, with a simple table and a couple of chairs. Hound Dog motioned for Izuku to sit down, and the green-haired boy obeyed without hesitation. Izuku's mind raced, wondering what this was about. Did he do something wrong? Was there an issue with his performance in class or on a mission? Hound Dog pulled out a chair opposite him and sat down. Despite his gruff appearance, his presence was more comforting than intimidating. He rested his elbows on the table and clasped his hands together, his sharp eyes focused on Izuku. "Relax, kid," Hound Dog said, his voice low but kind. "You're not in trouble." Izuku exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Thank you, sir. I was worried for a moment." Hound Dog's lips curved into a small, amused smirk. "I get that a lot." He paused, his expression shifting to something more serious. "I called you in here to talk about your progress, but do not worry, you were first on my list of talking to me. I need to talk to all 40 of you here, so I might as well start now so I can get home to the wife," he said as he pulled out some papers and his reading glasses. "Talk about what, sir?" he said curiously. "Well, I need to tell you that I am everyone's guidance counselor, and I'm here to make sure you all are doing well, not just academically or in your hero training, but emotionally and mentally too," Hound Dog explained, adjusting his glasses and flipping through his papers. "Your progress is important, but so is your well-being, Yagi. A good hero doesn't just have strength, they have the resilience to handle the challenges life throws at them." Izuku nodded, his curiosity piqued. "I understand, sir. I appreciate you taking the time to check in with me. Good. So, my first question is, what type of hero would like to be? There are a few types we have. There are combat heroes, which are self-explanatory. They deal with villains directly, using their quirk to fight, subdue, or neutralize threats whether it is indoors or outdoors. Then we have rescue heroes who focus on saving civilians, especially in disaster situations such as wildfires, floods, storms, and more. They may not always get involved in the fighting, but their role is crucial during evacuations or when people are trapped in dangerous environments. Support is the largest and most broad category. A few examples are heroes who work behind the scenes, helping those in combat or rescue situations by providing equipment, strategy, or specialized knowledge. Support heroes typically have quirks that focus on creating gadgets, improving physical abilities, or offering logistical support to other heroes in the field. Some more examples include healing, interrogation, tracking and manhunts, recon, stealth, investigations, and even counseling. Many heroes fit in several categories like me. I fight villains as well as participate in manhunts. Do you know what type of hero you would like to be? It's fine if you don't have an answer now, you just started after all, he asked once more. I do. Given how you know about my quirk already, I would like to be all three and be in as many categories as possible, he said smiling. Hound Dog raised an eyebrow at Izuku's answer. All three? That's ambitious. But I admire the drive. A hero with the ability to contribute to multiple areas is certainly valuable. But, Izuku, do you understand what that might entail? It's one thing to want to be versatile, but it takes more than just a longing to help in every category. You'll have to train not just physically, but also mentally and emotionally. You'll need to learn the ins and outs of each role and how to prioritize them when the situation calls for it. Izuku's smile widened slightly, his determination clear. I understand, sir. I want to be a hero who's capable in every situation, whether it's directly fighting a villain or saving people from danger. I know it'll take a lot of work, but I'm willing to put in that effort. Hound Dog studied him for a moment, seeming to consider something. You remind me of a lot of other students who have big aspirations. A good goal, sure, but remember, your quirk alone isn't going to define your path. You'll need to master the mental aspects of each role too. Being able to adapt your mindset depending on whether you're in a rescue, combat, or support scenario is just as important as your physical strength or skill. Izuku nodded, taking in the advice. So, it's not just about being physically strong. I need to understand the right mindset for each role. Like, a combat hero might need to focus on offense and defense, but a rescue hero needs to keep a level head and prioritize saving people, even if there's danger around them. Exactly, Hound Dog agreed. You'll need to adjust your approach depending on what you're doing. A rescue hero often has to think quickly to ensure everyone is safe, especially in dangerous environments like natural disasters or large-scale villain attacks. It's not always about how fast or powerful you are, it's about making the right decisions in the moment. But I like your guts, kid. I know you can do it, he said, writing down what Izuku said. Izuku felt a rush of determination after hearing Hound Dog's words. The idea of balancing the roles of combat, rescue, and support seemed like a daunting challenge, but it also fueled his longing to push himself further. Thank you, sir, Izuku said, his voice steady. I won't let you down. I'll work as hard as I can to become a hero who can handle any situation. Hound Dog nodded, his expression softening. I believe you. But I have another question for you. Would you like to talk about your conflicts with your siblings, family, Bakugo, and your middle school? Izuku frowned slightly. He knew Hound Dog was like a therapist, but still, this was a bit of an open wound. Well, our relationship is pretty complicated, he said, scratching the back of his head. It's a lot of stuff to go over. So, much that I wouldn't be able to explain here, he said, looking at Hound Dog. Hound Dog gave Izuku a thoughtful look, his eyes assessing, but not pressing. He gave a small nod of understanding, his voice gentle but firm. I get it. You don't have to dive into everything all at once. But it's important to address these things, Izuku. A lot of the time, we carry things from our past into our future, and if we don't deal with them, they can end up affecting our growth. Not just as people, but as heroes too. Would like to say something from the beginning to get off your chest? Izuku nodded. I guess I can. When we went to get our quirk tests, we were all so excited. Long story short, my results came back quirkless and they showed Ichiro's and Inori's quirks. The looks on my mom and dad's face were disappointed. They didn't say anything, but I could see it in their eyes. And when they showed Ichiro's and Inori's quirks, I felt like I didn't belong. They were both so powerful, so full of potential. And then there was me. Nothing. No quirk. Not until later anyway. Hound Dog leaned forward, his eyes never leaving Izuku's face. That must have been incredibly hard for you, he said quietly. Not just feeling like you let your parents down, but seeing your siblings excel in front of everyone while you were left behind. It's understandable why that experience left a mark. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I think that is the reason why I train so hard. I don't want anyone who is my friend to give me that look. I don't want to ever do that look again. I think that was the last day that Ichiro, Inori, and I got along. Hound Dog's gaze softened, and he gave a sympathetic nod. It's understandable why you'd carry that weight with you. The look in their eyes, the feeling of being left behind, it's a hard thing to shake. It's not easy to have your worth measured by something like a quirk, something that you don't have control over. But Izuku, you need to understand that your worth doesn't lie in what you're born with. It lies in what you choose to do with what you have, and you've shown time and time again that you're willing to work harder than anyone to reach your goals. I know, sir, was all he said as he looked down to the ground. Hound Dog took out another sticky note and wrote down something. Listen, if it is fine with you, I would like for you to meet me once a week for about 30 minutes. If you want to get anything off your chest, he said, handing him the note. He looked at the note too, and it showed his hours of availability and smiled. Thank you, sir. I'll consider it, he said, getting up from his chair. That's all I ask. Oh, and don't worry, I will be doing the same for your siblings and Bakugo. That needs to be resolved, he said with finality. Izuku smiled. Thank you again, sir, he said, opening the door to leave with Hound Dog in pursuit. See you around, kid, as he went to go get another person for the interview of sorts. The hum of conversation from his classmates greeted him as he entered the common area. Most of them were lounging around or discussing their training plans. He spotted Momo and Kyoka sitting on one of the couches, reviewing some notes, while Kaminari and Kirishima were having an animated discussion about the day's combat exercise. For a moment he just stood there, taking in the scene. Hey Yagi, Kirishima called, waving him over with his usual bright grin. You good? You've been in there for a while. Izuku gave a sheepish chuckle as he approached. Yeah, just had a talk with Hound Dog. He's checking in with everyone to see how we're doing. Kirishima nodded knowingly. Man, that guy's intense, but in a good way, you know? He really gets what it's like to deal with the mental side of hero work. Agreed, said Kaminari. I thought I was in trouble when I went in there with him earlier, but he is a pretty chill guy, he said. They were then interrupted as Mineta spoke up over them. Oi Yagi, said Mineta, giving him a glare, making Izuku confused. What's up, Mineta? He asked, a bit wary of him as he took an empty couch. How do you do it? He asked somewhat pleadingly. Izuku blinked in confusion, tilting his head slightly as he looked at Mineta. How do I do what? How are you a chick magnet? I swear to God you talked to Jiro, Yaozu, Yanagi, Setsuna, that pony girl, today like it was nothing, he said with jealousy. That's a good point, said Kaminari. Izuku blinked, his face turning red as he waved his hands in front of him frantically. It's not like that. I just talked to them like normal people. I didn't realize it seemed that way. Mineta narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms as if trying to detect any falsehood. Oh come on, don't play dumb, Yagi. You're always chatting with them, and they don't even seem annoyed by you. How do you pull it off? I need tips. Kaminari leaned back on the couch, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Actually, now that he mentions it, you are pretty smooth with the girls. Even Jiro doesn't get mad at you, and she's, like, the queen of shutting guys down. I would know. Kirishima snickered. Kaminari is just sour, 'cause she turned him down earlier, he said, nudging Izuku while laughing at him. Shut up, Kirishima, said Kaminari, annoyed as he changed the channel on the TV. Kirishima laughed even harder, clearly enjoying Kaminari's embarrassment. Come on man, I'm just messing with you. But seriously, Yagi's got this whole nice guy thing down. It's no wonder people feel comfortable around him. Izuku, still flustered, scratched the back of his neck. I really don't think it's anything special. I just try to treat everyone with respect and listen when they want to talk. That's all. Mineta rolled his eyes, leaning forward with a dramatic sigh. So basically, you're saying I should be nice and respectful? That's it? That's your secret? Kirishima shook his head at Mineta. Dude, I don't even know a lot about women, and that is common sense. I mean, look at Yagi right here, he said, putting his hands on his shoulders. He is respectful and caring towards everyone, and that is why everyone likes him. I guarantee you women will fight for his attention down the line. Mineta groaned dramatically, flopping back onto the couch as though Kirishima's words had physically knocked him over. That's too much work, he whined, earning another round of groans and facepalms from the group. Kirishima grinned, patting Izuku's shoulders in an exaggerated display of admiration. See Yagi? You're setting the bar for us guys. A true example of manliness. Izuku's face burned as he stammered, I don't think it's anything that special. Really, I just treat people how I'd want to be treated. Sure man, it doesn't make it any more annoying that you have like 5 females looking at you right now, said Kaminari, showing him the girls staring at him from the distance. Izuku's face turned a deeper shade of red as he quickly glanced toward the direction Kaminari was pointing. Sure enough, several of his female classmates were looking in their direction. When their eyes met his, most of them quickly turned away, pretending to be engrossed in whatever they were doing. Momo even raised a book to hide her face, while Jiro casually adjusted her earphone jacks with a suspiciously nonchalant air. Mina gave a small wave before scurrying off. It's not like that. Izuku stammered, waving his hands in front of him. They're probably just curious because we're talking so loudly. Right? Sure dude, just sit down and watch some TV with us, said Mineta pouting. A few hours later, Izuku was chilling out and lying in his room. He was going to do training in a bit after everyone went to sleep, but he couldn't wait anymore and decided to do it now. Izuku got up from his bed with a small sigh, stretching his arms above his head. He decided that he would test out Black Whip and his other quirks, to see how they evolved so to speak. He was in a black tank top and black shorts and stepped into one of the training rooms close to the gym. Izuku stepped into the training room, the soft hum of the lights above and the faint smell of RBB mats filling the space. The room was quiet, empty save for him, which was exactly how he liked it during these late-night sessions. It was a chance to focus, to push himself without distractions. He opened his eyes, determination gleaming in them. First up, Black Whip. He extended a tendril of Black Whip, once more feeling that it was a bit different feeling to him. He could still use 5 tendrils for a long PRD. 5 tendrils, steady as usual, Izuku muttered to himself, watching the W's extend and sway in the air like living shadows. But can I push it further? He clenched his fist, focusing on summoning a 6th tendril. For a moment, nothing happened, but then with a spark of effort, another tendril shot out, flickering slightly before stabilizing. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise and excitement. 6. I did it, he said, grinning. But his celebration was short-lived as the extra tendril wavered, unstable, before dissipating into smoke. Izuku winced, feeling the strain ripple through his arm. Still not there yet, he muttered, shaking out his hand. But progress is progress. Izuku retracted 4 of his tendrils and only had 1 out flinging around. He felt something telling him to do this, but he thought of this tendril splitting into 2. It was weird, almost like something from inside telling him. Izuku focused on the single tendril of Black Whip flicking back and forth in the air, the dark energy crackling faintly as it obeyed his commands. The strange feeling persisted, almost like a whisper in the back of his mind, urging him to try something different. Splitting 1 tendril into 2, he muttered to himself, his brow furrowing in concentration. Is that even possible? He stared intently at the single tendril, imagining it splitting apart. At first, nothing happened. The tendril wavered slightly, but it remained whole. Izuku clenched his fist tighter, his focus unwavering as he poured more of his will into the idea. Slowly, the energy began to ripple, the tendril quivering as if resisting his command. Then with a faint crackle, the tendril split into 2 tendrils, both snaking through the air independently. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and excitement. It worked, he exclaimed, his voice echoing in the empty room. He moved the 2 tendrils around, testing their flexibility and range. They were slightly less stable than the original, but they moved fluidly, responding to his thoughts as if they were extensions of his own limbs. This could be useful, he said, a grin spreading across his face. If I can MSTR this, I could use Black Whip in even more creative ways, capturing multiple targets or creating a defensive barrier. Oh, training late at night, are we? Said a familiar voice. Izuku turned around to see it was Bakugo with Ichiro leaning against the wall with a calm gaze. What's up? Said Izuku, confused, retracting his tendrils. What the hell are you doing, nerd? Bakugo demanded, his crimson eyes narrowing as he stepped closer. Well, I am in the training room, so what do you think I am doing? Izuku asked. Sarcastically. Don't get smart with me, fucker, yelled Bakugo. Guys, what do you want? I'm trying to train, and what? No Inori, so you guys can jump me like you did several times before, said Izuku, not wanting to deal with their shit right now. Ichiro scoffed. Nope, she didn't want to bother you, she said. That confused him. Normally, his sister was a huge pain in his butt, but I guess not. Deku. Fight me, said Bakugo using explosions in his hand. No. Yes. No. Yes. Bakugo, I am not fighting you. It is a waste of my time, he said, trying to leave. Bakugo's expression darkened, his hands sparking dangerously as he blocked Izuku's path. You're not going anywhere, nerd, he growled. You think you're too good to fight me now? Is that it? You said it yourself. Hell, you, Ichiro, and Inori said so many times that I will never be good enough. You have told me time and time again. So, you already have your answer, he said, moving around him. Ichiro stood in his way this time and smirked. Yeah, sorry little bro, we ain't done, he said. That's alright because I am, he said as he activated Jolt, speed blitzing past the 2 of them. Minute, Deku. Bakugo roared, his voice echoing down the hall. Ichiro, who was still standing by the door, shook his head with an amused smile. Well, that was one way to get out of it, he muttered to himself. I'm not even mad, he said, kind of surprised. Shut it, Ichiro, said Bakugo as he stomped out of the room frustrated. Izuku had Jolt activated as he ran to his room, sighing as he was about to open the door. He looked down and tilted his head as there was a tiny basket of mushrooms there. Izuku stared at the basket of mushrooms in confusion, his brow furrowing. He looked around the hallway, half expecting to see someone watching him, but it was empty. The small basket was neatly placed, the mushrooms inside varying in size and color, ranging from pale white to deep purple. There was no note, no indication of who left them there. He bent down cautiously, inspecting the mushrooms more closely. Weird. He muttered under his breath. Who would leave these here? There was a note on the side of the basket and he looked at it. It said it was from Kinoko and he read the note. Hi Yagi. I noticed how hard you've been working lately, so I thought you might like these. They're safe, I promise. I grow them myself, and they're supposed to help with energy and focus. Hope they help. Komori. Izuku smiled as he read the note. I'll need to thank her tomorrow, he said, opening the door and entering his room. There was a brown-haired girl who peeked around the corner, blushing slightly. Kinoko could only hope he liked the gift. Then again, she could have just spoken to him, which would have saved the issue, but she didn't know how to approach this. She quietly scurried off. The next morning, everyone in Class 1A was sitting in their room and waiting for teaching. Izuku was jotting down his ideas for Black Whip from his training and the possibilities of evolving. FA Gene seemed like it was the same for now anyway, same thing with Danger Sense. He was glad to hear that Chase said everything was all good now and he was able to use 50% of One for All once more, and he was grateful for it. He was interrupted as someone plopped themselves on his desk. He looked to see Mina smirking at him. So, Yagi, what are you doing? She asked, trying to peek, but Izuku hid it under his desk. Izuku sighed, tilting his head to look at Mina. Just some notes on my quirk, he said casually, trying to keep her curiosity at bay. He wasn't in the mood for a long conversation about his training, especially since it was still a work in progress. Mina leaned closer, her smirk widening. Oh, come on, Yagi. You've been scribbling away like a mad scientist. You gotta share. Is it some kind of secret quirk strategy? Izuku shook his head, stuffing the notebook deeper into his bag. Not really. Just ideas for improvements. It's nothing big. Sure, she said, leaning over towards him, making him blush slightly. So, you are some big smarty, strong, capable, and a bunch of other things, huh? She said, continuing to lean in more. Well, I guess when you put it like that, I guess I am, he said, leaning back in his chair. Mina's grin widened as she saw the faintest blush spread across Izuku's cheeks. You know, Yagi, it's not just about being smart and capable. You've been pretty quiet about a lot of things lately. You're always helping everyone, but no one really asks about you. Well, I just want to help others, he said. Some of the girls started to get a bit jealous of Mina. They knew she knew what she was doing. All right, class, sit down and get in your seats, said Aizawa calmly. The class quickly settled down as Aizawa's commanding tone filled the room. Even Mina, who had been leaning on Izuku's desk moments earlier, backed off with a cheeky grin, mouthing "we'll talk later," before slipping into her seat. Izuku took a deep breath, grateful for the temporary reprieve, though he could still feel the gazes of some of his classmates lingering on him. Today, Aizawa began, his eyes scanning the room, will be a day that will affect you all for the rest of your lives, he said, dramatically scaring the students. Today we will vote for your class president, he said, making everyone sigh in relief before everyone burst into conversation. The classroom erupted into chatter at Aizawa's announcement. Some students seemed thrilled, others apprehensive, but nearly everyone had an opinion on who should take the coveted role of class president. Izuku knew the importance of this, as it could give you more offers from other agencies in the future because of how they see you as a leader. Everyone please, said Ida, standing up. Let's do a vote to see who the class rep and vice rep will be, he said, pulling out some papers. The room gradually quieted as Ida's commanding voice cut through the chatter. He stood at the front of the room, his posture rigid and hands holding a stack of blank papers. This is an important decision, he continued. The roles of class president and vice president will reflect not only our class's DSPLN but also our ability to unite as future heroes. Please consider carefully before casting your votes. Wait, but we've only known each other for like 3 days, how will that be good? Asked Azui as Ida spoke again. That is exactly why this vote is important, Ida declared, his voice firm and passionate. Although we have only known each other for a short time, this exercise will help us begin to understand and recognize the qualities of leadership within our peers. It is also an essential part of our growth as heroes. Tsuyu tilted her head thoughtfully. I guess that makes sense, Ribbit. Bakugo snorted from his seat, slouching in apparent disinterest. This is a waste of time. Just give me the DMN job already. I'm the strongest one here. You'd lead us straight into chaos, Jiro muttered, rolling her eyes. No thanks. Aizawa stepped into his sleeping bag and sighed. Just take the vote before the bell goes off. I am going to take a nap, he said, falling down, making everyone's sweat drop at their teacher. Soon the votes were in and a surprised Izuku and happy Momo were standing in the front of the class. Alright, that's 7 votes for Izuku Yagi and 3 votes for Momo Yaoyorozu. Aizawa mumbled, barely lifting his head from his sleeping bag. We have our class president and vice president. Yagi, Yaoyorozu, congratulations. Don't make me regret this. Lunchtime. Izuku was scarfing down his food as he sat with Uraraka, Ida, Jiro, Kirishima, and Momo in the cafeteria. He tried to focus on his meal, but his mind was racing with thoughts of what this new responsibility would mean. He didn't 100% doubt himself, but he found it weird to think about people believing he was a leader. Izuku, you might want to slow down, said Momo, surprised that he was already on his thirds. But I'm hungry, he said to her, wiping his mouth. Momo chuckled softly, watching as Izuku quickly polished off another bowl of food. I understand, but you'll need your energy for more than just eating, Yagi. As class president, you'll have a lot on your plate, figuratively speaking. Yeah, but it looks like he's got a lot on his plate literally too. Kirishima joked, laughing as he motioned to Izuku's nearly empty tray. Alright, fine, I guess Momo wants me to starve, said Izuku, putting his chopsticks down. You know that is not what I meant, she said, smiling softly. Nope, it's too late, said Izuku, playing into the role while pushing his plate away. Wow, Momo, you trying to starve Izuku, that's mean, said Jiro, smirking. Okay, guys, I get it. I was just worried about him overeating and not getting the proper nutrition, she said, pouting as she looked away. The table erupted into laughter, and Izuku, still blushing slightly from the teasing, picked up his chopsticks again. Don't worry, Momo, I'll take care of myself. I'll even pace myself next time. Good, she said, her pout fading into a smile as she resumed eating. Izuku looked to Ida, who was quiet for a while, looking at him. Say, Ida? Is your brother Ingenium? Ida coughed spastically as he looked at Izuku with wide eyes. Yeah, how did you know? You guys have very similar quirks. It was only natural, he said, shrugging. Ida looked at Izuku with a mix of surprise and pride. I hadn't thought about it like that, but you're right. Our quirks are very similar, although I've tried to hone mine in a more precise way. Ingenium's quirk, however, has become a symbol of speed and reliability in the public eye. It's an honor, really. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. It must be amazing to have a hero in the family. Do you feel like you have to live up to that? Ida's face softened, and he let out a small sigh, glancing down at his meal. There's always pressure, but my brother has always been supportive of me. He's never pushed me to follow in his footsteps. Instead, he encourages me to be the best version of myself. It's a reminder that heroes aren't just defined by their quirks or achievements. It's the heart behind the actions that matter. I agree, but I assure you that you are on your way to making your brother proud, he said, giving a thumbs up. Ida smiled slightly, his posture straightening with encouragement. Thank you, Yagi. That means a lot. Sometimes, I do wonder if I'm doing enough, especially considering the expectations that come with being his brother. But I try to remind myself that I'm on my own path. We're both trying to protect people, just in our own ways. The students were interrupted from their conversations when an alarm went off. Students started to panic, and Ida grabbed one of them. What's going on? He asked demandingly. Not sure, but this is a level 3 security threat, meaning that someone broke into the campus. This hasn't happened in 3 years, he said, breaking free of his grip and running away from them. We should get out of here, said Kirishima. The others followed suit, and they encountered a problem immediately. The hallway was flooded with people and there was hysteria everywhere. Izuku's heart raced as he scanned the chaos unfolding before him. Students were pushing past one another, frantic and panicked. The flood of people seemed endless, and the hallway had become a sea of shouting voices, frantic footsteps, and fear. It was difficult to even move in the direction they needed to go. Every one of the groups was soon pulled in as they were being dragged down the hall. Izuku struggled to stay to wall, but to many people were Izuku, Jiro, and Momo up against the wall and decided to head to them. Izuku didn't waste a second. He pushed forward again, his quirk-enhanced strength giving him an advantage as he managed to slip past a few more students. Finally, he reached them, breathing heavily. Are you two okay? He asked quickly, looking them both over for any signs of injury or distress. We're fine, but this is bad, Jiro said, her usual cool demeanor slipping as she glanced nervously at the crowds. There's a break-in, and no one knows what's happening. We need to stay out of the way, but we can't just sit here. Izuku tried to speak but was pushed when someone bumped into his back and fell into Jiro and Momo. Izuku blushed as he realized he put his hands up to stop the fall and his hands were on their bias. Jiro, who had been the first to recover, gave him an understanding look, though her face was tinged pink from the awkwardness. It's all right, Izuku, she said, her voice slightly strained but trying to keep the mood light. It was just an accident. Momo, too, looked at him with an understanding expression, though she seemed to be holding back a smile. We know it wasn't intentional, Izuku. Yagi, yelled Ida as he reached for a handout and Izuku pulled him over with a blush on his face still. There is media outside on the campus right now. That is what signaled the break-in, said Ida. Izuku's eyes widened at Ida's words, his thoughts racing. Media? Yes, we need to tell everyone so we can all calm down, said Ida, pushing off a student who ran into him. What should we do? Asked Momo as she scooted next to the wall more. Izuku took a deep breath and activated Black Whip, the black tendrils of energy shooting upward to latch onto the pipes above. His movements were deliberate, his focus sharp. He knew he needed to take control of the situation before the chaos spiraled further. Listen, he shouted, his voice cutting through the cacophony of panic. The sight of his Black Whip quirk caught the attention of several students nearby, causing them to pause momentarily in their rush. There's no reason to panic. This isn't a villain attack, it's just the media outside. Everyone, stay calm and move towards the designated evacuation points in an orderly manner. His voice carried with surprising authority, and though some students continued to push through the crowd, a noticeable number began to slow down, looking around with a bit more clarity. Izuku swung himself closer to the pipes, steadying his position so he could better address the hallway. Everyone soon came to a halt and started to walk rather than run, and they even saw the media outside. Izuku sighed as everyone calmed down and he slowly descended from pipes to land next to his friends. Izuku landed gracefully, the tendrils of Black Whip retreating into his arm. His shoulders sagged with relief as the crowd's hysteria gradually gave way to a more controlled flow of students walking toward the evacuation points. He turned to face Momo, Jiro, and Ida, his heart still racing but his mind sharp. Nice quick thinking, Yagi, said Ida. Yeah, thanks, he said before turning to Momo and Jiro, bowing repeatedly. Guys, I am so sorry, I really didn't mean to do that, he said. Momo gently placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder to stop his bowing. Izuku, it's okay. Really, she said, her voice soft but firm. We know it was an accident and we don't blame you. Jiro crossed her arms, a small smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. Yeah, no need to turn yourself inside out about it. Right? He said, still blushing in embarrassment. Though the feel of their BRSS was just for a moment, it lingered in Izuku's mind, making his cheeks flare an even deeper shade of red. He quickly shook his head, trying to banish the thought. Focus, Izuku. Now's not the time to get distracted, he scolded himself internally. Though, his confidence went up slightly. Maybe learning how to be a proper leader would be a good thing for him. After the incident, Izuku and the others were sitting in class after that whole dispute. Mr. Aizawa forgot they needed to nominate a class secretary, which went to Ida while the treasurer went to Jiro. With that settled, Aizawa started to talk about more pressing matters. Listen up, my students. Today, we'll be doing something more interesting for hero training, Aizawa said, pulling out a card from his pocket. He held it up, revealing the words rescue training written in bold letters. The class immediately erupted into excited chatter. Rescue training? Uraraka beamed, practically bouncing in her seat. That sounds amazing. This is going to be awesome, Kirishima said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Time to show how manly we are. Aizawa raised a hand, silencing the room with his usual no-nonsense demeanor. Before you all get too excited, let me explain. This isn't just about showing off your quirks or being flashy. It's about strategy, teamwork, and knowing how to save lives efficiently. We will all be going over to something called the USJ that is close to campus grounds. I know that all of you would like to wear your hero costumes, and I would recommend that you do so. Mainly for the reason of in case you would like to make adjustments on them. The students nodded at the advice of their teacher. Well then, go get changed and let's get going. We don't have all day. The teachers that will be present is myself and 2 others. Not to mention that it will just be class 1A for today, he said, standing up and leaving the room with excited students. When the students reassembled outside, Aizawa was already waiting for them, his usual tired expression in place. He looked over to Izuku and gave him a small nod. Izuku blinked, unsure of what the gesture meant until Aizawa spoke. All right, kid. Round 'em up, Aizawa said casually as he boarded the bus, leaving Izuku momentarily frozen. Izuku glanced at the rest of the class. They were chatting animatedly, clearly excited about the rescue training. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, raising his voice just enough to be heard. Everyone, let's get on the bus. Aizawa-sensei is waiting and we don't want to keep him waiting too long, Izuku said, trying to project confidence. The class turned to him, some looking surprised while others smiled in encouragement. You heard him. Let's move. Ida said, his usual commanding tone lending support to Izuku's words. Uraraka gave Izuku a thumbs up. Nice call, Yagi. On the bus, Izuku sat next to Tsu and Sato as they were starting to make their way to the USJ. Ida nodded at the setup. Normally, I would have preferred we be in the order of our seat numbers, but this is fine. Izuku looked around to see everyone was still excited about the training at this USJ place. Then he looked over to Hyu, who stared at him with her big eyes and looked like she was about to say something. Yagi, Tsu said in her usual calm tone, tilting her head slightly. I have a couple of questions for you, Ribbit. Izuku blinked, caught off guard. What's up? She paused for a moment, her gaze steady. So, I noticed something. My first question is, isn't your power a lot similar to All Might's? My second question is, why haven't you talked about or talked to your siblings since we've been here? Is there a reason for that? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, she said. Yeah, I've been wondering that too, said Ida. Izuku blinked, Tsuyu's calm but probing questions catching him completely off guard. His hands fidgeted in his lap as his mind raced for an answer. Well, he stammered, his cheeks tinged with pink. Those are, kind of big questions, Tsu. I know, ribbit, she said, tilting her head slightly. But I've been curious. You don't have to answer if you're not ready. The kindness in her tone eased some of his nerves, though the weight of her questions still lingered. He glanced at Sato, who was listening quietly, giving Izuku a reassuring nod. Well, Izuku hesitated, deciding to tackle the first question. About my quirk? Yeah, it does seem a lot like All Might's, doesn't it? He laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess it's just a coincidence, he said, hoping to not draw too much attention. Yeah, your quirk is pretty awesome, Yagi bro. I can call you Yagi bro, right? Asked Kirishima as he continued to talk. It seems awesome to have a quirk like that though, because it will help you get noticed in the hero world. Hardening, my quirk is awesome, but it won't get noticed like yours will, he said, hardening his arm. Izuku, confused at the statement, looked over to Kirishima. What are you talking about? Yours is the perfect blend of offense and defense. You'll be in the top 30 or even 20 in the future. You think so? I can only hope, but aside from Izuku, I think that Todoroki and Bakugo have a clear shot for most powerful and noticeable quirks, said Kirishima, smiling. Yeah, but Bakugo seems like a person that's pretty rude to other people, she said, making him jump in his seat. What the hell you say, you demon toad, he said with his pupils disappearing. Kaminari smirked as he watched this happen. Dude, the fact that we have been with each other for like 4 days and we already know that your personality is sheep mixed with flaming hot garbage says something about you already, he said, chuckling. Shut up, Pikachu, he said as he started to argue. Tsuyu shifted in her seat, signaling she wasn't done. And about your siblings? I haven't seen you talk to them or mention them since we started school. Ribbit, is there a reason for that? Izuku froze, his fingers curling into the fabric of his breathes. His throat tightened as memories of Ichiro and Inori flooded his mind. He looked at Bakugo, who wasn't glaring at him but rather just staring. Now that he noticed everyone was looking at him, he cleared his throat to speak. Well, we have a very complicated relationship, to say the least, he said, trying to get the words out. Oh, heads up, we are here at the USJ. Make sure that you are ready, said Mr. Aizawa, getting up to leave with many others following suit. Izuku thanked whoever it was that looked over him, got up, and made his way out of the bus. He kind of figured that this was going to happen at one point where people would start asking. As Class 1A made their way into the USJ, they marveled at the place. It was a huge dome with what looked like various natural disasters. Everyone was then met with the pro hero 13 standing before them. Achiko, who was most excited, started to bounce on the ball of her feet. Oh my gosh, it's my favorite hero, 13. As the excitement died down, Izuku saw that Mr. Aizawa mentioned All Might being here. 13 held up her fingers, showing the number 3, meaning the time he had during the day to be a hero. Izuku sighed, knowing that when he checked his phone before class, his dad had solved multiple villain incidents which made it so he couldn't show up for A. But he was fine with it though. Alright, Class 1A, welcome to the USJ, said 13, spreading her arms out. This facility was designed to prepare you for a variety of rescue scenarios, 13 continued, her calm, authoritative tone commanding everyone's attention. As aspiring heroes, your duty is to protect and save lives. However, it's important to remember that your quirks, while powerful, can also be dangerous if used recklessly. That's why we're here, to train you in using your abilities responsibly. To demonstrate, look around at the different zones, 13 said, motioning toward the sections that simulated disasters like tornadoes, collapsed buildings, and avalanches. Each of these areas is designed to test your ability to navigate challenges while saving lives. Today's lesson will focus on teamwork, quick thinking, and adaptability. Remember, in a rescue mission, the lives of others come first. We have a fire zone, storm zone, landslide zone, and more. As the chatter died down, 13 raised her hands for silence. One more thing before we begin, she said. I want to emphasize that your quirks are tools, not weapons. You've all worked hard to develop your abilities, but remember, the goal here is not to fight. It's to save lives. That means thinking about others before yourself and using your quirks in ways that minimize harm. My quirk Black Hole is the perfect example. It is very destructive, but I use it in ways to rescue people. Aizawa, who had been silently observing, stepped forward. And don't forget, you'll be graded on more than just how effective your quirks are. Strategy, teamwork, and decision-making are equally important. Keep that in mind as you go. Suddenly, a deep, otherworldly voice echoed through the massive dome. The lights went out and it seems the heroes in training are eager to begin. The room fell silent as everyone turned toward the central plaza. A dark, swirling mist coalesced into a humanoid shape, revealing the imposing figure of Kurogiri. He was flanked by an army of villains, their menacing presence a stark contrast to the controlled environment of the UFE. At their forefront stood a figure with writhing hands covering his body. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. 13, protect the students, he ordered, his scarf unraveling as he prepared to engage. This isn't part of the exercise. These are real villains. The tension in the air was palpable as the students huddled closer together, many of them realizing the gravity of the situation. Kurogiri's golden eyes glowed ominously as his calm, measured voice filled the air. Where is All Might? We've come to kill him. Izuku's blood ran cold at the statement, his mind racing. Why do they want to kill Dad? He may not have trusted him or liked him, but he didn't want him to die. Izuku looked to Aizawa in worry as he watched him get ready to go to the center plaza. Wait, Mr. Aizawa, don't you need help? You are only good in surprise attacks and not large groups, said Izuku with worry as 13 was trying to get the students to the entrance. Aizawa glanced over his shoulder, his usual stoic expression briefly softening. Stay with 13, Yagi. I can handle this. Izuku clenched his fists, doubt gnawing at him. He wanted to argue but knew that now wasn't the time to challenge Aizawa's authority. He's right, he's a pro, and I'd only get in the way. But the thought of villains targeting his father left a sour pit in his stomach. He shook his head, forcing himself to focus. This isn't about me or him, it's about protecting everyone here. Come on, Yagi, this way. Ida urged, taking his role as class rep seriously. His arm gestured for everyone to move toward the exit, where 13 stood, ushering them along. Listen to me. 13 commanded, her voice firm yet calm. Stay close, don't panic, En. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously as Kurogiri's misty form glided forward. The students froze as his golden eyes locked onto them. Leaving so soon? I'm afraid I can't allow that. You see, we came here with a purpose, and letting you run away would be most inconvenient. Izuku was charging up full cowling to his 50% limit and was prepared to use a wind pressure-based attack to stop him but hesitated from the sound of 13's voice. Get back! 13 shouted, stepping between the students and Kurogiri. She raised her hands, her fingers glowing faintly as her quirk prepared to activate. Stay behind me. I'll handle this. Kurogiri tilted his head, his voice eerily calm. A noble sentiment but futile. His dark mist expanded rapidly, swirling toward the group. Move now. Ida yelled, pushing the others toward the entrance. Bakugo, however, had other ideas. Like hell I'm running, he snarled, sparks crackling from his palms. Without hesitation he launched himself forward, explosions propelling him straight at Kurogiri. Bakugo, stop! Izuku shouted as he tried to find an angle of attack. Kirishima, ever loyal, wasn't far behind. If you're charging in, so am I, he called, his body hardening as he leapt into the fray. With a simple motion, he expanded his quirk further, engulfing Bakugo and Kirishima in swirling darkness. Before they could react, they vanished, their shouts of surprise fading into the void. It started to spread to his other classmates and Izuku thought of something. You used Zephyr Rush to push back this black mist. The wind whirled around him as he pushed back his quirk. Kurogiri took notice of this, and his eyes narrowed. Well, looks like we have a fighter. But in the end, it means nothing in the face of my power, he said as his mist engulfed many of the students. His thoughts flickered to his classmates. Where are they? He had to get to them, there was no time to waste. But Kurogiri wasn't going to give him that chance. The villain's dark form moved toward him, his mist swirling like a storm. You think you can stop me with a little wind, boy? Kurogiri's golden eyes gleamed as he raised his hand. You will learn soon enough that you are no match for me. The mist began to intensify around Izuku, pulling him in. He felt his body resist the pull, but the force was overwhelming. He gritted his teeth, trying to stabilize himself with Zephyr Rush, but the pressure was too great. He couldn't fire off a smash from One for All without risking the lives of his friends and it annoyed him to no end. He felt himself sinking into the mist as Kurogiri taunted him. Told you I was stronger, he said as Izuku fell in completely. Suddenly, he looked to see he was falling towards a huge body of water and a ship. He activated eagle eyes as he looked around. From what he could tell, this was the flood zone, and he saw two other people falling. He saw a pair of gloves and shoes meaning that were Toru and he looked over to see Momo falling too. Izuku reacted quickly and used Black Whip to secure Toru and Momo, pulling them towards him. Izuku used another strand of Black Whip to pull themselves to the boat in the middle of the flood zone of the USJ, landing on the wood floor of the boat. He looked to his two classmates to see what the damage was. Are you both okay? He asked, making sure they were good to go. Toru nodded, though her voice was shaky. I think so. Her gloves twitched slightly as she spoke, a clear sign of her unease. Momo coughed lightly and pushed wet strands of hair from her face. I'm all right. Izuku nodded. That good, but a Hagakure, a bit off topic, but are you naked? Because I didn't feel any clothes, and I don't mean it like that, he said, blushing horribly. Toru let a squeak of embarrassment, pulling her gloves up higher as if that could somehow compensate. Why, yeah, well, invisibility and clothes don't work well together, but yeah, I am, she said. I'm so sorry, I would have been more careful, he said, bowing to her. Toru quickly waved her hands, her voice rising in a panicked stammer. No, it's okay really. I mean, it's not your fault. This situation is just awkward. But let's not dwell on it. Her attempt at diffusing the situation only made Izuku blush harder. Alright, of course, we have bigger things to worry about. Like escaping and finding the others. He rubbed the back of his head, clearly flustered. Momo smirked at Izuku's antics but looked to see something in the water. She looked over the railings to see an assortment of villains coming towards the boat. Guys, look, she called out to them. Great. So, we know that guy teleported all of us around the places in the USJ full of villains, but they don't know our quirks, said Izuku looking at them. How do you know that? Asked Toru. Because of this, he said, showing them Jolt, with electricity flowing throughout his body. They wouldn't have sent me here with all of this water then, he said, counting the villains. Izuku focused on the group of villains advancing toward their boat, his mind racing. There were 6 in total, each with an intimidating presence, but their movements seemed cautious and uncertain. It was clear they didn't know the full extent of his or his classmates' abilities. They don't have intel on us, Izuku repeated, glancing over at Momo and Toru. If they did, they wouldn't send us here with water everywhere while I have access to electricity through my quirk. Momo furrowed her brows, quickly analyzing the situation. That makes sense. They're trying to overwhelm us with numbers rather than strategy. Toru tugged nervously at the blanket around her shoulders. Okay, so they don't know our quirks, but what's the plan? We can't take them all head on. The plan is this, said Izuku as he pushed them to the center of the wooden floor. I will use my electricity to shock the water and take it out. Just be sure to not touch metal, he said as he walked to the edge of the railing. Izuku reached the edge of the boat, his green lightning crackling fiercely as he prepared to use his quirk. He could feel the weight of responsibility pressing on him. One wrong move could put his classmates in danger. He glanced back at Momo and Toru, both standing in the center of the boat away from the metal railings. Are you sure this will work? Momo asked, her voice steady but laced with concern. It'll work, Izuku said, determination burning in his eyes. I'll send a controlled stream into the water to neutralize the villains. It won't be enough to kill them, but it should knock them out or at least keep them from getting any closer. Izuku stood firm at the edge of the boat, green lightning sparking around his body as he readied Jolt. He glanced at the villains approaching, their figures cutting through the water with sinister intent. He took a deep breath, focusing on his focus. Izuku looked to see Momo had created an insulated blanket to wrap around the two of them and smiled. It was pretty smart for the moment and was glad. There you go, Izuku, said Momo. You don't have to hold back now, she said, poking her head out. Thanks, Momo, Izuku said, his voice steady despite the tension. This will make things a lot easier. One of the villains, a large man with shark-like features, grinned viciously as he climbed onto a piece of debris floating nearby. You think your little tricks can stop us? You're out of your league, kid. Izuku didn't reply. Instead, he raised his hand, the lightning around his body intensifying as he focused Jolt into his palm. The water beneath the villains began to ripple as the energy spread outward, and Izuku's eyes narrowed. I won't let you hurt anyone, Izuku said firmly. He moved his hand forward, releasing a controlled surge of electricity into the water. The effect was immediate. The green lightning arced across the surface, illuminating the dark waters and striking the villains in an instant. They screamed as the current coursed through their bodies, their movements becoming erratic before they collapsed into the water, unconscious. The boat rocked slightly from the force of the attack, but Momo's quick thinking had ensured they were safe. You did it, Yagi, Toru called out, peeking out from the blanket with a mixture of awe and relief. Momo nodded, her sharp eyes scanning the water. Yes, but we should secure them. If any of them recover, they'll come after us again. Izuku pulled the unconscious villains out of the water, his black whip tendrils coiling around their bodies with ease. The villains hung limply in the air as he dragged them onto the boat, one by one. Each villain was a different size and shape, but none of them stirred after the shock had taken them down. Momo, working quickly, conjured ropes from her quirk and began tying them securely, making sure each one was immobilized. Toru stepped out from behind the blanket, looking over the tied-up villains with cautious curiosity. That was really impressive, she said, her voice still shaky but filled with admiration. I've never seen you use your quirk like that before. Thanks, I have a very versatile quirk, you know, he said, rubbing the back of his head. Momo tied the last villain as she wiped her hands off from the effort. Well, now that is done. How do we get out of here? She said, looking at the two of them. I got it, said Izuku as he activated full cowling to 50%. What does that do? Asked Momo, not sure she had seen this. Just trust me, Izuku said again, offering his hands to the two girls. His eyes were steady, but his heart was racing. Full cowling wasn't something he used lightly. It took a toll on his body, but right now they needed speed and precision, and he could provide that. Momo hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward, her eyes searching his face for any hint of doubt. I trust you, Izuku. Let's do this. Toru, looking a bit more uncertain but still trusting in Izuku, nodded and stepped toward him. You've got this, right? Not exactly fond of rushing through unknown territory. Don't worry, I've got a good hold on it, Izuku said, his voice calm and confident, though a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead from the exertion of activating full cowling. Hold on tight, okay? He used 2 strands of black whip to secure the 2 somewhat nervous girls around them to make them secure. Izuku's hands glowed faintly with energy as the strands of black whip wrapped around Momo and Toru, securing them gently yet firmly. The familiar hum of full cowling surged through him, amplifying every sensation as the power coursed through his body. His muscles were tense with the strain, but he was focused. His goal was clear. They needed to get to safety and quickly. Okay, Izuku said, his voice steady despite the underlying tension. We're good to go. Just hold on tight. With the 2 girls clutching onto him, Izuku leapt into the air to the next location. He had hoped that the rest of his classmates were fine on their own. This is who is in what zones. Landslide Zone Jiro and Ojiro. Fire Zone Ida. Ruins Zone Kaminari and Mina. Mountain Zone Bakugo, Sato and Tokoyami. Windstorm Zone Shoji and Sero. 13, Todoroki, Azui, Mineta, Uraraka, Yanagi, and Kirishima stared at the towering form of Kurogiri as they tried to come up with a plan. Listen to me, said 13 as she got everyone's attention. Who is the fastest one here? She asked as she prepared her quirk to be used against him. Todoroki looked at her. I'm fast enough, but we'll need more than just speed to defeat him. He can just teleport through my ice crystals no matter how thick they are. Same goes for my flames, he said. Then be prepared to leave. I will make an opening. You will need to tell the teachers what is happening to send back. Remember, being a hero means knowing when to trust others to hold the line, she said, shocking him. But I can't just leave you all, he said, looking at everyone. You know you shouldn't tell your plan out in the open, said Kurogiri as he charged at him. 13 popped open. Black hole, she yelled out as he started to be pulled into her quirk. Shoto hesitated, not sure if he should leave them behind or fight this guy. Shoto's hesitation lasted only a heartbeat, but it felt like an eternity. 13's black hole continued to swirl, its gravitational pull dragging at Kurogiri's mist-like form. For a moment, it seemed like their teacher's strategy might work, but Kurogiri's low, resonant laughter shattered that hope. An admirable effort, Kurogiri said, his voice calm yet menacing. But predictable. The villain's mist stretched and twisted unnaturally, reaching behind in a horrifying display. Kurogiri redirected the pull of her quirk back toward her. The rescue hero stumbled, her suit straining against the intense gravitational force. 13. Mineta screamed, his hands trembling as she prepared to launch a volley of sticky ball. Stay back. 13 managed to yell, her voice strained but commanding. Focus on the plan. Shoto's mind raced as he took in the scene. He wanted to stay and fight, but 13's earlier words echoed in his head. Being a hero means knowing when to trust others to hold the line. The path was clear, even if it went against his instincts. Everyone hold him off. Shoto shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. I'll get reinforcements. Don't let him follow me. Go! Uraraka yelled back, her fists clenched tightly. She glanced at Azui, who nodded, her tongue already snapping out to pull Mineta to safety. We'll keep him busy. Kurogiri's form shifted again, his attention snapping to Shoto. You think you can escape? Foolish. Before the villain could intercept, Kirishima charged forward, his hardened body slamming into the ground between Kurogiri and Shoto. Not so fast. Kirishima growled, his jagged arms raised defensively. You're not going anywhere near him. Kurogiri's mist swirled ominously, his form reforming with chilling precision. You are brave, he said, addressing Kirishima with a cold, almost mocking tone. But bravery without strategy is meaningless. Kirishima gritted his teeth, his rock-like armor gleaming under the dim light of the facility. We'll see about that, he growled, taking a defensive stance. Behind him, Shoto used the opening to dash toward the exit, his boots crunching against the debris-strewn ground. Keep him busy. Shoto shouted over his shoulder, his voice firm but tinged with urgency. His classmates, standing together as a makeshift shield, gave him the confidence to press forward. Kurogiri turned his attention to the remaining students, his mist-like form swirling menacingly. "You truly believe you can hold me off?" he asked, his voice an unsettling mix of calm and menace. "Do not underestimate us," Yanagi added, her quirk activating as she levitated several chunks of rubble, hurling them at Kurogiri. Kurogiri shifted his form again, dodging the attacks with unnerving fluidity. "Futile," he murmured, but his movements slowed just enough to buy Shoto more time. Shoto sprinted through the ruined facility, his breaths coming in quick, shallow bursts. The cold air around him crystallized with each exhale as he used his ice to create a smooth path, allowing him to slide faster toward the exit. His mind was a storm of emotions: worry for his classmates, frustration at leaving them behind, and determination to succeed. "I need to use my ice to break the door open. It is likely super strong, but I need to do it. 13 is injured and my friends need me. I can only use my flames in unison with my ice for so long, but I need to push through," he thought as he made it closer to the door. Shoto skidded to a halt in front of the massive double doors of the USJ facility. His chest heaved as he took a deep breath, frost curling from his lips as the adrenaline coursing through his veins mixed with his icy power. The door loomed before him, its reinforced steel standing as the final obstacle between him and the reinforcements his friends so desperately needed. He placed a hand against the frigid surface, his breath catching in his throat. "It's reinforced, probably to withstand even high-level quirks. But I can't let that stop me." Frost began to spread from his palm, delicate crystalline patterns racing across the surface. Shoto clenched his teeth, focusing his power, but the reinforced material resisted his efforts. He knew ice alone wouldn't be enough. His left side flared to life as flames erupted from his arm, bathing the door in intense heat. The sudden shift in temperature caused the steel to groan and crack, steam hissing into the air. Shoto winced as the opposing forces clashed within him. Behind him, Kurogiri's ominous form began to materialize, his mist swirling with deadly intent. The villain's voice cut through the air like a blade. "You're too late," he said, his tone calm and mocking. Shoto turned his head, his heart skipping a beat as he saw the dark mist coalescing into Kurogiri's shape. "No, not now." But before Kurogiri could make his move, he froze, literally. His mist-like form began to rise into the air, his movements suddenly jerky and uncoordinated. "What?" Kurogiri's voice faltered, his composure cracking for the first time. From behind him, Uraraka stepped forward, her fingers glowing as she activated her zero-gravity quirk. "You're not getting anywhere near him," she shouted, her voice filled with resolve. "You demon brat," he said, floating into the air. But it wasn't done there. He felt something wrapped around his metal plate, and it was Tsu's tongue. "Nope, not today, villain," she said as she started to swing him around. She threw him far enough that he wouldn't be able to teleport close to Shoto, giving him some time. Shoto pushed through his limits and the door blasted open from the intense heat and cold, allowing him to escape through a somewhat small hole. He used his left side to create an ice path while using his flames to propel himself forward, making his way to UA. "Sheet," was all Kurogiri said as he watched a child run to UA to get help. Now there was only so much time. With Izuku, Momo, and Toru. Izuku landed near the central plaza at the edge of the water, making sure not to hurt the two girls he had at their side. He deactivated full cowling and black whip and looked to the two of them. Izuku landed softly near the central plaza, his feet grazing the edge of the water as he carefully ensured that Momo and Toru were unharmed. He dropped them gently to the ground, his movements as controlled as possible, all while staying aware of his surroundings. The last thing he wanted was for them to be caught off guard by the chaos surrounding them. He deactivated full cowling, letting the hum of his power fade, and black whip dissipated into the air, returning to the depths of his consciousness. "All right, we're here," Izuku said, exhaling deeply as he stood up straighter. His body ached from the exertion of carrying them both, but his focus was unwavering. The mission wasn't over yet, and there was still plenty to do. "You both okay?" Momo nodded, brushing a strand of hair from her face as she adjusted her gear. Her expression was serious, but Izuku could tell she wasn't shaken. "We're fine, Izuku. We're just glad to be here, but we have no time to waste. We need to get to the entrance." Izuku heard fighting and he went and looked over the edge. He saw that his teacher was fighting the villains off. "But what about Mr. Aizawa? Doesn't he need help?" he asked, concerned for him. "He will have to be fine on his own. We aren't even heroes yet. We would only get in the way," said Momo. Izuku clenched his fists, his breath coming in sharp bursts as the frustration began to boil within him. He hated feeling helpless, especially when it came to his friends and mentors. But he's out there alone. We can't just leave him to fight them by himself. Toru, hovering nearby, her invisible form flickering in the air, spoke up with a tone that was equal parts serious and optimistic. "We're not going to leave him, not to mention he is a hero for a reason. Let's just wait it out and see what happens, she said. Momo, sensing the turmoil in his expression, placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him. Izuku, she said gently but firmly. I know you want to help him, but we can't risk it. If we go rushing in without a plan, we'll only make things worse. Mr. Aizawa knows what he's doing. We'll wait for the right moment. But, he said, still feeling helpless not to assist him. He clenched his fists as Momo kept her hand on his shoulder. He kept watching his teacher using his scarf to deal with the villains. He admired him slightly as Aizawa didn't have anything physical about him. He didn't say he wasn't strong, but Aizawa's quirk made it so that the person he faced off against would be on his level. He didn't have a physically enhancing quirk, so he was just a normal guy fighting against them in the best way he could. He was stirred from his thoughts as he saw the man with hands charge in at Aizawa, making him nervous, but Momo's hand tightened on him to make sure he didn't do anything dumb. Izuku's attention snapped back to the battle as he saw Aizawa using his scarf to restrain one of the villains. It was impressive, seeing the seasoned pro fight so fiercely, relying on nothing more than his ingenuity and his quirk. Aizawa didn't have the luxury of a physically enhanced ability like most heroes. His strength wasn't in raw power, but in his ability to erase the quirks of his opponents, bringing them down to his level. Even without extra abilities, Aizawa fought as though he were on the same level as those around him, using his mind and skill to level the playing field. Izuku admired that. He thought that Aizawa's resilience and adaptability were something to aspire to. But right now, seeing his teacher locked in a desperate fight, Izuku couldn't help but feel like he should be out there, helping. Suddenly, Izuku's heart skipped a beat as he saw one of the villains moving towards Aizawa. His eyes narrowed, watching with a tense focus. He had hands all over his body and was able to move at a high speed. Shigaraki lunged at him with Aizawa ready to hit him with an elbow. Aizawa hit a well-placed elbow but was caught by Shigaraki, who smirked. It took me a while to notice, but your quirk is activated when your hair stands up. Not to mention your quirk is being activated for less and less time, he said as his clothing started to crumble apart. Aizawa's eyes widened as he felt his elbow start to fall apart. He punched the villain in the face, backing away from him as he looked at his elbow. Sheet, I can't move it, he said as he kicked another villain away from him as he tried to regroup himself. Izuku stared at his teacher as he was now hurt. He subconsciously activated full cowling to 50%, making Momo nervous. Izuku, please, she said as he started to stand up. I can't stand by as our teacher is hurt, he said looking at her. He then heard the villain say one word. Nomu. In an instant, Nomu was behind Aizawa and Izuku's eyes widened. Sorry Momo, he said as he rose up. Izuku pushed himself off the ground with blinding speed, the world around him blurring as he activated Jolt alongside 50% of One for All. His muscles burned with the intensity of the energy, but the focus kept him moving. He shot forward, faster than he had ever moved before, barely registering the rush of wind against his face as he closed the distance between himself and Nomu in seconds. He reached out with lightning speed, grabbing his teacher by his good arm and yanking him out of harm's way just as Nomu's fist crashed into the spot where Aizawa had been standing. The force of the punch sent a shockwave through the air, but Izuku was already sliding backward with his teacher in tow, pulling them both out of the immediate danger zone. He moved with instinct, barely registering the weight of Aizawa in his grip, his heart pounding as the tension of the moment made his muscles burn even more. Izuku didn't waste a second. As soon as he was clear of the Nomu's range, he turned to Aizawa, his breath coming in sharp gasps. Are you okay? He asked, his voice tight with concern. The moment of relief was brief, his body still glowing with energy as he held Aizawa steady. Aizawa for the most part of shocked at how fast he was to be able to move him out of the way of the monstrous figure. What are you doing, kid? He asked, half glad and half upset at the recklessness of his student. Getting you out of the way, said Izuku, surprised he was able to move that quick himself. He looked out the corner of his eye to see that Momo and Toru were out of the water and still back a good distance away from them, but enough to be visible. Izuku's heart was still racing, his adrenaline pumping in overdrive. He glanced back at Aizawa, still holding him steady, making sure his teacher was stable for a moment. The hero looked up at him, his expression a mixture of disbelief and annoyance. You have no idea what you're doing, do you, kid? Aizawa's voice was stern, but there was a hint of gratitude underneath it. Beings, I just saved you, then yes, I do, he said, slightly annoyed himself. Shigaraki was now intrigued by the kid in front of him. He was annoyed that Eraserhead didn't get crushed, and the kid somehow was about to speed blitz his way to get to him. He started to scratch his neck as he looked at Izuku. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed as he observed Izuku, a twisted smile creeping across his face. Well, he muttered, his voice laced with dark amusement. It looks like we've got a little speedster on our hands. But you're too reckless, kid. He tilted his head slightly as if studying Izuku like a puzzle he couldn't quite figure out. A black mist appeared right next to Shigaraki and Izuku knew this wasn't going to be fun. Shigaraki. One of the students has escaped, he said, making Shigaraki's hands twitch. Kurogiri, he said, starting to scratch his neck rapidly. How the hell are you supposed to help if you just messed up our plan, he said, causing himself to bleed when he just stopped and started to smile at Izuku. No matter. I need to let out my frustration, he said as he looked at Nomu, who waited there emotionlessly. Aizawa looked at his student and grabbed him with his good arm. Aizawa's grip on Izuku's arm was firm, despite the obvious pain from his injuries. He looked at his student with a sharp gaze, his expression a mix of frustration and something else, perhaps reluctant approval. Izuku, he said, his voice low and urgent, you need to get out of here. Can't do that, sir. You are too injured to fight this thing, he said, looking at him with concern. Before Aizawa could talk back, Shigaraki got the two's attention. Do you two know what this thing is? Shigaraki gestured toward Nomu with a flick of his hand, his smile twisted and full of malice. This thing isn't just some mindless beast. It's the culmination of our work. The perfect weapon, created to destroy All Might. Izuku's eyes widened as he stared at the creature. So this was the plan to take out his father. Now, why don't we go for a test drive before All Might get here? Nomu, take out the kid, he said calmly. Izuku's danger sense activated, and in the blink of an eye, Izuku activated full cowling along with Jolt once more as he saw the big creature coming at him. He looked over to his teacher, who hadn't moved. He realized that he was seeing everything in slow motion from his high speed. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku gritted through his teeth as he shoved his teacher to safety, sending him flying toward Momo and Toru, who were watching from a distance. Aizawa's eyes widened in shock, but he didn't resist, trusting his student's instincts. As soon as he saw that Aizawa was out of the immediate danger zone, Izuku turned back to face Nomu. With 50% of one for all coursing through him, Izuku crouched and then launched himself toward the Nomu. The creature swung its massive fist toward him. His fist collided with Nomu's fist with a thunderous impact. The force of the punch sent a shockwave reverberating through the plaza, rattling windows and shaking the very ground beneath them. Izuku's knuckles stung from the force. He looked at the creature, realizing that he didn't do a thing to it. Even with 50% full cowling, Nomu received minimal damage. Izuku felt something tear in his arm from the punch, realizing this thing was the real deal. Shigaraki laughed as he stood beside Kurogiri. So, our little speedster is also strong, huh? No matter. Like I said, hero, this thing was built to destroy All Might. One of his powers is shock absorption. Plus, he has super regeneration. Can't beat him, he said as he stood there giddy with excitement. Izuku gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Shock absorption. It was a terrifying realization. Nomu wasn't just any monster. It was a supercharged weapon designed to resist the very force that would normally shatter any other being. Even his full cowling with 50% of one for all wasn't enough to deal significant damage. The odds were stacking higher by the second. If this thing can handle my dad at 100% of his power, then I need to beat him with more than 100% of mine. But I'll hurt myself going past my limit of 50%. But there is also the fact that one for all becomes stronger with each user, and I am technically the 10th user of this quirk, in a way. No matter, I need to win. No matter what happens to me. I need to use everything that I have in my arsenal, he thought as he stared the beast down. His mind quickly assessed his options. Jolt had already given him speed, but he was still just slightly slower than Nomu. I need more speed, and I need to be able to react faster. He knew the answer, Eagle Eyes. The quirk would allow him to perceive movement at an even slower rate, giving him the edge he needed to outmaneuver the Nomu. But speed alone wasn't enough. Nomu's shock absorption meant that any hit he landed would likely do minimal damage. Izuku needed to strike with power. He clenched his fists, feeling the electricity coursing through his veins. I need more output for both One for All and Jolt. His mind snapped to FA Gene, the quirk that allowed him to build up kinetic energy and release it in devastating bursts. With this, he could unleash powerful blows that could potentially damage Nomu's tough exterior. His muscles screamed in protest as he forced himself to stand his ground, holding Nomu's fist at bay. His body felt like it was being pushed to its breaking point, but he didn't care. He wasn't going to let this monster kill his father, or anyone else. He had to win. No matter what happens to me, I need to use everything that I have. You can play, you say run here if you want. Shigaraki scoffed. You are a strong young hero in training, I'll give you that, but that is enough. Nomu. Eliminate him, he said. The command was cold, devoid of mercy, and Nomu's eyes, void of emotion, locked onto Izuku as it began to retract its fist, preparing for the next move. Izuku closed his eyes as he started to activate his quirks. He pushes One for All to 75% and Jolt to its limit, making his body scream in pain, but the adrenaline helped with counteracting that. He activated Eagle Eyes to ensure he would be able to see Nomu's attacks easier, and he prepared to use FA Gene. Nomu ped his massive fist back as Izuku mirrored the action, his own hand trembling slightly under the strain of his growing injuries. Their fists collided once more with a deafening boom, the force of their blows reverberating through the battlefield. The impact was far greater than before, a shockwave rippling outward that sent nearby students and debris flying. Those within close proximity could barely hold their ground, their forms buckling against the sheer pressure of the clash. Shigaraki, growing visibly frustrated as the confrontation dragged on, barked at his monstrous creation. "Again!" he commanded, his voice sharp and laced with desperation. Obediently, Nomu reared back once more, the grotesque bulge of its arm muscles contorting unnaturally as it prepared to unleash another earth-shattering punch. Across from it, Izuku stood defiant, though his battered body protested with every movement. His breaths came in sharp, ragged bursts, and his legs trembled under the weight of his injuries. Pain coursed through him like wildfire, threatening to bring him to his knees, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself upright. He couldn't falter now. He wouldn't. Their fists collided again. And again. And again. The pace of their strikes quickened until it became impossible to follow with the naked eye. Each successive blow produced a shockwave stronger than the last, forcing those nearby to struggle just to stay grounded. Mr. Aizawa, his eyes darting between the ferocious battle and his vulnerable students, wrapped his scarf tightly around Momo and Toru, anchoring them in place against the relentless wind pressure. The air around them seemed to ripple with energy, vibrating with each thunderous hit. "Damn it, Kurogiri. Get to them." Shigaraki snarled, his composure cracking. The dark mist of Kurogiri's portal flickered uncertainly as he replied, "I can't, Shigaraki. The energy is too unstable, I can't get close enough without being torn apart." Aizawa, his usually stoic expression now strained, found himself in a similar predicament. His own limitations gnawed at him as he grappled with the situation. "Aizawa-sensei, you have to help Izuku." Momo shouted, her voice barely audible over the roaring winds. She clung to the ground, her wide eyes filled with worry. "I can't, Yaoyorozu," Aizawa admitted through gritted teeth. His frustration was palpable. "This is a whole different playing field. My goggles broke a while ago, and I can't keep my eyes open long enough to erase its quirks. The wind pressure is too intense." His voice softened slightly as he added, almost to himself, "I have to trust him. I have to trust that he can handle this." On the battlefield, Izuku pushed himself to his limits and beyond. His strikes grew fiercer, faster, as he drew upon every ounce of strength within him. Shigaraki, shielding his face from the flying debris, watched in disbelief as the boy's punches seemed to match, then surpass, the Nomu's. "You can't win!" Shigaraki shouted, his voice tinged with both anger and panic. "Nomu was made to destroy All Might. Do you hear me? All Might." Izuku's response was a defiant roar. "Then it's a good thing I'm not him." His costume, already battered from earlier encounters, began to crumble away under the strain of his movements. Strips of fabric peeled from his arms and chest, revealing crimson skin marred with swelling and bruises. His muscles burned as though they were on fire, but Izuku didn't stop. He couldn't stop. The pain no longer registered, his nerves likely too damaged to send the signals. His arms glowed a furious red, a testament to the toll his relentless assault was taking on his body. To the untrained eye, it seemed as though Izuku and Nomu were evenly matched. But for those who could perceive the details, something extraordinary was happening. For every punch Nomu threw, Izuku was responding 1.5 times faster, each of his blows packed with explosive force. He was moving so quickly and efficiently that he was landing hit after hit before Nomu could fully recover. "You said his quirk is shock absorption, not nullification," Izuku shouted over the chaos, his voice filled with defiance. "That means he can only handle so much. He has a limit." His fists blurred as they struck Nomu with relentless precision. Izuku's mind raced, his enhanced cognitive functions calculating at lightning speed. "If my estimates are right, with FA Gene, Jolt, and One for All at 75%, I am hitting him with about the same amount as Dad would if he used 100%, maybe a bit more with how this thing is reacting. I haven't much time to increase the power of One for All, so I need to use more of it." The thought ignited something within him, pushing him even harder. "It's not enough. I need to increase my output more." Grimacing, Izuku made the split-second decision to push his One for All output to 80%. His body screamed in protest, muscles tearing and bones creaking under the strain, but he forced himself through it. His energy output surged, creating shockwaves so intense that even Shigaraki had to brace himself. What is happening?" Shigaraki yelled, his voice tinged with panic as he saw the unthinkable unfold. The Nomu, Shigaraki's ultimate weapon, was faltering. Each punch sent the creature stumbling back, its grotesque form struggling to withstand the sheer power it was being bombarded with. "You're nothing more than a child." Shigaraki spat, though his confidence wavered. "You can't defeat Nomu." "Watch me," he yelled as continued to lay out blows on the Nomu. Nomu was no longer landing blows as he once did but rather was just being hit repeatedly. Nomu roared in fury, its body convulsing as it tried to retaliate, but it was too slow now. Izuku was no longer fighting defensively, he was outright dominating the fight. Nomu's counterattacks became sluggish, its once invincible form now struggling to withstand the onslaught. The villain's body shuddered, its reinforced muscles reaching their limit. The shock absorption could only take so much punishment before it failed. Izuku grabbed Nomu's leg and with one mighty heave, flung him high into the air. The monster soared, arms flailing wildly. Izuku bent his knees, then launched himself skyward in pursuit, his green lightning crackling violently around him. Nomu barely had time to react before Izuku's foot slammed into its chest, sending it rocketing downward. Boom! Nomu hit the ground with such force that the earth cracked beneath him, debris flying in all directions. Izuku landed softly, green lightning reverberating around his body as he smiled. You know, I've been here for only a few days, but Yue has already taught me one thing, he said, clenching his fist as energy began to surge within him. With 80% of One for All and Fa Jin's reserves maxed out, Izuku pet his fist back, the very air shaking from the sheer force building in his arm. Nomu stirred, its body twitching, but Izuku was already moving. That is to go beyond. He blasted forward, breaking through the sound barrier as his fist pulled back, a hammer ready to drop. Shigaraki took a step back. No, this isn't happening. The moment Izuku's fist connected, the entire battlefield shook. Plus, Ultra! The Nomu rocketed through the air, a blur of dark flesh and twisted limbs. It impacted the walls of the USJ, shattering the reinforced concrete as if it were made of glass. The force of the blow was so immense that the beast punched straight through, its body sent careening into the open sky beyond. Crack! Boom! A trail of destruction followed its path, shockwaves rippling outward as the Nomu spun uncontrollably, smashing through a distant watchtower before disappearing into the forest beyond the training grounds. For a long moment, silence hung over the battlefield. Izuku exhaled sharply, his body trembling from the sheer overload of power he had just unleashed. His muscles screamed, his vision blurred, and his breath came in ragged gasps. But he remained standing. He had won. Shigaraki stood frozen, his red eyes wide with disbelief. His most powerful pawn, the bioengineered monster designed to kill All Might, had been overpowered. By a student. By a child. By a brat. No. Shigaraki took an unsteady step back, his fingers twitching. That's impossible. That's not how this was supposed to go. Izuku slowly turned his gaze toward him, green lightning still crackling around his battered form. He could barely stand, but his eyes burned with defiance. Looks like I just rewrote your script. Kurogiri's smoky form wavered. Shigaraki, we need to go. Shigaraki's teeth gritted together in frustration. He wanted to deny it, to refuse to accept what had just happened, but he knew. Nomu was gone. The plan had failed. Izuku took a step forward, wobbling slightly but refusing to fall. He felt a hand on his shoulder and saw Aizawa was standing next to him. Good job, kid, he said as he got in front of Izuku in a defensive stance prepared to fight if need be. You son of beach. You killed Nomu. Nomu was supposed to kill All Might, but he was beaten by a brat. Impossible. That means Nomu was weak. There is no other way, he said scratching his neck as he started to back up towards Kurogiri. Shigaraki's hands twitched, nails digging into his own flesh as he stepped back. His breathing was ragged, uneven, a mix of rage and disbelief twisting his face into something monstrous. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. You're nothing. A worthless brat. That thing was made to kill All Might and you, he pointed a trembling finger at Izuku, his voice rising to a fever pitch. You shouldn't have been able to win. Izuku straightened his posture, swallowing the pain that screamed through his body. His muscles ached from the strain of channeling so much power, but he stood firm, green lightning still crackling weakly around him. Maybe you should stop underestimating people, he said, his voice low but steady. I may not be All Might, but I'm not weak. Shigaraki's expression twisted into something ugly, his hands jerking toward Izuku as if to decay him where he stood. Aizawa was already moving, stepping fully in front of his student, his scarf unraveling slightly in preparation for another fight. Back down, villain, Aizawa warned, his eyes glowing red as he activated Erasure. You lost. For a second, it seemed like Shigaraki might lunge anyway, madness and frustration boiling over. But before he could, Kurogiri's misty form solidified behind him. Shigaraki, Kurogiri's voice was calm but urgent, we must retreat. Shigaraki clenched his teeth so hard that it seemed like they might crack. His nails dug deeper into his neck, leaving red, angry marks. In it, Tim and it all. Just know this, heroes are the scum of society. Heroes are no different than villains. Both cause destruction and pain, one just gets praised for it. Shigaraki's voice was filled with raw frustration, his fingers twitching as he scratched violently at his neck. His breath came out ragged, his red eyes burning with barely contained rage. Izuku, despite his exhaustion, narrowed his eyes. His body ached, his muscles screamed for rest, but he refused to let Shigaraki's words go unanswered. He straightened his back as much as his battered body would allow. "That's not true," he said, his voice hoarse but firm. "Heroes don't just destroy, they protect. They save lives. That's the difference." Shigaraki let out a bitter laugh, a twisted smirk curling on his lips. "Protect? Save lives?" He spat on the ground. "Tell that to the people who've lost everything in the crossfire. Tell that to the families ruined because a so-called hero couldn't save them in time. Tell that to me." His voice cracked at the end, an unhinged mix of anger and something far more painful. "This isn't over," Shigaraki growled, his red eyes boring into Izuku's exhausted form. "You hear me, brat? I'll remember this. Next time, you won't be so lucky." "What do you mean next time?" said the towering figure of All Might as he appeared from behind Izuku. Shigaraki growled. You bastard," he said as stepped back into the portal disappeared as they teleported out of there. For a moment, everything was still. The battlefield was eerily quiet, the only sound the distant groaning of the damaged USJ structure. Then the tension broke. "Izuku!" yelled Momo as she ran over to him alongside Toru. He was about to fall backward but All Might was there to catch him. He looked at his battered and bruised son and couldn't help but feel guilty. He passed out from the pain, and he wasn't surprised why. His arms both were reddish pink and in some area purple from overexertion. He had so much energy coursing through him that it ripped his costume. The part remaining on him was his lower half. Cuts, bruises, and gashes were riddled all over his body and that was what could be seen. Momo leaned down and didn't know what to do now. He needs medical attention now," All Might said as he looked at him. "Recovery girl is on her way," he said preparing to pick him up. "Get to the entrance. I'll tie up some of the villains. I'll tell you what happened in a bit," Aizawa said wrapping his arm in bandages. All Might nodded as he rushed to the door at blinding speeds holding his son. Many of his classmates gasped at how their president was reduced to almost nothing. "God damn it. I failed him once again. I failed to be there to protect him, and he had to step up. What the hell kind of father am I?" He had to wait a minute, but the reinforcements that Todoroki grabbed came running in to deal with the rest of the villains and help the students. All Might ran to Recovery Girl holding Izuku in front of her. "Please, Recovery Girl, he needs it the most," he said placing him down on the stretcher next to her. Recovery Girl's eyes softened with a touch of concern as she examined the battered form of Izuku. His body was a map of destruction, bruises, cuts, and lacerations crisscrossed his skin, his costume barely clinging to him. All Might, his face drawn with guilt, stood beside her, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. She nodded sharply, her eyes flicking over to All Might. "He needs emergency surgery now," she said kissing him on the chest. "It was enough to heal the cuts and gashes on him. That should be enough to help but we need to get him back now," she said as robots placed him in an ambulance. She verified to see if anyone else needed help which none needed it other than Aizawa, but he said to help him first. "Go back and help. You can see him later," she said as she stepped into her ambulance. All Might stood frozen for a moment, his mind racing as Recovery Girl's words sank in. Emergency surgery. He had hoped that the worst was over, that his son would simply need rest and healing, but now, there was a sense of urgency that weighed heavily on him. He could feel the familiar dread creeping up in his chest. His thoughts kept circling back to one thing. He had failed to protect Izuku once more, and now it was coming back to haunt him. 30 minutes later. 30 minutes had passed since Izuku was rushed away in the ambulance, but the atmosphere outside the USJ was still thick with tension. Class 1A had gathered in small clusters, their voices low, but there was no hiding the exhaustion on their faces. Some students were trying to process what had just happened, while others remained silent, simply trying to catch their breath. Momo, her eyes red from holding back tears, paced back and forth, her mind running over the events. She couldn't shake the image of Izuku's battered body, the way his costume had been torn apart by sheer force, and how close he had come to being lost in the chaos. Jiro had come out of the building looking around to see where the friends were and looked to see Momo. When her eyes fell on Momo, pacing restlessly, Jiro felt a knot tighten in her chest. She could see the distress in her friend's posture, the way she held herself together by the thinnest of threads. Without thinking, Jiro made her way over, her footsteps light despite the heavy weight in the air. "Momo," Jiro called softly, her voice careful. "Hey, are you okay?" "Where's Izuku?" she asked worriedly looking for one of her green-haired friends. "Izuku?" Momo started, her voice cracking. "He's in surgery right now. Recovery Girl said he needed it immediately. She trailed off, unable to finish the sentence, as worry and guilt threatened to overtake her. Jiro went wide-eyed. What? Is he okay? She said, shaking her slightly. I don't know Kyoka, she said. He was so hurt that you would barely recognize him. I can't believe it, Jiro murmured, her voice trembling as she processed the information. Izuku. He's always been so strong. How could it get this bad? I don't know, she said as she had tears streaming down her face. Jiro pulled her into a hug as she had tears fill her eyes. You better be okay, nerd, she thought to herself. The police arrived and asked the class questions about what happened. Class 1A had gathered, their eyes tired and full of worry as they waited their turn to answer questions. The tension in the air was thick, everyone was still processing the chaotic events, and the weight of Izuku's injury hung over them. One by one, the students were called up to give their accounts of what had happened. While that was happening, the teachers talked amongst each other. What do you mean that Nomu thing was meant to take me down? Asked All Might in surprise. That is what I mean. This monster possessed multiple quirks meant to neutralize you and take you down. This so-called League of Villains wanted. You dead, said Aizawa with his arm in a cast now. Aizawa, despite his own injuries, was quick to continue, his voice firm and authoritative. They underestimated you, All Might. But this Nomu was a game changer. If it wasn't for Izuku, it could have been much worse. Nizu nodded at this. Now you do realize one thing. Even if Izuku is heavily injured and this monster called Nomu was supposed to defeat All Might, that means that Izuku has the power equivalent or more powerful than All Might here. Granted he can't control, but that means eventually he will. Was all Cementos said with many others agreeing. This is a matter that must be resolved later, but All Might, go see him, said Nizu as All Might nodded, bolting off. In a matter of minutes, All Might ran down the halls of UA and reached Recovery Girl's room. He transformed back to his skinny form and knocked on the door quickly. Tashinori, she greeted him, her voice soft but stern. I see you're ready to see him. Tashinori nodded, swallowing the lump that had formed in his throat. How is he? Is he stable? Recovery Girl's eyes softened as she stepped aside to let him in. He's stable for now. The surgery was a success, but his body's been through a lot. Healing from the damage he sustained, it will take time. Walking into the room, Tashinori's eyes immediately fell on Izuku's frail form lying in the bed, connected to various machines that beeped rhythmically in the otherwise quiet space. The green-haired boy's face was pale, and the damage to his body was hard to ignore. His arms, legs, and chest wrapped in bandages, his chest gently rising and falling with each breath, though it was clear every movement was a struggle. He went over to sit next to him by the bed and sighed, leaning over it. I should have been there, Tashinori whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion. I should have protected him better. Now listen, Tashinori. I am still sad after all you have done to this boy for years, but one thing is for certain. You couldn't have known what was going to happen at the USJ, she said, walking over to the bed. Not what I mean, he said, looking at Izuku's chest. I said I was going to make it up to him and show him that I would be better, but I wasn't there for him when he needed my strength most, he said sadly. Try not to dwell on it, she said as she looked at his scans. Just be here for him, she said, preparing to give Izuku a stamina shot. League of Villains hideout. Shigaraki stumbled out, his hands still trembling, his red eyes burning with a frustrated rage that threatened to consume him. He scratched violently at his neck, the already raw skin flaking beneath his nails. He stalked towards a cracked and grimy bar counter, slamming his hands down on the surface, the force of the impact echoing through the sparsely furnished room. Kurjuri, who is that brat? He asked bitterly. I do not know, Shigaraki, he said, adjusting his tie and walking behind the counter. The monitor flickered to life, displaying the distorted face of a man shrouded in shadow. Ah, I hear you are back, the voice rasped, laced with a chilling amusement. How did it go at the USJ? And with All Might? Shigaraki's fists clenched tighter. The memory of All Might's overwhelming power, combined with the unexpected resilience of the green-haired brat, fueled his anger. It was a setback, he admitted, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. That child. He spat on the floor, a dark stain blooming on the already grimy surface. He interfered. He got in the way. Interfered? The voice echoed, a hint of curiosity creeping into the tone. Tell me more. Shigaraki took a couple of deep breaths before speaking. This child, with green hair, was not only able to beat Nomu, he overtook Nomu, decimated Nomu. And All Might wasn't even there. He beat Nomu on his own. Now help. No, not my Nomu. I spent months on it, just to be wasted, said the doctor. Decimated Nomu? The voice on the monitor echoed, a hint of surprise, and perhaps something else, flickering in its tone. Are you certain, Shigaraki? Nomu was designed to counter All Might, equipped with multiple quirks specifically chosen for that purpose. For a child to defeat it alone. Shigaraki slammed his fist on the counter again, the cracked surface groaning under the impact. I saw it with my own eyes, The brat, he unleashed a power I've never seen before. Raw, untamed, it was like nothing I've ever encountered. Noma didn't stand a chance. Kurogiri, ever the pragmatist, interjected. Shigaraki's assessment is accurate. While the boy's control over his quirk was erratic, the sheer destructive force he wielded was undeniable. It overwhelmed Nomu, bypassing its enhanced durability and multiple quirks. It was unsettling. The voice on the monitor was silent for a moment, processing this information. Unsettling indeed, it finally murmured. Although, it is interesting. We have a new task. Find out about this child. But what about the goal? Asked Shigaraki. All Might is still a big goal in our plan. This child proves interest. Besides that, this is a huge learning experience for us. Not only that, but we have also shown who we are, and the world will know who we are. Shigaraki, so don't fret. We will meet our goal through, said the screen. Shigaraki clenched his hands together before exhaling deeply. Yes, sensei. Class 1A and 1B dorms. A few hours later, Class B had been informed of what happened, making everyone shocked. Many asked if they were okay, and some were somewhat jealous that they got to fight villains. Something that made Jiro and few of the others shocked was that Inori rushed out of the doors to go and see Izuku. That was the last thing they expected, but disregarded it for now as their thoughts were on Izuku. I still can't believe that she won't let us see him, Jiro said, her voice soft but filled with frustration. She hugged her legs to her chest, her eyes focused on the floor as she tried to suppress the flood of emotions rushing through her. Across the room, Momo sat silently, her mind reeling. She's probably just trying to protect us from seeing him like that. It's not easy to face someone you care about in that kind of condition, she said, her voice calm but tinged with sadness. I do hope he will be okay, said Achiko, walking in and sitting next to Jiro. Maybe we are just overthinking this. I mean, Izuku was the only one to hurt and he heals fast. We shouldn't try to stress about it, said Azui, patting Momo on the shoulder. Yeah, but still, said Jiro, sighing into her legs. I won't lie, Toru said softly, breaking the silence. It was something to behold. Izuku had so much power and energy coming off him. It felt surreal. She paused for a moment, her eyes distant as she recalled the events at the Uki. It was remarkable how he protected Momo and I. Yeah, it was, said Momo, thinking about how Izuku wanted to protect the two of them. It was admirable. Azui looked up to see Izuku's brother Ichiro walking around and to the kitchen. Hey, aren't you Izuku's brother? Ribbit. Ichiro looked over to the frog girl in curiosity. Yes, I am. Why? Why haven't you gone to see him? She asked as the other girls looked up at him. He'll be fine. Besides, why would I care about that? He said, starting to walk away from them. Because he is your brother, said Reiko flatly. Oh please, Izuku is and always will be fine. He needs to realize that he isn't the strongest and to not get in these situations. Oh, and Yaoyorozu, if you ever want to hang you. Know where to find me, he said, waving them off. Azui narrowed her eyes in frustration and anger. No wonder why Izuku has such a strained relationship with you. You're an a-hole, she said. You got that right. He's been like that for years, said Jiro, glaring at him. Excuse me, he asked threateningly as he glared at Azui. You heard me, Ribbit. You are an a-hole. I asked Izuku earlier why he doesn't talk to his brother and sister, and I just found out the reason why. To be honest, I don't blame him. I mean, at least Inori made the effort to go and check on him. Is she an a-hole too? She asked, looking to the group. Yes, she is. But like you said, she went to see him, which is better than just staying her prancing around, replied Momo in an instant. Oh, I'm done talking, he said, storming off to the kitchen, tired of this. Unbelievable, Azui muttered under her breath, her anger still simmering. Just a heads up to you girls. His siblings are like that all the time to him and other people, said Jiro. What the hell is wrong with his family? How did he turn out so nice? Most people would have gone off the deep and turned quiet or something, asked Mina, genuinely curious. Momo shook her head. I don't know, but it says a lot about his character. Well, we shouldn't stress too much about him. Everyone in class is worried, so let's take our minds off him for a bit, offered Reiko. The girls agreed and decided to chill out while their classmate was recovering. While the girls were watching a movie they had picked out, Jiro looked back to see Inori was walking back in through the door with a heavy expression on her face. She managed to slip away from the girls and walked over to Inori. Oi, called out Jiro as she walked up to her with a calm expression. Inori stopped mid-step, her eyes narrowing slightly as she turned to face Jiro. What do you want? She asked, her voice laced with mild irritation. Jiro crossed her arms, not intimidated in the slightest. You tell me. I ain't here to bullshit. Tell me how my friend is doing. Inori nodded at her and sighed. Izuku is still recovering and hasn't woken up yet. He had bandages all over his chest, arms, and legs, making him look like a mummy. They said he would wake up soon, but recovery girl sent me back for some reason, she said. Jiro's expression remained neutral, but she could feel a twinge of irritation at Inori's casual tone. Sent you back, huh? What, did she kick you out? She said that it was getting late and told me to head back, she said. Jiro studied Inori for a moment, trying to gauge whether she was being completely honest or just playing it off. The tension in the air was palpable, and Jiro couldn't help but wonder if there was more to this than Inori was letting on. She wasn't sure what to make of her, especially after seeing how Inori had distanced herself from Izuku for so long. Well, if that is all then, I'll get going, said Jiro as she turned around but was stopped by Inori with her voice. Inori's voice stopped Jiro in her tracks, her tone softer than before. Wait, Jiro, she said, her words hanging in the air for a moment. Jiro turned back around, raising an eyebrow. What's up? She asked, her arms still crossed, but her expression more open now. She looked around to make sure no one else was around and started to speak. Listen, firstly, I want to say I am sorry. I am sorry for what I said to you that day when we came on the tour to UA. I am sorry for calling you a lesbian, a beach, and an assortment of other things. I realize that I effed up as a sister and I treated Izuku like garbage. I know you probably won't forgive me for what I did to you and what I did to Izuku for years. I wanted you to know that I am going to be better, and you won't get any problems from me, and I won't give Izuku any problems. I will find a way to be better to him and to everyone else. Just know I am sorry for everything I have done, she said, bowing to her. Jiro stood still for a moment, surprised by the sincerity in Inori's voice. She wasn't expecting an apology, certainly not one this honest and heartfelt. Her usual tough exterior softened, and she uncrossed her arms, her gaze focused intently on Inori. You really mean that? Jiro asked, her voice calm, but with a hint of disbelief. Yes. I'm not asking for you to forgive me, and I realize that there is a chance Izuku will never forgive me, but I'm going to do everything I can to make it up to him, she said, standing back up but not making eye contact. I've been a coward for so long. I didn't want to face the fact that I hurt him, and I didn't want to admit how badly I messed up. But if I'm going to change, I need to face it. Jiro nodded at her. Well, you are right about one thing. I won't forget what you said to me that day, but it takes ball to admit that you are wrong, and that is the first step. I can't speak for Izuku for if he will ever forgive you or want you back in your life, but do know one thing though, Jiro continued. Actions speak louder than words. If you really want to make things right, you're going to have to show it. Not just to Izuku, but to everyone. You can't just say sorry and expect it all to be forgotten. You've got to prove it. I know, she said, looking up at her. I am going to get out of your hair, she said, walking away to go and sit on an empty couch. Jiro watched as Inori walked to a couch, her shoulders slumped, carrying the weight of her words. The air between them had shifted, the tension that had once been thick now starting to dissipate. But Jiro couldn't ignore the lingering uncertainty. Was Inori truly going to change? Or was this just another fleeting moment of guilt? With Izuku. Izuku opened his eyes to see that he wasn't in the hospital room like he thought he was going to be in. He wasn't in his mind space either. This was something different. He looked around to see an empty void with many colors of black, green, red, and many others. Izuku turned around to see energy was forming before him as three figures started to manifest. Izuku blinked in disbelief, his eyes scanning the strange, endless void around him. The colors swirling, black, green, red, and others, seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, but the sensations he felt didn't match the fear or confusion he expected. Instead, there was an undeniable sense of power and connection that coursed through his veins. It was as if he had been placed in the heart of something far bigger than himself. Before he could fully process the situation, the energy before him began to shift. It rippled and twisted as three figures slowly manifested out of the chaos, their forms beginning to take shape as they solidified in front of him. Izuku took an instinctive step back, his heart pounding in his chest. His first thought was that he was still dreaming, that his mind was playing tricks on him as he lay in his hospital bed recovering. But as the figures became more defined, there was no denying that this wasn't a dream. This was real. Hello, Izuku, said the first man. He was a tall man with a black head with silver hair done in a ponytail. Izuku was about to speak, but the man held up a hand. We do not have much time here, so let us do the talking. I am the third user of One for All, Bruce, my quirk being FA Gene. Next to me is Hikage Shinomori, the fourth user, his being Danger Sense. Lastly, the fifth user Baldi over there is Daigoro Banjo, his quirk being Black Whip. Izuku's eyes widened as if these were the guys that he used to create his quirks from. Wondered why they were here. Bruce continued to speak. We are here to tell you that what you did evolved the quirks, as I am sure you know, he said, clutching his side from part of him starting to fade away. Alright, the way FA Gene evolved was like this. FA Gene is now able to absorb some kinetic energy from attacks thrown at you. However, it can only absorb about 20% of that energy being unleashed on you. That is why you were able to defeat the creature a bit easier. The fourth user spoke up this time. Danger sense, Hikage said, his voice carrying an aura of wisdom. It has evolved into something far more intricate now. You've always had an instinct to sense danger, but now, your danger sense can tap into the very environment around you. It's not just about sensing threats to your life anymore. It's about feeling the intentions and emotions of those near you. You will sense any negative emotion being directed at you. I mean the severe ones, not the casual ones. More like malicious, hostile, or dangerous emotions. Your danger sense has evolved to detect these deeper, more intense feelings, allowing you to identify people with bad intentions or those who may pose a significant threat to you or your loved ones. You will even be able to sense the weight of the air around you. The atmosphere will shift based on the energy surrounding you, giving you a kind of emotional radar. Trust your instincts when you feel this shift, because your body will be reacting to things beyond the physical realm, he said as he faded away as well. The fifth user stood up proud to him, smiling. Black Whip, as you have seen, is now able to be spilt with itself to create multiple strands from the same strand. It can also stretch much further than before, with it being able to bend much easier to what you want to shape it, and it will now respond to your emotions better than just your physical input. Just be sure not to get superset while using, otherwise you will be in trouble. Izuku nodded as he processes this. He watched as the three users started to fade in out. Before they faded completely, Bruce spoke once more. We shall meet again 10th. Just continue to progress and you will be fine. Izuku's breath hitched as the feeling of connection, the power coursing through his veins, seemed to be pulled from him all at once. The energy began to dissipate like a fading storm, and everything around him turned to darkness. The colors, the voices, the sensation of otherworldly power, all of it disappeared, leaving him in a vast nothingness. He felt a sudden jolt, a pull at his core, and in the blink of an eye, everything came crashing back. Izuku gasped for air as his eyes snapped open, the harsh, sterile light of the hospital room blinding him. His body felt heavy, his head throbbing as if he'd been hit by a freight train. Slowly, he blinked, his vision clearing as he registered the familiar surroundings of the hospital bed. The beeping of machines and the faint smell of antiseptic filled his senses. Ugh, he groaned, rubbing his face with one hand, still reeling from the strange experience he'd just endured. He wasn't sure what had happened, but one thing was clear, whatever it was, it had left a mark on him. He looked down to see he was covered from head to toe in bandages. His right arm was in a cast, likely from the blow he unleashed on the Nomu. He was hooked up to N4 and looked around the room and saw the sterile white walls and the steady beeping of the machines that monitored his condition. The beeping was oddly soothing, but it also reminded him of the battle that had nearly cost him everything. His mind was still foggy, trying to process the experience in the void, and now he was back, lying in a hospital bed, his body battered and bruised. Well, hello young man, said Recovery Girl walking over to him. Izuku looked over to her and realized how much pain his body was in right now. His entire body was either burning, hurting, or itching from the pain. Thank you for helping me, Recovery Girl, he said, trying to sit up but was stopped by Recovery Girl's cane. Recovery Girl gave him a gentle but firm look, her eyes sharp despite her kind demeanor. Don't overdo it, Izuku. You've been through a lot. She placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to stay still. You're lucky to be alive after what you did. Your body needs time to heal. I know you're eager to get up, but trust me, rushing it won't help anyone, especially not you. Is everyone okay? He asked, leaning back. Recovery Girl nodded, her eyes softening as she gave him a reassuring smile. Everyone is fine, Izuku. They're all good to go, and you've been out for a while, so don't worry about them. You've taken the worst of the damage, but you're going to make it through, she said, walking over to the other side of him, kicking something on the ground. Toshinori, wake up. Your son is awake, she said, walking back to the other side of the bed. What? All Might's voice was groggy, followed by the sound of rustling fabric. Toshinori got up and looked over to his son with wide eyes. Oh my god, you're awake, he said happily. Why, you were here the whole time, Dad? Izuku asked, very surprised. He hadn't expected his dad to be here for him. Yeah, I have been. Inori was here too for a long while, but Recovery Girl sent her home to get rest, he said, rubbing the sleepiness from his eyes. Izuku still has an expression of surprise on his face as his sister, someone that tortured him for years, Dimineer, came to see if he was okay. Izuku was hit lightly from her cane but not enough to be hurt. Now listen here, young man. Do you know the injuries you received here today? She said, pulling out a list. You had 6 broken ribs, Izuku. 3 of them were fractured in several places. Your right arm was broken in 2 spots, and both arms sustained multiple lacerations. You also suffered severe muscle tears, particularly in your shoulder area and arm. The bruising was extensive, you're lucky none of the internal damage was more severe. If you had pushed yourself any further during the battle, we might not be having this conversation. Izuku's eyes widened as she spoke, the weight of his injuries hitting him like a ton of bricks. He had been so focused on the fight, on pushing through to protect everyone, that he hadn't even realized how badly his body had been damaged. Hearing Recovery Girl list off the details made it all too real. I didn't realize it was that bad, he muttered, trying to process the full extent of what had happened. His body had been pushed beyond its limits, but it didn't seem to matter when all he cared about was stopping the Nomu, saving his friends, and making sure they were safe. Yeah, you severely hurt yourself in the process, she said, somewhat annoyed. I can tell, he said, smiling slightly, and winced under the pain. Recovery Girl sighed as she backed over to him. Listen, as hurt as you are on your upper body, your lower body is good to go. You will hurt a lot for the next 12 hours in your arms and chest area, but I will need to give you a few more treatments tomorrow before you are healed for your upper body, she said. Does that mean I can go back to the dorms? He asked. Yes, that does, but so help me God Izuku, if you do something stupid, I will beat you, she said threateningly with her cane. Izuku chuckled weakly at her words but nodded in understanding. Got it, I'll try not to get into trouble. Recovery Girl huffed but seemed satisfied for now. I'll hold you to that. Now, get some rest. Before you head back. I don't want to see you stumbling around the dorms like a zombie. Toshinori stood up as he was prepared to help Izuku. You want to ride to the dorms, son? He asked. Yeah, that'll be nice, he said, pushing through the pain and sitting up. Toshinori moved closer, offering his arm for support. Izuku hesitated for a moment before taking it, gripping tightly as he swung his legs over the edge of the hospital bed. The sharp ache in his ribs and arms flared up instantly, making him isekai in a breath, but he refused to let it show too much. He had been through worse, he could handle this. Easy now, Toshinori said, his voice laced with concern. No need to rush. I know, Izuku muttered, adjusting to the movement. He hated feeling so weak, so dependent, but he also knew there was no way he was making it back to the dorms on his own without collapsing halfway there. As he stood, the shift in weight sent another jolt of pain through his upper body. His face twitched, but he straightened his posture. Toshinori gave him a careful once-over before nodding approvingly. Recovery Girl watched from the side, arms crossed. You boys take care. And Izuku, she added, pointing her cane at him one last time, if I hear that you aggravated your injuries, I will personally drag you back here myself. Izuku gave a weak thumbs up. Understood. Toshinori and Izuku walked in silence for a while as they made their way to the vehicle with his dad opening the door for him. Izuku carefully eased himself into the passenger seat, his sore muscles protesting every slight movement. Toshinori closed the door behind him before walking around to the driver's side and sliding in. Toshinori kept glancing at his son with worry before speaking. Sorry, son, he said quietly. Izuku raised a brow but let him continue. Sorry I wasn't there to help or defeat that Nomu thing. You had to step up to the plate for my absence. I am sorry I failed you again, he said sincerely. Dad. Izuku started, his voice soft. While I am still sad at you for how I've been treated these past years, just know the USJ and that Nomu, creature or whatever it was is not your fault. You physically could not have known that that was going to happen in the first place. Plus, I saw that you stopped several incidents this morning, meaning that you used all your time. Toshinori's hands tightened on the steering wheel as he took in Izuku's words. I'm still sorry though, Toshinori murmured, his voice tinged with regret. I should have been there even if I couldn't have anticipated that exact situation. As a hero, I should have been able to protect you. I get it, Dad, said Izuku, adjusting himself. But that wasn't your fault. A lot of stuff is your fault but the villains, and that Nomu thing wasn't. Toshinori nodded as he looked back to his son. There was a silence between the two of them when Izuku spoke up again. You said Inori came to see me earlier, he asked, holding onto the door handle as he turned the corner. Yes, she did. I texted her and Ichiro and she rushed in after a few minutes. I texted her. She had looked worried the whole time. Ichiro didn't show up though, he said quietly. Izuku had a blank expression as he thought about it. Inori showing was a surprise while Ichiro not showing wasn't. Though he didn't express he was glad Inori stopped messing with him. Not much was said between them as Toshinori pulled up to the dorms. He got out and opened the car door for him and Izuku stepped out with some pain. Do you need any more help, Izuku? He asked. I think I'm good. I need to be quiet since it's like 3 in the morning right now and I don't want to wake anyone up, he said, adjusting his cast. Are you sure? He asked, just wanting to make sure. Izuku gave a small, reassuring smile, despite the exhaustion etched across his face. I'm sure, Dad. I've got this, he said, adjusting the weight on his injured limbs. Toshinori didn't look convinced, but he gave a reluctant nod. All right, son. Just be careful. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me. His voice was thick with concern, his brow furrowed even as he tried to mask it with a smile. Izuku stuck out his left hand with a bit of pain as he wanted to shake his hand. Thanks for driving me back here and staying by me. He hesitated only for a moment before reaching out and grasping his son's hand. The grip was firm, but there was an unspoken understanding between them. "You're welcome, son," Toshinori replied quietly. "Take care of yourself." They let go of the handshake and Izuku opened the front door quietly as he walked into the huge open area. He saw his dad drive off and sighed. He hurt like hell and wasn't sure how his legs didn't get the slightest bit damaged in that fight. Izuku didn't know he was freezing and when he looked down and his sweat dropped. "I don't have a shirt on. That explains why I am cold right now," he thought. He looked up and saw that one of the community TVs was on and he walked over quietly seeing that a few of the girls were sleeping on the couch assuming they had watched a movie. Izuku's steps were slow and deliberate as he made his way into the common area, trying to minimize the noise with every movement. The dim light from the community TV flickered in the quiet space, casting long shadows across the room. As he approached the couch, he saw that Jiro, Momo, Ibara, and a few of the other girls were asleep on the floor and couches. He assumed they were watching a movie, and he smiled sadly. "I definitely worried some of them with what I did," he thought as he looked at all of them. He saw they were all not covered up with blankets. He quietly made his way to the small storage closet near the wall, moving with the precision of someone who had been awake longer than he cared to admit. His eyes flickered over the soft blankets and extra pillows that had been carelessly tossed aside earlier. He grabbed with a grunted effort and placed the blankets on them, making sure not to wake them. He looked at Momo, who he could tell was crying as her black hair lay across a pillow. He looked over to Jiro, who had the same look on her face and frowned. "Yeah, Kyoka and Momo are definitely set at me for hurting myself, but I had to so that everyone would stay safe," he thought to himself. He was soon done placing the blankets and decided it was time for bed. He wouldn't wake them now. He knew they needed rest. If he had to guess, a few of the girls were worried about him and they distracted themselves with a movie night. He slowly made his way up the stairs to his room where rest awaited him. Izuku turned the handle to his room and stepped inside. The familiar smell of his room greeted him, and he let out a breath, glad to finally be alone. He closed the door behind him and made his way over to his bed. The moment he sat down, he winced, feeling the sharp sting of pain in his side and arms. He adjusted his cast and covered himself with his blanket. He could only hope cell surge would kick in and heal him somewhat. Dorms next morning. Jiro inhaled deeply, stretching outward as the morning light of the sun shined through the glass windows. The gentle warmth of the sun on her skin felt comforting, almost like a soft embrace after the tense night. It was a new day, but the memories of the previous one still lingered in her mind. The worry for Izuku, the fear she had felt at not seeing him and wondering if he was okay. She was confused as to why a blanket was on her now because she didn't have one last night. Her fingers brushed over the soft fabric as realization set in. Someone had placed it over her. Someone who had been awake after she and the others had fallen asleep. She thought it was one of the girls after the movie night. She looked to the clock to see it was 7 a.m. and sighed. She was going to get up and see if she could see Izuku in the hospital. That DMN nerd. Always wanting to protect others and not give a DMN about himself. It pisses me off, she thought, annoyed at him. Slowly, Jiro pushed herself off the couch, careful not to disturb Momo, who was still curled up beneath her own blanket. She looked and smirked as Azui was rib-biting in her sleep, making her chuckle. She maneuvered around the others and walked her way to the kitchen. She needed coffee bad. She walked in to see that someone was already in there. Izuku. Her breath hitched as she looked at him looking into the fridge. His right arm in a cast with his other arm bandaged completely as well as parts of his chest. Izuku sighed as he pulled out a protein shake, shaking it up and turned around to see a startled Jiro standing in the doorway. He saw her start to shake and smiled at her. "Hi Kyoka," he said with a tired smile. Jiro stomped over to him, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Izuku, despite some of his battle experience, felt a chill run down his spine as he took a step back. He then felt her wrap her arms around him in a hug in a way not to hurt him. "You dumps," Jiro whispered, her voice muffled against his chest. "Do you have any idea how worried we were?" "How worried I was." Izuku stood frozen, his eyes wide as he felt Jiro's arms around him. He could feel her trembling slightly, her grip tight yet careful, as if she were afraid he'd disappear if she let go. His tired mind struggled to process the situation. Jiro wasn't usually this openly affectionate. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "If I didn't do anything, then Mr. Aizawa, Momo, Hagakure, and I would be." Jiro pulled back slightly, her hands gripping the fabric of his shirt tightly. "You would be hurt or worse. You don't need to throw yourself into battle like this." "But, Kyoka, this is the first time I've ever done something like that," he replied back to her. Jiro frowned, her grip on his shirt tightening. "That's not the point, Izuku," she muttered, her voice laced with frustration. "Even if this is the first time, it doesn't change the fact that you need to be careful. Do you know how it felt not knowing if you'd make it back in one piece?" Izuku opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words. He had always been focused on protecting others, never really stopping to think about how his actions affected those around him. He glanced down at Jiro, noticing the slight redness in her eyes. Had she been crying before she woke up? His heart clenched at the thought. Jiro sighed, running a hand through her messy bed hair before stepping back. Look, I get it. You feel responsible. You always do. But at the very least make sure that you stop and think about making sure you come back in one piece, please. Izuku stared at her for a long moment before nodding slowly. I'll try, he said, his voice soft. Jiro sighed, her shoulders sagging as some of her tension eased. Good, she murmured. Because if you pull something like that again, I swear I'll smack some sense into me? Izuku finished for her with a small, tired smile. Jiro huffed but smirked. DMN right. She finally stepped back, giving Izuku a little breathing room. He took a sip of his protein shake, and for a moment, the two just stood there in comfortable silence. It was a rare quiet moment between them, one that neither of them wanted to ruin just yet. The peaceful moment, however, didn't last long. Izuku. Both turned to see Momo standing in the doorway, her eyes widening in shock as she took in his injured state. You're awake, she gasped, rushing over to him. She wrapped him in a hug, and he winced in pain as she squeezed him tight. Momo, you are kind of squeezing our friend here, said Jiro somewhat jealous. Momo quickly pulled back, her face flushing red as she realized what she had done. Oh, I'm so sorry, Izuku. I didn't mean to hurt you, she exclaimed, her hands hovering over his shoulders as if she wanted to help but didn't know how. Izuku chuckled weakly, rubbing the spot where she had squeezed him. It's okay, Momo. Just a little sore. Jiro crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow at Momo. A little sore? Your whole body looks like it's been through a meat grinder, dude, she said, unimpressed. But when did you come back? Why didn't you wake us up? She asked, hovering over him. I didn't want to wake you all up so you could sleep. I got blankets for all of you cause some of you didn't have them, he said, taking a sip of his protein shake. Jiro gave Izuku a skeptical look, clearly not buying his explanation. You think we wouldn't have wanted to wake up and help you? She asked, her voice a little sharper than usual. Izuku lowered his gaze, feeling the weight of her words. I know, but you were all already so exhausted, and I didn't want to worry anyone more than I had to. He let out a small sigh, massaging his sore shoulder. Besides, I knew you'd all be angry if you saw how messed up I really was. Momo, who had been standing silently for a moment, stepped forward, her brows furrowed in concern. Izuku, we're not angry. We're worried. Then why does Kyoka look like she is about to strangle me? He asked, trying to calm her down. Jiro's earphone jacks twitched in annoyance. Because you are sitting her looking like you came out of an Egyptian coffin right now. Izuku let out a quiet laugh, though it was quickly followed by a wince. I'm really not that bad, he mumbled, but he could feel the burn of his sore muscles and the bruises that covered his body. His friends were right, he definitely looked worse than he felt. Cell Surge took care of him pretty decently. Soon everyone had some downstairs to see their class president back from the fight with Nomu, and Izuku was glad for the attention, but his was a bit much for him. Izuku sat back against the couch, the noise of his classmates' chatter swirling around him. Everyone was relieved to see him awake, and while he appreciated their concern, it was overwhelming. His body ached from the battle, his muscles sore and his bruises still fresh, but it was the emotional toll that was the hardest to shake. Even with the soft hum of their voices filling the space, he felt a strange kind of loneliness. Not that anyone was being distant, quite the opposite, in fact, they were all hovering around him, asking questions, offering support. He found out that both classes had the day off from admin to recover, and he was fine with that. He still needed to be healed to 100%, and he was feeling around 67% right now. Some people in Class B showed a mix of concern, happiness, and some jealousy they got to miss out on a fight. Ibara saw him and went up to hug him and said he was glad he was okay. Izuku felt his cheeks burn slightly as he watched Mineta squirm from the corner of his eye, trying to sneak a glance at some of the girls in Class B who were doting on him. Ibara, on the other hand, seemed genuine in her care as she pulled him into a gentle hug. I'm glad you're okay, Izuku, she said softly, her voice filled with sincerity. He was taken aback, not expecting the hug but appreciating the warmth of it. Thanks, Ibara, he muttered, a faint smile tugging at his lips despite the dull throb in his body. Conversation continued though Izuku saw a few UA teachers coming up to them. He saw Recovery Girl, which meant she was here for his finishing treatment. He also saw Hound Dog, All Might, and what looked like a detective approach the building. The arrival of the teachers shifted the atmosphere slightly. The lively chatter of the students quieted down, replaced by a murmur of greetings and acknowledgments. Izuku, despite the lingering ache in his body, straightened up a bit, a sense of respect and a touch of anxiety settling over him. Recovery Girl, her face etched with concern, made a beeline for him, her steps brisk and purposeful. All right, dear. Let's get you back to full health, Recovery Girl said, preparing a stamina shot to counteract the drain from her quirk. She administered the shot with practiced ease, her touch gentle despite the efficiency of the process. She gave him a long kiss on his right arm, and he felt all the pain in his body leave him. He could move his arms just fine now and he felt revitalized. The revitalizing effects of Recovery Girl's quirk washed over Izuku, the lingering aches and pains fading into a distant memory. He flexed his arms, testing their newfound mobility, a relieved sigh escaping his lips. "Thank you, Recovery Girl," he said, a genuine smile gracing his features. "I feel much better now," he said, taking off her cast. "You're welcome, dear," Recovery Girl replied, her eyes still holding a hint of concern. "But remember, even with my quirk, recovery takes time. Don't push yourself too hard, and make sure you get plenty of rest. Take 2 days of rest starting now." "Yes, ma'am," he said, nodding. All Might walked up to him, smiling as always as he tapped him on the shoulder. "I am sorry, young Izuku, but beings you were passed out yesterday. This detective here would like to speak with you," he said, gesturing to him. "The name is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi." The man introduced himself, his sharp yet kind eyes studying Izuku carefully. "I work with the police and have been assigned to investigate the events that took place during the recent attack." Izuku straightened his posture, his fingers unconsciously tightening into a loose fist. "Of course, detective. I'll answer anything you need." "Good, then let us go to the private room," he said, looking at the curious students. Class 1A and 1B. Watch Izuku walked into the room with All Might and this detective guy they saw yesterday. "I forgot Yagi bro fought that big bird-looking dude yesterday. I heard that it was stronger than All Might." Bakugo scoffed. "Bullshit. Izuku is nowhere near the strength of the #1 hero," he said, feeling a presence behind him. It was Hound Dog, and he carried an immense presence. "Good morning, everyone. I am Hound Dog, but more importantly, I am here to talk to anyone who was at the USJ yesterday. It is optional, of course, but I need to speak to 3 individuals. Ichiro Yagi, Inori Yagi, and Katsuki Bakugo," he said, walking to a private room, gesturing the 3 to go to him. The 3 friends didn't understand what was happening but decided to listen to the teacher. Inside the private room, Detective Tsukachi gestured for Izuku to sit. All Might closed the blinds to the room and got out of his buff form and stood beside Izuku, his usual boisterous demeanor replaced by a serious expression. The detective pulled out a small notepad and a pen, his movements precise and deliberate. "All right, Yagi," Tsukachi began, his voice calm and measured. "I understand you were involved in a significant altercation yesterday at the USJ. We've received reports of unusual activity, including the appearance of a powerful creature and the use of potentially dangerous quirks. Can you tell me everything you remember about what happened?" Izuku took a deep breath, trying to organize his thoughts. He recounted the events of the day, starting from the initial attack to his own confrontation with the Nomu. He talked about him saving Eraserhead from the Nomu as well as fighting it by pushing his limits. He also talked about how the villains had the agenda to kill All Might as well as the creature having the same strength as All Might. Tsukachi listened intently, occasionally interrupting with clarifying questions. He jotted down notes, his pen scratching against the paper. All Might remained silent, his eyes fixed on Izuku, a mixture of pride and concern etched on his face. He was proud of Izuku's bravery and quick thinking but concerned about the burden he was carrying. Izuku cleared his throat before speaking once more. "I do have a question about the Nomu." "I think did I?" he asked worriedly. Tsukachi paused, his pen hovering over his notepad. He exchanged a brief glance with All Might before turning back to Izuku. "No, Izuku, you did not kill the Nomu. It was apprehended. It's currently in secure custody. Not to mention the fact that Nomu isn't human. So, you have nothing to worry about." Izuku exhaled deeply. "But I didn't think about it till this morning and it made me worried." Tsukachi nodded. "That is all right. This thing is not human, and you defended your peers and teachers. You did the right thing," he said, closing his notepad and standing up. "Well, kid, I think that is all I have for you. Coming from the police force. Thank you for helping and stopping that abomination," he said, sticking out to shake his hand. Izuku hesitated for a moment before firmly grasping Tsukachi's hand, shaking it with a determined grip. "I just did what I had to do," he said, his voice steady. "I couldn't stand by and let my friends get hurt." Tsukachi gave him a small, approving nod before glancing at All Might. "Well, that concludes my questioning for now. If I need any further information, I'll reach out to you. "Sounds good," said Izuku as they made their way out of the room. "Ah, perfect timing," said Hound Dog, approaching them. "I need to speak with you, Yagi." "Follow me," he said. Izuku blinked in surprise but nodded, following Hound Dog as the pro hero led him down the hall to another private room. All Might and Tsukachi exchanged glances before All Might gave him a reassuring nod. As the door closed behind them, Hound Dog gestured for Izuku to take a seat. The pro hero's usual growl-like tones softened slightly, but the serious expression remained. "I won't take too much of your time, but after speaking with Detective Tsukachi and hearing the accounts of your classmates, I have a few things to go over with you." Izuku straightened in his chair. Of course, sir. Hound Dog crossed his arms. Let's start with the obvious. The way you fought the Nomu wasn't something a regular student should have been capable of. I know you pushed yourself beyond your limits, and I also know that kind of exertion comes with consequences. His sharp eyes locked onto Izuku's. How are you holding up, really? Izuku hesitated before answering. I feel fine now. Recovery Girl's quirk helped a lot. I know I pushed myself too hard, but at the time, I didn't see another choice. But I have something for us to do while we talk, he said, pulling out chess. You want to play chess while we talk? Asked Izuku, confused. Izuku looked at the chessboard, still slightly confused. Hound Dog's intense demeanor made it hard to imagine him sitting down for a game of strategy, but he wasn't about to question it. He nodded, sitting up straighter as Hound Dog began setting up the pieces. Yes, Hound Dog confirmed, his tone unwavering. Chess is a game of strategy, patience, and adaptation. You displayed all of those traits yesterday, but I need to see how you think when you're not under life or death pressure. Plus, it helps keep the conversation flowing. He finished arranging the pieces and gestured for Izuku to make the first move. Izuku studied the board for a moment before pushing his pawn forward. Alright, I'll do my best. Hound Dog made his move quickly, his eyes never leaving Izuku. So, I had meetings with your siblings and Bakugo, he said, moving a pawn forward. How did that go? I know you can't say what happened because of confidentiality reasons, but how was it? Asked Izuku curiously as he moved one of his pawns. Interesting to say the least, he said, thinking back to each other their meetings. Flashback, Bakugo's appointment. The door to the room slammed open with a loud bang, and Bakugo stormed inside, his usual scowl fixed firmly on his face. His hands were balled into fists, his posture rigid with irritation, but his eyes, those fiery, sharp eyes, betrayed a mix of frustration and confusion. Hound Dog didn't even flinch at the noise. He simply glanced up from his desk, his expression calm and unflinching, though his sharp gaze never wavered. Sit down, Bakugo, Hound Dog said, his voice low but firm. There was no room for argument in his tone. Bakugo huffed and practically threw himself into the chair, his shoulders hunched as if every inch of his being was already preparing for an argument. His usual air of defiance was thick in the room, and Hound Dog was aware that this conversation would not be easy. So, what the hell do you want? Bakugo growled, not even bothering to look at the pro-hero. Hound Dog leaned back in his chair, his claws tapping idly against the desk. I want to talk about the USJ incident. You were there. Yeah, I saw, Bakugo snapped, his eyes flashing with irritation. All I know is that Demon Deku went in and hurt himself. It was pathetic and weak. Hound Dog's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice calm but sharp as ever. You think Izuku is weak? Bakugo's face twisted in contempt. Yeah, I do. He doesn't belong in this school, let alone in the DMN hero program. He's a liability. Always has been. Hound Dog leaned forward slightly, his gaze steady. That thing he fought. The Nomu. It was as strong as all might. You can't honestly tell me you think that was weak. That wasn't luck, Bakugo. Like hell it was. Deku is someone that is going to die because he is an idiot and throwing himself into danger, he said, crossing his arms. Hound Dog narrowed his eyes for a moment. Why do you call him Deku? I have heard you and Izuku's brother call him that. Bakugo scoffed, leaning back in his chair as if the question annoyed him. Because that's what he is, he said, his voice laced with venom. A useless loser who should have never even thought about being a hero. Hound Dog's eyes remained steady. That's not what I asked. I asked why you call him that. Bakugo's jaw tightened. His fingers tapped against his arm in irritation. It doesn't matter. Hound Dog tilted his head slightly. It does. Words have power, Bakugo. The way you speak about Izuku, the way you speak to him, it's not just random insults. There's something behind it. Bakugo's scowl deepened. It started as a joke, alright? When we were kids, he always clung to me and his siblings, trying to keep up. It set me off. He was weak, always crying, always looking to me like I was some kind of demon hero. He should have known his place. I called him Death, because that's all he'd ever be. Useless. Hound Dog observed him carefully. And yet, you're the one storming in here, frustrated about what he did. That's not the point. He is supposed to be weak. I refuse to believe that he will ever be strong as or stronger than All Might, he yelled out. Hound Dog remained unfazed, his sharp eyes locked onto Bakugo's trembling fists. You refuse to believe it, or you're afraid to? Bakugo's body tensed as if struck by an invisible force. I ain't afraid of that ding nerd, he shouted, but the usual confidence in his voice wavered, just for a second. Hound Dog leaned forward, his elbows resting on the desk. You just admitted that Izuku fought something as strong as All Might. That he threw himself into danger, knowing he could die, and still managed to hold his ground. That doesn't sound like someone weak to me. That sounds like someone willing to go beyond his limits. Bakugo clenched his jaw so tight it hurt. He was reckless. He doesn't think. He just jumps in like an idiot and gets himself hurt. That's not strength. That's desperation. Hound Dog hummed thoughtfully. And yet, you're the one sitting here, fists clenched, voice raised. If he were truly as useless as you claim, would you be this worked up about it? Bakugo's eyes burned with frustration. He gritted his teeth, shaking his head. That's not. He forced himself to stand up, his chair scraping against the floor. I don't need to listen to this CRP. Can we be done? Hound Dog exhaled slowly, his expression unreadable as he watched Bakugo stand there, rigid with frustration. He could see the conflict boiling under the surface, the emotions the boy refused to acknowledge. Fine. We can be done, he said, setting down his pen. You will be returning here next week for another session. Bakugo's face twisted in irritation. The hell I will. I ain't coming back here to listen to this CRP again. Hound Dog remained calm, his unwavering gaze locking onto Bakugo's fiery eyes. It's not optional. Bakugo clenched his fists, sparks crackling between his fingers. You can't make me. Hound Dog leaned forward slightly, his sharp teeth just barely visible as he spoke in a firm, almost growling voice. You're not the only one affected by the USJ incident, Bakugo. Your teachers, your classmates, even All Might himself, everyone saw what happened. Everyone saw Izuku Yagi put himself on the line. Bakugo flinched. Hound Dog noticed but didn't comment on it. You may leave. Bakugo didn't hesitate to storm out of the office, slamming the door behind him with a loud bang. His breathing was heavy, his fists still clenched tightly at his sides as he walked down the hallway. That DMN BSTRD. That DMN nerd. That DMN Deku. I can't let him get better than me. I need to train, he thought as he walked away to work on his quirk. Flashback, Ichiro's appointment. All right, Ichiro Yagi. Would you like to tell me anything to start this conversation out? Asked Hound Dog. Not really. Why am I here? Ichiro asked, shuffling around. We are here just to talk. Talk about anything really, said Hound Dog, leaning back in his chair. Your brother fought in the USJ against that creature everyone is talking about? How do you feel about that? He seems quite strong. Deku isn't that strong, he said, grumbling. Oh, that's interesting, Hound Dog mused, tapping a clawed finger against the desk. From what I've gathered, he held his own against the Nomu, a creature designed to take down All Might. That takes a level of strength most people don't have. Ichiro scoffed, crossing his arms. He just got lucky. If it weren't for that healing lady, he'd be in a hospital bed right now. He's reckless, not strong. Hound Dog hummed thoughtfully. Reckless, perhaps. But strength isn't just about brute force. It's about determination, quick thinking, and endurance. From what I've seen, Izuku has all three. Ichiro's jaw clenched slightly, but he didn't respond. Hound Dog let the silence settle between them before changing the subject. What about you, Ichiro? How do you feel about what happened? About Izuku putting himself in danger? Ichiro scoffed again, looking away. I don't care. He does what he wants. It's not my problem. If he wants to do that, then he can go right ahead. Hound Dog studied him for a moment before making a note in his book. All right, if that's all you have to say, you're free to go. Here is another time for out session next week. What, I have to come back? Asked Ichiro, annoyed. Yeah, you do, not negotiable, he said, watching the teen huff out of the room. Flashback, Inori's appointment. Inori sat across from Hound Dog, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. Her expression was something like she was being scolded, and she had etched worry on her face. So, what's this about? She asked. Hound Dog rested his elbows on the desk, his claws steepled together. I just want to talk. Your brother was involved in the USJ attack, and I want to hear your thoughts on it. Well, I'm glad he's fine. I went to see him yesterday and he was hurt badly. I'm glad he's okay now though, she said, looking up at him. Hound Dog nodded, his keen eyes observing Inori's body language. It's good that you're relieved he's all right. But let's dig a little deeper. How did you feel when you first heard about the attack? Inori bit her lip, her fingers gripping the fabric of her sleeve. Honestly, I was scared, she admitted. Sometimes villain attacks are no joke, and when I saw how much he was bandaged up, it made me pretty worried. Hound Dog nodded, his gaze steady as he observed her reaction. That's a reasonable response. But let's talk about that worry and something else. Would you say you have a strong relationship with Izuku? Inori frowned. No, I don't. It's my fault for that, but still. Hound Dog tilted his head slightly, his sharp eyes studying her. Why do you think it's your fault? Inori gripped her knees with her frown deepening. Because I know it is. How do I put this? I used to bully Izuku. A lot. Ichiro and Kaken did too. Bakugo, she said, forgetting to use his real name. Hound Dog remained quiet for a moment, processing her words. His sharp gaze softened just slightly, recognizing the weight of her confession. You used to bully him? He asked gently, his voice not judgmental but probing. Inori nodded, her eyes avoiding his. Yeah. I didn't always treat him well. It got bad for a while. I will admit, I hurt him emotionally and physically. A lot. I stopped doing that about 9 or 10 months ago now. Still though, I doubt our relationship is ever go to mend or heal, she said, starting to get teary-eyed. She wiped her eyes for a second before speaking. I know he'll likely never forgive me, and I don't hold it against him if he did. I really am messed up. It hurt him in more ways than one. Inori, Hound Dog began softly, what you did in the past, that's something you'll have to live with. However, what you are doing now is something that is the first step to doing the right thing. You are acknowledging what you did. Now I will get into specifics of what you did to Izuku now because I think that I've asked enough for today. But know that it will be a long road from here on out. I understand, she said quietly, her voice shaky as she wiped away another tear. I know it's not going to be easy, and I don't expect things to just magically get better. I just wish I could take back what I did. But I know I can't. Hound Dog nodded, his eyes never leaving hers. Regret and acknowledgement are important, Inori. But you have to understand, what you did to Izuku hurt him in ways that won't simply fade with an apology. It's going to take time, patience, and effort on your part. Your words are the beginning, but your actions will show whether you're truly willing to change. I think that is all I have if you would like to leave, he said, gesturing to the door. Right? Thank you, sir, she said, walking out of the door, making sure she had no tears in her eyes. We can do another of these sessions, right? Of course, he said, smiling at her. Flashback and Hound Dog moved his knight and sighed. Like you said, I can't tell you much because of the confidentiality you talked about, but I will say one thing. In this profession, you never get bored of the people because of personalities and how they function. I guess that makes sense, Izuku said, watching as Hound Dog studied the board, his sharp claws hovering over a piece before finally moving a pawn forward. Everyone has their own way of thinking, and sometimes it's complicated. Hound Dog nodded. Complicated is an understatement, but yes. People have layers, Izuku. They aren't just good or bad. Sometimes people act out of fear, other times out of guilt, and sometimes they don't even understand their own emotions. Izuku frowned slightly, considering his next move. You're talking about Bakugo, aren't you? He asked as he slid his rook into position. Hound Dog's ears twitched, but he neither confirmed nor denied the assumption. I'm talking about more than just him, he said simply, countering with his knight. Your siblings, your classmates, hell, even pro-heroes. Everyone has moments where they struggle with their emotions and how they express them. Izuku exhaled, staring at the board but not really seeing it. I just don't get it, he admitted. Why do they still see me like I'm weak? After everything? Hound Dog tapped a claw against the side of the board. Because change isn't something people accept easily, especially when it disrupts how they view the world. If you were always weak in their eyes, then seeing you strong forces them to reconsider everything they thought they knew. That's not easy for some people. Check. Izuku frowned, deep in thought. I understand what you're saying. But sometimes, it just feels like no matter how much I change or improve, they still see me as the same old Izuku, the one who couldn't even stand up for himself before. He moved his knight, attempting to take a more defensive position on the board. Hound Dog's expression softened, but only slightly. That's the thing about people. They hold on to old perceptions, especially if those perceptions align with their comfort zone. It's easier to keep you in that box where they know how to deal with you. When you change, when you push against that, it's uncomfortable. And when people are uncomfortable, they either resist or react in ways that seem harsh. Checkmate. DMN it, said Izuku. Not bad for you first time playing with me, said Hound Dog. I get what you mean. I get people can change. I now some refuse to change, but this whole situation with my family is a big pile of papers that just keeps getting bigger and getting more and more unsorted, said Izuku. Yeah. It's understandable. But that pile will stop piling up and it will be organized soon. I can assure you that, Izuku. That and keep up the good work with schooling and heroics and all that. Just be sure not to throw yourself in and make up a plan on a whim like you did fighting that Nomu, said Hound Dog. You don't have to remind me of that one, Izuku said with a sheepish grin, rubbing the back of his neck. That was a bit much, I guess. I was just trying to do what I thought was right. But I can't afford to make mistakes like that again. That's okay. You make mistakes to learn from them. That is why you are here attending this school, he said, click his pen. Do you have any more questions before you go? He asked. No, sir. Thank you for your help, said Izuku, standing up. Izuku stood up, stretching his arms slightly after the long conversation. He had learned a lot from his time with Hound Dog, both about himself and the people around him. There was a lot of truth in what the older man had said. The weight of people's perceptions, the complexity of their emotions, and the challenges that came with changing how others viewed you, it was all a lot to process. But hearing it from someone who had experience in understanding people's minds made it easier to accept. Izuku still had a lot to figure out, but now he felt a little less lost. Hound Dog set the chessboard aside, his gaze softening as he watched Izuku. You're welcome, Izuku. Just remember, this isn't about getting everything right all at once. It's about growth. Every mistake, every wrong move, is part of that growth. And just like with the game, you'll get better the more you play. Izuku nodded, offering a small smile. Yeah, I understand. Thanks again, he said, leaving. As Izuku stepped out into the hallway, the quiet hum of the dormitory filled the air. He let out a slow breath, running a hand through his messy green hair as he processed everything Hound Dog had said. Growth wasn't something that happened overnight, nor was it something he could force others to recognize. He had to be patient. But patience wasn't always his strongest suit, especially when it came to proving himself. His feet moved on their own as he walked down the corridor, his mind still swirling with thoughts. The idea that people held on to old perceptions of him, that they resisted seeing him as anything but weak, gnawed at him. He knew Hound Dog was right, but that didn't make it any less frustrating. Before he realized it, he was outside, the cool night air brushing against his skin. The UA campus was quiet at this hour, most students having settled into their dorms or training privately. He found himself staring up at the sky, the stars twinkling against the vast darkness. You look like you're thinking too hard again. Izuku saw Todoroki eating soba with a blank look on his face. Todoroki? What's up? The sky, he said with the same blank expression. Izuku smiled at the joke, shaking his head. Didn't take you for the type to crack jokes, Todoroki. Todoroki shrugged, slurping up another bite of his soba. I've been working on it. Fuyumi says I should try being more social. Fuyumi? Asked Izuku confused. Oh, she's my sister. I am considered the baby of the family. You have Toya the eldest and is Frostflare. I recognized you from the sludge villain incident. Then there is Fuyumi, my elder sister. Next is my brother Natsuo and then there is me, he said pointing to himself with his chopsticks. That a pretty big family, said Izuku as he walked alongside him. Yeah, we manage, he said eating a bit more of his soba. I bet it's a lot of weight on your shoulders having your brother and father being big heroes. With Frostflare being 39th and Endeavor being 2nd on the hero charts, said Izuku trying to get another convo started. Todoroki paused, his chopsticks hovering over his bowl as he considered Izuku's words. There was a moment of silence before he responded, his voice quieter than usual. It does feel like a lot, sometimes, he said, his gaze dropping to the soba in his bowl. I never asked for this life. But it's the one I was given. People expect a lot from me because of my father and my brother. Sometimes it feels like they forget about me, or that I'm just living in their shadows. Yeah, well, I heard you did pretty well when going to get some backup when the USJ happened, Izuku said. I wasn't bad, but I still felt weird trying to leave when I felt I could help, he said setting his bowl down. Izuku nodded, understanding where Todoroki was coming from. Sometimes, you just have to make a choice, even if it feels like you're abandoning someone in the process. Todoroki sighed, running a hand through his hair. Yeah. I didn't want to be like everyone else, just standing on the sidelines while others got hurt. But at the same time, I couldn't risk making the situation worse by rushing in without a plan. I mean, you did make the right call in the end. Sometimes it's not about being the hero everyone expects, but being smart about it, Izuku added, trying to offer some reassurance. Todoroki looked up at him, his expression softening. Thanks. It's hard to balance what everyone expects of me with what I feel is the right thing to do. No problem. But I am going to go chill out for a bit, said Izuku as he waved him off. See you around Yagi, he said waving back. Izuku sighed as he went to and plumped himself on his bed. He would chill out for a bit because these past 24 hours were crazy for him. He took a 2-hour nap before he started to design ideas for a new hero costume. It was pulverized in that fight with Nomu, and he needed something better. He heard a knock on his door, but he continued to draw as he called out to the person. Come in. Achiko, Mina, and Reiko peeked around the corner to see Izuku was hard at work. It's time for dinner, said Achiko. Alright, thanks guys. I'll be down in a minute, he said not looking at them. Achiko sighed as she walked behind him and pulled on him. You were injured yesterday, and you have barely eaten today. Let's get going, she said tugging on him. Yuraraka, please just give me a minute, said Izuku whining. Achiko frowned, determined not to back down. Nope. Reiko frowned as she used her telekinesis to pull his sketch away. Hey, Yanagi, come on. Come and have dinner and you can get it back, she said calmly. Mina and Achiko were pulling on Izuku, but he was not budging. Joke's on you guys. I have a backup sketch, he said smirking. Mina gasped dramatically. Oh no, he's got a backup. She exchanged a mischievous grin with Achiko and Reiko. Plan B then, Achiko declared with determination. She activated her quirk making him float as Reiko used her own to drag him out of the room. Guys, you have got to be kidding me, said Izuku as the girls held him as he floated down the stairs. Izuku flailed slightly, his arms crossed in defiance as he hovered helplessly above the ground. He could have used Black Whip, but with Recovery Girl saying he couldn't use his quirks for a bit meant no fighting back. You know, this is technically kidnapping, he protested, though the slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth betrayed his amusement. Yeah, well, it's for your own good. Mina shot back with a grin, walking beside him as if this was the most normal thing in the world. Reiko, maintaining her calm demeanor, simply said, "You're eating dinner. No arguments." "All right, fine. You can put me down," he said, sighing as they got to the kitchen. The dining was bustling with students from class 1A and 1B, the air filled with chatter and the clinking of dishes. The delicious aroma of curry, rice, and miso soup wafted through the room, making Izuku's stomach betray him with a loud growl. Mina and Achiko burst into laughter. Your stomach agrees with us," Achiko teased, sticking her tongue out playfully. Izuku grumbled under his breath but grabbed a tray, piling it with food just to prove a point, or so he told himself. In reality, his appetite had returned the moment the food's scent hit him. They found a spot near the windows, the warm orange hues of the setting sun casting a cozy glow over their table. Kirishima and Kaminari were already seated, engaged in an animated debate about who would win. In a fight, Mount Lady or a literal mountain? I mean, it's literally in her name, Kaminari argued, waving his chopsticks for emphasis. But a mountain doesn't have feelings. It wouldn't care if it got punched. Kirishima shot back, grinning. Reiko sighed, shaking her head as she sat down. Why do I always end up at the weirdest tables? Because you secretly love us, Mina replied with a wink. Izuku chuckled, finally digging into his food. The first bite of warm, savory curry was like a burst of comfort after a long, exhausting day. He didn't even realize how hungry he was until he'd devoured half his plate. Todoroki joined them a few minutes later, his usual bowl of soba in hand. He slid into the seat next to Izuku without a word, his stoic presence oddly comforting amidst the chaos. "Oh look, it's the Soba King," Mina teased, nudging him with her elbow. Todoroki blinked slowly. "I like soba." "Truly a man of many words," Kaminari said with a grin. Izuku smirked as he felt something next to his head. Something whispered in his ear saying, "What's cooking good looking?" Izuku jumped as he saw the floating head of Setsuna. Izuku put his hands over his face as he sighed. "Please stop doing that," he said as she reattached her head. Setsuna's head floated mischievously before her body reappeared, still grinning. Come on Izuku. You're always so much fun to mess with. Besides, it's just a harmless little greeting." "Harmless? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Izuku grumbled, still holding his face in his hands. "Don't be so dramatic," Setsuna teased, crossing her arms as she took a seat next to Reiko. "You should be flattered, you know? I only do it to the people I like." Kaminari snorted. "I think she just likes making people freak out." Conversation flowed after that and Izuku smiled at the camaraderie. Not long after Izuku was done eating and everyone else went their separate ways. Reiko walked up to him with his sketch and handed it to him. Reiko approached Izuku with a small, knowing smile, holding out his sketchbook. "Here," she said, her voice calm and steady as always. "I forget to give you this in the dining hall." Izuku blinked, surprised. "Oh right, I didn't even realize." "Thanks, Yanagi." She nodded at him and walked away, leaving him to head to his dorm. He opened the door to his dorm and sighed as he lay on his bed. He wanted and needed sleep so he would get some. As he fell into the land of dreams, he appreciated the fact of how much his friends cared about him. The next day, the teachers of UA sat around the conference table in the staff room, their expressions grim as Detective Tsukachi began his briefing. The mood was heavy, the events of the USJ attacks still fresh in everyone's minds. The room was silent except for the soft murmur of Tsukachi's voice as he spoke, his tone steady but filled with the weight of what had happened. "I know everyone here is familiar with the incident," Tsukachi began, adjusting his glasses and spreading out a series of photographs across the table. "But we've gathered some additional intelligence on the villains involved. The situation was more complex than we initially thought." Aizawa leaned forward, his tired eyes narrowing. "What do we know about the villains?" Tsukachi placed his hand over the photos, each one depicting various members of the villainous group who had attacked the students at the USJ. The group's leader, Tamura Shigaraki, is connected to a larger organization. "We believe they're the League of Villains, a dangerous network of individuals with quirks far beyond the norm." "Shigaraki," All Might muttered, a deep frown pulling at his face. Tsukachi continued. "Shigaraki is a dangerous individual. His quirk, decay, allows him to disintegrate anything he touches. But what's more concerning is his ability to recruit others with equally dangerous quirks. We know he was behind the USJ attack, and we've found connections to several high-profile villains. Then there is Kurojiri who keeps to the shadows. MSTR of manipulation and deception. His quirk, Warp Gate, allows him to open portals and travel vast distances instantly. This makes him not only a formidable ally but also a dangerous escape artist. His ability to facilitate rapid getaways and the seamless transportation of other villains has made him an invaluable member of the League. Anything about their origins? Aizawa asked, his voice sharp. Where do these people come from? Tsukachi shook his head. So far, we don't have concrete information about their backgrounds, but we've been able to identify some of their quirks, as I said, for Kurogiri and Shigaraki. This is truly something indeed, said Nizu, taking a sip of his tea. They must have gotten in with that situation with the media, said Midnight, sitting up more. Snipe nodded. I agree. That is the only way they could have gotten in. But I think we got a bigger problem now. Aizawa turned his attention to Snipe. What do you mean? Izuku Yagi defeated that thing called Nomu that was comparable to All Might, meaning that the League has him on his radar now. That either means they will be wary of him or they will go after him, he said, turning his attention to Toshinori, who nodded. I was thinking that same thing, he said worriedly. Tsukachi nodded. That's exactly my concern. Based on what we know about Shigaraki, he's impulsive, but he holds grudges. The fact that Izuku defeated the Nomu, something designed specifically to challenge All Might, means Shigaraki won't forget him anytime soon. All Might's expression darkened, his usual light-hearted demeanor nowhere to be seen. This isn't just about protecting Izuku. If they target him, they'll endanger his classmates as well. The League doesn't care about collateral damage. Nizu steepled his fingers thoughtfully. Then we'll increase security measures around the campus and the dormitories. Not just for Izuku, but for all students. We can't risk the League exploiting any weaknesses. Toshinori nodded. I agree, but doesn't anyone else find it weird at how bold the attack was on the USJ was? Like, based on the reports of Izuku and Aizawa. Shigaraki seemed like a toddler throwing a tantrum who wasn't getting his way. They were doing this as an attention grab, he said. I agree. But I will work on security measures and get other things sorted out. As of now, we will remain vigilant and be wary, but we can't stress too much about it, said Nizu. Is that all, Detective? Asked Nizu. Yes, sir, that is, Tsukachi said, bowing slightly before gathering his documents. The room remained tense even as he stepped back, the gravity of the situation lingering like an unspoken weight among the teachers. When then, everyone may return to their normal duties, said Nizu as the teachers started to leave. Class 1A sat waiting patiently for their teacher to show up. Izuku was glad to know that Mr. Aizawa wasn't going to look like a mummy, as he only hurt his arm from the man using his decay quirk. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa greeted, his tired eyes scanning the room as he stepped inside. His arm was in a simple sling, the only indication of his injury. Despite his usual disheveled appearance, he still carried an air of authority as he walked to the front of the room. Will I have something very important to talk about that will change all of your lives, he said, making everyone tense. Aizawa's tired gaze swept over them, and his usual disheveled state seemed to add weight to his words. He adjusted his sling, then folded his arms across his chest. This is something you've all been waiting for, he said, letting the suspense build. The sports festival. Everyone cheered, as this is what everyone has either seen or has wanted to perform in for years. The festival is not just about winning or showing off, Aizawa continued, his voice steady but firm. It's an opportunity to demonstrate everything you've learned. You will be tested physically, mentally, and emotionally. Everything you've trained for up to this point will be put to the test. So don't go in thinking this will be just another school event. This is something that could shape your future as heroes. I can't give every little detail, but I will say that it is in 2 weeks. So, make sure that you all balance your studies and training well. The room erupted into excited chatter as soon as Aizawa finished his statement. 2 weeks. That was all they had before the sports festival, a huge event that could shape their future as heroes. Everyone was talking over each other, some excited, some nervous, and some unsure of what to expect. The energy in the room was electric, but Aizawa's stern voice cut through it all, silencing the room again. I know you're all excited, Aizawa said, his tone unchanged. But don't let that excitement cloud your judgment. The sports festival isn't just about speed or strength. It's about strategy, teamwork, and how well you can think under pressure. Each of you will face challenges that will push you beyond your limits, and only those who adapt quickly will succeed. Wait a second. Should we really be doing this if just had that villain attack that happened at the USJ? Asked Kirishima. Yeah, that a good point, said Kaminari. Mr. Aizawa nodded at the question. Yes, that is true, but what you need to realize is we are going to show people that the attack didn't affect us, and we can keep going. Plus, we all need to learn to bounce back when stuff like this happens. Not to mention we are double if not tripling security this year, he said, adjusting his cast. The room fell silent again as Mr. Aizawa's words sunk in. Despite the lingering fear from the recent attack at the USJ, his response carried a reassuring weight to it. It was a reminder that as future heroes, they had to be resilient, not just physically but emotionally as well. The weight of the responsibility was evident in his voice, yet he conveyed a sense of confidence that made the students believe it. Though the incident at the USJ was serious, Aizawa continued, we can't let fear dictate our actions. Heroes don't stop fighting because of a setback. We learn, we grow, and we adapt. This sports festival will test not just your physical abilities, but your mental and emotional ones too. Izuku pondered something for a moment before speaking. Not to mention Class 1A will be looked at more than other years this year. Aside from the third years, Izuku said, getting everyone's attention. Izuku's words hung in the air for a moment, and everyone turned to look at him. He wasn't one to speak up so directly in a situation like this, but the weight of the situation was heavy, and his observation was clear. Yeah, he's right, Reiko said, her usual calm voice cutting through the silence. With the attack at the USJ and the way things have been, all eyes are on us this year. They want to see if we have what it takes and show them the quirks we used to deal with the attack. Mr. Aizawa cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Regardless, that is true. You all will have the chance to show what you have. Make it worth your while. You only have 3 times to do it, this being 1, so make it worth your while. Lunchtime. Izuku walking down the hall with Achiko and Ida. Jiro and Momo had run ahead to save a seat in the cafeteria. I still can't believe the sports festival is happening so soon after everything, Izuku muttered, adjusting his bag over his shoulder. It makes sense, though, Ida replied, his hand chopping the air with his usual intensity. As Aizawa-sensei said, we must show that UA remains strong. It's also a crucial event for us to demonstrate our potential to pro heroes and agencies. Achiko nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, and it's kind of exciting, you know? Even with everything that happened, it's like we get to prove something, not just to others but to ourselves. Say, Uraraka. Why do you want to be a hero? Asked Izuku curiously. Achiko blinked, a bit surprised by the question. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes thoughtful. Why do I want to be a hero? She repeated, as if turning the words over in her mind. She smiled softly, with a hint of shyness in her expression. I guess, it started with my parents. Ida and Izuku slowed down, the words pulling their focus as they walked alongside her. Achiko glanced down at the floor for a moment, her fingers tightening around the strap of her bag. My parents run a construction company. They're hardworking and always putting in extra hours to make ends meet. They work so hard to build things for other people, but sometimes, I wish I could help them more, but they told me to find a different profession. She looked up at Izuku then, meeting his gaze with a soft but determined look. I want to be a hero, someone who can make a real difference, not just in the world, but for the people I care about. I want to do something for others, especially for my parents. That's pretty thoughtful of you, said Izuku, making her blush. Achiko smiled sheepishly at Izuku's words, her cheeks turning a little pink as she glanced away, feeling slightly embarrassed. I guess it sounds a little cheesy when I say it out loud, huh? No, it's not cheesy at all, Izuku said quickly, shaking his head. I think it's really admirable. Wanting to help the people you care about, that's a really strong reason to want to be a hero. Her blush deepened, but she couldn't help the small smile tugging at her lips. Thanks, Yagi. That means a lot. She glanced down at the floor for a second before looking back up at him, her eyes bright with a touch of determination. I guess, part of it is that I don't want to see them struggle so much anymore. They've done everything they can for me and now I want to give back, you know? Ida, who had been quietly listening to their exchange, couldn't help but add his own perspective. I respect your sentiment, Uraraka, he said, his usual energy back in full force. Helping others is the foundation of what it means to be a hero. Your resolve is truly commendable. Achiko gave him a small, appreciative nod, but her thoughts were still fixed on her parents and what she wanted to accomplish. Yeah, I think a lot about how I could use my quirk in ways that can help more people. Even if I don't have the flashiest ability, I know there are ways to make a real difference. I've been practicing and I'll keep pushing myself until I can do that. Thanks again for the compliment, Deku, she said, not knowing the implications of that word. Did you call me Deku? He said, sweating a bit. Achiko blinked at Izuku's reaction, tilting her head in confusion. Yeah, I did, but is something wrong? Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously, feeling a familiar knot form in his stomach. Well, it's just that Deku was kind of a nickname people used to, make fun of me. He let out a small, awkward chuckle, hoping to downplay his discomfort. Achiko's eyes widened in realization. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Yagi. I didn't mean it like that at all. I heard Bakugo call you that several times, so I thought that it meant something like, you can do it. She waved her hands frantically, her expression filled with guilt. He scratched the back of his neck, his face tinged pink. When you put it that way, I guess it doesn't sound so bad. Achiko's face lit up with relief, her worried frown quickly replaced by a bright smile. Really? You don't mind if I call you that, then? It kinda suits you. When she put it like that, maybe Deku would be a good term to use. Maybe he could turn it from something of torment or something of good. Why, he stammered, feeling the warmth creep up his neck and settle on his cheeks. I think I like it. Achiko's grin grew wider, her eyes sparkling with genuine warmth. Awesome. Then it's settled. Deku it is. Izuku smiled at a new chance to have the damnable name become something better. The group of three were interrupted when they heard a loud booming voice down the hallway. Young Izuku is here, yelled out All Might as he pointed at him. Izuku just stared at his father, wondering what the hell he was doing to stop him in the hallway. All Might? He asked confusedly. Lunch, he said, holding up some food. You want to eat with me? He asked cutely. Achiko was gushing behind him as Izuku was trying to put two and two together. If he wants to speak with me like this, it has to be incredibly important. Maybe I should follow him, he thought as he looked at him warily. Go on, Yagi. It might be important, said Ida, gesturing for him to go. I'll catch you guys later, Izuku mumbled to Achiko and Ida, who both gave encouraging smiles. Achiko's gaze lingered a little longer, her soft smile giving him a surprising boost of confidence. Achiko and Ida made their way to lunchroom, seeing Jiro and Momo in line. Hey guys, said Achiko, running up to them. Jiro turned her head slightly, her usual cool demeanor intact, as she gave a small wave. Oh hey Uraraka. Ida. Where's Izuku? He is with All Might right now, replied Ida. Jiro raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. With All Might? That sounds serious. I mean, it's not every day the symbol of peace calls someone out like that. Momo nodded thoughtfully, adjusting the tray in her hands. Considering how intense the USJ attack was, it wouldn't surprise me if All Might wanted to personally acknowledge Izuku's efforts. He did perform exceptionally well under pressure. He has a pretty strong liking to him, said Achiko, catching the attention of dual quirk user in front of them. Todoroki showed interest as the group walked away, wondering about the relationship between All Might and Izuku. Teacher's Lounge. All Might opened the door to the Teacher's Lounge to show Inori and Ichiro waiting there as well. You've got to be kidding me, Izuku thought as he took a seat the furthest away from his siblings. All Might transformed to his skinny form and sighed as he sat down in front of all three of them. Ichiro sent a glare at Izuku, who paid no mind to him, but Inori hit Ichiro to set him straight after the slightest bit of satisfaction with Izuku. All right, you three. I needed to say this to you all so that you are made aware, but according to some recent tests, I have about 2 hours and 40 minutes left on my transformation, he said, informing them. Izuku's eyes widened ever so slightly as he looked at his father. His time was shrinking less and less, and soon, the number one hero of All Might would be no more. Ichiro looked a bit more worried than usual. But you need to be the symbol of peace. Inori, always the more level-headed of the two siblings, shifted her gaze to All Might, her brows furrowed with genuine concern. Is there anything we can do to help? Or, is this related to your injury? All Might gave her a weak smile, his gaunt face shadowed with fatigue. Sharp as always, Inori. Yes, it's due to the injury I sustained years ago. The damage is irreversible, and my time as the symbol of peace is limited. That's why I brought you three here. His gaze drifted to Izuku, softening slightly. Why us? Asked Inori curiously as she moved some blonde strands of hair out of the way. Truth be told, with my time slowly starting to decrease, there will need to be someone, or rather multiple someones, to take over as the symbol of peace for when that time comes, he said, pointing at the three of them. The room fell into a heavy silence, All Might's words settling like an invisible weight on the shoulders of his three children. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest, his thoughts racing. Multiple symbols of peace? Ichiro's face twisted with a mixture of confusion and frustration. Wait, you're saying we have to replace you? His tone was sharp, tinged with disbelief. That's impossible. No one can replace All Might. But why is Izuku here anyway? He isn't exactly strong. He received a smack on the head from Inori. Just keep your mouth shut, you idiot. Ichiro winced, rubbing the back of his head as he shot a glare at Inori. Hey, I'm just saying what everyone else is thinking, he muttered under his breath. Inori's expression didn't change, her cool demeanor unshaken. Yeah, well, not everyone else is in this room. So, you'll keep quiet unless you've got something useful to say. Izuku was actually surprised that Inori stood up for him but decided to ignore it for now and focus. Anyway, the point that I am making is you three have the sports festival to show off and shine to the people that you are here, he said, walking to the window. Agencies and the people of the world will be watching you and seeing what you have to offer. Like I said, why is Izuku here then? Asked Ichiro. Toshinori sighed as he looked to his eldest. Ichiro, shut up, he said, getting annoyed with him. I am trying to make it up to my son for being a shitty father but including him with stuff I never had before. The least you could do as a brother is to be happy for him. Dad, don't worry about it, it's fine, I'm used to it, said Izuku was silenced. No, it's not fine. These past years for you are not fine and I am making it up to you, so stop saying it is fine, he said, looking at the three of them again. Regardless, the point that I am making is you three are the heroes of the future. You three will show the world I am here, he said proudly, transforming back into all might. Ichiro scoffed as he stood up from his seat, adjusting his blonde hair as he got up from his seat. Yeah, I already know I am. You didn't have to get this meeting together to say it, he said, putting his hands in his jacket as he walked out of the door. Toshinori sighed at his eldest as Inori and Izuku looked at each other. Izuku felt weird that he was included in this. In a good kind of weird. He looked to Inori and his father, who had been trying and making an effort. He could see that. But there was a part of him that knew they had a long way to go because he didn't feel anything. Not yet anyway. A few hours later with Izuku. Izuku sighed as he was writing down in his journal about his friends and classmates' quirks. Recovery Girl had told him not to train today and only for today, but it was killing not to do so. He understood that he had to be sure he would be fine, but still. It was a bit annoying. While everyone else was working out or working on their quirk, he felt a bit out of it and was working on everyone's quirk analysis for Class 1A and Class 1B. He smirked a bit at his talk with his sensei earlier. With him protecting Aizawa, he asked him to stay after for a quick chat. Flashback. Mr. Aizawa adjusted his arm. Sling as he sighed, looking at his problematic student. It wasn't even a week yet and he was a pain in the butt already. Listen, Izuku Yagi. Firstly, I would personally like to thank you for protecting your classmates and even myself when I wasn't strong enough to do the job. You also saved me from further injury, he said, holding up his injured arm. Izuku shifted awkwardly in his seat, rubbing the back of his neck. I just did what anyone else would have done, sensei, he said with a small smile. Aizawa sighed, already feeling a headache forming. That's the problem, Yagi. Not everyone would have thrown themselves into danger like that without hesitation. You're reckless. Aizawa continued, his tired eyes narrowing. I don't want to discourage your instincts, but if you keep jumping into fights without thinking, you're going to get yourself killed. You should have waited for backup instead of charging in like you did. Izuku sighed as he stood up from his seat. Yes, I get that. But I will not stand by and watch the sensei that I just got less than a week ago get beat to a bloody pulp from that Nomu. You said it yourself, you would have been hurt much worse. You probably would have looked like a mummy like I did for a bit, he said, trying to prove his point. Aizawa's sharp eyes narrowed further, his lips pressing into a thin line. The kid had guts, he'd give him that. But guts without caution got people killed. You think this is a joke? Aizawa snapped, his voice low but carrying the weight of authority that made even the boldest students pause. Izuku stiffened, his confident facade cracking just a little. No sense. I'm serious. But what was I supposed to do? Stand there and watch? Why are we arguing anyway? You quite literally would have done the same thing if it was anyone else in the same situation. The truth is I am glad I was able to step in and save you. Not to mention the only reason I hurt myself was because my body can't use the full power of one of my quirks yet. I have no regrets about protecting you and my classmates, sensei. I would do it again, he said, staring at him without trying to waver. Aizawa's jaw clenched, his sharp gaze locking with Izuku's unwavering eyes. The kid wasn't backing down, not out of arrogance, but sheer conviction. It was infuriating and impressive all at once. That's exactly what I'm afraid of, Aizawa muttered, his voice quieter now but no less intense. He leaned forward slightly, resting his good arm on the desk, his injured one held tightly against his chest. You say you have no regrets, but what happens when your luck runs out? The same thing could be said for you, sensei. No offense, but you didn't exactly deny what I said Izuku, looking away from him, not wanting to see his eyes. Aizawa's eyes narrowed even further, his gaze sharp enough to cut steel. Izuku wasn't wrong, but he had to realize he was 15 years old, not some man in his early 30s who had years of experience firsthand like himself. Listen, kid, Aizawa muttered, standing up and slowly making his way around the desk, wincing slightly as his injured arm throbbed with each movement. He stopped in front of Izuku, placing a firm hand on the boy's shoulder with his good arm. It wasn't harsh, not a reprimand, but a grounding gesture, one that carried the weight of everything Aizawa wanted to say but struggled to put into words. For a brief moment, Aizawa just stared at him, studying the defiant yet sincere green eyes that refused to waver. That stubbornness, that fire, it reminded him of himself when he was younger. But it was also the very thing that had nearly gotten him killed more times than he cared to count. You're not wrong, Aizawa finally admitted, his voice quieter now, almost as if he was letting down a barrier. But you're not right either. Izuku blinked, confused. What do you mean? Aizawa sighed heavily, running a hand through his messy black hair. It means being a hero isn't just about saving people in the heat of the moment. It's about surviving long enough to keep saving them. Every choice you make has consequences, not just for you, but for the people around you. It's about finding a balance. Izuku's brows furrowed. He wanted to argue, to push back like he always did, But something about Aizawa's tone made him pause. This wasn't just another lecture. This was personal. I've lost people because I thought exactly like you do now, Aizawa continued, his eyes distant for a moment, as if looking at ghosts only he could see. Friends, teammates, they were brave, strong, and full of that same conviction I see in you. But bravery without caution? It's just recklessness with a nice label. The room grew heavy with silence, the weight of Aizawa's words settled over them both. Izuku swallowed hard, feeling a lump form in his throat. He'd never thought about it like that, not really. He always saw the glory, the heroism, the act of saving people. But what about the aftermath? What about the heroes who didn't come back? I don't want to lose any more students, Aizawa admitted quietly, his grip on Izuku's shoulder tightening just a fraction. That hit harder than any scolding could have. Izuku's breath hitched slightly, his heart pounding in his chest. He wasn't used to hearing things like that, from anyone, really. His whole life had been about proving himself, pushing forward, trying to be enough. But here was Aizawa, not just as a teacher but as someone who genuinely cared. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered after a moment, his voice barely audible. I didn't mean to make you worry. Aizawa released his shoulder, stepping back and waving dismissively. I'm not worried. You're just too much of a pain in the butt to let die. Izuku laughed softly at that, the tension in the room easing just a little. Got it. I'll try not to be that much of a pain. Aizawa smirked slightly, shaking his head. Too late for that. They stood there for a moment longer before Aizawa gestured toward the door. Go. Get some rest. And don't even think about sneaking in extra training. Recovery girl's orders. Izuku groaned playfully. She's scarier than you when she's mad, you know. You're not wrong. Izuku grabbed his notebook from the desk, tucking it under his arm. But before he left, he paused at the door, glancing back over his shoulder. Thanks, Sensei, for everything. Aizawa just nodded, his expression unreadable, but his eyes were softer than usual. Flashback and he never took Aizawa to have a soft side, but his face showed he had lost people many times over. He took his advice to heart and would use that for the future. He continued to write about his classmates when he heard a boom right next to him, scaring him and making him jump up. He looked to see Pony smiling at him, setting down her books about Japanese. Pony! Izuku gasped, clutching his chest dramatically, though a sheepish grin crept onto his face. You almost gave me a heart attack? Pony tilted her head, clearly amused, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Sorry, Izuku. I didn't mean to scare you. I guess I don't know my own strength when I drop things. She let out a light laugh, her accent soft but noticeable as she continued to adjust her books. Speaking of which, are you able to help me with my Japanese? Sure. I'd be happy to help, Izuku replied, sliding his notebook aside to make room. Pony beamed and quickly pulled out a textbook along with a small notebook filled with her handwritten notes. Thanks, Izuku. I've been trying to get better at writing kanji, but some of them are really tricky. I keep mixing them up. Izuku chuckled softly. Yeah, kanji can be pretty tough. But once you get the patterns down, it gets easier. Which ones are giving you trouble? For the next hour, Izuku sat with Pony, patiently guiding her through the intricacies of the Japanese language. His notebook lay forgotten to the side, replaced by a shared focus on Pony's textbook and notes. Say, you said you knew English because your dad went to the US for a number of years, she asked, making sure. Yeah, he was there for a few years, like 30 years ago, and learned English. He passed it on to me and my siblings, and that's how we know it. I know a few more languages though, he said as he corrected her mistake in the kanji she was writing. Pony's eyes lit up with curiosity as she set her pencil down. Wait, really? Do you really know more languages? That's so cool. What other languages do you speak? Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head modestly. Well, aside from Japanese and English, I know Mandarin, French, Spanish, and Korean fluently. Pony stared at him in awe, her mouth slightly open. That's so impressive. I can barely manage Japanese, and you're juggling all of that. Izuku shrugged, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. I guess I've always liked learning new things. Plus, it helps with hero work, you know? Yeah, that will be awesome for you, she said, writing her kanji once more. Say, Pony, this might be weird, but are you related to Cow Lady? I have a few more questions for you after that. Oh my gosh. You really know about her? Yeah, I am. She's my aunt. She is a big reason I want to be a pro hero, she said excitedly. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. No way, she's your aunt? That's amazing. I've heard of her before. She's one of the most unique heroes out there in the United States. Her quirk is so interesting. Pony's face lit up with pride. Yeah, she's always been a huge inspiration to me. Growing up, she'd tell me all these stories about her experiences as a pro hero, and that's what got me into wanting to do the same thing. I've always admired her strength and how she's able to stay calm in such intense situations. What were the other questions you had for me? Well, it is about you, Quirk Horn Cannon. I understand the mechanics of your quirk and I was wondering if I could help you improve it, he said, clicking his mechanical pencil. If you couldn't tell, I am a nerd. Pony giggled, clearly entertained by Izuku's self-deprecating remark. A nerd, huh? Well, if you've got ideas to help me improve, I'm all ears. I've always wanted to be able to control my quirk better. Izuku smiled, flipping through his notes. Okay, well, based on what I know about your quirk, horn cannon works by generating a massive burst of energy from the horns on your head, right? He asked, looking up for confirmation. Pony nodded, tapping the side of her head where two horns protruded, their smooth surface gleaming slightly in the light. Yeah, that's the essence of it. I can only control two at a time though, otherwise, it makes me really exhausted and all that fancy stuff, she said. What I was thinking is pretty simple, but you could just increase the number of pairs of horns you are shooting so that it just gradually goes up. Think about it like this. Do you know hawks? He is able to control every feather he has and that makes him very versatile. Think of it like you could be able to use 20 sets of horns all at once with the right training, said Izuku. Pony's eyes sparkled with interest as Izuku spoke. Wait, so you're saying I could control multiple pairs of horns at once, like 20 at a time? That sounds incredible. But how do I even begin to do that without getting exhausted? Izuku chuckled softly, adjusting his glasses. It's definitely a lot to take in, but I think it could work with practice. First, we need to build your endurance. You already know how to manage two horns, right? So, the next step would be working on progressively adding more, but in small bursts. You would gradually build up the strength to handle multiple sets without wearing yourself out. Like muscle training but for your quirk. Pony furrowed her brow, trying to imagine the process. I think I get it, but how do I make sure I'm not overdoing it? I don't want to collapse after every training session. Well, it's all about pacing yourself and learning your limits. You'll start small with 3 pairs and see how you feel. After each attempt, take a rest and see how your body reacts. Your quirk is essentially an extension of your physical stamina, so you'll need to listen to your body, Izuku explained. He scratched his head thoughtfully. But that's not all. I also think there's something you can do with the way your horns generate the energy. Pony nodded as she stared at Izuku, smiling warmly at him. Without warning, she picked him up into a hug, lifting him off his feet. Thanks so much, Izuku. I really appreciate it. I'll need to work on this as soon as I can. Izuku was once again surprised by her strength as she held him in the air. His face flushed red as he nervously tried to wave his hands. Pony. It's really no big deal. You don't have to. Sure, Pony said softly, laughing as she gently set him back down, still grinning from ear to ear. It's just a hug, silly. You've helped me a lot, and I'm really grateful for it. She tapped him on the shoulder playfully. Besides, it's not every day I get advice from a genius like you. Izuku blinked, still a bit stunned by her enthusiasm. Genius? I'm not a genius, I really like thinking about quirks and how to improve them. Pony laughed again, cutting him off. You're humble too. I like that about you. She paused, her expression softening as she looked at him more seriously. You know, not a lot of people would take the time to help me like this. They probably think I can figure things out on my own because of my quirk, but you actually sat down and listened. I really appreciate that, Izuku. Well, I was happy to help, he said, scratching the back of his neck. Cozy-eyed Tsuraba looked over to them and was curious about the other Yagi triplet. Ichiro was cocky while Inori was quiet, so maybe Izuku was also different. He could use help with his quirk too. He walked over to Izuku with some confidence as he went up to him. Hey, other Yagi triplet, he said, getting his attention. What's up, Tsuraba, right? Asked Izuku. Cozy-eye nodded as he looked at him. I didn't mean to listen, but you were giving Pony ideas for her quirk, so I was wondering if you could give me ideas on solid air if you have it, he asked. Izuku looked at Pony, who nodded to him and smiled at Cozy-eye. Sure. If solid air is about to create platforms, barriers, and walls that are super strong, my advice is you should, obviously, train your lungs, which is common sense. But I would like to see if you can train enough to create weapons from your breath. It would be a lot more helpful if you could create a sword, spear, or even axe. Or better yet, see if you can throw the platforms you make. Cozy-eye's eyes widened with curiosity, and he crossed his arms as he processed Izuku's suggestion. Weapons made out of air, huh? That's something I hadn't really considered. I usually just focus on using my quirk for defense or getting a good foothold when I'm jumping around. But I like the idea of making something offensive. Izuku nodded, his enthusiasm building. Exactly. Your quirk has a lot of untapped potential, and it's all about rethinking how you use it. You've got strong platforms and walls, so why not take it a step further? If you can learn to manipulate your breath to create more solid constructs, you could even make tools or weapons that are just as effective as anything made of metal. It's like sculpting with air. Cozy-eye scratched his chin, clearly intrigued. So, you're saying that instead of just thinking of solid air as a defensive quirk, I could turn it into something offensive too? Yeah, pretty much, replied Izuku. Man, that would be insane, Kozai muttered, his eyes now gleaming with excitement. A sword made of solid air, it'd be so light, but at the same time, super strong. I could use it for long-range attacks too, right? If I can control how the air flows, I could make a spear or even a long-range blade. Thanks, dude, I appreciate it. Izuku smiled, glad to see Kozai so excited. No problem. I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. Just take it one step at a time and experiment with your control. Start small and build up. As Kozai walked off to start his training, several members from both Class 1A and 1B had been watching from a distance, intrigued by the conversation. The idea of developing new ways to use their quirks was a topic that always fascinated them, and Izuku, being the natural problem solver he was, seemed like the perfect person to offer advice. Izuku helped several people over the course of the next hour. If he had to keep track, he talked to Pony, Kozai, Mina, Mineta, Tetsutetsu, Reiko, Kaminari, and even Kinoko, who was really shy with him. Each student came up to him with a unique question or request for help with their quirks, and Izuku eagerly offered whatever advice he could, always trying to help them push their abilities to the next level. It makes him feel good. Helping others get stronger. With all of this help he was doing, it reminded him of something. After he was done helping Kinoko, he ran the stairs to his room to get something he had made for Jiro. He pulled out the item and was proud of his creation as he walked to Jiro's room. He knew she was training her earphone jacks by playing darts and figured not to walk in, but now it was as good a time as any. He knocked on her door holding the box he had been waiting expecting. Jiro opened the door with her earphone jack and smiled at Izuku. Jiro arched an eyebrow, her usual laid-back expression softening with curiosity as she noticed the box in Izuku's hands. "Oh hey Izuku. What's up?" she asked, pulling one of her earphone jacks back from the doorframe where it had been listening for any disturbances. Her sharp eyes darted from his face to the small, neatly wrapped package he was clutching. "Hey Kyoka. Sorry to bother you while you're training. I made something for you." Jiro's interest was visibly piqued. She leaned against the doorframe, crossing her arms casually, though there was a subtle gleam in her eyes. "Oh yeah? What's in the box?" "Something awesome," he said as she let him in the room. "And what is this thing that is awesome?" she asked as tossed some stuff out of the way, trying to have him see the displaced dirty clothes on the floor. "Something I made for you," he said with her hitting him. "Would you just tell me already?" she asked, wanting to know already. He set the box down on the table she had in her room and brought it out to show gloves. "These are your sound gauntlets Mark II, he said, handing it to her. She turned the gloves over in her hands, inspecting every detail. The craftsmanship was precise, the materials were lightweight yet durable. "Sound gauntlets Mark II, huh? These look way more advanced than the ones I've been using. Wait, where is the plug-in for my jacks and why are there extended sleeves?" she asked, examining the black soft material. Izuku smiled as he leaned against a dresser. "That's the best part. You don't need your earphone jacks anymore. So, I was thinking about something. You said that you can use your heartbeat to create a frequency. So, what I thought of was this," he said, helping her with the gloves as he pulled sleeves over her forearm. "So, here's the deal," Izuku began, his voice laced with excitement. "Mark I was bulky and full of metal and all that, but Mark II is lightweight and has very minimal bulk to it. The sleeves are embedded with conductive fibers that sync directly with your muscle movements and, more importantly, your heartbeat. I added microsensors that detect the subtle vibrations from your pulse, converting them into energy you can channel through the gloves without needing to plug in your earphone jacks. You are able to do this because you have something called a brachial artery that runs down your arm and arteries are connecting to the heart, so, yeah. Thus, you do not need to plug your jacks to help you anymore. You could use these gloves as well as the amps in your legs at the same time to help you in battles and all that." "So, you're telling me these gloves can amplify my quirk just by syncing with my heartbeat?" Jiro asked, still in awe. "Yes ma'am. I could do the same for the amps on your legs eventually," he said, leaning on the way. The fabric had a sleek, matte finish, almost like a second skin, with subtle red accents woven into the seams and circuitry lines. The contrast between the deep black and vibrant crimson gave the gloves an edgy, stylish look, perfectly matching her punk rock aesthetic. Thin, crimson lines traced intricate patterns across the back of her hands, branching out like veins of energy that pulsed faintly when she activated her quirk. "These look badass. I like the fingerless gloves idea," Jiro muttered, rotating her wrist to see how the light caught the red accents. The crimson wasn't just painted on, it seemed to glow slightly when she focused her heartbeat, following the flow of energy through the microsensors embedded within. It wasn't overwhelming, just enough to give the gloves an electrifying, dynamic vibe as if they were alive with power. Izuku, still lingering by the door, smiled sheepishly. "I thought the red would suit you. It complements your hero costume, you know? Plus, the color's not just for looks. The red lines are conductive fibers that help channel your sound waves more efficiently. They guide the energy flow, reducing feedback and stabilizing output when you're using high-frequency attacks. Jiro's eyes lit up even more. So, they're not just cool, they're functional too? Exactly, Izuku said, his grin widening. Form and function. She chuckled softly, clearly impressed. You really thought of everything, huh? I am a proud nerd, he said as he touched her arm sleeves and showed her the gloves. These are comfy too, he said. Jiro flexed her fingers, feeling how seamlessly the gloves moved with her. The snug fit was perfect, not too tight, not too loose. She clenched her fists and released, the material stretching smoothly without any resistance. This is seriously amazing, Izuku, she said, her voice quieter now, but filled with genuine appreciation. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, his cheeks tinting slightly. I'm just glad you like them. I wanted to make something that wouldn't just enhance your quirk but also feel natural, like an extension of you, instead of just another piece of gear. Jiro's gaze softened at his words. You really are a nerd, she muttered playfully, before giving his arm a light punch. He laughed, rocking slightly from the impact. Guilty as charged. She focused again on the gloves, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. So, how do I activate them? Izuku perked up, his excitement returning. Oh, that's easy. Just channel your heartbeat like you normally would, but instead of sending the vibrations through your earphone jacks, think of them traveling through your hands. The microsensors will pick up on the changes in rhythm and convert them into an amplified output from the brachial artery. Jiro nodded, taking a steady breath as she let her quirk flow naturally. A soft, thrumming sensation pulsed through her hands, and the crimson lines on the gloves responded instantly, glowing faintly in sync with her heartbeat. Her eyes widened. Whoa, that's insane. Izuku grinned. Try a small sound burst. Jiro lifted her hand and focused, sending a controlled shockwave forward. The gloves absorbed the vibrations and emitted a sharp, concentrated sound wave that cracked the air but didn't scatter wildly like usual. The energy was focused, more precise. Jiro let out a low whistle. That's so much cleaner than before. I barely put any effort into that. Yeah, the idea is you use these for a bit and after a while see if you can use the attacks without the gloves and go from there, he said. Jiro looked at him fondly. You know I must repay you for this, right? This is all so much in a good way. I need to pay you back for this. Izuku waved his hand dismissively. No need for repayment. Just go out there and keep being awesome, Kyoka. Dude, stop being humble and let me repay you, she said deadpanning. Izuku scratched his head, trying to suppress the slight blush that crept up his neck. Really, Kyoka, I'm just happy you like the gloves. You're the one who's going to make them shine. I don't need anything in return. Okay, but I will repay you. Besides, buddy, I am starting to think that you are giving me special treatment, she said leaning towards him. Izuku's face turned an even deeper shade of red at her words, his heart pounding a little faster than usual. He could feel the heat rise in his cheeks as he stammered, I'm not giving you special treatment, I swear. I made something for Momo and Kaminari too. It's just. Jiro raised an eyebrow, her playful grin widening as she crossed her arms. Oh really, she said, tilting her head slightly. You're not giving me special treatment when you go out of your way to make me custom gloves that enhance my quirk? Her tone was teasing, but there was a glint of amusement in her eyes, clearly enjoying seeing Izuku flustered. Izuku put his hands over his face in embarrassment. Can't I just do something for someone I care about without being teased? He said, his voice muffled by his hands. Jiro couldn't help but chuckle at Izuku's reaction, her grin softening as she watched him try to hide behind his hands. I'm just messing with you, Izuku, she said with a light chuckle, nudging his shoulder gently. Izuku slowly lowered his hands from his face, still blushing, but now with a small, sheepish smile. You're mean, Kyoka, he mumbled, though there was no real bite behind his words. Oh come on. I am not that bad, she said, hugging him tightly. I genuinely do appreciate the gift. You are a certified nerd. Jiro, sensing his hesitation, chuckled softly and pulled back just enough to look him in the eye. You're really not good at accepting compliments, are you? She teased, her tone light and warm, but there was a hint of fondness in her eyes. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, still flustered but now trying to ease his discomfort with a sheepish laugh. I guess not, he admitted, his voice a little quieter than usual. Jiro smiled softly at him, her arms crossing as she tilted her head slightly. Well, I think you should start focusing a little on yourself too. You deserve to be appreciated. She paused, her gaze softening further. I mean, it's not every day a nerd like you makes custom gear for people. You really do go above and beyond. Izuku chuckled as he looked at Jiro. Yeah, I guess. Well, that was all I wanted to show you. I need to go give Kaminari and Momo their things, he said, trying to shuffle away from her. Jiro raised an eyebrow, clearly not ready to let him go just yet. Oh, so now you're trying to escape, huh? She said, her teasing tone back in full force. Don't think I'll let you off that easy. You still haven't answered my question about repaying you. What was that noise? Must have been the wind, Izuku said, trying not to laugh. Jiro rolled her eyes, a grin tugging at the corners of her lips. Don't you Skyrim me. You can't just pretend you didn't hear me. I'm serious, Izuku. You've gone out of your way to help me, and I want to show my gratitude. She took a step forward, leaning in with a mischievous glint in her eye. You'll just keep dodging me, won't you? Izuku stumbled back slightly, his face flushing even deeper. I'm not dodging, there's nothing to repay. It was no big deal, I promise. Jiro chuckled, clearly enjoying every second of his flustered state. No way, no way. I'm not buying it. You're too humble for your own good, you know that? Alright, fine. You can repay me, but don't spend anything like $1 billion or something like that, he said, caving in. Jiro smirked as she watched her go to the door. Okay, I'll try not to. Thanks again, Izuku, you the best. No problem, ma'am, he said, saluting her awkwardly before shuffling out of the room. Izuku sighed as he wiped his face and knocked on Momo's door holding her gadget. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to steady himself after Jiro's relentless teasing. His face was still warm, but he shook it off as he focused on the task at hand. He had spent so much time fine-tuning Momo's gadget, making sure it would complement her quirk perfectly. He just hoped she'd like it. A moment later, the door opened to reveal Momo, her expression shifting to pleasant surprise when she saw Izuku standing there. Oh, Izuku. What brings you here? She asked, stepping aside to let him in. Izuku held out the sleek bracelet he had crafted. I made this for you, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. He opened the box to show a slim bracelet-like band and handed it to her. This is called the Formaband. In a nutshell, it allows you to scan an object and shows you the chemical and structural needs in order to make it easier for you to do stuff on the field. Momo's eyes lit up with genuine curiosity as she gently took the Formaband from Izuku's hands. The sleek, metallic finish glimmered under the dorm room's soft lighting, its streamlined design clearly crafted with both functionality and aesthetics in mind. She carefully fastened it around her wrist, feeling the light yet durable material adjust snugly. This is incredible, Momo breathed, running her fingers over the subtle engravings along the band's surface. You designed this just for me? Izuku scratched the back of his neck, his face tinged with pink. Why, I thought it could help you optimize your quirk, especially during high-pressure situations. It scans objects, breaks down their components, and provides you with detailed chemical structures. That way, you don't have to rely solely on memory, you'll have real-time data. Momo tapped the small embedded screen, and a soft blue light flickered to life. A simple interface appeared, displaying icons for scanning, data analysis, and material logs. She pointed her wrist at the wooden desk nearby, and within seconds, a holographic projection displayed the composition: cellulose, lignin, hemicellulose, complete with structural diagrams. Her eyes widened in awe. This will change everything for me, she whispered. Izuku, this is beyond thoughtful. It's scientifically brilliant. She looked up, her expression softening with gratitude. You always think of ways to help others. I really appreciate it, she said, hugging him tightly. Izuku rubbed his neck again, the compliment making him fidget nervously as he hugged her back. I just wanted to support you. I know how hard you work, and if this makes things even a little easier, then it's worth it. Well, I am grateful. I'll be sure to repay in return for this incredible device and no buts, she said, letting go of him. Izuku chuckled nervously, knowing better than to argue when Momo had that determined look in her eyes. All right, he conceded, holding up his hands in surrender. I can't wait to use this, she said excitedly as she started to jump around in excitement. I'll let you get used to it, he said with a small smile, stepping back toward the door. But before he could fully turn the handle, Momo's voice stopped him. Wait, Izuku. He paused, glancing over his shoulder. Momo was still standing in the middle of her room, the Formaband gleaming on her wrist. Her face was flushed slightly, though whether from excitement or something else, Izuku couldn't tell. Would you like to stay for a bit? She asked, her tone softer now, the confident edge from earlier replaced with a hint of shyness. Maybe help me figure out all its functions? Izuku blinked, surprised by the invitation. Oh sure. If you want me to. Momo smiled warmly, gesturing for him to come back inside. Izuku's heart did a nervous flip as he stepped in, closing the door behind him. They both sat down at her small desk, the Formaband resting on her wrist like it belonged there. Izuku leaned in slightly, pointing to the sleek interface. So, this icon here is for scanning. You can aim it at any object, and it'll break down the chemical composition in real time. If you tap this one, it stores the data for future reference, kind of like a library for quick access during battles. Momo followed his instructions carefully, her fingers gliding over the smooth surface of the device. It's so intuitive, she murmured, genuinely impressed. Did you design the software interface too? Izuku nodded shyly. Yeah. I wanted it to be simple enough to use under pressure but still detailed enough to be useful. Guess you could say this was creative. Momo paused, her fingers hovering over the formaband's sleek interface. Slowly, she turned her head to look at him, an amused smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Did you just make a pun about my quirk? She asked, raising an eyebrow, though her tone was filled with light-hearted amusement. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku replied quickly, his face turning an even deeper shade of red as he avoided Momo's amused gaze. Well, about time you started using puns on me instead of Tokoyami, she said, scanning a lamp nearby. Momo chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She was always so composed, always so poised, yet moments like these, when she let down her guard, reminded him of how human she truly was. It was a rare glimpse into her more relaxed side, and it made his heart race even faster. You're adorable when you get all flustered, Momo said, her teasing tone gentle and affectionate. She continued to tap on the formaband, her fingers moving with ease as she explored the various functions he had explained. Okay, Momo, is that all you needed help with? He said, not wanting to look at her. Momo noticed the way Izuku was avoiding her gaze, and her teasing smile softened. She knew she had embarrassed him a little, but it was all in good fun. Still, there was something endearing about the way he got flustered around her. She could tell he wasn't quite used to these kinds of interactions, and it made her heart ache with a gentle fondness. Hey, I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable, Momo said, her tone shifting slightly to a more sincere one. She turned her attention back to the formaband, tapping the screen a few more times to test out its functionality. I just wanted to make sure I understood everything. Izuku blinked, realizing she wasn't trying to tease him anymore. He looked up at her, his nervousness still present but slowly subsiding. No, it's fine. Really. I'm just not used to, spending time like this with you. His words came out in a rush and he immediately regretted them. He was rambling again. Momo looked at him, her expression softening even more. I understand, she said gently. You're not the only one who's not used to it. She paused for a moment, as if considering something, before speaking again. But, Izuku, I enjoy these moments with you. More than you might realize. Izuku's heart skipped a beat at her words, and he stared at her in surprise. His breath caught in his throat as he tried to make sense of what she was saying. Why you do? Momo gave him a small, reassuring smile. Of course I do. I mean, we don't get to spend a lot of time like this, but I always look forward to moments when I can just be myself with you. When you're not analyzing things or trying to be the hero. Izuku felt the weight of her words settle in his chest. He was always so focused on doing what was right, so intent on helping everyone around him that he often forgot to take a step back and just enjoy the moments that mattered, like now. Like sitting here with Momo, talking about something as simple as the formaband and its features, yet feeling the connection between them grow stronger. Thanks, Momo, he said quietly, his voice thick with gratitude. I really appreciate that. I think that was all I had, Izuku, she said, smiling at him. You should go give your gadget to Kaminari before it's too late. I should probably go, he said, his voice soft but tinged with a lingering warmth. Thanks for letting me help, Momo. I'm glad I could assist with the formaband. If you need anything else, just let me know. Momo smiled back at him, her eyes sparkling with that familiar mixture of intelligence and kindness that he admired so much. Of course, Izuku. You're always welcome here. There was a subtle yet genuine affection in her words, and it made Izuku's heart race again. He wasn't sure what it was, but something in the air between them felt different now, more open, more comfortable. As he reached the door, he paused and turned back around. You'll be okay with the formaband? He asked, still not entirely sure if there was anything else he could explain. Momo gave him a confident nod, her smile widening. I think I'll manage. But I'll call you if I need any more tips. Izuku felt his cheeks flush slightly, but he nodded back. Okay, great. I'll see you around then? Definitely, Momo replied, her voice soft but assured. Izuku shut her door and sighed, pulling out the third and final gadget. Kaminari was on the third floor, so he had to make a trip to the floor above him. Brushing off his flustered feeling from Momo and Jiro, he upped the stairs to go to Kaminari's room and give him his gadget. Izuku was honestly surprised that this stuff came easy to him, but he would do anything to make sure everyone succeeded. He reached the third floor and walked down the corridor toward Kaminari's room. Izuku knocked gently on Kaminari's door, his heart still beating a little too fast for his liking. A few moments passed before the door swung open, revealing Kaminari in his usual laid-back, somewhat disheveled state. His hair was sticking up in all directions, and he wore a wide grin, clearly in a better mood than usual. Hey Yagi. What's up? Kaminari greeted, stepping back to allow Izuku inside. Oh, well, I noticed and heard from some people that your quirk has a side effect of electricity going everywhere, right? Such as needing to touch someone to electrify them, he asked, wanting to verify. Kaminari blinked at Izuku for a moment, clearly surprised by the question. His grin didn't falter, though, and he scratched the back of his head. Yeah, that's right. My quirk, electrification, can cause a little chaos if I'm not careful. It's like a constant charge, and when I'm in a high energy state, it can sometimes affect the people around me unless I really concentrate on controlling it. I can't exactly turn it off at will, but I've gotten better at keeping it in check. He chuckled sheepishly. Still, I've zapped a few people by accident. Then I would like to help you with these, he said, opening the box to show black gloves. I call these the Volt Vanguards. Do you want me to explain the dumbed-down version of these or the super smart version? Asked Izuku, looking at him. Kaminari's eyes widened as Izuku pulled out the black gloves from the box. He looked at them for a moment, then back at Izuku, a mixture of curiosity and amusement in his gaze. Volt Vanguards, huh? Sounds pretty cool already. He scratched his chin, giving Izuku a playful smirk. Well, since you're the genius behind this, hit me with the super smart version. I'm sure I'll appreciate the details more. Izuku's face lit up with excitement, his earlier nervousness momentarily forgotten. He took a step forward, carefully holding the gloves in both hands as he began to explain. Alright, so these are designed to help you control the flow of electricity more precisely. The Volt Vanguards are lined with conductive mesh that works in tandem with your quirk. They channel your electricity into specific pathways, essentially acting as a control system for your power. Instead of just letting the electricity go wherever it pleases, these gloves give you more control over where it goes and how it spreads, using them in streams or in lightning bolts. Kaminari's eyes widened as Izuku continued to explain. Wait, so I can literally control how my electricity moves now? I can make it go where I want and decide if I want a small zap or a full-on bolt, he asked, a mix of excitement and disbelief in his voice. Yeah. Though this is only for your hands and arms, Izuku responded, his voice growing more enthusiastic. The conductive mesh inside the gloves is designed to guide the electrical current. When you activate your quirk, the mesh directs the flow of electricity into the desired pathway, which allows you to target specific areas, whether that's a small spark or a full discharge. This means you won't accidentally hit anyone around you with a stray bolt. You can actually choose the intensity of the charge by adjusting the pressure you apply with your fingers. The harder you press, the stronger the charge. Kaminari's grin widened, and he rubbed his hands together as if testing them out. Man, this is crazy. I can actually control the zapping? That's gonna make things way easier. I don't even know how many times I've fried my classmates in middle school when I got too excited. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching his cheek. Yeah, I figured you'd appreciate that part, but remember that you can still overload. I couldn't figure a way around that. You never know. You might be able to control your quirk without them. That's perfectly fine, dude, don't worry about that. Besides, this is so dope, he said, putting them on. They were black with yellow accents and that typical fingerless glove that Izuku had made for Jiro on her sound gauntlets. Kaminari pulled the gloves on with a wide grin, the yellow accents popping against the sleek black fabric. He flexed his fingers and immediately felt a subtle tingling sensation as the conductive mesh inside began to react with his quirk. His eyes widened in wonder as he concentrated on the gloves, testing their limits. Whoa, I can feel it already. It's like the electricity's flowing differently. He paused, taking a few moments to adjust and experiment with the gloves. Okay, I gotta try this out. Just try it out on me, said Izuku, stepping out into the hallway. Huh? Asked Kaminari, really confused. Kaminari, one of my powers is being able to be resistant to all electrical attacks, he said, showing Jolt to prove his point. Oh yeah, I forgot, he said, walking with him to the middle of the hallway. Izuku led the way into the middle of the hallway, standing a few feet in front of Kaminari. His nerves were steady now, knowing that his resistance to electrical attacks would keep him safe. Kaminari, still a little surprised, adjusted the Volt Vanguards on his hands and took a deep breath. Alright, here we go. I've got to test this out if I'm gonna get the hang of it. He flashed Izuku a quick grin. You're sure you're gonna be fine, right? Izuku nodded confidently. I'm sure. Kaminari raised his eyebrows, smirking. He focused on his hands, feeling the gloves settle against his skin, the conductive mesh reacting to his quirk with every small movement of his fingers. He could feel the surge of power building in his body, and with a deep breath, he extended his hand forward toward Izuku. The first spark came quickly, just a tiny jolt of electricity flickering from his fingertips. It wasn't much, but Kaminari was still getting used to the precision of the gloves. He clenched his hand into a fist and pressed his fingers together more deliberately, trying to focus the energy. The spark intensified into a steady stream of controlled electricity that flowed in a straight line toward Izuku. Izuku stood still, feeling the electricity as it hit his skin, but it didn't even cause a twitch. The energy crackled harmlessly against his body, and he grinned at Kaminari. It's working, right? I barely feel anything. Kaminari couldn't help but chuckle. Well, it's not exactly like I'm trying to fry you, but it's a good sign that it's all going in the right direction. I feel like I can control it more with each try. He concentrated a little harder, the flow of electricity becoming more intense, but still, it was perfectly timed and controlled. Try increasing the pressure a little more, Izuku suggested, his voice calm and encouraging. You'll be able to generate a stronger charge that way. Kaminari raised an eyebrow. You sure about that? I don't want to blast you or anything. Izuku chuckled. Don't worry. Trust me. You won't hurt me. What the heck are you two doing? Asked Toru stepping out of the hallway. Izuku looked to see Toru in the motion of tapping her foot with Mina and Reiko poking their heads out. Nothing, said Kaminari in a compromising position aiming the glove at Izuku. We are doing some stuff, said Izuku making them curious. What kind of stuff? Asked Mina poking her head out further. Kaminari lowered his hands slightly, laughing nervously. Just some light quirk testing. You know, hero stuff. Mina stepped fully into the hallway, her hands on her hips and a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Hero stuff? Looks more like trying to zap your friend stuff. Izuku shrugged, unfazed. It's for control training. Kaminari's new gloves, Volt Vanguards, help channel his electricity more efficiently. I'm helping him test their limits. Reiko, ever the observant one, narrowed her eyes slightly. So, you're the guinea pig? Technically, yes, Izuku replied with a smile. But I'm the perfect candidate since I'm resistant to electrical attacks. Toru giggled, her invisible form becoming more noticeable with the shimmer of her gloves. Well, if you're handing out shock therapy, I want to watch. Mina bounced on her heels. Same. Actually, I want to see how strong these gloves really are. Kaminari, think you can hit Izuku with full power? Kaminari's grin faltered. Full power? I mean, that's kind of risky. Izuku waved off his concern. It's fine. I can handle it. Kaminari charged up his attack, pointing at his Volt Vanguard squarely at Izuku. 1.3 million volts, he announced, his voice carrying a mix of excitement and tension. The gloves hummed with energy, yellow accents glowing brighter as sparks danced wildly around his fingertips. With a sharp inhale, Kaminari unleashed the full force of his attack. Multiple streams of concentrated lightning burst from his gloves, crackling violently as they surged toward Izuku. The hallway lit up with intense flashes of yellow, casting long shadows against the walls. The roar of electricity was deafening, like a thunderstorm trapped in a confined space. Izuku stood his ground, his body tensing slightly as the electric currents slammed into him. Sparks exploded around his silhouette, but true to his word, he didn't flinch. His quirk absorbed the energy effortlessly, the raw power dissipating harmlessly across his skin. A faint grin tugged at the corners of his mouth as he raised a hand, signaling Kaminari to keep going. Kaminari stood frozen, his arms still partially raised, sparks faintly flickering from the fingertips of his Volt Vanguards. His once confident grin had melted into that familiar, vacant expression, wide-eyed with a goofy smile plastered across his face. His posture slumped slightly, and he wobbled on his feet like someone who just spun around too many times. Izuku sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose as he walked over. You went and fried your brain, man. Mina burst into laughter, doubling over as she clutched her stomach. Oh no, he's got the look again. Classic Kaminari. Toru giggled too, her gloves clapping together with excitement. It's like he never learns, huh? Kaminari's head tilted slightly, his grin unwavering. Pudding tastes like thunder, he mumbled, then burst into a weak, aimless giggle. Mina's laughter hit a new pitch. Oh my gosh, what does that even mean? Izuku chuckled softly despite his concern. Yep. He's definitely scrambled. Izuku crouched beside Kaminari, shaking his head with a small, amused sigh. Man, I told you not to overdo it. Kaminari's goofy grin remained, his eyes glazed with a blank yet oddly satisfied expression. Thunder pudding is mine, he mumbled dreamily, his voice trailing off into soft giggles. Mina couldn't control her laughter anymore. She was practically on the floor, tears streaming down her face. Thunder pudding, I'm never letting you live this down. Toru snorted, leaning against the wall for support. We've got to write that down somewhere. Like on a plaque or something. Izuku, though amused, gave Kaminari light taps on his cheek. Hey, Kaminari, focus. You okay in there? Kaminari blinked slowly, his vacant grin faltering slightly. He squinted as if trying to reboot his brain. Where's the pudding? Izuku sighed, fighting the smile creeping onto his face. There's no pudding, man. You just zapped yourself silly. Kaminari blinked a few more times, trying to process what Izuku said. No pudding. His eyes darted around, confused and lost. But what? I'm pretty sure I saw it. It was right here. His hand reached out, into the air as if searching for the elusive treat. His tongue stuck out in concentration as he flailed his arms. Mina wiped away the tears from her eyes, still laughing. I can't, she gasped between laughs, believe you're like this. Thunder Pudding, Kaminari, really? She managed to catch her breath, but the image of her friend, so utterly out of it, was just too much to handle. Izuku shook his head, giving a sigh of both exasperation and affection. You really did a number on yourself this time. That was a bit of all of our faults. He gently tapped Kaminari's shoulder, trying to steer him back to reality. Just relax, okay? I've got you. Izuku pulled up his sleeve as he placed his hand on Kaminari's head as he concentrated on it. What are you doing, Yagi? Asked Reiko calmly as she put her hand on Izuku's arm. Izuku looked up at Reiko, who had approached quietly, her usual calm demeanor slightly more concerned than usual. He gave a small shrug, trying to keep things under control. I'm trying to use my quirk to heal him. It took a few more seconds before a faint green glow was emanating around his head. Izuku's wasn't sure Cell Surge would work, but with how it was working thus far he was fine with it. You can heal people as well? She asked calmly once more as Toru and Mina got around the two boys. Yeah, I can. I have a faster healing rate from the stockpiled energy in my body, but I can also heal others. It isn't as good as Recovery Girls, but Kaminari will be good to go soon, he said. That still is impressive, Yagi, Reiko said, bending down to examine the gloves. So, you are a genius, fighter, inventor, and healer? Quite the impressive list, she said as Kaminari was starting to come around. Kaminari sat up, still swaying a little, but there was a growing sense of clarity in his eyes. He looked at Izuku, his grin turning into a more genuine smile. Man, I can't believe you just healed me like that. No pudding? Well, I'm kinda disappointed, but I'll take not being brain-fried. Izuku gave him a small chuckle, brushing the hair out of his face. I think we can all agree that you've had your fill of brain-frying for today. Yeah. I think I am going to stop testing these bad boys for today, he said, taking them off. Thank you, Izuku. I appreciate the Volt Vanguards. I think I am going to go to my room to chill out. Sorry for disturbing you girls. Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, sorry about that, girls. Mina waved her hand dismissively, still giggling. Are you kidding? This was the best thing I've seen all day. Thunder Pudding. I'm framing that moment in my brain forever. Toru nodded enthusiastically. You know we are never letting you live this down, right? Kaminari slumped as he walked into his room. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Izuku groaned, though the smile tugging at the corners of his lips betrayed his amusement. You two are going to scar him for life. Reiko, ever composed, simply tilted her head. Or motivate him to become stronger, so he can live it down. That's one way to look at it, Izuku muttered, shaking his head fondly. Maybe we should just chill out on the name Thunder Pudding for a bit. That would be like me calling a Shido, purple slime or something. Hey, now I am pink, thank you very much, she said, glaring at Izuku. That was point, said Izuku. I'm about to show you the point in a second, she said, holding up her fist as Izuku shuffled behind Reiko, making sure to hold her by the shoulders for protection. Reiko, ever the calm one, raised an eyebrow at the playful threat but didn't seem too worried. You should probably save your energy for something more productive, Ishido. You might not want to waste all your fight on Yagi here. What is with you hiding behind every time something happens anyway? Izuku grinned sheepishly, keeping a hand on Reiko's shoulder as if to shield himself from the imaginary incoming punch. Yeah, I'll keep my distance. I'm not trying to make it onto your bad side, Ishido. I'm just kidding around. To answer your question, Yanagi, it is because you are the closest. Mina, still chuckling, gave Izuku a knowing look. You'd better watch out. You know how she gets when you bring up the slime thing. Alright, fine, Izuku said, backing away from them. But I am going to get going. Izuku gave a final wave to everyone before he turned, making his way toward the door. He had a lot on his mind, but the events of the day had already given him enough to think about. Kaminari's incident with his quirk had definitely been a reminder that they all needed to be more careful in their training. Despite the light-hearted atmosphere, Izuku knew they had to focus on what they were going to make through the upcoming challenges. Fast forward 2 days until the sports festival. Izuku laid back one of the chairs in his room as he wrote in his book about everything he had done with training over the course of 12 days. It had been exhausting, but he managed to squeeze in 6 hours of training every day, balancing it alongside his classes. His body ached, but the progress he had made was undeniable. He had focused on refining the evolved versions of Black Whip, FA Gene, and Danger Sense. Black Whip had been the easiest to train, as it was a quirk that could be actively practiced and refined. After extensive effort, he had finally learned how to split the tendrils into 2, each with 3 base tendrils extending from them. This gave him significantly more control in combat, allowing him to restrain multiple opponents at once or adjust his grip strength based on the situation. He also practiced quick retraction techniques, ensuring he could move through the air with more fluidity. He could use 6 total base tendrils, but only 3 that were split from the base. It was a complicated and powerful quirk that needed mastery. Jolt was something he was proud of the most though, as he now found out how to transfer his energy from Jolt to objects, even people. The first time he managed to transfer Jolt into an object was purely accidental. During a sparring session with Ida, Izuku had thrown a small training weight to simulate a distraction. Just as it left his hand, the weight shot forward with a burst of unexpected speed, crashing into the wall with enough force to leave a dent. It startled both of them, but it also sparked an idea. If he could control that transfer, it could become an incredible tactical advantage. Over the next few days, he dedicated part of his training to perfecting this technique. He learned that by focusing his intent and channeling energy through points of contact, he could charge objects with Jolt's energy. The results didn't vary much, but with how fast he was moving, he could hypothetically have people react at the same time while he was moving super speed. The real breakthrough, however, came when he managed to transfer Jolt into a person. It happened during a team exercise with Uraraka and Tokoyami. Uraraka had been struggling to dodge an incoming attack, and without thinking, Izuku reached out, his hand brushing against her shoulder. A surge of Jolt's energy transferred into her, enhancing her reflexes just enough for her to evade the strike. Granted, it was only for a second, but that meant if he continuously did it, that would mean he could have everyone who is touching him move at super speed with him. Izuku couldn't contain his excitement. If he could emissary Jolt's energy transfer, he wouldn't just be fast, his entire team could move at speeds that rivaled his own. The applications were limitless. One for All had improved slightly, but it was barely noticeable. He had improved from 50% to the 52 to 55% range. He was sure he wasn't going to push his limit unless necessary. Pushing himself to go to 75% and even 80%, that hurt like a motherfucker. He landed over 225 plus blows on that Nomu and went over his limit, even if it was a bit, did a lot of damage over a short time. He had to be careful from now on for himself and his friend's sake. As Izuku scribbled notes furiously into his book, detailing every new breakthrough and limitation. As he finished writing what he needed to, he looked out the window wondering what the sports festival would bring. He hoped to be noticed by some of the top agency to help further his training and experience. His grip on his notebook tightened. No matter what happened at the sports festival, he would give it everything he had. Failure wasn't an option. With Ichiro breathed as he wiped sweat from his brow for what felt like the 1000th time. He had been working on his levels of impact for the past few weeks, and his progress had increased tremendously. What once seemed impossible was now within reach. He had fully mastered the 5th level, something that had taken him months of grueling effort. But more than that, he had unlocked a 7th level of impact, something he hadn't even thought possible before. Impact level, the idea alone sent shivers down his spine. If impact level 6 had left him drained and vulnerable after use, then level 7 was in an entirely different league. It pushed his body past every limit he thought he had, amplifying his strength, speed, and endurance to a point that felt almost unreal. But the price was steep. Every time he activated it, he felt his muscles scream in protest, his bones threatening to give out under the sheer force. It was like igniting a flame that could burn out at any moment. But he had done it. He had reached a new peak. He remembered years ago that he thought the 5th level was his peak, but he keeps breaking through his limit. I need to beat him, he said to himself as he threw another punch. I need to beat Izuku. He needs to be hit off of his high horse. He had to beat his brother. He needed to do it. If he lost to him, he couldn't accept that. He wouldn't accept that. With trembling arms, Ichiro forced himself to stand. His entire body protested, but he refused to stop. He wasn't done. He still had more to give. Again, he muttered, dragging himself back into position. He would keep going until he couldn't move. Until his body gave out. Until he could activate impact level 7 and stay in that form long enough to compete with the best. Because if he wanted to take down his brother, he had to become something more than just strong. He had to become unstoppable. This is for reference for Ichiro's levels of impact in comparison to 1 for all percentages in terms of speed and strength alike. Impact level 1, 1% of 1 for all. Impact level 2, 4% of 1 for all. Impact level 3, 8% of 1 for all. Impact level 4, 12% of 1 for all. Impact level 5, 15% of 1 for all. Impact level 6, 20% of 1 for all. Impact level 7, 25% of 1 for all. UA Sports Festival. The excitement in the air was almost tangible. Chants and cheers echoed through the grand stadium, banners waving high as spectators eagerly anticipated the clashes of strength, strategy, and sheer determination that would unfold. The UA Sports Festival was the pinnacle of competition, where students from the most prestigious hero academy in Japan showcased their skills before the eyes of pro heroes, talent scouts, and millions of viewers watching from their homes. Toshinori sat next to his wife, close to the heroes as they were waiting for their children to come out. "I hope they will be fine," said Inko to her husband. "They will, Inko. I just hope that they do well," he said, putting his hand to his face to think for a moment. In a different part of the stadium, Endeavor sat with his wife, Rei, and their 2 sons and daughter, Toya, Natsuo, and Fuyumi. The tension was palpable in the air as they waited for Shoto's turn to step onto the field. Endeavor's usual intense expression softened, just a fraction, as he watched his wife be practically giddy with excitement. She had been anticipating this day for years, her 3rd son's appearance in the UA Sports Festival. Endeavor couldn't blame her. She'd been through a lot, and this moment, seeing Shoto finally compete on the grand stage, was something she'd been looking forward to. "Don't get too worked up, Rei," Endeavor grumbled under his breath, though he was just as invested as she was. Rei beamed at him. Her smile was too bright to be contained. "I can't help it. It's been so long since we've seen him like this, and now he's here, ready to show everyone his strength. I just can wait," she said, squeezing his arm very tightly. "I know, Rei," he muttered, his eyes focusing on Arena. Toya chuckled as he passed some popcorn to Fuyumi. "Come on, Dad, you got to show some emotion," he said, putting his arm around his old man. "I have emotions, Toya," Endeavor replied, chuckling slightly, as he put his eldest son a headlock. Toya yelped, half laughing, half groaning as he squirmed under his father's grip. I know. But you don't have to act so stoic all the time," he teased, finally managing to break free from his father's strong hold. Toya tossed a handful of popcorn into his mouth and leaned back in his seat, clearly enjoying the playful moment despite the tension in the air. Natsuo leaned back as he looked down to the arena. "I heard Class 1A and 1B are super stacked this year. You saved one of them down there, didn't you, Toya?" Toya nodded as he took some more popcorn. "Yeah, I did. 2 of Momo Yaoyorozu and Izuku Yagi. That kid is a powerhouse. He took down 1FO, the strongest enemies at the USJ incident. Not to mention the sludge villain incident. So, we will have to be on the lookout for him." Natsuo raised an eyebrow. "Izuku Yagi, huh? I've heard the name, but I didn't realize he was that strong." He leaned forward, narrowing his eyes as if considering the challenge ahead. "If he's as powerful as you say, then Class 1A must be something else this year." With Class 1A, many of the students were hyping themselves up as they were getting ready for the festival. They all had to be ready so they could be scouted by other heroes. Izuku tapped his foot on the ground rapidly, trying to get the jitters out of him before they went out there. Something he accepted was he would always have this feeling no matter how strong he would be. He looked around to see that Jiro and Kaminari got clearance on the gadgets he made them, so he was glad for that. They would have an advantage in the festival and he was glad to give to them. He was interrupted by his thoughts. He felt someone loom over him. He looked up to see Todoroki trying to show his competitive edge. "Izuku Yagi, I wanted you to know that I will be gunning for you at the festival. You've got a lot of power and it's impressive, but I won't hold back." Todoroki's voice was calm and steady, his intense gaze locked onto Izuku's. Izuku blinked, surprised by the declaration, but quickly regained his composure. He smiled, trying to hide the nerves that still lingered despite his determination. "I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Todoroki. It's the festival after all. We all need to give it our all." Todoroki gave a slight nod, his expression unreadable. "I'm not here just to compete. I'm here to win. And if you're in my way, I'll push through you." Izuku took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the challenge ahead of him. He respected Todoroki's power, and he knew that this wasn't just a friendly rivalry, it was a competition where everyone was aiming for the top. But he also knew that this was an opportunity to prove himself, to show what he could do not just for himself, but for everyone who had believed in him. "Don't worry, Todoroki," Izuku said with a grin. "I'll be ready. I won't make it easy for you." "Oi, icy hot. You did your proclamation on the wrong guy, you fucker," yelled out Bakugo. "Then be ready to go," said Todoroki as he walked away, making Bakugo said even more. "And Deku," he said, pointing a finger in his face. "You think you are hot sheet now. But don't underestimate me. You are still," he said before he was cut off by Izuku. "Bakugo, I don't need you to remind me of where I came from. I'm not the same person I was back then." The words hung in the air for a moment, and for a split second, Bakugo faltered. His eyes narrowed, but there was no immediate retort. Izuku's voice wasn't full of arrogance or defiance, it was a simple statement of fact. It was true. He had changed. And just because you say something like "I am useless" or anything like that, doesn't mean it is true in the slightest. "But whatever makes you sleep at night," said Izuku. But then Bakugo smirked, his anger quickly turning into a grin full of teeth. "These, you really think you've got what it takes, huh?" he sneered. He couldn't say much more as interrupted by one of the staff members. Class 1A, follow us to the arena so we can begin the sports festival, the man said as the students of 1A got up. Izuku let out a deep breath, his heart still racing from the earlier exchange with Bakugo. Despite the tension between them, he couldn't help but feel a small sense of pride. He had stood his ground. The old Izuku might have backed down or let Bakugo's words get to him, but not now. Not after everything he had been through. He was stronger, mentally and physically, and it was time to show it. As the Class 1A students gathered, their steps quickened in anticipation. The first event of the sports festival was just ahead. Izuku walked into the arena to the sound of Present Mic announcing with a grumbling Aizawa. Present Mic's voice rang out through the stadium, loud and full of excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. The sports festival is about to begin. Class 1A and Class 1B are here to show you what they're made of. The crowd cheered, their excitement spilling over as they saw the students lined up. Let's not forget the general course students of classes C, D, and E as well as the support course students of F, G, and H, said Present Mic as he walked out. Izuku looked around the arena as the classes got in groups and lines with some worry. This is a lot of people, he said to no one in particular. No kidding. But this is one of the only ways that we can be seen, said Jiro, trying to see if she can see her parents in the crowd. The students got around the podium in the middle where the audience was ogling at Lady Midnight. Does she really need to be wearing such apparel at a school? Said Tokoyami, trying not to look too much at her. Yeah, someone needs to tell her to tone it down with the clothing, said Kirishima, blushing. Midnight stepped up to the podium, her confident smile flashing across the crowd. Her outfit, revealing and bold, left little to the imagination, but it was all part of the spectacle. She gave a playful wink to the audience as the cheers of excitement filled the air. With a flick of her wrist, she silenced the crowd, the energy in the arena buzzing as everyone eagerly awaited her words. Welcome everyone. Midnight's voice was sharp and alluring, grabbing everyone's attention. The sports festival is finally upon us. This is your chance to witness the finest in young heroes, from Class 1A to the general courses, and everything in between. A day of intense competition, strategy, and pure skill. Now, let's hear from one of our representatives, Izuku Yagi, from Class 1A, to lead us in the class pledge. Huh? Asked Izuku with worry. Me? Izuku stammered, a bit of panic creeping into his voice. He hadn't been prepared for this level of attention, but there was no turning back now. Midnight, sensing his hesitation, flashed a reassuring smile. You're up, Izuku, she said, her tone playful but encouraging. Show them what you're made of. You'll be fine, Izuku. It's only like 1 billion people watching, said Jiro teasingly with him getting more embarrassed. Not helping, he said as he walked to the podium. I wonder why he is the one speaking, asked Sero curiously. Because he got the highest score in the entrance exams, is the most likely reason, offered Momo. Yeah, but that was only for the hero course. Not the general or the support course, said one of the students, said some girl glaring at them. Oh god, they do not like us. It doesn't help that Bakugo was stirring them up the other day when the classroom was surrounded, replied Kaminari. As Izuku walked up to the microphone, he exhaled deeply as he prepared himself to speak. As the representative of Class 1A, he began, his voice stronger than he expected. I have a couple of things to say. The murmurs died down as the students focused on him. The general and support course students still looked skeptical, some crossing their arms while others exchanged glances. Izuku knew that resentment had been building, and he had to tread carefully. I know that, for a lot of you, this festival isn't just about winning, Izuku said, his voice carrying through the arena. For some, it's about proving something, to your classmates, to your teachers, to yourselves. This isn't just a competition. It's an opportunity. No matter what course we come from, hero, general, or support, we all work to be here. We all have dreams, goals, and ambitions that push us forward. And today is the day we show everyone, including ourselves, just how much we're willing to fight for them. Izuku's grip on the microphone tightened as his voice grew stronger. There will be challenges ahead, obstacles that seem impossible to overcome. But the only way we grow, the only way we prove our worth, is by facing them head-on, by pushing ourselves past our limits. So, when things get tough, when you feel like giving up, remember why you're here. Remember why you started. The tension in the air shifted. Students who had looked disinterested were now paying attention. Even the skeptical students from the general and support courses seemed to be reconsidering their stance. So, no matter what course you're from, no matter what your goal is, give it your all. Izuku declared, his green eyes burning with determination. Push past your limits. Show the world, and most importantly, show yourselves, what you're capable of. Silence hung in the air for a moment, then the stadium erupted in applause. Some students clapped hesitantly at first, but soon, others joined in. Even students from the general course, who had been glaring earlier, gave small nods of approval. Izuku stepped back from the podium, exhaling as his heart pounded. "A wonderful speech from our Class 1A president," said Midnight as she grabbed the microphone as Izuku made his way back to his friends. Izuku caught some looks from his siblings and Bakugo. Bakugo and Ichiro looked sad, as usual, but Inori held a hand to her chest as she readied herself for battle. "Oh my god, that was bad," said Izuku as he huffed standing next to his friends. "You did amazing," Achiko said as she patted him on the head. "I just talked to hundreds of thousands of people around the country. You can't get much worse than that, but thankfully it's over," he said, sighing as Midnight was getting ready to speak. Midnight's voice rang through the stadium once more, commanding the crowd's attention. "With that inspiring speech out of the way, let's move on to what you've all been waiting for, the first event of the UA Sports Festival." The cheers of the audience roared to life again, shaking the very ground beneath the students' feet. Izuku took a deep breath, his nerves still buzzing from his speech, but he forced himself to focus. That was just the beginning. Now, the real challenge began. Midnight held up a large cue card and dramatically flipped it over. "For our first event, the obstacle course race." Excited murmurs ran through the students. Some smirked in anticipation, others tensed up, already thinking of strategies. "The rules are simple," Midnight continued. "All students from all courses will participate. The first 42 to cross the finish line will move on to the next round. Anything goes. Use your quirks, use your wits, and most of all, don't get left behind." The large screens around the stadium lit up, displaying a digital map of the obstacle course. Izuku's eyes darted across the layout. Several sections were marked with question marks, meaning unknown hazards, and others showed treacherous terrain. This would be a fun challenge. "All participants, make your way to the starting line," Present Mike announced. Izuku rolled his shoulders as he got the short end of the stick being stuck right in the middle of the group of students. No matter. He had ways around that. The group of students saw the lights slowly counting down, meaning it was mere seconds before they started. The tension in the air was palpable as the countdown continued. Izuku clenched his fists, his legs tensing like coiled springs. He was boxed in by students on all sides, but that didn't matter. He had a plan. Buzz. "All right, we are off to a racing start. How about some color commentary, my man?" said Present Mike, pointing a finger gun at him. Aizawa shook his head, not realizing what he got himself into. "How the hell did you even get me to do this?" Present Mike grinned, unfazed by Aizawa's deadpan reaction. "Come on, Eraser, live a little. These kids are giving it their all, and the crowd's loving it." "Fine, but they will have to get through the big first obstacle," he said. The doorway. Before Izuku was about to be crushed by everyone clogging the doorway. Izuku activated Jolt and used Black Whip at the end of the corridor to propel himself forward. He flew right over the competition, smiling as he was one of the first out of the gate, meaning there were a few others right behind him. He activated Eagle Eyes to see what was happening behind him, and all he saw was this. Todoroki used his ice to freeze most of the competition, Aoyama used his naval laser, Momo made a pole to extend herself all the way up and out of the way, Bakugo used his explosions to push himself out of the ice's range, and Ichiro and Inori jumped up and out of the way. He was surprised by Inori on one thing. She was flying, likely using her telekinesis to lift herself up, which was smart. "Get the hell back here, Deku," yelled out Ichiro. "Yeah, what the hell do you think you are doing?" yelled out Bakugo as he launched himself toward him. Izuku knew he needed to do something, and that was this. He decided to use full cowling at it. Different time so he could make things interesting. Jolt on its own was fast enough to speed blitz a lot of people. It was only when it was in unison with One for All at high levels that it would be damaging, so he would see this out. Well, it looks like Izuku Yagi, the president of Class 1A, is in the lead for now, with his older brother Ichiro Yagi right behind him, followed by his sister Inori Yagi, Shoto Todoroki, and Katsuki Bakugo. "Ah yeah, things are heating up," yelled out Present Mike. Izuku grinned as he felt the rush of wind against his face. He had a plan, and it was unfolding perfectly. As he ran, he noticed the towering zero-pointers in the distance. He continued to run and switched quickly from Jolt to using 50% of One for All. Time to show those scouts how much strength he had. Izuku gritted his teeth, feeling the surge of power course through his limbs as he pushed off the ground with explosive force. His muscles tense, his body moving at speeds that left a brief green lightning trail in his wake. The zero-pointers were a daunting sight, their massive steel bodies looming ahead like immovable obstacles. But to him, they were nothing more than stepping stones. "Here comes the first major roadblock." Present Mix's voice boomed across the arena. "Will our racers plow through, dodge around, or, wait, is that Izuku Yagi jumping straight at them?" Izuku jumped into the air, pinging his fist back as he launched himself to the zero-pointer. Izuku's fist crackled with energy as he swung forward, slamming directly into the zero-pointer's head with a deafening impact. The sheer force of his punch crumpled the metal like paper, sending the massive robot toppling backward. Dust and debris exploded into the air as the wreckage crashed onto the track, but Izuku was already moving. He twisted midair, Black Whip lashing out to hook onto another Zero-Pointer's arm. With a sharp tug, he redirected himself toward the ground, landing in a perfect sprint without losing momentum. The crowd went wild. Holy smokes! Izuku just turned that Zero-Pointer into scrap metal. Present Mic's voice echoed across the stadium. And he's not even slowing down. Reckless, Aizawa muttered, though there was a hint of approval in his tone. Get back here, Deku, yelled out Ichiro as he seemed to be keeping up with him somewhat. Izuku admired the fact that Ichiro was hauling as after him, but something that he noticed was Todoroki slowed down the students as he used his ice to glide on top as well as use his flames to get a boost. Ichiro smirked as he stared at his brother. That training paid off. Even if I cannot use impact level 7 constantly, that doesn't mean I can't use it in intervals. So, long as I use it in the spilt second my feet hit the ground, I should be able to stay up here with him. Inori looked at one of the Zero-Pointer's bodies that was in the way and threw it to the side of it like it was nothing. Momo fired at one of the giant robots with a cannon showing off her skills. Izuku was ahead by quite a bit, but he wanted to show off as much of his abilities as possible in a unique fashion. He uses Black Whip, One for All, and Jolt, but what else could he use next? As he continued to run with the use of full cowling, he saw that something along the lines of a ravine was coming up with several different platforms. Izuku's mind worked quickly as he analyzed the upcoming obstacle, the fall. It was a vast canyon with various platforms floating at different heights, requiring competitors to either jump across or find another way forward. He grinned. This was the perfect opportunity to mix things up. He jumped into the air once more using full cowling as he propelled himself forward using Zephyr Rush in bursts similar to what Bakugo does. Izuku shot forward like a missile, Zephyr Rush bursting from his feet in a controlled explosion of force. The air cracked around him as he propelled himself from platform to platform, barely touching the surfaces before launching to the next. For those wondering at home what Izuku Yagi's quirk is, it is known as Stockpile. It is a special stockpiling quirk that allows him to build up, store, and use energy in many various ways. Some but not limited to, enhanced strength, speed, WHPS, and more as you are seeing now, said Present Mic excitedly. Izuku landed at the other end of the canyon to look back. He saw Ichiro was still up there with him as he hopped from platform to platform. Oh my! It looks like Shoto Todoroki is being left behind. That is the name of the game, folks. Certain people have different quirks that allow them to do well in other areas while in the others they won't do well in. It is about how creative and smart you can get, yelled out Present Mic. Izuku continued, ready to finish this reactivating 50% of One for All once more and bolted off. He looked up ahead to see that there was one more obstacle. The minefield. Might as well show off a bit, he thought as he ran towards the field, full speed. As Izuku closed in on the minefield, his heart raced with excitement. The obstacles ahead were filled with unpredictable dangers. Hidden mines buried beneath the cracked ground. He could already see the glimmers of pressure plates beneath the sand, marking spots where the slightest wrong move could trigger an explosion. But he wasn't worried. Not anymore. Izuku Yagi is about to enter the minefield. This is going to be insane, folks. Present Mic shouted, his voice echoing across the stadium. Izuku adjusted his stance, focusing on the ground ahead. With the boost from One for All and his heightened reflexes, he could see the pressure plates even before they activated. He would need to stay agile, making every step count. But that didn't mean he couldn't have a little fun with it. He came to a sudden halt just before the grid, analyzing it with precision. In an instant, his Black Whip lashed out from his back, snaking around one of the larger rocks on the edge of the field. He yanked, using the WHP to launch himself high into the air. As he soared, he extended his arms wide, focusing on the sensation of the wind rushing past him. He felt the energy of One for All coursing through him as he propelled himself higher, just above the grid of mines. From this vantage point, he could see everything. He snapped his legs beneath him and tucked in, getting ready for the landing. Time slowed as Izuku descended, his body twisting in midair. He used a burst of Black Whip to guide his descent, landing on a high, solid rock formation just beyond the minefield. Unbelievable! Present Mic screamed. Izuku just jumped over the entire minefield. Can he keep this up? Izuku straightened up on the rock formation, the cheers of the audience fueling his adrenaline. His heart pounded, but he had no time to waste. The finish line was just ahead, inside the grand arena looming in the distance. With a deep breath, he surged forward. Izuku pushed harder. His breath came in steady bursts, his muscles burning from the intense sprint. The roaring crowd became white noise, only the finish line mattered now. With one final push, he launched himself forward, crossing into the arena with a burst of speed. His feet hit the polished stone of the stadium floor, and a few staggering steps later, he skidded past the finish line. Amazing! Present Mic shouted. Izuku Yagi has entered the arena and takes first place. That has to be a new record finish. Izuku smiled as he looked at everyone cheering him on. Izuku stood near the finish line, catching his breath as the cheers from the audience filled the stadium. His heart still pounded from the adrenaline rush, his body tingling from the aftereffects of his high-speed dash. He turned back toward the minefield, eyes scanning for the next finisher. Seconds ticked by. A streak of movement shot across the last stretch of the course. Ichiro. With one last surge, Ichiro crossed the finish line, his momentum carrying him a few extra steps before he skidded to a stop. Ichiro Yagi takes second place, crossing the line just 40 seconds after Izuku Yagi. Present Mike declared. What a spectacular finish. Ichiro breathed slightly at the exertion he had on his body, but he had a tick mark on his face. You've got to be shitting me. How the F did you win, Deku? He yelled out to him. 'Cause I was faster, Izuku said to him bluntly. No shit, I mean. Ichiro was interrupted from hearing something coming down the tunnel. They saw an ice path being made with flames behind him as Todoroki bulleted his way down the tunnel. Oh ho! And here comes Shoto Todoroki, turning up the heat and cooling down the competition at the same time. Present Mike shouted. Todoroki's eyes locked onto the finish line, his breath steady despite the sheer velocity he was moving at. As he neared the end of the tunnel, he bent his knees slightly, shifting his weight. With one final concentrated burst of fire from his left side, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, ice fracturing beneath him as he shot into the arena. His boots scraped against the stone floor as he slid across the finish line, the last traces of frost melting away behind him. He came to a smooth halt just past Ichiro, his breath visible in the lingering cold. Shoto Todoroki takes third place. Present Mike roared, barely able to contain his excitement. What a finish! Fire and ice, ladies and gentlemen, this kid's got it all. Just so we are clear, the only other difference is that Bakugo got fourth, while Inori got fifth. Other than that, the rest is canon. As the 42 students who passed made it to the center of the arena with midnight waiting patiently for them. Congratulations to the 42 of you who have made it past the first round, she purred, her voice amplified across the stadium. You've dodged explosions, ice, and even each other, but don't get too comfortable just yet. She tilted her head, eyes gleaming with mischief. Because the real challenge is only just beginning. The students straightened up at her words, knowing that whatever came next would be just as intense, if not more, than the race before. Midnight raised a hand, and a large digital screen behind her flickered to life, displaying the words. Second event, Cavalry Battle. Murmurs spread through the students. Some looked intrigued, others wary. Izuku crossed his arms, deep in thought, already strategizing. Ichiro clicked his tongue in annoyance, while Todoroki remained unreadable as usual. Bakugo just grunted, clearly eager to fight regardless of the format. Midnight continued, drawing their attention back to her. The rules are simple. You will form teams of 2 to 4 members, and one person on each team will be the rider, while the others act as their horses. The goal? She let the anticipation build for a moment before flashing a devilish grin. Steal as many points from your opponents as possible. She snapped her fingers, and the screen shifted to display a list of points, each number corresponding to a placement in the obstacle race. You are each giving points based on the area you are placed in. 42nd place gets 5, while 41st place gets 10 points, and it continues to go up the scale until you reach the first place. 10 million points, she said, making Izuku panic slightly. You've got to be kidding, said Izuku as he felt everyone's gaze on him. It felt hungry, like they wanted to go after him specifically. Toshinori smirked at his son making his way into first place, but he said something that was true in every way. Now, you know what that feeling is. The feeling of being looked at as a goal to achieve. Everyone who is anyone will look at you as if you are at the top. This is a great opportunity to see how you will handle this feeling. Midnight, still grinning, clapped her hands together. Now, let's not waste too much time standing around. You all have 15 minutes to form your teams. Choose wisely. Izuku remained calm outside but was slightly panicking on the inside. Finding partners would be difficult because they wouldn't want to share the top like many others don't want to. He was a target, and he had to think of something. Izuku, Tokoyami said, his dark, brooding presence making itself known. I am willing to join your team. Dark shadow thrives in chaos, and I believe you will attract plenty of it. Izuku's eyes widened. Tokoyami, you'd really? It would be an excellent opportunity for growth, he replied simply. Izuku nodded, feeling a little more confident. All right, we need a couple more people. The plan I was thinking was having an offense front, which would be you, and then a defense left and defense right. Maybe even having a well-rounded team. Izuku took a deep breath, glancing around the stadium as the other students hurried to form their teams. He already had Tokoyami, which was a huge relief. Dark Shadow's versatility in both offense and defense would be a valuable asset. But they still needed at least 2 more people. His eyes flickered toward Ibara, who stood gracefully amidst the crowd, her vine-like hair moving slightly as she observed the chaos. Her quirk, vines, would make an excellent defensive wall against incoming attacks. Steeling himself, Izuku approached her. "Ibara," he said, trying to sound confident. "Would you be willing to join my team? I think your quirk would be really effective in blocking attacks and keeping opponents at bay." Ibara studied him for a moment before offering a serene nod. It would be dishonorable to turn away from such a challenge. "If my abilities can assist, I shall lend them to you." Izuku nodded as he looked around. "Now I need one more," he said, trying to spot someone. He smirked as he found her and ran over to her. "Hey, Yanagi. If you don't have a team, would you like to be a part of ours?" he asked, making the ghostly girl turn around. Her light blue eyes met his gaze as she smiled, lightly nodding at him. "Sure, Yagi, I wouldn't mind." Izuku took a deep breath and gathered his thoughts as he began to lay out the plan. His teammates gathered around him, awaiting his strategy. "Tokoyami, you'll be in the front. You can clear the way for us and deal with any opponents who try to advance toward us. I know you're good at controlling Dark Shadow's aggression, so keep it tight when it comes to the defense, but use its power to disrupt the enemy's formations." Tokoyami's dark eyes glinted with understanding. "I trust your judgment. Chaos, after all, is a familiar ally." Izuku nodded, then turned to Ibara, who stood quietly by, awaiting her role. "Ibara, you'll be on the left flank. Your vines will help us control the terrain and block incoming attacks. If any enemies try to breach our defenses, you'll be the first line of defense. Your range and the flexibility of your vines are invaluable, and you'll be able to trap and bind any opponent trying to break through." Ibara nodded gracefully, her expression serene but resolute. "I shall hold the line. No one shall pass through." Izuku smiled, then shifted his focus to Yanagi. "And you, Yanagi? You'll be on the right. Your telekinesis can be a great asset in both offense and defense. You'll be able to keep enemies at bay with your floating objects or use them to strike from afar. In case Tokoyami needs assistance on the front line, you'll be able to throw objects to create distractions or even control the battlefield by lifting obstacles in their path." Yanagi's light blue eyes sparkled with a gentle yet determined light. "I can do that. I'll keep things in motion and make sure we don't get caught off guard. I trust the plan, Izuku." Izuku grinned, feeling a sense of confidence building within him. "All right, with all of us in position, we have a solid strategy. Tokoyami will lead the offense, Ibara will hold the left flank, Yanagi will cover the right, and I'll stay in the middle to coordinate everything. Our strength lies in our versatility, and we can adapt to whatever the other teams throw at us." The teams stood together for a moment, each member contemplating their roles, understanding the importance of working together. Izuku felt a weight on his shoulders but also a sense of relief. They had a plan. They weren't just a group of individuals, they were a team. He looked at the others again, reassured by their unwavering resolve. "Now, let's make sure we communicate throughout this. If anything changes or an opening presents itself, we need to act quickly and adapt. We won't have much time to hesitate." "Agreed," Tokoyami said, his voice low but firm. "Chaos is our ally, but we must be precise in how we wield it." Izuku nodded, and the group's collective energy seemed to surge. He could feel the pressure easing off as they came together, each with their own strengths complementing one another. His instincts told him this team could win, as long as they worked together and kept their wits about them. As the clock ticked down and Midnight's voice echoed over the loudspeakers, signaling that the time to form teams was nearly over, the group took their positions. Izuku glanced once more at his team before he walked confidently toward the designated starting point. Minutes later, the arena was filled with the thunderous sound of footsteps as the other students rushed to their starting positions. The tension in the air was palpable, the competitive energy rising as the timer began counting down. Izuku's heart raced, but he kept his breathing steady. He had to remain calm and focused on the mission ahead. Thankfully, he inverted the headbands to not show the total points, but they would have to capture a few more to make it more believable. The horns sounded, and the battle began. The cavalry teams and points. Team Izuku, Tokoyami, Yanagi, Shizaki, 10,445 points. Team Ichiro, Inori, Tetsu, Rin, 605 points. Team Bakugo, Sero, Ashido, Kirishima, 645 points. Team Shinso, Uraraka, Ojiro, 465 points. Team Todoroki, Shoto, Momo, Ida, Kaminari, 595 points. Team Itsuka, Komori, Setsuna, Hatsum, 135 points. Team Kodai, Bando, Manga, Koda, 260 points. Team Monoma, Kurwaro, Kaibara, Tsuburaba, 285 points. Team Hagakure, Toru, Pony, Shishida, 125 points. Team Aways, Aways, Hunanuki, Sato, Aoyama, 450 points. Team Mineta, Tsu, Shoji, 420 points. Now onto the battle. Almost immediately, all teams rushed to the number 1 squad ready to steal the headband worth over 10 million. The battle began in a flash, with teams springing into action, determined to take the headband from Team Izuku. The air was thick with the sound of rushing feet and shifting strategies. Izuku's team was already on the move, their roles clear in their minds. They were ready to face the onslaught. Stay sharp. Izuku called out to his team as he positioned himself in the center. His eyes scanned the arena, noting the movements of the other teams. Get ready everyone. This is going to feel weird, he said as he wrapped Black Whip around the 3 of them. He activated Jolt along the energy to course from him into them. Ibara, Reiko, and Tokoyami felt a huge surge of energy course through them as Izuku continued what he did. Before Hunanuki could use his softening on them, Team Izuku bolted out of the way, giving them some leverage. Tokoyami, shaking off the feeling, glanced back to Izuku. What was that, Yagi? That was me transferring some of my power to you all so that we could move at high speeds for a short moment. I don't know the long-term effects it would have had on you guys if we continued this for long PRDS of time. But I can transfer some of my energy and power to allow us to do that in a tight pinch like it was for Team Aways back there. Izuku kept his eyes on the battlefield, noticing how quickly things were escalating. He could see teams closing in from all directions, each one determined to take them down. However, he wasn't worried. His team was ready. The transfer of power had given them the speed they needed to break away from Team Away's initial advance, but it wasn't going to be easy from here on out. The momentum was on their side, but they had to keep their guard up. I'm not used to that kind of speed, Tokoyami said, his voice gruff but steady as he looked ahead, still feeling the effects of Izuku's transfer. Izuku shot a quick look at him, his expression serious but encouraging. You did great. We just have to be smart about when to use it. We don't want to burn out too quickly. Like I said, I don't know the effects on everyone else. I understand, Tokoyami replied, regaining his composure. His dark shadow seemed to pulse with energy as the creature appeared to feed off the boost. Reiko, on the other hand, was already using her telekinesis to push and pull small debris around her, sensing the atmosphere shifting. They're closing in, she said calmly, her blue eyes narrowing as she adjusted her stance. There's no telling which team will strike first. Izuku gave her a reassuring nod. At some point, we need to take a headband from another team so that we will have leverage in case our headband does get stolen. Got it, Reiko responded, her eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of weakness in the other teams. But we need to move fast when the opportunity presents itself. I agree, Izuku said, his focus unwavering as he watched Team Todoroki maneuvering towards their position, their icy barrier starting to form again. He could hear the hiss of steam as Todoroki's ice met the heated air of the arena. Keep your eyes on the prize. No unnecessary risks, everyone. We're not here to play it safe, but we need to be smart. Ibara nodded, her vines shifting restlessly in the air. Understood. We move when you say. Tokoyami, the strategist, was already calculating their next move. They're coming for us, and Todoroki won't hesitate to use his ice against us. We can't let that slow us down. Izuku gave a tight smile. That's why we'll create openings before they can close us in. Deku! Yelled out Ichiro as he and his team started to make their way towards him. Oh God, said Izuku as he realized they were getting surrounded. What the plan, Yagi? Asked Tokoyami, preparing Dark Shadow. Izuku looked out of the corner of his eye to see Ichiro cooking back his fist. He activated Impact Drive level. Just wait, said Izuku as he started to channel Jolt into his team once more. Ichiro smirked as he prepared for his attack. Something he could use and learn from his father was wind pressure-based attacks. Then again, that was something very common in the Yagi family to use. Eat this, you Dimon BSRD. Ichiro activated Impact Level 7 for a split-second punching forward as a huge pulse of wind launched at Team Izuku. Now, yelled out Izuku as they dodged out of the way. The attack meant for Izuku was launched at Team Todoroki. The wind pressure from Ichiro's punch tore through the air with a deafening roar, sending gusts of wind ripping in every direction. The force of the blow caught Team Todoroki off guard as it barreled toward them. The icy barrier that Todoroki had just started to form began to shatter like glass under immense pressure, forcing the team to scramble. Todoroki cursed under his breath, quickly sending up a wall of ice to block the attack from hitting him directly. Sheet! Go after them, Ichiro said, but was punched in the side by Inori, who was glaring at him. Quit calling our brother names like that. Do it again and I'll drop your sorry butt and make us lose, she yelled at him back. Ichiro's got power, but he's reckless, Tokoyami observed, his eyes flicking toward the boy who was now arguing with his sister. Ibara looked to her left to see that Team Kodai was running at them. Bando's glue quirk was dangerous in close quarters, and Ibara knew it. His team was charging in fast, trying to capitalize on the chaos between Ichiro and Todoroki's teams. If they got caught in the adhesive, escape would be nearly impossible. They're coming in from the left. Ibara warned. Izuku's mind worked quickly, assessing the situation. Team Todoroki was still recovering from Ichiro's reckless attack, and Ichiro himself was distracted by his sister's outburst. Meanwhile, Team Kodai was closing in with Bondo already launching globs of fast-hardening glue. We can't let them pin us down. Izuku called out. Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, keep that glue off us. Izuku shouted out as he launched streams of electricity at them. Tokoyami nodded, his eyes sharpening as Dark Shadow surged forward, swiping at the incoming blobs of adhesive, breaking them apart before they could land. Yanagi used her telekinesis to push back some of the glue mid-air, buying them more time. Ibara saw her chance. Ibara's vines twisted through the air with precision, weaving past Team Kodai's defenses unnoticed. As the chaos continued, she carefully extended her reach, her target clear, the headband secured around Kodai's neck. Kodai, focused on evading Izuku's electricity and Tokoyami's dark shadow, didn't notice the vines slithering toward her until it was too late. With a sharp tug, Ibara yanked the headband free. I got it, she called out, retracting her vines just as Kodai snapped her head around in alarm. What? Kodai's usually calm demeanor cracked for a split second as she reached up, only to realize her headband was gone. Bondo turned sharply, eyes widening in disbelief. Damn it. They stole it. Izuku didn't waste the opportunity. Fall back now. Izuku used Zephyr Rush to help push the group back as Ibara gave him the headband. He put the headband around his neck and even went as far to SWH the 10 million points headband. Oh yeah, Team Izuku stole a headband even though they didn't need to. That's called leverage, folks, yelled out Present Mike. Good call, Yagi, Tokoyami remarked, his eyes still scanning the battlefield. They're shaken, but we can't let up yet. Izuku nodded, his grip tightening around the headbands. We need insurance. If anyone targets us, we can afford to lose one without dropping out of the lead. Deku, yelled Bakugo as his team was going after him. Good lord. Do we get a break? Said Izuku as he prepared himself. Not when we are number one, replied Reiko launching debris at Team Bakugo. Izuku barely had time to brace before Bakugo exploded forward, his explosion bursting with force as he propelled himself straight at Team Izuku. His crimson eyes burned with frustration, and that familiar, angry sneer twisted his face. I'm taking you down. Boom. He launched himself forward, separating himself from his team. Is that even allowed? Asked some of the fans. Midnight gave a thumbs up as she smirked. It works so long as he doesn't touch the ground. Tokoyami braced himself for Bakugo as he felt a big pulse of wind behind him. Izuku was holding up his hands and creating several air pulses to throw him off. Bakugo was surprised at their strength of blasts and almost faltered but felt tape wrap around his body. Sero pulled him back as they repositioned him to the top part of the group. Dude, don't be an idiot. Think it through before doing it, Sero said as Izuku's group took off. God damn it. They ran off, he said, bonking Sero on the back of the head. While he was distracted, Minoma's team came up behind him. Minoma came up from behind as he snatched the headband. Bakugo sent off a small explosion to him but was surprised to see that Minoma had hardened his arm with Kirishima's quirk. Not today, Bakugo. No. Today, he said, laughing manically. Bakugo's eyes blazed with fury as he saw Minoma swagger away with the headband. You little... He launched himself forward, his explosion lighting up the battlefield with intense force. I'm going to crush you. But Minoma was already anticipating his move. With a quick flick of his wrist, he activated the hardened arm of Kirishima's quirk again, his grin widening as Bakugo's blast hit the barrier, causing only a brief flicker of resistance before the explosion dissipated harmlessly against the hardened surface. Nice try, Bakugo, Minoma taunted, spinning the headband around his finger with mock casualness. But this one's mine now. Minoma already had 2 headbands with Bakugo making it his third, and Bakugo was gritting his teeth. After him, shitty hair, yelled Bakugo. It's Kirishima, he yelled out as he ran after them. Time passed and there were 2 minutes left on the clock in the cavalry battle. Team Izuku was first, followed by Team Ichiro. In third, Team Bakugo had stolen Team Todoroki's headband with Minoma's team still in 4th place. Yagi were in the lead, but it's getting tighter. Reiko called out as she manipulated debris, pushing it away from their path to create an obstacle between them and Team Todoroki, who was getting dangerously close. We've got to hang on a little longer. Izuku shouted back, his eyes scanning the battlefield. The teams had mostly separated, but there were still skirmishes happening all around them. Bakugo's team had reassembled, and they were coming at them with full force. He charged up his full cowling to 50% and threw a wind pressure attack at the ground, creating a huge shockwave of debris to protect their backs for a while. Izuku's breath came fast, his heart pounding in his chest as he concentrated on keeping the pressure on. The wind pressure attack sent up a cloud of dust and debris, obstructing the line of sight for Bakugo's team and allowing Izuku's team a brief respite. The shockwave rattled the ground beneath them, and even Team Todoroki had to brace themselves for the disruption. "Nice one, Yagi," Reiko called out, spinning the last few pieces of debris around her to form a defensive shield as they darted forward. Izuku nodded, his eyes flicking to his teammates as they made their way through the shifting chaos. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were still on edge, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Ibara's vines were twitching, waiting for the next opportunity to strike, while Yanagi's telekinesis kept the team's path clear of anything that might trip them up. Behind them, the rumble of Bakugo's explosions reverberated, signaling that they wouldn't get much of a break. Izuku turned his focus back to the battlefield ahead, quickly scanning for potential threats. It was all coming down to the final stretch. "Get ready, everyone. We've got a minute and a half left," Izuku said, his voice low but determined. "We need to stay ahead of the curve." He looked up to see Todoroki and his team push through the dust and debris and go after them. Izuku gritted his teeth, feeling the heat from Todoroki's ice surging toward them. A massive glacier erupted from the ground, its jagged spikes aiming to cut off their escape route. "Brace!" yelled Izuku as he threw a punch of full cowling once more to disperse the ice. Cracks spread like lightning across the surface before it shattered into countless shards, scattering across the battlefield. Team Izuku surged forward through the falling debris, determined to maintain their lead. Todoroki, undeterred, narrowed his eyes. "Not bad, Midoriya, but let's see how you handle this." With a swift stomp, a wave of ice shot forward, coating the ground in a slick, frozen layer. Reiko reacted instantly, using her telekinesis to lift their team just enough to avoid slipping. Tokoyami extended Dark Shadow outward, anchoring them with its powerful grip, while Ibara's vines wrapped tightly around their legs for stability. "We're not falling for that," Izuku muttered, charging up another burst of air pressure. He threw another punch and sent the ice away once more. "It's too much," said Ida as an idea popped into his head. "All right, Todoroki. I'm going to make a move that may or may not prevent me from moving. Just be ready to grab that headband," said Ida, revving up his engines. Ida's engines roared to life, blue flames flaring from his calves as he activated Recipro Burst. His speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, he became a streak of motion, blurring toward Team Izuku at a breakneck pace. Izuku's instincts screamed at him. Too fast. Izuku activated Jolt to its maximum, ready to counteract this move. Ida's speed was monstrous, anyone else would have barely registered him moving. But Izuku, having activated Jolt, saw everything in stunning clarity. The world around him moved as if submerged in syrup, every detail laid bare in slow motion. Todoroki's outstretched hand loomed closer. Too close. Izuku twisted his body at the last second, bending backward with intense control. His core muscles burned from the strain, but he didn't waver. "Not yet. I feel like a JoJo character posing in such an awkward position," he thought as he saw Todoroki's hand pass just inches from his headband. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. He knew he couldn't hold this position for long. Ida, moving at an incredible speed, realized his approach hadn't worked as planned. His eyes widened as he blew past Team Izuku, unable to halt his momentum immediately. The force of his Recipro Burst sent powerful gusts rippling across the battlefield, shaking other competitors in the process. "I missed," Todoroki thought, gritting his teeth. There was no time to hesitate. Izuku got back up into position and sighed as Ida's legs went into cool down, making him unable to move. Izuku got back up into position and sighed as Ida's legs went into cooldown, rendering him temporarily immobile. That meant Todoroki had lost his best chance to take the headband. But that didn't mean the fight was over. Todoroki clenched his fists, frustration flickering in his mismatched eyes. "Do you mean it? We're not done yet." "Yanagi, clear the ice behind us. We need to keep moving," Izuku commanded, his voice steady despite the chaos. Before she had the chance to do that, there was a horn that sounded and Present Mic announced to the arena. "All right, competitors, that is it. Clear the field and we can take a short intermission for our competitors. Here are the top 4 teams. Team Izuku is first. Team Bakugo is second. Oh, what a surprise, Team Shinso came in clutch with a last-minute grab of the headbands, leaving them in third. That leaves Team Ichiro in fourth." Ibara smiled awkwardly as everyone stopped what they were doing. "Does anyone else find that anticlimactic?" Izuku nodded in return. "Yeah, I did." "That was a bit of a cutoff," said Tokoyami, retracting Dark Shadow but was failing to do so. "Pieces." "Hey Yagi," said Dark Shadow, trying to get his attention. "Oh yeah, what's up, Dark Shadow?" he asked, wondering what the heck he wanted. "Fumikage thinks you are strong and super cool," he said, getting a thumbs up. Tokoyami's eyes widened as he forcibly retracted Dark Shadow. "All right, let's get lunch," Tokoyami said, walking fast away from Team Izuku. He was trying not to show his embarrassment at what Dark Shadow said. "Oh, you do appreciate Izuku," said Ibara, trying to catch up to him. "Leave me alone, Shiozaki," said Tokoyami, running away from her. Izuku watched as Tokoyami quickened his pace, trying to escape the teasing from Ibara. He couldn't help but laugh softly, amused by the entire scene. Even though they were in the middle of a high-stakes competition, it was nice to have moments of lightheartedness amidst all the tension. "Looks like someone's got a soft spot," Reiko said, her voice full of amusement. "I didn't think Tokoyami would be the type to get flustered so easily." "I didn't either," Izuku admitted with a grin. "But I guess everyone's got their moments. Dark Shadow knows how to mess with him." The two were about to walk off when Izuku felt a hand on him. He looked to see Todoroki looked at him not in anger but with curiosity. "Izuku Yagi, I would like to speak with you." "Alone," he said, making him curious as well. Sure," Izuku said, trying to keep his voice steady. "Let's go find somewhere quiet." Todoroki led him to a more secluded area, a small alcove near the back of the stadium, where the sound of the crowd was muted. It was just the two of them now, and Izuku could sense that whatever Todoroki wanted to talk about, it was important. "You wanted to talk?" Izuku asked, trying not to sound too curious, but his mind was racing. "Be completely honest with me when we talk. I am not here to cause trouble but to simply ask a question. Are you the son of All Might? You and your siblings have very similar attacks to what All Might can do. I want to know if you are a secret love child of All Might," he asked calmly. Izuku's eyes widened as Todoroki had asked this question. He didn't know how to answer and how to tell him. But the truth needed to come out eventually. He made sure that no one else was there in the hallway they were in and decided to tell him. "Yeah. Ichiro, Inori, and I are the children of All Might." Todoroki blinked, clearly taken aback by Izuku's sudden confession. His expression was unreadable for a moment as he processed what Izuku had just said. "You're his son?" Todoroki repeated, his voice quiet but tinged with disbelief. Izuku nodded slowly, feeling the weight of the moment settle over him. "Yeah. It's not something I talk about much, but it's true. Ichiro, Inori, and I, we're All Might's children." He could feel the pressure mounting in his chest, the uncertainty of how Todoroki would react gnawing at him. This wasn't something he had ever been open about before, but he knew Todoroki, being someone with a complicated family history of his own, might understand more than most. For a long moment, Todoroki remained silent, his gaze distant as if he was weighing what Izuku had just shared. Finally he spoke, his voice softer than before. "I never would have guessed. You don't exactly walk around with a Son of All Might sign over your head, and I didn't expect that answer from you." He seemed genuinely surprised, though his tone wasn't accusing, just curious. "Yeah, well, it's something I don't want people to know. My family relationship is complicated, with everyone. That is why you don't see me with my siblings much. But we weren't love children in that sense." Todoroki nodded. "I am not going to sit here and say I understand what you are going through, but I simply don't. We were going to be secret love children ourselves. My siblings and I, but we didn't. My mom was being sold into a quirk marriage. My father saw this and used his money to buy her figuratively. The moment she stepped into our home, he cut off the contract. He said she was a free woman and could do what she wanted with her life. Saying that he would never have forced her into this marriage," he said, smiling at his father's selflessness. "What happened next?" asked Izuku, hoping to change the topic. "She didn't accept it, saying that any man that was that selfless is worthy to have a wife. Shortly after Toya was born. Then Fuyumi, Natsuo, and then me. The point that I am making is that despite all the twisted things that happened, my father never truly forced my mom to stay with him. We are both the children of the top two heroes. We have a lot to live up to and we can be there for each other when it gets hard." Izuku thought of what he said in return. "I agree with you. Let's be there for each other when we need it," he said, holding out his hand to fist bump him. Shoto returned the fist bump and smiled. "Don't worry. I won't go telling the world who you and your siblings are and all that. But don't expect me to hold back if we fight." "Good," said Izuku. The two of them went on to lunch to eat with their friends, hoping to prepare themselves for the tournament to come. After the intermission, "All right, my little listeners, we've got a special treat for you all today." Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium, amplified by the speakers. "Coming all the way from America, we have an exclusive performance from our visiting cheer squad." The crowd erupted into cheers as a group of foreign cheerleaders strutted onto the field, waving their pom-poms and flashing dazzling smiles. Their routine was energetic, full of acrobatics and synchronized movements, keeping the audience hyped. The bright colors of their uniforms and the lively music had everyone's attention. But while most of the crowd was focused on the performance, over by the waiting area, a different kind of commotion was stirring among the students of Class 1A and 1B. Specifically, the girls. "I can't believe we fell for this. I even went through all of this trouble to go and make us uniforms," Momo Yayarosa groaned, crossing her arms in frustration. "We should have known something was up when Kaminari and Mineta started acting way too helpful," Jiro grumbled, adjusting the hem of her cheerleading skirt with a scowl. Mina Ishido, however, seemed less bothered, spinning her pom-poms with a grin. Come on, it's not that bad. We get to put on a show, and honestly, these uniforms are kinda cute. The reason for their frustration? Every single girl in Class 1A and 1B had been tricked into wearing cheerleading outfits. As it turned out, Mineta, Kaminari, and Monoma had managed to convince the girls that there was an official rule requiring all students to participate in the cheer squad during the intermission. Supposedly, it was tradition for first-year students at UA to entertain the crowd before the finals. And to make things worse, Monoma had thrown in his usual taunts about proving which class had better spirit, which only fueled the competitive fire between the two classes. By the time the girls figured out they had been tricked, it was too late. They were already in uniform, standing on the sidelines watching the American cheer squad perform. Achiko sighed, slumping against Tsuyu. This is so embarrassing. Ribbit. At least we're not the ones who made up a fake rule, Tsuyu said, her usual calm tone tinged with irritation. Itsuka and the rest of the Class B girls were also upset at this. Itsuka kendo crossed her arms, her fingers twitching as if she was moments away from knocking some sense into Monoma. I should have known he was behind this, she muttered, her sharp gaze cutting toward the smug blonde, who was trying and failing to act innocent. Setsuna, standing beside her, rolled her eyes. Seriously, how did we all fall for this? I expect Mineta to be a little perv, but Monoma? This is a new low, even for him. Reiko sighed, her usual monotone voice carrying a slight hint of annoyance. I suppose we should be grateful that we at least match the official squad, but still. Meanwhile, Pony Tsunatori adjusted her uniform, her cheeks red. This is so embarrassing. What if someone back home sees this? Inori grumbled as she tapped her foot in annoyance at the other end from everyone else. Monoma, standing nearby with his usual cocky grin, chuckled. Oh, come now, ladies. You should thank us. Think of the school spirit you're all bringing to UA. His smugness was short-lived. Kendo's enlarged fist collided with the top of his head, sending him face-first into the floor. I told you to quit it, Monoma, she sighed, shaking her head as she shrunk her fist back down. Izuku approached them slowly, and the irate girls were still fuming. Girls, he asked. What? Shouted many of them, and he flinched. If it's any consolation, I think you guys look pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool, said Izuku trying to catch himself. Setsuna smirked as she walked over to him. You think we are cute and pretty. Thanks for the compliment, Izuku. Izuku's face turned beet red as Setsuna grinned mischievously, leaning in just a bit too close for his comfort. No, I mean, why you all look great. But I wasn't trying to, he stumbled over his words, frantically waving his hands, but that only seemed to encourage her further. Don't worry, Izuku, she said, chuckling. We'll make sure to put on an extra good show, just for you. The other girls snickered as Izuku flailed, looking for an escape route. Achiko, still red-faced herself, stepped in. Hey, quit teasing him, she huffed, puffing out her cheeks. Yeah, stop doing that, said Jiro, annoyed at Setsuna for flirting with him. Setsuna turned to Jiro with a teasing grin. Kyoka, don't tell me you're jealous too? Jiro's face turned pink as she scowled. Shut up, you're just annoying. She crossed her arms and looked away, refusing to give Setsuna the satisfaction of a reaction. This doesn't change how embarrassing it is though, said Komori, trying to cover herself in embarrassment. Izuku looked at the girls and sighed, knowing this was going to be very bold of him. You know what? Make me a cheer outfit. Excuse me? Asked Momo, shocked. You guys were tricked by Kaminari, Mineta, and Monoma. So, what I am asking you is to make me and the guy version for a cheerleading uniform for myself. I won't have you all go through this alone, he said with conviction, making the other girls go silent. The girls stared at Izuku, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. They had been humiliated by the prank, each of them wearing a cheerleading outfit that they hadn't agreed to, and now, Izuku was offering to join them in the embarrassment? Momo's eyes widened, her mouth parting as she processed what Izuku had said. Why you want me to make you a cheerleading uniform? She asked slowly, her voice unsure if she had heard him correctly. Izuku, despite his usual nervousness, stood tall with a determined look on his face. Yes, I want to join you all. I won't let you girls go through this alone. He gave them all an earnest smile, hoping that his sincerity would help lift their spirits. The girls' reactions were immediate. Some blinked in surprise, while others blinked twice, trying to make sure they had heard correctly. Then, Achiko's face broke into a bright, almost relieved smile. She stepped forward, her hands clasped together in excitement. Wait, seriously? Achiko exclaimed, her voice high-pitched in disbelief. You really want to be a part of this with us? She looked at the others, who were starting to nod in agreement. Mina's face lit up, her earlier frustration fading. Izuku, that's so sweet. You're actually willing to go through this too? You're the best. She gave him a thumbs up, her pom-poms shaking slightly in her excitement. Izuku blushed but held his ground. I just think it's only fair. You guys got tricked, and you shouldn't have to do this alone. Besides, it'll be fun, right? Momo, still stunned, gave a small smile. Well, if you're serious about this, I suppose I could design a uniform for you, she said, turning around and making him a uniform from her quirk. Here you are, Izuku, she said, handing it to him. All right, thank you, Momo, he said, running off to the tunnel to change real quick. Tsu then realized something that no one had thought of. Wait, how did you know the size of clothing he wore? Asked Tsu, looking at Momo. Momo's face turned a deep shade of pink at Tsuyu's sudden question, her hands fidgeting awkwardly with the fabric of the cheer uniform. I don't know what you are talking about. Tsuyu gave Momo an expectant look, her eyes narrowing just slightly. Ribbit, I don't know if I believe that. She was clearly not letting it go. Momo flustered more, her hands now wringing the fabric nervously. It's just that I wanted to make sure it would fit. I mean, we don't have much time, and her voice trailed off, and she was quickly running out of excuses. The girls began to snicker at Momo's discomfort. Mina raised an eyebrow and teased, you sure seem to know a lot about his measurements for someone who didn't, measure him. She wiggled her fingers in air quotes as she mimicked the motion of taking measurements, causing Momo to blush deeper. Pony tilted her head to the side and smiled. So, you do know his size of clothing? Momo's face turned a shade of red that seemed to rival her uniform, and she desperately looked for an escape from the mounting teasing. I really don't know what you're all talking about, she stammered, her voice high-pitched as she fidgeted with the fabric in her hands. I've seen him around enough to guess. She shot a quick, nervous glance toward Izuku, who was still changing behind the curtain, and immediately wished she could vanish into thin air. Tsuyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a knowing look settling in. Ribbit, you've seen him around enough, huh? She teased, leaning closer with a small, sly grin. You sure about that? Momo let out a frustrated sigh, realizing she was cornered. The giggling from the rest of the girls didn't help her nerves. Okay. I admit it, she said in defeat, holding up her hands in mock surrender. I've noticed his build before and I just guessed. I didn't want to make it too big or too small. She avoided eye contact with Tsuyu, who was now raising her eyebrows knowingly. What other sizes were you looking at on Izuku, Momo? Asked Mina, clearly trying to get a reaction. Momo turned into a tomato and ran behind Ibara with a huge blush on her face. This is so embarrassing. I didn't mean to make it weird, I swear, she muttered, her voice muffled by Ibara's shoulder as she tried to avoid eye contact with everyone. Ibara, who had been silent throughout most of the teasing, couldn't help but smile at Momo's flustered state. She patted Momo on the back sympathetically. Hey, it's okay. They're just messing with you. You didn't do anything wrong, she said softly, trying to calm her friend down. Still, even she couldn't resist the slightest chuckle at the situation. Hey guys, where did Izuku go? Asked Kirishima. He is going to have a cheerleading uniform on to make us feel better, said Toru, pumping her fist in the air. That's awesome. I can wear one too if you guys want. If it is Izuku doing it, then it is the manliest thing to do, he said with his fist clenched. I mean, if Izuku can do it, I can totally do it too, Kirishima said with a grin, his muscles flexing as if ready for action. His boisterous nature seemed to lighten the mood, making the girls feel less self-conscious about the whole situation. I think I'd rather not see you in a cheerleading outfit, Jiro said, crossing her arms with a teasing smile. The thought of you shaking pom-poms. She raised an eyebrow, letting the words hang in the air. Kirishima scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed by the comment, but he just laughed it off. Hey, I could be awesome at it. Just wait and see. Momo, who stopped blushing, went up to Kirishima to ask an embarrassing question. Okay, what is your size of clothing? Kirishima blinked, clearly caught off guard by Momo's sudden question. My size? He scratched his head, looking at Momo with a slightly confused expression. I have a large in both my briefs and shirt. Kirishima looked to see the girls were all laughing now with Momo making blush. Okay, here you are, she said, handing it to him. All right, thanks, he said, running off to go change too. With him gone, the girls started to giggle at Momo. So, you did know what size Izuku was, exclaimed Setsuna. Momo's face turned crimson again at Setsuna's teasing, and she quickly tried to backpedal. I didn't know. I just guessed based on his build, she stammered, her hands fidgeting nervously in front of her. It's not like she cut herself off, realizing she was digging herself into a deeper hole with every word. Sure, Momo, Mina teased, her voice dripping with amusement. You just guessed. She shot a playful glance at the others. I mean, we've all seen Izuku around, right? You really have to guess when it comes to sizing. Momo felt her heart race as the girls started laughing again, and she quickly found herself hiding behind Ibara's back once more, her face still burning. This is so embarrassing, she muttered under her breath, hoping that the teasing would stop soon. Inside the changing room, Izuku took a deep breath before slipping into the cheerleading uniform Momo had designed. It was surprisingly well made, and the fabric was flexible enough to allow for movement without being too tight or uncomfortable. It was a pretty simple design of a tight orange t-shirt with the words UA on it and black breathes to match, but it looked good, nonetheless. As some chaos unfolded behind the scenes, the crowd remained fully engaged in the American Cheer Squad's routine. And that, my friends, was a show-stopping performance. Present Mike announced, his voice booming across the stadium. But wait, what's this? Looks like Class 1A and 1B are getting festive. The girls all stood there with more confident looks than before now, with Izuku and Kirishima out there by their side. Izuku looked to see Jiro hiding slightly behind him. "It'll be all right, Kyoka," he said, patting her shoulder. "Dude, this doesn't make it any less embarrassing," she said, not wanting to show people what she looked like. "I think you look great. Now come on. We are doing this together anyway," he said, grabbing her wrist. Jiro gave Izuku a nervous glance, but his kind words reassured her. Yeah, nerd, I know," she said, poking him with her earphone jack. Midnight strutted onto the stage, her W resting on her shoulder as she surveyed the crowd with a mischievous smirk. The stadium erupted in cheers as she raised her microphone, her voice echoing through the arena. "All right, my little future heroes, we will have some fun with the recreational games, but right now, I'll explain the real test of strength and skill, the one-on-one fighting tournament." Midnight announced with excitement, her tone commanding everyone's attention. The students who had qualified stood in a line, each of them focused and ready for the battles ahead. Some were stretching, others were strategizing in their minds, but all of them knew that this was their moment to shine. Midnight continued, "Here's how it works. Each match will be a one-on-one fight. The conditions for victory are as follows. Knock your opponent out, render them unable to move, force them out of bounds, or make them surrender. However," she added with a playful yet firm edge to her voice, "lethal force is strictly prohibited. If I or another referee determine that a contestant is trying to seriously harm their opponent beyond reason, you will be immediately disqualified." She let that sink in before clapping her hands together. "Now then, the matchups have been decided by lottery. Let's see who's going to be facing off first." The big screen in the stadium lit up, displaying the randomized matchups. The students were tensed as they watched the names appear, some internally groaning at their luck while others smirked in anticipation. "Excuse me, Lady Midnight. I would like to withdraw from the match," said Ojiro, raising his hand. Midnight raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Ojiro's sudden declaration. The stadium fell silent for a moment, all eyes turning toward him as he stood in the middle of the line. Ojiro looked calm, but his stance was firm, his gaze locked on Midnight as if he'd already made up his mind. "Is that so, Ojiro?" Midnight asked, her tone was playful but curious. "You wish to withdraw from the tournament before it even begins?" She glanced at the students around him, some of them exchanging confused looks. Ojiro nodded, his expression determined. "Yes," Ojiro replied, his voice steady. "I've been reflecting on my abilities, and I don't think I'll be able to give it my all in this match. I'd rather step aside and allow someone else the chance to compete. Not to mention the fact that I don't remember anything at all. I don't think it would be fair to do that while someone else could go and someone who had earned it." Jiro slowly raised her hand too. "I would like to do that as well. For the same reasons as Ojiro." Midnight's expression shifted slightly, her playful smile now replaced with a more thoughtful look as she listened to Ojiro and Jiro's reasoning. The stadium remained quiet, the other students seemingly unsure of how to react to such unexpected moves. Midnight said, tapping her microphone thoughtfully against her chin. "So, both of you are voluntarily withdrawing from the tournament for the same reason, concerns about your readiness. I can respect that, and I admire your self-awareness. However, I do need to remind you that this is a test of strength and resolve. A lot can be learned through this experience, even if you're not fully confident. But I understand if you're not comfortable pushing forward under these conditions." She paused, her gaze flickering between Ojiro and Jiro, then glanced over at the students gathered. "All right then. You two are excused from the tournament. I'm sure everyone will be understanding of your decisions. But," she added with a grin, "this also means that your spots will be opened for someone else." "Wait, Kyoka, are you sure? You worked hard to get here," said Izuku, looking at her, shocked that she would do this. Jiro shifted her gaze from Izuku, her expression a mix of apprehension and quiet resolve. She gave him a small, almost apologetic smile, her shoulders slightly slumped from the weight of her decision. "Yeah, I'm sure, Izuku," she said softly. "Besides, I know when I am beat." All right. If these two have decided not to participate, then we will look to Team Todoroki, who placed 5th. Which two would like to participate?" "I believe that should be up to my other teammates," said Ida. "I failed to help them during the cavalry battle. Therefore, it should be up to them, said Ida robotically chopping his arm. Yeah, I agree. I didn't do much, said Kaminari shyly. After a moment of hesitation, Todoroki stepped forward, his voice carrying clearly through the stadium. I will participate, he said, his tone calm and collected. If Momo agrees, then we'll represent Team Todoroki. Momo glanced at him, her lips curling into a small but determined smile. She stepped forward as well, nodding resolutely. I'll join you, Todoroki, she said, her voice filled with quiet confidence. We'll make the most of this opportunity. The crowd erupted into applause, some cheering for the powerful combination of Todoroki's ice and fire abilities and Momo's tactical genius. Team Todoroki had been known for their strength and coordination, and now they were stepping up to fill the gap left by Ojiro and Jiro. Good, then let us show those matchups, she said, pointing to the screen. Round 1. Izuku Yagi vs Hitoshi Shinso. Inori Yagi vs Sero. Mina Ishido vs Ibara Shiozaki. Ichiro Yagi vs Shoto Todoroki. Reiko Yanagi vs Hiryu Rin. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Injiro Kirishima vs Tetsu Tetsu. Katsuki Bakugo vs Achiko Uraraka. The crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch as the matchups flashed across the large screen. Students exchanged nervous glances, sizing up their opponents, while others whispered strategies. The tournament was about to begin, and it was clear that this would be one of the most intense competitions in UA's history. Before that, we will do the recreational events. The people in the tournament can participate if they want but do not need to if they do not want to, said Midnight, hitting a stuck pose to the audience. Many did different things to try and relax before then. Many cheered their classmates on. Some tried to find a place to relax, and many warmed up to prepare themselves for the tournament. But time started to dwindle down. It was soon time for the one-on-one tournament to start. The air in the stadium was electric as the students stretched and mentally prepared for what was to come. Midnight had made sure everyone understood that the recreational events were optional, but many took the opportunity to warm up, chat with their teammates, or just take a moment to calm their nerves before the one-on-one tournament began. Izuku changed back into his UA gym uniform to fight this Shinso guy. He did get a heat of warning from Ojiro and Kyoka to not talk to him at all. This would be an interesting fight to say the least. The excitement in the stadium reached a fever pitch as the crowd's cheers and murmurs filled the air. The students who had participated in the recreational events slowly began to filter back into the stands, some wiping sweat from their brows while others found their seats, eyes focused on the arena. Midnight stood at the center, a grin playing on her lips. As she surveyed the crowd. All right, everyone, she announced, raising her arms to capture the audience's attention. It's time to get things started. The one-on-one tournament is about to begin, and you're going to witness some of the most incredible battles UA has ever seen. With that, the lights dimmed, and the giant screen above flickered to life, displaying the first match. The tension in the air grew even thicker as Midnight pointed toward the entrance. And now, she continued, her voice amplified, let's welcome our first contestants to the stage. As Midnight gestured toward the entrance, Present Mick's voice boomed through the speakers, full of energy. Ahem. Are you ready? Let's go. It's time for the first round to begin. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers as Present Mike continued. At one end, we've got the young hero in training, the boy who never gives up, the one with a heart as big as his powers, Izuku Yagi from the hero course. Izuku walked out of the tunnel, his fists clenched, ready for the match ahead. He waved briefly to the audience, his nerves evident but determination shining through. His eyes scanned the stands before locking on his opponent's entrance. And in the opposite corner, Present Mike continued, his voice full of excitement, not much is known about this guy, but we do know one thing, he is Hitoshi Shinso from the general course. Hitoshi stepped out onto the arena floor, his calm, confident demeanor contrasting with Izuku's intense focus. His purple hair swayed slightly in the breeze, and his eyes locked onto Izuku with a steely gaze. The tension between them was palpable, as both knew this fight would not be easy. With the announcement complete, the two combatants stared each other down. Midnight, holding her microphone, gave the final countdown. Begin! And just like that, the first match of the one-on-one tournament began. Shinso stared down Izuku with a smirk on his face as Izuku looked at him seriously. You must be feeling pretty good, huh? Shinso taunted, his voice laced with amusement. Making it this far, standing on this stage, all eyes on you. Bet you think you've got this in the bag. Izuku ripped off his left arm sleeve, confusing some of the audience members as he wrapped it around his mouth. Shinso stared at him, momentarily caught off guard. What? Izuku finished tying the fabric securely around his mouth, effectively preventing himself from speaking. His eyes, sharp with determination, locked onto Shinso's. The audience murmured in confusion, some wondering if this was some sort of strange battle tactic, while others quickly caught on. Shinso clicked his tongue, annoyed but not defeated. So, you figured it out. Clever. But that won't be enough to win. Izuku only raised a brow before extending out Black Whip, wrapping it around him and dragging him across the concrete towards the line at blinding speed. The crowd erupted into gasps as Shinso skidded across the concrete floor, his boots scraping against the surface as he struggled to stop himself from being dragged toward the boundary line. It took only a couple of more seconds before Shinso was across the boundary line. The stadium fell into a stunned silence as the realization set in: Shinso had lost. The referee blew the whistle, confirming what was already clear. Shinso is out of bounds. Izuku Yagi advances to the next round. Midnight's voice boomed through the speakers. The crowd erupted, some cheering wildly for Izuku's victory, others murmuring in disbelief at how quickly the match had ended. Shinso lay sprawled on the ground outside the ring, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His fingers curled into fists, frustration boiling inside him. That was it? That fast? After everything? Izuku, still standing inside the ring, unwrapped the fabric from around his mouth and took a deep breath. He stepped forward, peering down at Shinso with an unreadable expression. That was impressive, he said, offering a hand. You almost had me for a second. Shinso looked at the hand but didn't take it immediately. Instead, he let out a short, bitter chuckle. Sure man, he said, finally reaching up and grasping Izuku's hand, letting himself be pulled up. Listen, Shinso. If your quirk does what I think it does, you will make a great hero. I do not want you to give up on your dream of being one. I expect to see you and fight alongside you in the future, said Izuku, still shaking his hand. Shinso stared at Izuku, his expression caught between disbelief and something else, something deeper. A great hero? The words rang in his ears, cutting through the frustration of his loss. For years, people had dismissed his quirk as something villainous. It was always the same reaction: fear, distrust, even disgust. But here was Izuku Yagi, one of the strongest contenders in the entire festival, telling him that he had the potential to be a hero. Shinso clenched his jaw, his fingers still wrapped around Izuku's hand. He wanted to brush it off, to scoff and tell him that empty words didn't change reality. But something in Izuku's eyes told him he wasn't just saying it to be nice, he meant it. Finally, Shinso sighed and pulled his hand away. Tease, don't think this means I'll start being all buddy-buddy with you, he muttered. But I'll remember that. Izuku grinned, rubbing the back of his neck. That's all I ask. He froze up and went into a numbed state, signifying that Shinso's quirk was in play. Shinso smirked as he undid his quirk. That was the work of my quirk. Izuku blinked rapidly as he snapped out of the trance, realizing what had just happened. His body had gone rigid for those few seconds, completely unresponsive. Shinso smirked, crossing his arms. You see? If you hadn't already won, that would have been the perfect opening. A second too late though. Izuku let out a breath, rubbing his temples. Yeah, your quirk is dangerous in a fight. If you had more time to train, I might not have had a chance. Shinso's smirk faltered just slightly, his fingers twitching. Yeah, well, not like that matters now. I lost. Izuku frowned, stepping closer. That doesn't mean anything. Everyone loses at some point, but what matters is how you use it to get stronger. Shinso scoffed. Easy for you to say. You've got a flashy quirk. People don't look at you and assume you're some villain in the making. Izuku's eyes softened. Shinso, I don't think power makes someone a hero or a villain. It's what you do with it. And you? You're not giving up. Shinso looked at him, a little stunned, before shaking his head. You're annoyingly optimistic, you know that? Izuku chuckled. Yeah, I get that a lot. From the stands, the audience was still buzzing. Some were still cheering for Izuku's victory, while others murmured in shock at how short the fight had been. But a select few were watching Shinso with different eyes now. Aizawa, his sharp gaze focused on the two students, let out a quiet hum. That kid. He could see something in Shinso, something raw but promising. With the right training, he could go far. Shinso sighed. Alright Yagi, you better not lose in some dumb way, but I doubt that you will. I will beat you next time we face off. Izuku grinned. I'll be looking forward to it. As Shinso walked off the stage, the weight of the match still lingering in his mind, he clenched his fists. He may have lost, but something had shifted. Maybe, just maybe, he wasn't as far away from his dream as he thought. Alright, let us move on to the next match, yelled out Present Mike as the two next contestants were making their way to the arena. Izuku got up to the 1A box to see his classmates waiting for him. Izuku barely had time to step into the 1A viewing box before he was met with an enthusiastic greeting. Deku, that was amazing. Uraraka beamed, giving him a thumbs up. Whatever, said Bakugo, grumbling to himself. Izuku ignored him and walked over to sit by Jiro and Shoji. You did good, Yagi, replied Shoji. Izuku gave Shoji a grateful nod, settling into the seat next to him. Thanks, Shoji. I feel like I could have done more, though. Shinso's quirk is dangerous, and if I wasn't careful. You handled it well, Jiro interjected, offering him a small smile. You didn't let his mind control get to you, and that's a huge plus. Not everyone could do that. I didn't anyway. I was walking over to you to be on your team to the cavalry battle when he put me under. I didn't remember much of anything until someone bumped into me. Shoji let out a low hum, clearly understanding the severity of the situation. That's pretty terrifying. It's one thing to be caught in a fight with someone who can overpower you, but another entirely when they control your mind like that. Shinso's quirk is a real threat. Izuku absorbed Shoji's words as Present Mike started to announce the next two competitors. It was his turn to sit back and watch. On one side of the corner, we have a fiery girl from the class of 1B. She came here to eliminate the competition. Here is Inori Yagi of the hero course. Inori stepped on stage flipping her hair out of the way to stare down her opponent on the other end. Her opponent is from class 1A. With agility, precision, and the power of his tape, he's looking to wrap up the competition. Give it up for Hanta Sero. Sero stepped onto the stage with a confident grin, rolling his shoulders as he eyed Inori. Eliminate the competition, huh? He said, flexing his fingers as strips of tape extended from his elbows. Guess I'll have to make sure I'm not on that list. Inori popped her neck as she looked down at Sero. Whatever you say, man. Midnight put her hand into the air to begin the match as she looked at the two competitors. The tension in the arena heightened as Midnight raised her hand. Ready? Go! She brought her hand down with a swift motion, signaling the start of the match. Sero wasted no time in launching tape from both of his elbows as he launched them at Inori. Inori flicked her wrist using her telekinetic power to toss the tape to the side. Sero tried to control the tape but couldn't no matter what his effort. In the blink of an eye, Inori closed the distance, sending a hard punch right at his chest, launching him towards the out-of-bounds line. Sero couldn't get a good grip as he flew past the line and landed with a hard thud. Sero groaned as he pushed himself up, rubbing his chest where Inori had landed the hit. Midnight glanced at him before raising her WE. Sero is out of bounds. Inori Yagi wins the match. The crowd erupted in cheers and murmurs. Some were impressed by the sheer speed and power of Inori's attack, while others whispered among themselves about how quickly the fight had ended. Izuku leaned forward, watching as Inori turned away from Sero without a second glance, walking back toward the waiting area. She didn't waste any time, Jiro commented. Didn't even let him get a second move in. She's efficient, Shoji added. A lot of people underestimate telekinesis, but she's got control and precision. That's a dangerous combination. Izuku hummed in agreement, watching as Inori exited the stage. She carried herself with confidence, her posture never faltering. Down in the arena, Sero sighed, brushing some dust off his uniform. Man, that was over fast, he muttered, shaking his head. He glanced over at Inori, who didn't spare him another look. Guess I'll have to work on my speed. Jiro looked to Izuku, who was quiet for the most part. He had an analytical look on his face as he looked at his sister leaving the arena. He was subconsciously tapping his foot, showing he was either anxious or full of pent-up energy. His sister wasn't the best to him, and he knew that, but that didn't make Jiro worry about him any less. You good dude? Asked Jiro as she placed a hand on his, making him jump slightly. Izuku blinked, shaking himself out of his thoughts. Yeah, I'm fine, he said quickly, offering Jiro a small smile. She didn't look convinced. You sure? You were kinda tense there for a second. Izuku sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. It's just a lot, but I'll be fine. Don't worry about it, he said, smiling slightly at her, secretly hoping she wouldn't push the subject. Jiro didn't look entirely convinced, but she decided to drop it, for now. Alright, but don't go bottling things up, okay? Izuku nodded, appreciating her concern, even if he wasn't ready to unpack everything just yet. He turned his attention back to the arena as the next set of competitors were preparing for their match. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep this tournament rolling. Up next, we've got a battle of agility, acid, and grace. Introducing from Class 1A, the ever-energetic, ever-unpredictable queen of the dance floor, Mina Ishido. Mina bounced onto the battlefield with a bright grin, striking a playful pose as she waved to the crowd. Let's go, she cheered, already brimming with excitement. And her opponent from Class 1B. She fights with unwavering ferocity and power, here to wipe out the competition. Ibara Shiozaki, called out Present Mike. Ibara frowned slightly at Present Mick's words. Excuse me, sir, she called out to him. Ibara frowned slightly at Present Mick's words. Excuse me, sir, she called out to him, her voice carrying a calm but firm presence. I do not seek to wipe out anyone. My goal is simply to prove myself as a hero and walk the path the Lord has set for me. Present Mike blinked at the correction before letting out a sheepish chuckle. Alright, my bad. But let's see what divine strength you bring to the battlefield. Mina tilted her head, grinning as she stretched her arms. Oh, fancy talk. Guess I better take this seriously, huh? Ibara nodded solemnly, clasping her hands together as her vine-like hair began to subtly shift around her, like a living shield waiting to strike. It would be wise. Midnight raised her hand, looking between the two competitors. The anticipation in the air thickened, the crowd falling into hushed murmurs. Begin! Mina shot forward immediately, acid secreting from her feet as she used it to boost her momentum. She spun, launching a glob of acid directly at Ibara. Ibara's vines reacted instantly, growing outward to block the attack. The acid sizzled upon contact, eating away at the outermost layers, but the sheer mass of her vines absorbed most of the damage. Mina expected this. Instead of waiting, she pushed forward, twisting her body midair and sending another shot toward Ibara's flank. Mina barely had time to react as she felt herself being lifted off the ground, Ibara's vines coiling tightly around her limbs. "Put me down, damn it," she growled, struggling against the ever-tightening grip. "Of course," Ibara said calmly, barely breaking a sweat. With a flick of her wrist, she sent Mina hurtling toward the out-of-bounds line. Mina twisted in midair, her instincts kicking in as she released a concentrated burst of acid from her palms. The corrosive liquid struck the ground below her, melting a small crater into the arena floor. Using the momentum from her spin, she angled her body and kicked off the melting stone, propelling herself back toward Ibara before she could fully register the escape. The crowd gasped as Mina flipped through the air, landing on the ground with a skid. "Oh, now that was slick," Present Mike shouted, his voice booming through the stadium. Mina grinned, breathing heavily as she wiped some sweat from her brow. "Phew. Thought I was done for a second." "You are done. I was just giving you a few more seconds," said Ibara as vines tightened around Mina's legs once more. The crowd gasped as Mina struggled, trying to melt through the vines with her acid, but Ibara had anticipated that. The vines holding her were thicker, reinforced with layers that could withstand the corrosive effects just long enough. "It's over," Ibara stated solemnly. With one swift motion, she swung her arm, and the vines obeyed. Mina was lifted off the ground and hurled through the air. She flailed, desperately trying to grab onto something, anything, but there was nothing to save her. She sailed past the boundary line and landed with a loud thud outside the ring. Midnight immediately raised her WHP. Mina Ishido is out of bounds. Ibara Shizuki wins the match. The stadium erupted in cheers and murmurs. Some applauded Ibara's precise and methodical approach, while others groaned, clearly hoping for a longer battle. Mina lay on her back for a moment, staring at the sky. Then, with a tired sigh, she sat up, rubbing the back of her head. "And I really thought I had her for a second." Ibara walked over, offering a polite bow. "You fought well. Your spirit and adaptability are admirable." Mina blinked before grinning up at her. "You're way too nice about kicking my butt." Ibara gave a small smile. "It was an honorable match." Mina chuckled as she took Ibara's offered hand and got to her feet. "Guess I'll have to work on my anti-vine strategies." Back in the stands, Class 1A was surprised to see the head of Monoma pop up from the other side, ready to mock Class 1A for losing. "Nice job, Class 1A." Monoma's voice carried over the crowd, dripping with sarcasm. "You're really showing the world what top-tier heroes are made of. First, Mina, and now, who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky next time." "Monoma, shut up," came a voice from the Class 1A side. It was Kirishima, grinning through gritted teeth. "I swear, one of these days." "Save it, Beach," Monoma interrupted, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. "I'm just saying you guys need to step it up. We've got talent in Class 1B who know how to win battles, not just put on a show for the crowd." He shot a smug glance at Ibara, who stood with a poised expression as she accepted the praise from her fellow students. "Ibara's been incredible," Izuku murmured under his breath, nodding in acknowledgement of her skill. "Her control over the vines, and that speed." Jiro, who had been silently watching, gave him a concerned look. "Are you sure you're all right? You're kind of zoning out again." Izuku blinked and immediately snapped out of his thoughts. "Yeah, sorry," he said, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. "I'm fine. Just analyzing things." Everyone then turned to see a raised hand over Monoma's head coming down to chop him on the neck. The blow was swift, and Monoma yelped, instantly flinching away from the unexpected strike. Itsuka peeked her head over, smiling. "Sorry guys, Monoma is a bit of a dunce." Monoma rubbed his neck, glaring at Itsuka with a mix of annoyance and disbelief. "You didn't have to hit me so hard," he grumbled, clearly not enjoying being on the receiving end of the playful strike. Itsuka smirked down at him, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Maybe you'll think twice before running that mouth of yours," she said, patting him on the head as if he were a child. "Honestly, though, you've been asking for it." Monoma muttered under his breath but didn't argue further, clearly realizing that teasing Class 1A wasn't worth his teammates' punishment. "Alright, on to the fourth match, folks. From Class 1A. He brings the heat and will send chills down your spine. Shoto Todoroki. And his opponent, from Class 1B, a fighter known for her overwhelming stamina and speed, Ichiro Yagi. Ichiro and Shoto walked up staring at each other with calculating eyes. Shoto from his right could hear his mother screaming from the audience. "Beat him up, Shoto. You can do this." Shoto's sweat dropped as he saw his dad trying to calm her down, but he nodded in her direction. He looked at Ichiro, who was in a fighting position. "So, I finally get to fight Izuku's brother," said Shoto as he popped his shoulder. Ichiro smirked, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stretched his arms. "Not just Izuku's brother, but the one who's probably going to give me a real challenge." Cocky and arrogant. "How the hell does Izuku deal with you?" asked Shoto curiously. Ichiro glared in annoyance. "Begin," called out Midnight, commencing the battle. Shoto immediately sent ice in Ichiro's direction. Ichiro activated Impact Drive and sidestepped the ice in the blink of an eye. He activated level 7 for a split second, sending a powerful wind-pressurized punch in his direction, breaking and shattering the ice. Ichiro smirked as he looked to Todoroki, holding himself up with the ice wall behind him. "You ain't winning this battle, dude," said Ichiro as he was hopping on his feet. "Let's see if you can handle this," Shoto muttered, focusing his attention on the battlefield. He summoned a large wall of ice, but instead of just using it defensively, he aimed to trap Ichiro inside with a series of thick barriers on all sides. Ichiro grinned, clearly relishing the challenge. "Nice try," he said with a confident tone, and then in an instant his body exploded with speed. He activated his Impact Drive, focusing his energy in his legs as he launched himself forward with incredible force. The ground cracked beneath him as he dashed toward Shoto's ice wall. Shoto's eyes widened in surprise. "He's fast," he thought. The speed at which Ichiro moved was something Shoto hadn't anticipated. Just as the ice walls closed in on Ichiro, he threw a punch forward, generating a powerful shockwave that rippled through the air. The wave shattered the ice like glass, sending shards flying in every direction. "Impressive," Shoto admitted, though he didn't let his guard down. He immediately formed a ring of ice around Ichiro, trapping him in a confined space. But Ichiro wasn't fazed. He tilted his head, sizing up the situation. "You've got the power, but I've got the precision." With a swift movement, he activated his quirk once again. His fists slammed into the ground, sending another shockwave that broke through the ice and pushed Shoto back. The force of the impact was so powerful that Shoto barely managed to keep his footing. "This guy doesn't stop," Shoto thought, narrowing his eyes. Ichiro was relentless, each attack aimed at breaking through his ice defenses with impressive precision. The more Shoto tried to keep him trapped, the more Ichiro adapted, countering his every move. Shoto decided to try something risky and use both fire and ice at the same time. With a quick inhale, Shoto decided it was time to go all in. He focused his energy on both of his hands, one channeling the cold, the other the heat. The temperature around him dropped sharply as he created a thick ice storm at his feet, but in the same motion, his right hand erupted in a burst of flame. The two elements clashed around him, creating a steam fog that swirled through the arena. Ichiro watched Shoto's transformation with narrowed eyes, his smirk fading slightly. "What is he doing?" he thought, but before he could fully react, Shoto released a blast of fire toward Ichiro. The fire shot through the air like a wild beast, but Ichiro was quick to react. He sidestepped the attack with his typical speed, but just as he did, Shoto's ice shot from the ground beneath him. The floor froze under Ichiro's feet, trying to pin him in place. Ichiro, sensing the trap, immediately activated Impact Drive, causing a powerful shockwave to break the ice at his feet. But as he did, the fire that Shoto had sent toward him swirled into the ice storm and exploded, sending shards of ice and fire flying in all directions. "Damn it!" Ichiro grunted as he barely managed to keep his footing amidst the chaos. The air was filled with steam and smoke, making it hard for him to see. His body was still vibrating from the shockwave, and he felt the heat from Shoto's flames stinging at his skin. Shoto didn't give him a chance to recover. With precise control, he alternated between fire and ice, creating a barrage of attacks that kept Ichiro on the defensive. Each time Ichiro broke through one layer of ice, another formed in its place, trapping him in a tight circle. The air was thick with the steam from Shoto's attacks, and the heat from his fire clashed with the freezing cold of the ice. "That's the trick," Shoto muttered under his breath, his eyes locking onto Ichiro. Switching between fire and ice keeps him guessing. But despite Shoto's relentless offense, Ichiro's resolve never wavered. He was still determined to break free. Ichiro flexed his muscles, the impact from his quirk sending another shockwave that shattered the ice surrounding him. He gritted his teeth, knowing that if he didn't break out soon, he'd be overwhelmed. But he needed to find an opening. He couldn't keep relying on raw power alone. He had to outsmart Shoto. "You know, unlike Izuku, you severely are underestimating me. That is one area where Izuku will always be better in," said Shoto, making Ichiro instantly said. Ichiro's jaw clenched, his teeth grinding together as Shoto's words echoed in his mind. Izuku will always be better? His fists tightened, his body tense with anger. A burning fury ignited inside him, and his emerald eyes locked onto Shoto with an intensity that sent a chill down the half-and-half hero's spine. Don't mention my brother's name, Ichiro growled, his voice dripping with venom. His aura flared, and at that moment, it was clear, Shoto had pushed the wrong button. Before Shoto could react, Ichiro launched forward with explosive speed, his impact drive surging through his body. The ground beneath him cracked violently, sending debris flying as he closed the distance in an instant. His fist ped back, a swirling pressure building around it, distorting the air itself. Shoto barely had time to brace before Ichiro's punch connected. The sheer force behind it was unlike anything Shoto had felt before. The moment Ichiro's fist struck Shoto's ice wall, it didn't just crack, it disintegrated. A deafening shockwave blasted through the arena, sending powerful gusts of wind that nearly knocked spectators out of their seats. Shoto was sent hurtling backward, his body skidding across the battlefield as he fought to regain control. His ice boots dug into the ground, barely stopping his momentum. His breath was ragged, and his arms trembled from the impact. What the hell was that? He thought, his mind racing. Ichiro didn't let up. He leaped into the air, twisting his body mid-flight, and came down with a devastating axe kick aimed straight at Shoto's head. Shoto barely managed to roll out of the way before the attack landed. The moment Ichiro's foot struck the ground, a massive crater formed beneath him, dust and debris erupting into the sky. Shoto's eyes widened. He's getting faster. Stronger. You're not gonna win this, Todoroki, Ichiro said, his tone lower, more dangerous than before. He rolled his shoulders, shaking off the lingering steam from Shoto's fire. You thought you could box me in with your ice? Keep me at bay with your fire? That's cute. He cracked his knuckles, his muscles flexing. But I'm done playing defense. Ichiro shot forward again, zigzagging unpredictably, making it nearly impossible for Shoto to get a read on his movements. Every time Shoto tried to send out ice, Ichiro was already gone, a blur of motion too fast to track. Shoto's mind raced. I need to stop his momentum. He suddenly slammed his hands together, releasing a massive, combined burst of fire and ice in all directions, creating a chaotic explosion of steam. The battlefield turned into a thick, blinding fog. For a moment, there was silence. The entire cloud of steam exploded outward as Ichiro tore through it with an all-out attack. His fist, now glowing with sheer force, collided with Shoto's gut. The impact was devastating. Shoto's eyes widened as all the air was forcibly expelled from his lungs. His vision blurred, his body lifting off the ground from the sheer force of the blow. The audience gasped as Shoto flew backward, crashing into the stadium wall with a thunderous crack. A stunned silence filled the arena. Ichiro exhaled slowly, shaking out his hand. I told you, he muttered, rolling his shoulders. Don't ever compare me to Izuku. Shoto groaned, trying to push himself up, but his body refused to move. He was spent. The sheer strength of Ichiro's attack had left him completely drained. Midnight steps forward, raising her hand. Shoto Todoroki is unable to continue, she called out. The winner of the match, Ichiro Yagi. The crowd erupted into cheers, but Ichiro didn't care. He turned on his heel, walking away from the arena, his expression unreadable. He had won. But his anger still burned. Izuku looked at his older brother with a bit of shock and nervousness. He was now tapping both feet at a fast pace and he was still trying to figure out what the hell was wrong with himself. Jiro, standing beside him, noticed his unease. She leaned in slightly, her voice low. Izuku, you okay? Without a doubt, said Izuku as he still tapped his foot on the ground. Jiro wasn't convinced. She'd spent enough time around Izuku to recognize when something was bothering him. His fingers twitched, his leg bounced, small tells of nervous energy that he usually suppressed when focused. But this time, it wasn't excitement. It was something else. Okay, I am going to use the bathroom, said Izuku getting up quicker than he normally would and briskly walked away. Izuku walked down the hallway, his mind racing. His hands were clenched into fists at his sides, and his breath came out in short, uneven bursts. His heart pounded like a drum in his chest. What the hell is wrong with me? He muttered under his breath. He leaned against the bathroom sink, gripping the edges tightly as he stared at his reflection in the mirror. His emerald eyes were wide, his pupils slightly dilated. His face was flushed, and his whole body felt like it was buzzing with unshakable energy. He was seeing images from when he was younger when Inori and Ichiro would beat him up during his elementary and middle school years. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment, trying to steady his breath. The memories were flooding in, uninvited, and they hit him like a wave crashing against the shore. He had always been the smaller, weaker one. The one who had to deal with his older siblings' teasing and taunts. The feeling of being insignificant was coming back to him now. But that was a while ago. He had grown stronger, at least he thought he had. But now, watching Ichiro in the arena, it was like those old memories were resurrected. He could still remember the cruel sneers, the harsh words, and the moments when he felt completely powerless. Was that still affecting him? Was that why his heart was racing, his hands trembling, his stomach in knots? Why did it feel like his past was chasing him down when he'd fought so hard to leave it behind? I'm not like that anymore, Izuku whispered to himself, his voice barely audible. I'm not. He continued to see the way they laughed at him before he couldn't take it anymore, and he slapped himself hard in the face. The sharp slap echoed through the quiet bathroom, cutting through the turbulent thoughts swirling in Izuku's mind. His fingers lingered on his flushed cheek for a moment, the sting grounding him back to reality. It was a jarring reminder that he wasn't the same person he was back then. He wasn't the weak, helpless child who let his brothers push him around. He was a hero in training, someone with power, determination, and the resolve to overcome his past. Get it together, Izuku, he muttered to himself, taking in a deep breath. His pulse was still racing, but the tightness in his chest started to loosen. You're not the same. You're not helpless anymore. Izuku shook his head. Focus. He looked over at the TV to see Reiko and Hiryu were about to be announced by Present Mike, and he sighed. All right, I'll wait in here for a bit to cool off, he said sitting on the counter. From Class 1A we have another telekinetic user. Please welcome Reiko Yanagi. From Class 1B we have a boy with scales tougher than steel, Hiryu. Present Mike's voice echoed through the stadium as the next fight was announced. Rin smirked as he looked up to Reiko, who had a calm expression on her face. Are both contestants ready? Asked Midnight, with them nodding in response. Begin. Rin activated his scales and shot them at Reiko with rapid precision, the hardened projectiles whizzing through the air like bullets. The crowd held their breath as they watched the first exchange unfold. Reiko, unfazed, simply raised her hand. The scales stopped midair, caught by an invisible force before they could reach her. With a flick of her fingers, she sent them flying back toward Rin at twice the speed. Rin's eyes widened, but he reacted quickly. He crossed his arms in front of him, his reinforced scales acting as a shield. The returned projectiles clattered harmlessly against his body, but Reiko was already making her next move. Without a word, she lifted her hand again, and the air around Rin shimmered. He suddenly felt his body becoming lighter. No, not just lighter. He was being lifted. The telekinesis, he muttered under his breath, realizing what she was doing. Before he could counter, Reiko tightened her grip on the air around him and sent him hurtling sideways, slamming him into the arena floor with a loud thud. The crowd gasped. Rin gritted his teeth, quickly rolling to his feet. Not bad, he admitted, shaking off the impact. But I hope you've got more than that. Reiko didn't respond. She simply lifted her hand again, the same eerie calm in her expression. Rin knew he couldn't let her control the pace of the fight. He needed to close the distance. Pushing off the ground, he sprinted forward, weaving through the air to avoid any invisible attacks. The moment he got within range, he lashed out with a sharp kick aimed at Reiko's midsection. But just as his foot was about to connect, his legs stopped mid-motion. It was as if an invisible force had wrapped around it, holding him in place. Reiko finally spoke, her voice quiet yet firm. Too predictable. With a mere gesture, she twisted her fingers, and Rin's entire body was wrenched sideways, sending him tumbling across the floor once again. The audience erupted into cheers, amazed at the control she had over the battle. Rin grunted, pushing himself back up. Demon, you really don't waste movement, huh? He smirked, wiping dust from his mouth. All right then, let's see if you can stop this. Without hesitation, he activated his quirk at full power. His scales thickened, covering his body like armor, and his strength surged. Then, with a deep breath, he shed. His scales shot outward in all directions like a deadly explosion of shrapnel. Reiko's eyes narrowed. She raised both hands, and immediately, the storm of scales froze in the air. But the sheer number of them made it difficult to keep control. Rin didn't waste a second. He lunged forward with everything he had, bursting through the gap in her defenses. This time she won't stop me. He swung his fist with all his might, aiming for her shoulder. But it never landed. The moment before impact, Rin suddenly felt himself floating. His feet left the ground and he was weightless. His eyes widened as he realized she had lifted him. Then, with a downward move of her hand, Reiko slammed him into the floor with bone-rattling force. A collective oof came from the audience, as a crater formed beneath Rin's body. Dust and debris filled the air. For a few seconds, everything was still. Midnight stepped forward, assessing the situation. Rin groaned, trying to push himself up, but his arms gave out beneath him. That's it. Midnight declared. Hiryu is unable to continue. The winner of this match, Reiko Yanagi. The stadium erupted into cheers as Reiko lowered her hand, letting out a small breath. She gave a slight nod before turning away, her expression as unreadable as ever. Izuku nodded at his friend with a smile on his face. She handled that pretty well, all things considered. Granted, her quirk was nowhere near Inori's, but it was to the point where she could lift people up like the way she was doing. He was going to wait here for one more match, then he would be good to go. It was a few minutes before the TV showed Momo and Tokoyami's match, and he smirked as he looked to see his two friends on screen. This would be a good fight. He leaned against the wall ready to see what would happen. Alright, we have two students from Class 1A. We have a man of mystery and darkness alongside a woman of elegance and creativity. Here is Momo Yaoyorozu and Fumikage Tokoyami. Momo took a deep breath as she stepped into the arena, her sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. She knew this wasn't going to be easy. Tokoyami was one of the strongest students in their class, and his quirk, Dark Shadow, was as unpredictable as it was powerful. Across from her, Tokoyami stood tall, his expression calm and unreadable. Dark Shadow loomed over his shoulder, twitching slightly, already prepared for battle. Midnight raised her hand. Are both combatants ready? Momo nodded, her mind already running through dozens of strategies. Tokoyami gave a small nod, his gaze locked onto her, already assessing her stance. Begin. The fight is the same as canon and we know what happens. Izuku looked at the screen worried about his friend. Momo had a downcast look on her face from the fight with Tokoyami. Maybe he would go to see her real quick. The thoughts of his past were temporarily gone as he went to go and find his friend. Izuku took a deep breath and pushed himself off the counter. His mind was still reeling from the confrontation with his past, but right now, Momo needed support. He left the bathroom and walked briskly through the halls of the stadium, heading toward the waiting area where the participants gathered after their matches. When he arrived, he spotted Momo sitting on one of the benches, her head slightly bowed, her hands resting on her knees. She wore a contemplative expression, her usual confidence dulled by the weight of defeat. Izuku hesitated for a moment, wondering what the right thing to say was. He knew that feeling all too well, the disappointment, the self-doubt, the endless replaying of what could have been done differently. He had been there before and he still struggled with it. Gathering his resolve, he walked up to her. Momo. She lifted her head slightly, her sharp, intelligent eyes meeting his. Izuku, she greeted, her voice calm but lacking its usual strength. Izuku sat down beside her, giving her space but making sure she knew he was there. You fought well, he said sincerely. Momo let out a small sigh, shaking her head. Not well enough, she murmured. I should have anticipated his movements better. I should have come up with a countermeasure. But I hesitated. Izuku frowned. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow is a tough opponent, especially in an open battlefield. You did everything you could. She pursed her lips. But it wasn't enough. What's the point of having a strategic mind if I can't execute a plan properly when it matters? Izuku understood her frustration. He had struggled with similar doubts, constantly questioning whether he was capable enough, strong enough, worthy enough. But he had learned something valuable along the way, something he hoped Momo could recognize too. You're not defined by one fight, he said. Losing doesn't mean you're not good enough. It just means there's something to learn from it. Momo exhaled slowly, nodding. I know that, she admitted, but it doesn't make it any less frustrating. He smiled slightly. Yeah, I get that. Just promise me you won't doubt yourself. I know all too well what it is like to doubt myself. It's about confidence. Momo let out a soft sigh, her fingers curling slightly into her palms. Confidence. She echoed as if testing the word on her tongue. That's what it always comes back to, doesn't it? Izuku nodded. Yeah. I mean, you have the skills, the intelligence, and the drive. But if you don't believe in yourself, then it's like fighting with one hand tied behind your back. Momo gave him a small, appreciative smile. I suppose you're right. It's just hard sometimes. When I see everyone else improving so much, when I see how easily they seem to succeed, I wonder if I'm really capable of keeping up. Izuku looked at her seriously. You don't just keep up, Momo. You set the bar for the rest of us. You're one of the smartest and most capable students in our class. We all know that. She blinked at him, surprised by the genuine certainty in his voice. Do you really think that? Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Of course. I mean, I admire how you always analyze everything so quickly, how you come up with strategies on the spot. Your ability to create things with your quirk is incredible, and I know for a fact that I wouldn't want to face you in a battle. Momo felt warmth rise to her cheeks at his words. She wasn't used to receiving direct praise, and coming from someone like Izuku, who she deeply respected, it meant even more. Momo smiled softly, a hint of gratitude in her expression as she looked at Izuku. Thank you, Izuku. I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a little embarrassed by the praise he'd given her but still glad it seemed to have helped. I'm just telling the truth. You've got so much potential, Momo. She nodded thoughtfully, her gaze softening. I guess that's something I've been forgetting lately. Maybe I'm too hard on myself. Izuku gave her a reassuring grin. We all are. But it's okay to give yourself a little slack every now and then. You've got this. There was a pause as Momo took in his words, her posture relaxing just a bit. The weight of the previous match still lingered, but it felt lighter now. She looked at Izuku, meeting his eyes with newfound understanding. I'll try to remember that. Izuku nodded, standing up from the bench. Well, I'm glad I could help. But we should probably head back. I'm sure Kyoko will be looking for me, and I don't want to keep her waiting. Momo stood as well, brushing off her uniform before giving Izuku a small, grateful smile. You're probably right. I'm sure she'll be giving you the stink eye if you're late. Izuku chuckled at the thought. I wouldn't doubt it. She has her ways of making sure I don't slack off. Momo's smile lingered for a moment longer before she nodded. Thanks again, Izuku. I really appreciate it. You've helped me more than you know. He smiled back, a little bashfully. No problem. As they re-entered the stadium, Jiro's voice pierced through the noise. Izuku. There you are. Izuku turned just in time to see her walking toward him, her arms crossed, and her usual mischievous grin plastered on her face. He could practically feel her eyes on him, ready to ask where he'd been and why he hadn't returned sooner. Hey, Kyoka, he said with a sheepish grin, waving at her as she approached. My bad. I feel better now, he said, giving a thumbs up. Jiro's eyes narrowed, her smirk never faltering. Feel better, huh? She repeated, crossing her arms tighter as she stopped in front of him. Yes, ma'am, he said with her punching his shoulder. Don't you ma'am me, said Jiro, slightly annoyed. How about we finish watching the fights? Izuku offered as he was rubbing the spot where she punched him. Jiro sighed, rolling her eyes but smirking nonetheless. Yeah, come on then, Izuku. Let's go see who else gets their butt kicked. Momo chuckled softly at their banter but gave Izuku one last appreciative glance before walking alongside them toward the stands. While the sting of defeat still lingered, she felt a little lighter now. Izuku's words stuck with her, and though she wasn't fully over her loss, she knew she could take something valuable from it. As they reached their seats, the next match was already being announced, the crowd buzzing with excitement. Alright everyone, here is a page break for you all, but I will say this. The next matches are going to be the canon matches. We all know what happens, and I doubt all of you would like me to type the same stuff that happened before. Kirishima moves on. Bakugo moves on, simple as that. Izuku rubbed his hands over his face as he was freaking out a little bit. He still couldn't wrap his head around so that he would be fighting his sister in the next round. Jiro had caught on a bit as to why he ran off to the bathroom. Izuku's hands trembled slightly as he walked through the dimly lit corridor leading to the stadium entrance. His breaths came out uneven, his mind racing with a storm of emotions that he had buried for so long, emotions he thought he had been under control. But now, with the looming reality of facing Inori in battle, everything was unraveling. He could hear present Mike starting to announce their names now. He looked up, taking a few deep breaths to keep himself composed. Alright, this is going to be one of the most interesting fights thus far, folks. To start this out, we have a great matchup to start the second round. From Class 1A we have Lean Green Fighting Machine. Izuku Yagi. Izuku forced his legs to keep moving, despite the weight pressing down on his chest. The roar of the crowd barely registered in his ears, drowned out by the frantic beating of his heart. His mind kept looping the same thought repeatedly. I have to fight her. I have to fight Inori. At the end other, we have a girl who can pick up what you are putting down. From Class 1B, we have Inori Yagi, he yelled out as she made her way out of the other end. Izuku stood at his end of the area, his hands clenched at his sides as he watched his sister step forward. Inori Yagi's expression was unreadable, calm, composed, and yet there was a flicker of something deeper in her blue eyes. Determination? Hesitation? He wasn't sure. The crowd's cheers rang in his ears, but he couldn't focus on them. His heart pounded like a war drum, his thoughts racing faster than he could control. He knew he couldn't be in her range of telekinesis, otherwise he would be in trouble. Inori looked up to Izuku with a calm expression on her face. She knew one thing. This Esigidi. She was going to have to fight her brother. The one that dealt with the problems that her and Ichiro imposed on him nearly every day for all these years. She sighed as she got into a fighting stance. You better be ready, Izuku, she said as Izuku slowly nodded at her. Izuku got into his own stance, readying himself for the fight. A few from the stands caught on to the overwhelmed state with some curiosity. Mr. Aizawa leaned forward to see his student with a bit of concern on his face. What the hell is going on with him? He thought to himself. Midnight looked at the two competitors, sticking her hand into the air. Midnight's hand dropped, signaling the start of the match. Neither of them moved as they just stared each other down. A few in the audience knew the importance of this fight from the past that these two had. Izuku was breathing heavily now and trying to get the images of the past out of his head. He kept seeing himself in the alleyway that one day, where Inori, Ichiro, Bakugo beat him to a bloody pulp. Izuku's breath hitched as the memories surged forward, unbidden and relentless. The alleyway, the pain, the betrayal, his own siblings standing over him as he lay on the cold pavement, battered and broken. He shook his head, forcing himself to focus. This wasn't then. This was now. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, grounding himself in the present. Inori was watching him carefully, her stance steady, her expression unreadable. He knew she was waiting for him to make the first move, to gauge his state of mind before striking. Izuku exhaled sharply. If he hesitated, he'd lose. And he refused to lose. He charged full cowling to 50% alongside activating Jolt. He pet his fist back for a punch, preparing to send it Inori's way. Green electricity crackled down his right arm as he threw the punch forward, sending a green lightning bolt her direction alongside the added wind pressure from One for All. Inori's eyes narrowed at the lightning bolt coming at her. She had never been able to move energy-based attacks out of the way, so there was only one option left. She clasped her hands together as the ground around her moved to the front of her for protection. The force of the lightning bolt struck the makeshift barrier of stone, sending cracks rippling through it. Dust and debris exploded into the air, momentarily obscuring Inori from view. Izuku didn't let up. He knew giving her a moment to breathe would be a mistake. He dashed forward, the ground cracking beneath him as he moved at blind speed, his fist ped back for another strike. Before he could get close, Inori clapped her hands together again, and the shattered remnants of her barrier exploded outward like a shotgun blast. Jagged chunks of rock and dust surged toward Izuku. His instincts kicked in, and he twisted his body midair, dodging most of the debris. A few pieces grazed his arm and shoulder, but he pushed through the pain, landing on his feet and immediately pivoting into another attack. Not bad, he muttered under his breath. The thing about Inori was her quirk was incredibly powerful without One for All already. Adding One for All into the mix made her boost everything about her. Strength, speed, reaction time, and control over her telekinetic abilities. Izuku knew this fight wouldn't be easy, not by a long shot. Izuku surged forward again, lightning crackling around his body. He zigzagged unpredictably, leaving afterimages in his wake. Inori narrowed her eyes, tracking his movement, but she didn't attack yet. She was waiting for the real threat, not the illusion of one. Then, in a flash, Izuku was right in front of her. His fist rocketed forward at high speed, but Inori had anticipated it. Her hands shot up, and the air between them seemed to ripple as she activated her telekinesis. Izuku felt an invisible force slam into his body, halting his momentum mid-strike. His eyes widened as he found himself momentarily suspended in the air. "Got you," Inori murmured. With a flick of her wrist, she sent him flying back at a dangerous speed. Time for Plan B, thought Izuku as he started to concentrate. Izuku gritted his teeth as he hurtled backward through the air, his mind racing to find a way out of her grip. The sheer force of her telekinesis was suffocating. It wrapped around him like an unbreakable chain, threatening to slam him into the arena wall at full force. But Izuku wasn't about to let that happen. Think, damn it, he urged himself. With an instant to react, he activated Jolt at full power, sending green electricity coursing through his body. His muscles tensed, and the air around him crackled violently. Inori's eyes widened slightly. She could feel the shift in his energy, the sudden resistance against her hold. That's it. Electricity. That was the key. If he couldn't overpower her telekinesis through brute force, he disrupted instead. Using the energy surging through him, he began vibrating his muscles rapidly, forcing his body to tremble at an almost imperceptible speed. It was something he had theorized but never had a reason to try, until now. If Inori's telekinesis relied on a steady grip, then disrupting his own physical state might make it impossible for her to maintain control. And it worked. Inori gasped as her invisible hold on him wavered. It was like trying to grasp water slipping through her fingers. Before she could adjust, Izuku twisted his body midair and shot himself downward, landing with a heavy boom that cracked the ground beneath him. The crowd roared in excitement at his incredible maneuver. Inori furrowed her brows. What? She clenched her fists, focusing her telekinesis again, trying to re-establish control. But as soon as she latched onto Izuku, he flared his electricity once more, making his body jitter unpredictably. She can't stabilize her grip on me anymore, Izuku realized, a small smirk forming. You figured something out, Inori muttered, her expression unreadable, but there was a flicker of surprise in her blue eyes. Izuku took a slow breath, steadying himself. For years, Inori, I have watched your strengths, but more importantly, your weaknesses. The biggest one being you can't manipulate energy, only something that is physical. You can't get a hold of me if I have myself covering in electricity. Inori's jaw clenched. She hated to admit it, but he was right. Her telekinesis worked by manipulating solid matter, anything she could physically grasp with her mind. But energy? That was beyond her control. And now, Izuku was using that against her. She quickly adjusted her stance, narrowing her eyes at him. But clever, Izuku. You found a way to break free. Her fingers twitched as she analyzed his every move, looking for a weakness. But don't think you've won just because you figured that out. Izuku didn't respond. He had no intention of wasting time with words. His mind was set, he had to win this fight. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged forward, green lightning arcing wildly around his body. He zigzagged unpredictably, making it difficult for Inori to predict his trajectory. Inori extended her hand, sending large chunks of the arena floor flying toward him, trying to box him in. But Izuku's movements were sharper, faster. He sidestepped the debris with precise footwork, each step cracking the ground beneath him. In an instant he was right in front of her, his fist ped back. Inori barely had time to react. She reinforced her body with telekinesis, bracing herself for impact. Izuku threw the punch, but it was a feint. At the last second, he diverted the momentum and brought his other hand up, aiming a powerful palm strike to her stomach. The force sent a shockwave through her body, staggering her backward. She gasped, struggling to regain her balance. But Izuku didn't let up. He twisted his body, spinning into a roundhouse kick aimed at her side. Inori barely managed to throw up a telekinetic shield to absorb the blow, but even then, the sheer force sent her skidding across the arena. The crowd erupted into cheers. Inori gritted her teeth. She had underestimated him. She had spent years seeing him as weak, as someone to push around. But this was completely different Izuku. And it infuriated her. She exhaled sharply and slammed her palms together. The ground beneath them trembled violently. Izuku's eyes widened as he felt an invisible force built up around them. Fine, Inori muttered, her voice low. If I can't get a grip on you, I'll just change the battlefield. With a fierce motion, she pulled her hands apart, and suddenly, the entire arena shifted. Massive stone pillars erupted from the ground, twisting and turning like the limbs of some ancient beast. Dust and debris filled the air as the battlefield transformed into an unpredictable maze. Izuku clicked his tongue. She was forcing him into a confined space where his speed wouldn't be as effective. He darted between the rising stone formations, using his agility to navigate the shifting battlefield. But as soon as he found an opening, Inori struck. A massive slab of stone shot toward him from the side. He barely dodged it, flipping midair and landing on a nearby pillar. Before he could catch his breath, another boulder came flying. Izuku acted on instinct. He planted his hands on the surface of the pillar and launched himself forward, flipping over the incoming projectile. As he soared through the air, he charged his electricity to its peak. Then, with a powerful downward punch, he sent a shockwave through the stone beneath him. The energy surged outward, sending tremors through the battlefield. The unstable pillars cracked and began to collapse. Inori's eyes widened as she realized what he was doing. "You're destroying my cover," she muttered under her breath. Izuku didn't respond. He was already moving, dashing through the crumbling landscape with precision. His goal was simple: close the distance before she could counter. Inori gritted her teeth and focused, using her telekinesis to stabilize the remaining structures. But in that moment of distraction, Izuku struck. With a sudden burst of speed, he appeared right in front of her, his fist glowing with raw power. This time, Inori had no time to defend. Izuku's punch connected squarely with her torso, sending her flying across the arena. She crashed into the ground, dust and debris scattering around her. The stadium went silent. The dust cleared and Inori was still standing, but she was standing where she wasn't supposed to. She had been knocked just outside the boundary line. The silence stretched for a moment as the realization dawned on everyone. Midnight, standing at the edge of the arena, quickly turned her gaze toward the white boundary marking the fighting zone. A single step beyond meant disqualification. Inori's feet were planted firmly in the ground, her stance slightly staggered from the force of Izuku's last attack. Her arms trembled as she tried to steady herself. Dust and debris settled around her, revealing the clear, undeniable truth: she had been knocked out of bounds. Midnight raised her hand. Inori Yagi has stepped outside the designated fighting area. Her voice rang through the stadium. The winner of this match, Izuku Yagi. For a second, everything remained still. Then, the stadium erupted into cheers, gasps, and exclamations of shock. Some students from Class 1A leaped from their seats in excitement, while others just sat in stunned silence. The weight of what had just happened sank in. Izuku won. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his body still buzzing with residual electricity. His fists were clenched, his muscles burned, and his vision swam slightly from exertion. He had given everything he had in those last few moments, pushing himself to outthink, outmaneuver, and overpower Inori. And it had worked. He took a shaky step forward, trying to process the reality of his victory. Inori smirked as she looked at her brother. Izuku looked at her and she sent a nod his way as she turned around to go and get her battered body fixed up. Izuku still breathed heavily on some members of their past returning, but he acknowledged the victory he had. His sister, the one that gave him so much shit all these years, had finally been beaten by him. As the noise of the cheering crowd began to fade into the background, Izuku's thoughts turned inward. He couldn't help but replay the fight in his mind, how he had pushed himself to the limit, to think beyond his usual strategy, to use his quirk in ways he had never done before. His victory wasn't just a result of brute force, it was a culmination of everything he had learned, every failure, every step forward. He made his way down to the hallway to go back to his class when he looked up to see his teacher looking at him. Aizawa leaned against the wall and looked at his still-breathing student. Good job, Izuku. You thought of something smart with some previous knowledge you had and put it to use, he said, pushing himself from the wall. Thanks, Aizawa-sensei, Izuku said, his voice a bit strained from the adrenaline still coursing through his veins. Just curious, but why did you look like you were shitting bricks right before you fight with your sister? Aizawa asked bluntly. Izuku flinched slightly as he knew why, but he didn't exactly what to tell him. Well, I mean, it was nerves mostly, he said, leaving the question as vague as possible. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, his tired, unimpressed gaze never leaving Izuku. Nerves? He crossed his arms. If that's what you call nerves, then I'm wondering what you'd call when you're genuinely panicking. I could see it in your eyes before you fought her. You were hesitant. Yeah, I know, I'm fine though, so if it's fine I would like to go back to the student section for my class now, he said, pointing down the hallway. Aizawa let out a long sigh, stepping aside as he uncrossed his arms. Go ahead. Don't let me keep you. But remember, even if you're fine now, that hesitation, whether you want to call it nerves or something else, it'll come back. You'll need to deal with it sooner or later. His voice softened more than usual, but just as serious. I am sure it's nothing, he said, jogging down the hallway to go to his class. He pushed the thoughts aside as he approached the entrance to the student section. The noise of the crowd was still thunderous, but as he stepped inside, the chatter among his classmates immediately shifted to him. Izuku, that was insane, Kaminari exclaimed, practically bouncing in his seat. I thought for sure you were done for when she sent that last attack at you. Kirishima clapped a hand on his shoulder. That was some real manly fighting out there. You didn't just go in swinging, you fought smart. That's how a real hero fights. Ida nodded approvingly, adjusting his glasses. Bakugo, who had been sitting nearby with his arms crossed, scoffed. Don't go acting all high and mighty just 'cause you finally managed to win against her. Isn't that what you do when you beat someone? Asked Izuku with a deadpan look. Bakugo's eye twitched at Izuku's response, and the others around them stifled chuckles. Kaminari nearly choked on his laughter, while Mina covered her mouth, barely holding back a snicker. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the second match in the second round, yelled Present Mike, getting cheers from the crowd. Izuku turned away from everyone as everyone else took a seat to get a nice view of the match to come. Izuku sat next to Jiro again and she nodded at him. Nice match, dude. Thanks, miss, he said, adjusting himself in his seat. Jiro raised a brow. Did you just call me miss? She asked. If you didn't hear it then you missed the opportunity, he said, chuckling to yourself. Jiro rolled her eyes, but there was an amused smirk tugging at her lips. You're such a dork, Izuku. Izuku chuckled, finally feeling his heart rate return to normal after the intense match. His body still ached, and his muscles were protesting every movement, but the sense of accomplishment dulled the pain. This is a fight that will be between people from the same class, being Class 1B. We have Ibara Shiozaki, who will honorably beat up the competition. Then we have Ichiro Yagi, who will blast away everyone who gets in his way, yelled out Present Mike. Ichiro and Ibara walked out from their ends and prepared themselves to fight each other. Ichiro looked over to Ibara. He hadn't talked to her much even though it's been a few weeks, but he knew one thing from his own research. She was Izuku's friend. He hated that. They stood across from each other and stared at each other with serious expressions. Midnight looked to the two students and put her hand down to signal the match. The two looked at each other, waiting for either of them to make the first move. Ichiro scoffed as he put a hand through his hair. So, you're one of Deku's friends? He asked, knowing the answer. Ibara's gaze narrowed as she stared at Ichiro, her posture unwavering. Yes, I am. Is there a problem with that? She replied coolly, not the least bit intimidated by his tone. She had dealt with it far worse than this. Good. Then you deserve this. He said, ping his fist back, activating impact level. He sent the punch in her direction and a huge wind pressure attack launched her way. She had no time to react as she was flying backward out of bounds, but she didn't stop there. She continued to fly under. She hit the concrete barrier, leaving a crater where she impacted it at. When the dust cleared, Ibara was knocked out and wedged into the wall. Winner of the match is Ichiro Yagi, called Midnight Jogging over to Ibara. The crowd was silent for a moment, the tension in the air palpable as they processed the sheer force of Ichiro's attack. His punch had been a direct hit, and it had sent Ibara flying across the arena with overwhelming power. The impact with the concrete barrier had left a crater, and there was no sign of her moving. Izuku looked at his friend who was wedged into the wall from his older brother. How could he do that? What was wrong with him? He already knew the answer to that. He looked like he was talking to her before the punch, and he wanted to know what he said. He started to breathe heavily as he gripped the arms of his seat. He was getting said. This was the first time in a long time that he was super FING said. He could keep his temper in check, but this was too far. The flashbacks that he was having from his siblings and Bakugo traumatizing him. He needed to beat Ichiro's head in. The sound of metal was heard as Izuku had bent the metal of the armrest, and he had realized what he had done. Izuku's breath came in sharp, ragged gasps as his fingers flexed against the mangled armrest. He hadn't realized the tension building up in his body until the metal bent beneath his grip, the soft screech of the seat's destruction pulling him back to the present. His heart pounded in his chest, every muscle screaming for action, but his mind fought to control the surge of anger threatening to boil over. He couldn't stand it. He couldn't stand seeing Ichiro, the brother of his own sister, attacked Ibara like that. The way he'd used his quirks so recklessly, with no regard for the safety of anyone involved, it made Izuku's blood burn. This wasn't a fight. This wasn't about strategy or proving strength, it was about showing off. It was cruel, Izuku thought. Jiro and Momo were wide-eyed as they looked to their friend being carried off by the stretchers. Ichiro was an a-hole, and they knew that, but that was a bit much. They went and walked out of the student section immediately to go and see her. Izuku's chest heaved with each breath, his entire body tense and coiled like a spring. The scene before him, the stretcher, the crater where Ibara had been slammed into the wall, was burned into his mind. It felt like a weight pressing down on his shoulders, and no matter how deep he breathed, it wouldn't ease the pressure. Shoji's massive hand settled on his shoulder, and despite the comforting gesture, Izuku could feel the weight of his concern. Shoji's expression was serious but calm, his usual quiet nature filled with the subtle understanding that only someone who had witnessed the weight of emotions could convey. "Hey," Shoji said softly, his voice steady, "you need to control it. You can't let it out here. I know you're sad. I'm too. But getting lost in that anger won't help Ibara or anyone." "I know," Izuku finally muttered, his voice tight. "I know I can't lose control. But it's hard, Shoji. This isn't just a fight. It's personal." Shoji nodded, understanding. "I get it. But listen, this is exactly the kind of thing we have to be careful of. Ichiro is using his quirk in a way that doesn't show respect for his opponents. That's dangerous, not just for others but for him too." He paused, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "People like him think power is everything, but they don't realize that it's about responsibility. He's using his strength without any thought of the consequences. And eventually, it will catch up with him." Izuku sighed and folded inward. "I know, but when I face him in the next round, he will meet my fist, and he will get what's coming." Shoji gave a solemn nod as Izuku's words hung in the air. He knew his friend was struggling with his emotions, and while the anger was understandable, Shoji knew that rash decisions made in the heat of the moment could be disastrous. He gave Izuku's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, silently communicating that he was there for him. "It'll be alright bro, Ibara is strong. She will be okay. I know she will. Just watch the next match before you get ready for Ichiro's," he said, letting go of him. Izuku nodded silently, the words not quite sinking in, but the quiet support from Shoji giving him a small sense of peace. He wanted to believe Ibara would be okay, he had to. She was strong, he knew that they all did. But the image of her being slammed into the wall, unconscious, was seared into his mind. It felt like an assault on everything he stood for, and the frustration simmered just beneath the surface. Shoji, sensing his thoughts, didn't push him further. "I'm serious though. You need to stay focused for the next round. If you let Ichiro get to you, he wins without even having to fight." Izuku nodded once more as he patted Shoji's hand, letting him know that he was okay now. "That's Mizo." He nodded at him and patted his shoulder one more time before moving his hand back. "No problem bro." Izuku was phasing in and out as he was now in the waiting room for the next match. Reiko versus Tokoyami had been pretty quick as Reiko couldn't use her telekinesis on Dark Shadow and the other rocks and debris she had didn't work on Tokoyami and she was pushed out of the area. He was waiting as it was Kirishima versus Bakugo right now and he had to wait until it was done. He heard a knock on the door to the room and looked up to see Jiro and Momo peeked their heads through. "How is she?" he asked before either of them could say anything. Momo sighed, crossing her arms. "Recovery girl is treating her now. She's stable but the damage Ichiro did was serious. She's got a concussion and some bruised ribs." Her jaw clenched slightly. "She'll be fine, but she won't be waking up anytime soon. Izuku exhaled sharply, closing his eyes for a moment. That was both a relief and another shot of frustration. At least she was alive. But this shouldn't have happened in the first place. Jiro leaned against the wall, her hands tucked into her jacket pockets. That a-hole didn't even look back. He just walked off like it was nothing. Because to him, it was, Izuku muttered, his fingers tightening into a fist. He didn't care about the damage. He only cared about making a point. Don't worry. I got it, he said, standing up from his seat as he popped his shoulders. You got what? Asked Jiro. I got it, he said as he walked over to them. Izuku, Momo began carefully, stepping aside as he approached. I understand your frustration, but you can't let emotions drive you into a mistake. I know, he said, agreeing with her. Jiro's eyes narrowed slightly as she studied him. Do you? She challenged. Because you're looking a lot like you're about to go out there and tear him apart. Izuku popped his neck and started to fidget with his hands. Yeah, I do. This is just a fight between my brother who tortured me when I was younger and went on major power trips. I will be fine, he said, reassuring them. Momo sighed, rubbing her face. Just be careful. Izuku nodded at them. I will, he said, hearing the speakers above. The winner of the second round and final fight is Katsuki Bakugo, said Present Mike. That's my cue, he said, looking at them as he opened the door to head to the arena. Good luck, Izuku, yelled out the two girls. Thank you, he said back to them. As Izuku stepped out of the waiting room and into the tunnel leading to the arena, his mind sharpened. Every footstep echoed around him, blending with the roaring of the crowd outside. His heartbeat was steady, but his body threw with tension. This wasn't just another match. This was a confrontation that had been years in the making. Ichiro was already waiting on the opposite end of the arena, rolling his shoulders lazily as if this were just another spar. His golden eyes flickered with amusement when he saw Izuku approach, his smirk widening. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have another sibling round, with it being Izuku Yagi and Ichiro Yagi. This is going to be good, yelled out Present Mike, hyping up the crowd. Izuku took a few breaths, ignoring some memories of his brother and staring at him. Ichiro scoffed as he looked over at Izuku. You ready to lose, Deku? Izuku said nothing as Ichiro continued. I wonder how Shiozaki is doing right now, he said, putting his finger to his lip. Izuku's fists clenched at Ichiro's words, but he forced himself to exhale slowly. He wasn't going to give his brother the satisfaction of a reaction, not yet. Toshinori looked at his two sons in the arena and tapped his legs nervously. Inori versus Izuku wasn't nearly as intense. It was getting a bit nerve-wracking. He would also have to talk to Ichiro later about how he treated that Ibara girl. It wasn't okay to do that to someone who was another student and possible teammate or colleague in the future. Begin, called out Midnight. Ichiro lunged forward in the blink of an eye, but Izuku didn't move as he charged full cowling to 50%. I expected more from you, brother. But you are just as weak as you were when we were younger, Ichiro sneered, his fist crackling with energy. He launched a devastating punch, impact level 7 already charged and ready to release, straight into Izuku's face. The blow connected. A shockwave erupted from the impact, sending dust and debris flying outward. The ground beneath them cracked, and the crowd gasped in unison. But Izuku didn't move an inch. Ichiro's smirk faltered. His first was still pressed against Izuku's face, but his younger brother hadn't even flinched. His green eyes, glowing slightly with the power of one for all, locked onto Ichiro's with an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. What? Ichiro muttered, pulling his fist back slightly in disbelief. You could even hear the audience gasp from what had happened. Ichiro's smirk twisted into a scowl. Without hesitation, he reeled back and threw another punch, this time aiming for Izuku's jaw. Impact level 7 again. The sheer force is enough to send most fighters flying. The hit landed clean. Another shockwave burst outward, sending dust swirling into the air. The ground cracked further beneath them. But Izuku didn't move. The crowd's gasps continued. Even Present Mike faltered for a moment. Ichiro gritted his teeth and stepped back before launching a rapid series of strikes. His fists blurred as they smashed into Izuku's ribs, stomach, and chest, each blow carrying enough force to knock out most of their classmates instantly. Impact level then another level. The entire arena trembled under the force of the attacks. And yet, Izuku remained rooted to the spot. His emerald eyes stayed locked onto Ichiro, unreadable. His expression barely changed. Ichiro's breath started to quicken. His hands throbbed from the force of his own attacks. He leapt back, shaking them out. What the hell? He muttered under his breath. Izuku slowly tilted his head. That's it? He asked, his voice calm, almost disappointed. Shut up, he yelled, pinging his fist back once more. He is pissing me off. I don't give a damn about my arm anymore. I will hit him with level 7 at full force even if it hurts me, he thought as he channeled everything he had. Ichiro roared in frustration, his green eyes burning with fury. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking under the strain as he poured every ounce of his strength into his next attack. Energy crackled around his arm like a violent storm as he lunged forward, swinging with everything he had. The sheer force of his punch sent out shockwaves before it even connected, the air splitting with a deafening boom. The ground beneath his feet shattered, debris flying outward from the sheer pressure of his strike. The punch landed squarely against Izuku's cheek. The stadium went silent for a fraction of a second before the explosion of impact rippled outward. A shockwave erupted, shaking the entire arena. Cracks webbed across the stone floor like spider silk. Dust and debris shot into the air, blinding everyone in the immediate vicinity. And yet, when the dust settled, Izuku still hadn't moved. His head hadn't even turned from the impact. His emerald eyes bore into Ichiro's, unwavering, filled with nothing but quiet resolve. Ichiro stumbled back, eyes wide with disbelief, his breathing heavy. His right arm twitched violently, pain shooting up to his shoulder as it was still connected to his face. He gritted his teeth, trying to ignore the numbness settling in. Ichiro's mind was racing. His punch had been his strongest yet, powered by every ounce of his strength, his anger, his frustration, everything he had. The sheer might of it should have sent Izuku flying, crumpling to the ground in defeat. But there Izuku stood, unflinching, unaffected by the overwhelming force that had shaken the entire arena. It was as if his body had turned into stone, immovable and resolute. "Beings no one can hear us, I will say this," said Izuku calmly, grabbing his fist from his face. "Years. You have tormented me for years. Every day Diamond Day since we had our test to see what our quirks at 4 years old, have been a Diamond struggle because of you and Inori treating me like I'm so dim and weak and pathetic," he said calmly. Ichiro tried to grab his hand away from him, but there was no breaking his grip. "I would love to beat the hell out of you for all you had done to me. Thing. But I'm a nice person. Even after everything you, Inori, Bakugo, and all those bullies have done to me. I still don't want to. Though the difference between you and Inori is that she is making an effort to say that she effed up a sister, and I can respect that. I am closer to forgiving her than you. But I think one big punch is good enough for you and nothing more," Izuku said, glaring at him with daggers. Ichiro continued to pull his arm, but nothing happened. "Let go of me, Deku," he said pleadingly. Izuku got into his face, making Ichiro flinch back. "You know why you get one big punch? Even after all you have done to me?" he asked Ichiro, who shook his head no. "Because aren't worth it," he said, punching him at a speed no one saw but a few of the top heroes in the audience. Ichiro barely had time to process the words before the world around him exploded in pain. He was sent flying backward, and he didn't have to react to himself slamming into the wall. Ichiro's body slammed against the stone wall with a deafening crash, the force of the impact cracking the arena's walls and sending a shockwave through the stands. The entire stadium fell into stunned silence as the dust slowly began to settle. For a moment, it felt as though time itself had frozen. The audience, which had been filled with anticipation, now found themselves breathless, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Ichiro lay crumpled against the wall, his body twitching from the overwhelming force of the punch. His eyes were wide, his chest heaving with shallow breaths. His limbs felt like they were made of lead, and he couldn't quite register what had just happened. He hadn't expected this, no one had. "The winner of the match is Izuku Yagi," called out Midnight, making the audience go wild. Ichiro forced himself out of the wall with a grunt as he landed on the ground with a thud. He stood up, struggling, and glared at his brother. Izuku was shocked that he wasn't knocked out, but then again, he dropped his 50% full cowling to about 30% so he wouldn't hurt him too much. He didn't like his brother, but he wasn't going to pulverize him as much as he'd like to. "I'm going to beat you. I am not done, ain't it?" yelled out Ichiro as he charged at Izuku, but was stopped as Midnight stepped forward, her voice firm and commanding. "That's enough, Ichiro," she called out, her tone carrying the weight of authority. "You've had your chance. The fight is over." Ichiro's face twisted with rage, his breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. His hands were trembling from the exertion, but the fire in his eyes still burned bright. He looked like a cornered animal, desperate and unwilling to accept defeat. "I'm not finished," he shouted again, his fists clenching and unclenching as he struggled to contain his fury. "I said you are done," she said, cutting her clothing as she activated her quirk, Somnambulist. The fragrance hit Ichiro's nose that made him slowly fall asleep. "Sleep, Ichiro." Midnight's voice was soft but firm, the authority behind her words undeniable. The tranquilizing effect of her quirk settled deeper into his senses, and his struggles became more and more futile. His body finally gave in, and he collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, unconscious. The arena was eerily quiet now, the tension of the moment still hanging in the air. The crowd, initially in shock from Izuku's devastating punch, now found themselves stunned at the sudden turn of events. The fact that Ichiro, once so full of rage, was now out cold, left a silence so profound it almost felt unnatural. Izuku turned to walk away from his now asleep brother with a serious look on his face. That was for Ibara. He made his way into the hallway to walk to the next room. There was one match between now and the championship round. It would be nice to fight Tokoyami and not Bakugo, but you never know. He just realized. He was in the championship round. Oh shit. He never thought he would make it this far, not that he didn't have confidence in himself, but it was just crazy. It was a shame that he couldn't go back to the student section to see his friends because of how close the match was, and he needed to be ready for anything. He opened the door to the waiting room and plopped himself down in one of the chairs. He really had fought Inori and Ichiro and won. It made him feel good. After all these years. He wasn't weak anymore. He wouldn't be weak anymore. He wouldn't be treated like he was useless. He finally had showed his strength to his family but to Diamen near most of Japan. He smiled at his accomplishment. Soon it would be his turn to show Bakugo how much he had changed. It was like he was going down the list. It took about 7 minutes before he heard Present Mick's voice on the speakers. Katsuki Bakugo is the winner of the second match in the semifinals. Now we will take a few minutes break before we have our final match. The door to the waiting room opened, and Inori walked in, her eyes scanning the room. As soon as she saw Izuku, her expression softened. Izuku, she said, her voice almost hesitant, you did it. I saw the fight. You were amazing. Izuku smiled faintly, but there was no warmth in it. He didn't want to deal with Inori right now, not after what had happened. Not after everything she had done. The way she had treated him, the way she had sided with Ichiro for years, it still stung. She had always been his sister, but she had also been a part of the problem. Part of the reason he had felt like he couldn't live up to expectations. I know Inori, he said, his voice flat. But I'm not really in the mood for praise right now. Inori's brow furrowed, and she took a step closer, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Izuku, please. I know we've had differences. But No, Izuku interrupted, standing up suddenly. I don't want to. Hear it. Not now, not after everything. Maybe when this is all over, we can talk. But not now. Yeah, I know. See you later and good luck, she said quietly as she left the room. Izuku put his hands to his face and sighed. Damn it. Why can't anything be easy? Izuku muttered under his breath, clenching his fists in frustration. He wanted to be rid of all of this, to just focus on the championship in the future, but there were too many lingering thoughts. Too many unfinished chapters from his past that he wasn't sure how to close. Alright, I should go to the arena. Time to fight Bakugo, he said, getting up and walking to the door. He opened the door and started to walk down the hall and took a few deep breaths. Time for the final round. They are both from Class 1A. Two of the best in the class. Two fierce competitors. Give it up for the two finalists of the championship round. Izuku Yagi and Katsuki Bakugo, yelled Present Mic, getting the loudest cheers from the crowd all day. Izuku took a deep breath as he stepped into the center of the arena, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew this fight was going to be different. This was the moment he had been working toward for years, the moment he could show everyone, especially Bakugo, that he wasn't the same weak kid he had been. He could feel the weight of the audience's expectations on him, the weight of his own self-doubt trying to creep in. But he pushed it all aside. It was just him and Bakugo now. Present Mick's voice boomed over the loudspeakers. Both finalists are ready. The final match of the sports festival begins now. Bakugo looked over at Izuku and smirked. Don't hold back on me. I don't need your pity. Izuku looked over at Bakugo and shook his head. I'll fight you how I want. In smartest, he said, getting into his stance once more and looked over to Midnight, who had her hand in the air. May the final round begin, she said, stepping back. Bakugo charged forward with his explosions propelling him. Eat this, Deku, he said as a barrage of explosions was sent his way. Izuku activated Jolt and dodged them with ease. Bakugo growled in frustration, his eyes burning with determination. He didn't give Izuku a chance to breathe, launching another round of explosions from his palms. This time, Izuku could feel the force building, and he knew that if he didn't act fast, he wouldn't be able to keep dodging forever. Bakugo growled at him as he sent a chain of explosions at him. God damn it. You are holding back against me. Fight me with the power you fought against Ichiro with. Izuku clenched his fists, steadying himself. Fine then, he said, charging full cowling to 50% and Jolt. He threw a punch into Bakugo's direction, sending a giant wind pressure attack laced with electricity. Bakugo didn't have enough time to move away and was caught in the attack. The blast of wind and electricity surged through the arena, the shockwave rattling the stands. The crowd gasped as Bakugo was caught off guard by the full force of Izuku's strike, the powerful gust sending him stumbling backward. His body was jolted by the electric current that crackled through the air, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand tall, rage and determination burning in his eyes. Holy shit. I got lucky that time, said Bakugo as he charged forward once more. Izuku charged up some electricity into his arms and shot them at Bakugo with surprising speed. Dual Thunderbolt, said Izuku as green lightning bolts shot from his arms, crackling through the air like twin spears of electricity. The blasts were fast, sharp, and precise, aimed directly at Bakugo. He barely had time to react as the bolts hit him, sending him skidding across the arena floor. Bakugo let out a strangled roar, his body seizing up from the electricity's current. His muscles twitched uncontrollably, but he gritted his teeth, focusing all his energy into breaking free from the shock. With an explosion that rattled the ground beneath them, Bakugo pushed himself up, his body enveloped in a burst of fiery power. "You son of a beach!" "Eek," was all he said when Izuku sent a kick to his chest, sending him upward into the air. Izuku jumped into the air ahead of Bakugo as his momentum was too much to stop himself. Izuku pet his leg back as he prepared to strike him. "I am not the same kid you made fun of, Bakugo. You need to learn that." "You and Ichiro do," he said, hitting him with a powerful axe kick. The force of Izuku's axe kick connected with Bakugo's chest, sending him flying upward through the air like a rag doll. The arena fell into stunned silence for a moment as everyone watched, eyes wide in disbelief at the sheer power Izuku had displayed. Bakugo struggled to regain his bearings, but the momentum was too much. His body twisted through the air uncontrollably as he sailed past Izuku, his back slamming into the ground several meters away, skidding to a halt just outside the arena's boundary line. A collective gasp swept through the crowd as they watched Bakugo's body come to a stop just beyond the limits of the ring, outside the marked boundary. The announcer's voice echoed through the stadium, almost as stunned as the rest of the spectators. "It looks like Bakugo is out of bounds. The match is over. The winner of the tournament is Izuku Yagi," exclaimed Midnight. Izuku stood at the center of the arena, breathing heavily, his heart pounding in his chest. His body was screaming from the strain, but there was a sense of accomplishment and finality in his chest. He had done it. He had won the final round against Bakugo. The crowd's cheers erupted, deafening, but Izuku couldn't hear most of it. His focus was on Bakugo, who was slowly pushing himself up from the ground, clearly struggling, but with a look of intense rage and disbelief on his face. The sheer shock of being knocked out of bounds, like that, seemed to stun him momentarily. Izuku didn't take his eyes off Bakugo, even as the cheers grew louder around him. The fight wasn't over for Bakugo yet. He knew Bakugo would rise to the challenge again. This wasn't the end of their rivalry, it was just another step in their long, complicated history. "Dimenu, Deku?" Bakugo muttered, gritting his teeth as he steadied himself, his hands still sparking with the last remnants of his explosive power. His voice, strained and furious, cut through the air. "You're gonna regret that, you be." Izuku sighed as he looked over to him. "Even after everything you've done to me, Katsuki, you aren't a villain. You are just too proud for your own good." Bakugo's eyes flared with fury, but there was something else in his gaze, something that wasn't anger. It was a glimmer of confusion, of frustration, as if he didn't know what to do with Izuku's words. "What the hell are you talking about, Deku?" Bakugo shouted, his voice hoarse and cracking. His hands were still sparking with explosive energy, but the intensity had dimmed just a little. He was still angry, but there was a vulnerability in his stance that he hadn't been there before. "You think you figured me out? You think you can just stop?" Izuku said, putting a hand up. "You know I'm right. I'm telling you now, whenever you fight against yourself as well as the opponent you're facing. Just think about it. You have the chance to be a great hero, even after what you did to me when we were kids. I don't even know why I'm helping you at all." Izuku turned around to walk, his footsteps heavy with exhaustion but steady. He didn't look back at Bakugo. Knowing the words had already been said, Bakugo just stayed there quietly thinking to himself. Bakugo stood still in the center of the arena, the deafening noise of the crowd fading into the background as his mind raced. His hands were still sparking with the remnants of his explosive power, but the familiar surge of anger that usually propelled him forward felt distant now. Soon every one of the first years was waiting patiently for the medals to be shown after the tournament. Midnight stood and presented herself in front of everyone and smirked. "Now it is time for the awards to be paced out," she said, gesturing behind herself to a platform that emerged from the ground. It showed the first, second, and third place winners. "The person presenting these awards are someone very special." "Ah," said All Might standing on the top of the stadium. All Might landed with a powerful thud, causing the ground to shake slightly as his iconic smile lit up the entire stadium. The crowd erupted into cheers, thrilled by his presence. "Now then, start with third place and make your way up," said Midnight, presenting him with 2 third-place medals. All Might grabbed the medals and walked over to Tokoyami and Ichiro. "Young Tokoyami, great job," he said, placing the medal around his head and hugging him. "Though you must learn to not use techniques that rely solely on your quirk. Continue the great work and you will make a fine hero, he said, letting go of the hug. Yes, sir, he said calmly as he looked at the third-place medal. All Might turned to Ichiro, who stood with a grin of pride on his face. Young Ichiro, you showed incredible resilience in your battles, he said, placing the third-place medal around Ichiro's neck. You've got heart, and that's what every great hero needs. Keep refining your skills and you'll go far, he said, hugging him. Ichiro nodded, his chest puffing up slightly with pride, hugging back the number one hero. He then was shocked when he whispered in his ear, "We need to talk after all of this." Ichiro nodded and All Might stepped back and grabbed the second-place medal. All Might's gaze shifted to the second-place medal, his smile not wavering as he called Bakugo forward. The crowd's cheer quieted slightly, but there was still an underlying current of anticipation. Bakugo stood stiffly, still brimming with tension, his eyes narrowed as if daring anyone to challenge him. He took a few slow steps forward, his fists clenched at his sides, still simmering with frustration. Young Bakugo, All Might said, his voice filled with a rare, serious tone. You've got a fire inside you that burns brighter than any other. But fire needs control or it will consume you. You're a force to be reckoned with, but to be a true hero, you need to remember that power is nothing without DSPN. Bakugo didn't do anything. He just simply nodded at the number one hero who had hugged him. It was rare when he was quiet, but he was deep in thought about something. After a long pause, Bakugo finally glanced up, his gaze still intense but tempered with something more. He looked directly at All Might, who was still smiling, proud and patient. Bakugo gritted his teeth, still holding on to that spark of defiance, but his words were quieter than usual. I'll remember that, he muttered, his voice hoarse, almost reluctant. All Might gave him a firm, approving nod. I know you will, young Bakugo. You've got the potential to be a great hero. Don't let your pride blind you to that. The final award ceremony continued as All Might turned toward Izuku, the bright smile returning to his face. And now, he said, his voice brimming with pride and joy, the winner of the tournament, he said, placing the first-place medal around his neck. All Might hugged Izuku and he froze for a moment. Izuku didn't know what to do, but he reluctantly patted his shoulder. You did good, my boy. Great job on everything. Proud of you. Your mother is proud of you too, he said, letting go of the hug. Thanks, Dad, he said quietly with All Might nodding. All turned around to show them to the world. There you have it, everyone. Our winners, he said, getting cheers from everyone. The applause that erupted from the crowd was deafening, the sound of thousands of students and spectators roaring with excitement. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as the weight of his victory began to sink in. The cheers weren't just for him, he realized that now. They were for everyone who had put in the effort, who had struggled, who had faced their challenges and fears. The competition had been fierce, but the bonds that had been forged through the trials were what truly mattered. And Izuku knew that this was just the beginning. But remember, anyone could have one today. They are all here because of the hard work and effort they all put in. Continue to improve and continue to excel. You are all the future next generation of heroes. And I think our future is bright. All Might's voice rang out across the stadium, his words filled with genuine pride. His hand was raised high, holding the microphone, and the crowd hung on his every word. Izuku felt the weight of his words settle in his heart as he stood next to him, his own medal still warm around his neck. It was the culmination of everything he had worked for, but it wasn't just about him. It was about all of them, every single person who had fought, struggled, and pushed themselves in the tournament. Each of them had earned their place here, and Izuku could feel the weight of that truth. Don't ever forget, All Might continued, his voice booming with the energy of his conviction. It's not just about the power you have. It's about how you use it, how you grow from your challenges, and how you inspire others with your actions. Each one of you is a hero in your own right, and your journey is only just beginning. The applause that followed was thunderous, almost overwhelming in its intensity. Izuku made his way down the stairs from the podium, still processing the overwhelming cheers that echoed around the stadium. His heart was racing, but a sense of calm settled over him as he stepped back toward his class. His classmates were waiting for him with excited smiles and proud expressions, eager to congratulate him on his hard-earned victory. Great job, Izuku bro, Kirishima shouted, his voice filled with enthusiasm as he stepped forward. His usual grin was even wider than normal. You were amazing out there. You really brought it in the final. Izuku's cheeks flushed, and he scratched the back of his head, trying to humble himself. Thanks, Kirishima. I just did my best. Sero was next, slapping him on the back with a friendly grin. You were awesome, man. You really showed us all what you're made of. You've got this hero thing down. Totally. Mina added with a cheerful cheer, jumping up to give him a high five. You've got the heart of a real hero, Izuku. I've never seen someone give so much in a match. You were so intense, but you kept it together. That's what makes you a winner. Yeah, Todoroki's voice came from behind, his usual calm tone a bit warmer. He nodded toward Izuku with a rare smile. You kept your focus the whole time. That's not something everyone can do under that kind of pressure. I'm impressed. Izuku smiled, his heart swelling with pride, but his humility kicked in. Thanks, Todoroki. I couldn't have done it without all of you guys pushing me to get better. Mineta, who had been quiet up until now, cleared his throat and sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. You totally crushed it. Seriously, I thought you were going to faint from the excitement after that last round, but you kept it together. That's some serious willpower. Izuku chuckled softly, a bit embarrassed by Mineta's comment but grateful for his words. Thanks, everyone. I still can't believe I actually won. Don't downplay it. Kaminari said with a wide grin. You earned it. And honestly, I didn't think you had it in you to pull off that last move, but you surprised me, man. You really do have the spirit of a true hero. Thank you, everyone, he said, bowing to them. I just am happy, he said, smiling a megawatt smile. He received a few more hugs, fist bumps, and high fives a little bit after. He soaked in as much as he could, and he couldn't be happier than in this moment. This was the first time in a long time that he was super excited and happy with what he had done. He couldn't wait for what came next on his list of being a pro hero. A few days after the sports festival ended, many recovered from injuries and the battles they had amongst their peers. Izuku was currently jogging to class as he was about 5 minutes before the bell. Izuku was thinking about his friend's Ida as he looked to the news to see that he was attacked and sent to the hospital with career-ending injuries. It was by the hero killer. He hadn't seen him at all the past few days, so he knew it was bad. He then heard a voice out from behind him. Yagi, we better hurry before we're late, Ida said, pulling his raincoat over himself a bit more, and he and Ida picked up the pace. Izuku turned, startled but relieved to see Ida beside him, jogging with a determined look despite the grim news surrounding him. The rain drizzled lightly, dampening their uniforms as the two moved quickly toward the entrance of UA High. Ida, you're here, Izuku said, glancing at his friend. Are you okay? I am fine, Ida replied curtly, pushing his glasses up. Let us hurry. Izuku frowned slightly. He could tell Ida was suppressing his emotions, but he didn't want to push too hard. They had arrived just in time, slipping through the classroom door as the bell rang. Not long after Mr. Aizawa walked into the room, he was no longer in his cast anymore. Rip it, wow, Mr. Aizawa, you are fully healed now, said Azui with curiosity in her tone. Yes, I am. I am ready to go for whatever happens, but that isn't the point right now. Today we have a class on hero informatics, he said, creating suspense in the room. Everyone felt like a 100-pound weight was just set on their chest as he looked at them blankly. You all need code names. Hero names, in other words, he said as the class started to cheer. Aizawa's eyes turned red to silence them in what they did. This is also about the pro hero draft picks that I told you about a bit ago. Normally, this is for the second and third years, but when first years are offered, it allows for heroes and other pros to see if you are worth the time and effort and if they will invest more time and money into you, he said, hitting a button with the screen lighting up behind him. Here are the totals for the offers given to those who received them, he said, showing them. Izuku Yagi, 4,887. Katsuki Bakugo, 2,556. Shoto Todoroki, 982. Fumikage Tokoyami, 360. Momo Yaoyorozu, 111. Reiko Yanagi, 89. Injiro Kirishima, 66. Achiko Uraraka, 20. Hanta Sero, 18. Mina Ishido, 3. Izuku sat there, mouth agape as he dropped his pencil at the amount of offers he got. Are you sure that is right, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temples. Yes, Yagi, these numbers are correct. You got the highest number of offers in your class, so don't act surprised. The entire class erupted into chatter. Dude, 4,887 offers? That's insane. Kaminari exclaimed, leaning forward in shock. You really impressed a lot of pros, Yaoyorozu added with a smile. Not that I'm surprised. Izuku swallowed hard, still trying to wrap his head around the sheer number. He knew he had performed well during the sports festival, but this was beyond what he had expected. He cast a glance at Todoroki and Bakugo. Todoroki looked indifferent as usual, but Bakugo, the blonde, was practically radiating anger. His eye twitched, his grip on his desk tightening. I don't care about numbers, Bakugo muttered, though it was obvious he did. Aizawa, ignoring the chatter, continued, regardless of your offers, every one of you will be interning with a pro hero. For those without offers, we've arranged internships through other means. The students who didn't receive offers nodded, relieved they wouldn't be left out. Midnight stepped forward, flipping her WHP playfully. But before you go running off to your internships, we need to finalize something very important, your hero names. Excitement filled the room once again. This is the name you'll carry into the future, so make sure it's something that represents you, Midnight explained. It should be something that speaks to your heart, your ambitions, and your ideals as a hero. The students murmured among themselves as Midnight gestured toward the whiteboard. Now, let's get started. Kirishima eagerly stepped forward first, scribbling something down before turning the board around. Red Riot, he declared proudly. Ah, after Crimson Riot? Midnight asked with an approving nod. Kirishima grinned. Yeah. He's my idol, and I want to embody his spirit. The class clapped for him, and one by one, the students continued presenting their hero names. Tsuyu chose Froppy. Yaoyorozu went with Kriati. Tokoyami, in his usual brooding manner, picked Tsukuyami. And of course, Bakugo. King Explosion Murder, he shouted confidently, turning his board around. Silence. Rejected, Midnight deadpanned, crossing her arms. Bakugo scowled. Then how about Lord Explosion Murder? No. Bakugo grumbled under his breath as the class snickered at his struggle. As the process continued, Izuku found himself lost in thought. The sheer number of offers he received was overwhelming, but what weighed on his mind more was Ida. He hadn't spoken much since class started, and even now, as students excitedly wrote their hero names, Ida sat there, silent and unmoving. Izuku watched as his friend finally stood up and walked to the board. He took a deep breath before writing. Ingenium. The room fell quiet for a moment. Midnight's expression softened. Ingenium, a noble name. Ida nodded stiffly and returned to his seat without saying another word. Izuku clenched his fists, feeling an unease settle in his chest. Then Shoto walked up from behind Izuku and showed him his name. How about this? He asked, wanting his opinion. He looked at the name with a nod of approval. That's a good name, Todoroki. He walked to the board showing it to everyone. Flame Freeze. Great name and straight to the point, said Midnight. Kaminari was still thinking about his when Toru whispered to him. How about Thunder Pudding? She said, giggling with Mina joining in. Would you guys be quiet about that? He said, pouting as he hid himself in his arms. Soon it was Izuku's turn as he went up to the board. He inhaled slowly as he turned around to show the class. Many were surprised at his choice of hero name, especially Shoji, Momo, Jiro, and Tokoyami. Tokoyami even had his mouth open from shock. Bakugo, who would usually glare but had his eyes wide as he stared at the name, he and Izuku's siblings mocked him with. The board read Deku. Interesting name, what does it mean? Asked Midnight. Izuku smiled as he told everyone. The name Deku means hope. It means that no matter how many times I fall or fail, I'll get back up. It's a reminder that there's always a way forward. I don't want to give up, no matter how hard things get. It also reminds me to keep pushing for happiness, not just for myself, but for the people around me. I want to help people, be the kind of hero who never gives up, who fights through anything to protect others. Izuku's hands were shaking slightly, but his voice was growing stronger, more confident as he continued. I want to be the symbol of hope, the kind of hero who doesn't give up on anyone no matter what. If I can prove that I can turn something meant to bring me down into something that motivates me to keep going, then I'll be able to inspire others to do the same. There was a brief silence after he finished speaking. Midnight smiled, her eyes reflecting understanding. Deku? A name born from perseverance. It's perfect for you, Izuku. Soon after, everyone had given their hero names and Aizawa had woken up to talk to everyone once more. All right, class. Let us focus on the agency aspect of things now, he said, grabbing some papers. Everyone who has offers from heroes will have a different list than people who didn't receive offers. For those who didn't receive any, you will have about 40 agencies to choose from, he said, handing out papers. I want you all to think about this carefully. This is a big decision for you all as this will last 1 week. You should also be careful what type of agency you would like to choose, as there are different ones, he said, gesturing for Midnight to continue. If you want to be someone like Space Hero 13, then you should work for someone who works on rescuing people rather than fighting, and vice versa. Though you will work with people in all these fields at one point. Just remember that, she said, striking a pose. Aizawa set the last stack of papers on Izuku's desk and sighed, grabbing his sleeping bag. You all have 2 days to decide, so you better choose wisely, he said, starting to walk out the door with Midnight. The classroom fell into a murmur as everyone began looking over the papers Aizawa had handed out. Izuku started on the list of agencies, each with a brief description of the work they specialized in. His mind was spinning, trying to decide where he would fit best. With so many options and so little time, the pressure was on. Lunch break. So did you guys choose yours yet? Asked Mina, leaning on her desk. I am doing it with MG lady, said Mineta, giving her a thumbs up. Leave it to the pervert to go and learn under a pretty heroine, said Azui as she walked by him. Mineta gave an offended look and pouted. What? She's strong, and I can learn a lot from her. You do realize MG lady isn't just about being strong, right? Tsuyu replied with a playful smirk. Mineta groaned, clearly embarrassed, but he wasn't the only one trying to decide. Izuku sat at his desk, eyes scanning the papers in front of him. The list of agencies seemed endless, and while he'd heard of some of them, many were new to him. Each agency had its own reputation, goals, and heroes that specialized in particular areas. Who are you thinking of? Momo asked, leaning over to Izuku's desk. I'm looking for well-rounded heroes right now. Ones that do a bit of everything, he said, crossing out names that weren't the best choice for him. What about you? He asks curiously. Kamui Woods, he said, making a few of the others pleasantly surprised. Kamui Woods? Izuku repeated, surprised but impressed. That's a good choice. He's a great hero, strong, reliable, and someone who'll teach you a lot about strategy and teamwork. Momo nodded, her expression thoughtful. Yeah, he's the kind of hero who knows how to stay calm under pressure, and his wood-based quirk has a lot of versatility. It'll be a good learning experience, for sure. Yeah, I am going to narrow this down until I get 8 of them on my list, then go from there, he said, looking surprised when he saw Ed's shot was on his list. You've got this, Izuku, Momo encouraged. Just think about who will help you grow the most as a hero, not just who's famous or well-known. Izuku smiled, grateful for her support. Thanks, Momo. Ida had put down one name on his list and decided to get up and go for the rest of the day. They were doing nothing else for today. Only choosing people they wanted. Soon the sun started to set and Izuku had 10 hero agencies that he narrowed down to that would be the most well-rounded for him. Not in any specific order, he had Endeavor's agency, Edshot's agency, Best Genus agency, Gang Orca's agency, Ryukyu's agency, Hawk's agency, Fatgum's agency, and Sir Nitai's agency. It was a solid list, and he could finally go and give the paper to Aizawa. He got up from his desk and Uraraka, who had been waiting for him to go. You ready, Izuku? She asks happily. Yeah, I need to stop by Aizawa-sensei's office really quick. Tell him that I narrowed the list and I will choose by tomorrow, he said, opening the classroom door to see All Might sliding in. I am here in an awkward position, he yelled out as Izuku jumped slightly from his dad. May I speak to you really quick, young Izuku? He asked, shaking slightly. Sure, Izuku said as Achiko waved him off. I'll go back to the dorms, she said as she waved at him. Izuku looked at his dad who was still shaking. Follow me, he said as he walked to the teacher's lounge. He opened the door to see Inori and Ichiro were sitting on the couch, as a man in a yellow and white suit who looked like an elderly man. He had a walking stick, and he looked Izuku up and down as he went to sit on the couch with his siblings. Toshinori undid his buff form and stood across from the other end of the room. Well, I haven't seen you all since you were babies, said the old man as he walked closer. My name is Gran Torino. You likely haven't heard of that name at all, he said, taking a seat across from them. This man here is the man that trained me and is one of my he said, shaking horribly, making the 3 of them confused. You good, Dad? Asked Ichiro as he leaned forward. Yep, just give me a second, he said, slapping his legs, and they stopped shaking. The 3 siblings turned their heads back to Gran Torino, who was glaring at Inori and Ichiro. I came here for one person, he said. That person is the youngest of you 3. Izuku, he said, looking him up and down again. Why me, sir? He asked curiously. From what Toshinori told me of what he did, you and what your siblings did you, I am disappointed and sad, he said, gripping his cane. Ichiro sat up and looked at Gran Torino and glared. Now hold on, old man, he said before Gran Torino glared at him. Shut up, brat, respect your elders, he said before turning back to the 3 of them. Now I have been watching you 3 the past few weeks and I can say that I am interested to say the least. I can see that Inori is legitimately trying to undo her wrongs. I can respect that. You realize that you messed up with treating your brother like garbage and want to fix that. Do you see it too, Izuku? He asked, looking at him. Izuku nodded slowly. Yes, sir, I do. Gran Torino nodded. But Ichiro, on the other hand, that is a different story. You do not look like you want to fix it all. That is what is disappointing, but we will talk about that later. I am here to say, Izuku, he said, getting his attention. I heard you had DMN near 5,000 offers from hero agencies and pro heroes for internships. Is that the list in your hand? He asked. Ichiro looked shocked and jealous at his brother. He only had 1349 offers. Yes, sir, it is, Izuku replied, swallowing hard. He could feel his palms beginning to sweat. Gran Torino tilted his head, eyeing the list carefully. And you've narrowed it down to 8? He asked, a mix of surprise and curiosity in his voice. That's impressive. You know, I would have expected you to be more flustered, especially with all those offers. Most kids your age would have gone wild with excitement, maybe even started picking out the most famous agencies. Izuku nodded, his thoughts racing. I wanted to choose carefully. I'm not just looking for fame or recognition. I want to learn from heroes who are well-rounded. Heroes who will help me grow and teach me what I need to know. I like that mindset. Let me see the list, he asked. Izuku handed it to him and nodded. Gran Torino took the list from Izuku, his sharp eyes scanning over the names of the agencies one by one. Izuku felt a slight tension in the room, and he couldn't help but fidget in his seat. Gran Torino had a certain intensity that made him feel both respected and slightly intimidated. Oomph. Gran Torino grunted after a moment, his fingers tapping on the list. Endeavor, Edge Shot, Best Genist, Gang Orca, Ryukyu, Hawks, Fat Gum, and Sir Night Eye. Quite the selection you've got here, kid. Thank you, he said as he looked away from him. What I wanted to tell you was that because you have been offered by many heroes, I would like to tell you that I will also be there to help you alongside whoever you choose. I would have taken on all three of you, but because of the circumstances, I won't, he said looking to the three of them. Though Inori, you keep proving yourself and that might change one day, he said, assessing her. Inori didn't meet his eyes. Yes, sir, she said. All right, I will talk about this later, but your father needs to talk about something to Ichiro alone, so please step out for a moment, he said, going to the corner to watch what Toshinori would say. He handed Izuku the list and Inori, and he walked out, feeling like that went by in a blur. He shut the door as Inori looked down at the hallway, not seeing his eyes. She turned to him and spoke. You want to have that talk now, she asked. Izuku sighed and nodded. Sure, he said, walking over to a bench in the hallway with her sitting down a few seats away. They both sat in silence for a few minutes before Izuku spoke. You know, Inori, I don't 100% blame you and Ichiro for everything anyway, he said, making her look up. Why? She asked, whispering. Because Mom and Dad consistently fed yours as well as Ichiro's ego. So much to the point that you were on a high horse that you couldn't be knocked off, he said, looking at her. Inori's eyes softened as she listened to Izuku's words, but she still felt the weight of his previous judgment. It was clear that despite his attempt to understand, the pain of their past still lingered for both of them. However, I do blame you for what you did to me, Inori. It wasn't right. When you, Ichiro, and Bakugo would beat the hell out of me without an actual reason behind it. It was dumb and stupid. There were a few times when I went to the hospital myself. I eventually learned how to patch myself up just for that reason. The one I remember the most though was the day that you stepped in front of me when Bakugo tripped me, and I had enough of you sheet and pushed your face first into the locker. After school, you then proceeded to hold me and fling me around while Ichiro punched me in the chest. I bet you didn't know that I had a few broken ribs as well as a broken nose after that whole thing, but I had no one to go to because our parents didn't believe me. There wasn't a point in telling them, he said quietly. Inori remained silent as she absorbed his words, her face pale. She could see the weight of those memories in Izuku's eyes, and for the first time, it felt like he wasn't just speaking out of anger or resentment, but from a place of deep hurt. The hurt she had caused. The room between them felt heavy, the atmosphere thick with unspoken guilt and regret. I know. I really doubt that you could or would forgive me on that. There is nothing that can reverse that no matter how much I want it to. Or hope that it will happen, she said looking at him. I'm sorry. For everything, you don't have to believe me. Just know that I am, like I said before, you won't get any problems from me, not anymore, she said wiping a tear from her face. Izuku glanced at her, his expression still torn between anger and the understanding that had started to form over the past few moments. The rawness of the situation was undeniable, and though he couldn't fully shake the resentment, something in his chest felt lighter. It wasn't a forgiveness, not yet, but there was a kind of uneasy peace settling between them. The words she spoke felt sincere, and for once, Izuku didn't feel like she was just saying what he wanted to hear. I appreciate you saying that, Inori, he said quietly, his voice hoarse. But you have to understand that it's going to take time. I'm still angry, and I can't just forget everything that happened, no matter how sorry you are. I know, Inori replied softly, her eyes downcast, focusing on the ground. I wouldn't expect you to forgive me right away, or at all. I don't deserve it, not after everything I did to you. Izuku clenched his fists, fighting the wave of emotions rushing through him. You don't get it, he said, trying to keep his voice steady. It wasn't just the fighting, Inori. It was how you all acted like I wasn't even there. Like I didn't matter. You, Ichiro, Bakugo, you were all part of that. I was invisible to you, like I was some kind of punching bag. He paused, looking at her with a pained expression. I spent so many nights wondering because I even bothered trying to be a hero, with people like you making my life hell. Inori flinched, her face contorting with the weight of his words. She had never really understood just how deep her actions had cut him. She had never stopped to think about how she and the others made him feel invisible, weak, like he wasn't even worthy of being seen as a person, let alone a hero. I know, was all she said looking at him. Izuku looked at her, his eyes full of pain but also understanding, a tension still between them that could completely erase. I know you want to change, Inori. I saw it. I can see you change too. The other day Kyoka came up to me and said you apologized to her. I didn't expect that. That's how I know you are changing, for the better anyway. Inori almost forgot she did that. Then something came to her mind. Izuku, why haven't you told anyone of what we did? Like the higher levels of UA, because if they caught wind of it, we wouldn't even be near the school. So why haven't you told anyone aside from a couple people? Izuku nodded at her question and decided to respond. Because I know that people can change. You are proof of that. I remember that I wanted nothing more than to have your names all over the streets saying Izuku was abused by his family, but I couldn't. I am a guy who believes in second chances. Even if you treated me like shit, I recognize that you and Ichiro want to be heroes. To be someone that can save others. I didn't want to take that away from either of you, or I am surprised that I didn't in the first place. You really believe people can change? Inori whispered, her voice shaky, as though testing the sincerity of her own words. Izuku met her eyes, his expression softening, but there was still a firmness to his gaze. I do. I don't want to be the kind of person who holds grudges forever. It doesn't do anyone any good, not for me and not for you. He paused, gathering his thoughts. I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying I'm not still hurt, but I believe that if you want to change, you can. That's what being a hero is all about, right? Giving people the chance to be better. Inori had streams of tears falling from her face as she looked at her younger brother. I will change, she whispered, more to herself than to him. No matter what. I will make sure that I can be someone as worthy to be your sister again. I promise you that. Izuku glanced at her, his expression softening even further. That's all I can ask for, Inori. The door to the room opened and Inori wiped her tears away as Ichiro stood out. He looked over to Izuku with a blank look. Not anger. Not frustration. Not sadness. Just a blank look. He turned to walk away, back to the dorms, just ignoring the two of them. Gran Torino and Toshinori came out of the hallway seeing him walk away. What happened in there? Asked Inori. Nothing to worry about, said Toshinori. We just had a talk about something from the tournament in the festival and other things, but Gran Torino has something for you, Izuku. He walked over and looked at him in the eyes. Here's my info. Tell me who your decision is so that I can help you. I will get in contact with that hero and then we shall go from there, he said walking away. I also know you two are the users, if you know what I mean. We will stay in touch, he said with them understanding what he meant immediately. Alright, you two. Go and get your stuff to head to the dorms and decide who you want to be with in the internships, said their father as he went back to the lounge. Have a good night, you two. As Izuku and Inori stood in the hallway, the weight of their conversation still lingering in the air, they exchanged a brief glance before nodding to each other. Without another word, they turned and made their way toward the dorms, their thoughts heavy with everything that had been said. Izuku clutched the list Gran Torino had returned to him, his mind racing with the decision he had to make. He had narrowed it down to 8, but now, knowing that Gran Torino would be working with him no matter what, his choice carried even more weight. He needed to choose a mentor who would push him to be better, someone who could help him unlock his true potential. Walking side by side, Inori hesitated before finally speaking. Izuku, I know you said you believe people can change, but do you really think Ichiro will? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku sighed, staring straight ahead. I don't know, he admitted. Ichiro's different. You've shown that you regret what you did. You're making an effort. But Ichiro, I don't know if he's even acknowledged that he was wrong. Until he does, nothing will change. They walked in silence for a while longer, the cool night air brushing against them as they reached the dormitory building. As they stepped inside, Inori hesitated once more. Izuku, thank you, she said sincerely, for even giving me the chance to fix things. Izuku looked at her, his expression still guarded but less tense than before. Like I said, it'll take time. But I hope you mean it. She nodded, determined. I do. With that, they went their separate ways, Inori heading to her room, and Izuku making his way to his own, still gripping the list Gran Torino had given back to him. He sat down at his desk, staring at the names of the pro heroes he had selected. Endeavor. Best Genist. Gang Orca. Ryukyu. Pox. Fatgum. Sir Nightai. Each of them had something to offer, each a powerhouse in their own right. He knew that any of them could help him grow. He knew that he might have many internships through the terms, so he could go with others in case something happens. He smirked as he thought of his answer. If Gran Torino was there, then he could help with his power as well as some other things to help. He smiled as he texted Gran Torino his answer and started to jog back to the dorms. The next day, Izuku was walking back with some of his friends and classmates from Class 1A and 1B as they talked to each other animatedly. These internships are going to be nuts, said Tetsu as he slung around Kirishima. Yeah, Kirishima and I are going to be under the same guy. He is the hero fourth kind. Izuku chuckled, catching Tetsu's enthusiasm. Sounds like it's going to be intense. He looked over at Kirishima, who was grinning from ear to ear. You two are going to be a force to be reckoned with. Kirishima nodded, his red hair spiking with excitement. Fourth kind's got some wild abilities. I'm ready to go all in. I'm going with my dad and brother. I might as well, and not to mention they can help me control my fire and ice, said Todoroki calmly. Itsuka smirked. I think that I will go with Iwabami. You sure? What kind of hero do you want to be? She doesn't seem like that much of a fit for you, said Izuku with Itsuka giving him a pout. That is why I said I think. I might join Momo with what she is doing with Kamui Woods or something, she said, crossing her arms. That would be better to be honest, said Kirishima chuckling. What about you, Izuku? Asked Shoji, opening the door for the group as they made their way into the dorms. I decided that I would do mine with edge shot, he said, making the others nod impressed. Edge shot, huh? Tetsu said, raising an eyebrow with a grin. That's a pretty solid choice, Izuku. The guy's a freaking ninja. You'll probably learn a lot of stealth and precision from him. Izuku nodded, a hint of excitement creeping into his chest. I think so. His quirk is so versatile, and he's been known to get in and out of situations without even being noticed. If I can learn how to move more strategically, I'll be able to think on my feet more. Plus, Izuku continued, I think his style of thinking could really help me out. He's precise and always thinking ahead, and that's something I can apply not just in combat, but in other situations too. Kirishima grinned, clearly impressed. Man, you're gonna be a beast after that. Stealth and strategy, huh? Just don't let Edge Shot get too far ahead of you, otherwise, you'll lose him, literally. Izuku laughed softly. I'll try to keep up, but I'm sure he'll be teaching me a lot more than just that. It'll be a good challenge. They reached the common area of the dorms, where most of their classmates were starting to settle down. The energy was high, with everyone buzzing about their internships and their plans for the coming weeks. It was clear that this was a major step in everyone's journey toward becoming pro-heroes. Izuku looked around and nodded to himself. He had an idea. He would make everyone an awesome dinner for all the hard work they were about to do. He would just have to go to the grocery store to get some stuff because they had jack sheet. He quickly ran to his room to get his wallet and change into some clothes. He put on a black long sleeve with white sweatpants and his red shoes as he slid on the railing down the stairs. He was hoping not to be noticed, but he was stopped when Tokoyami called out to him. Izuku, where are you off to in such a hurry? Tokoyami called out. From across the room, his deep voice drawing everyone's attention. Just going to the store real quick. I'm going to make everyone a meal for how hard we all have been working. Wanna come with me? He offered to him. Tokoyami shrugged his shoulders as he stood up. Why not? Might as well help you with all the ingredients and food for 40 people in the dorms. Todoroki peered out from right around the corner and looked at the two of them. Did someone say food? He asked, making Izuku and even Tokoyami jump. Izuku blinked, surprised by his sudden appearance. Oh, yeah. I'm going to the store to grab some ingredients for dinner. Thought I'd make something nice for everyone since we've all been working so hard. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, his cool composure still intact, but there was no hiding the slight interest in his expression. You cooking, Izuku? That's unexpected. Izuku scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Well, I figured it'd be nice to do something for everyone before we head into our internships. You know, a little team bonding before it gets hectic. Tokoyami, who had already been leaning toward the idea of helping Izuku, now seemed more intrigued by Todoroki's presence. Are you interested in joining us, Todoroki? He asked, his voice low and steady. Todoroki tilted his head slightly, as if contemplating. I don't know. But if there's food involved, I'm willing to give it a shot. Besides, I can't let you two handle all that by yourselves, especially if it's for the entire dorm. Let's just say it's an offer of help, he said with a slight smirk that made Izuku's stomach flutter in excitement. Great! Izuku exclaimed, relieved that Todoroki was on board. Thanks, Todoroki. I wasn't sure how I was going to manage it all by myself. Don't worry, Izuku, Todoroki replied, walking closer. I'm sure it'll be fine. If it's edible, I'll be impressed. With the trio now headed to the store, Izuku's mind buzzed with ideas for the meal. He was excited but a little nervous. He was thinking about what to make everyone. He needed a meal with the basics for something filling and good: meat, fruit, veggies, rice, and finally dessert. It was only 1 p.m., so he had plenty of time. They got to the supermarket and grabbed a cart to get what they needed. Izuku, what do you think is suitable for this meal? Asked Tokoyami. I was thinking chicken mainly and some fish for some variety and have some rice too. Then some fruits and vegetables. Then dessert, he said, looking at the aisle numbers for where the food was. Sounds reasonable, Tokoyami said with a nod. A well-balanced meal will keep everyone in top condition for what's ahead. Todoroki hummed in agreement. I assume you have a plan for how to cook everything without it taking all night? Well, yeah. I know how to cook and bake if need be. I'm not Master Chief, but I think I can cook pretty well, he said, smiling. You can cook? You never said that before, said Tokoyami raising a brow. Izuku chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, it's not like it ever came up in conversation. Very well. Let's go to the meat section then, said Tokoyami, nodding at Izuku. They walked over to the meat section and Izuku looked at the chicken and fish. You guys good with chicken BRST and tights with salmon? The salmon is good for muscle recovery. Chicken burgers and thighs sound good to me, Todoroki replied, glancing at the selection of salmon. And salmon is a solid choice. Rich in protein and omega-3s, good for recovery and endurance. I am fine with that too, nodded Tokoyami. Izuku grabbed several packs of chicken and salmon, loading them into the cart. Alright, that's the protein done. Next up, rice. The trio made their way to the grain aisle, where Izuku picked up a large bag of rice. This should be enough for everyone, he said, testing the weight before placing it into the cart. Todoroki studied the shelves. Do we need any seasonings? Plain rice will be pretty bland. Izuku smiled, already a step ahead. Good call. I was thinking of making some garlic butter rice with herbs. Adds some flavor but isn't too overpowering. Tokoyami glanced at Izuku. You sound like you've done this before. I get bored sometimes, he said, pouting and looking at the ground. Tokoyami and Todoroki exchanged a glance before Todoroki smirked slightly. So, when you're not training or analyzing quirks, you're in the kitchen experimenting? Izuku nodded. I have a very specific set of skills. Skills that I have acquired over a long period of time. Nice movie reference, said Tokoyami, amused slightly. Izuku smiled at him when he felt someone tugging at his breathes. The three of them looked to see a kid around 7 years old smiling at Izuku. Excuse me, mister, are you from the sports festival on TV? Izuku or something? He asked excitedly. Izuku blinked in surprise before crouching down slightly to meet the kid's eye level. Oh, yeah, I was in the sports festival. He scratched the back of his head, feeling a little awkward but also flattered. Did you watch it? The little boy nodded enthusiastically. Yeah. You were so cool. You went boom. And then whoosh. And then smash. He mimicked the movements of some of Izuku's fights, swinging his arms wildly, almost toppling over in the process. Izuku chuckled. That sounds about right. You two were also in the battles. You were the fire and ice guy, and you were the black and dark bird dude, he said, pointing to Tokoyami and Todoroki. Tokoyami exhaled quietly but nodded. That is an accurate, if somewhat simplified, assessment of our abilities. Todoroki, on the other hand, merely gave a small nod. Fire and ice guy works, I suppose. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I get a picture with you guys? Izuku looked to see the boy's mother walking towards them with her phone. She likely told him to go and talk to them, which was cool. Izuku smiled warmly at the kid. Of course. We'd be happy to take a picture with you. The little boy's face lit up with joy as his mother handed over the phone to Izuku. Thank you so much. He's a huge fan of all of you, she said, looking between them. Izuku crouched down again, giving a thumbs up while Tokoyami stood to the boy's left, his arms crossed in his usual cool demeanor. Todoroki simply placed a hand in his pocket but nodded slightly, his expression neutral yet not unkind. I'll say, plus ultra. Izuku prompted with a grin. Plus ultra. The boy cheered as his mother snapped the picture. After checking the photo, the mother beamed at them. Thank you so much. You've made his day. Izuku chuckled. No problem. I'm glad we could. The boy looked up at them, still bouncing with excitement. I want to be a hero like you guys someday. You can do it, Izuku encouraged. Just keep training and don't give up, no matter what. The boy nodded determinedly before his mother gently ushered him away. Come on now, let's let them finish their shopping. Bye, Mr. Izuku. Bye, Fire and Ice Guy. Bye, Bird Dude, he called out as he waved. Take care, Tokoyami replied with a small nod. Todoroki exhaled, shaking his head slightly. Must be nice to have someone remember you by name, Izuku. At least my name wasn't something like Bird Dude, he said, smiling to himself. I will admit, I expected something a bit more dignified, Tokoyami said with a sigh, though there was a trace of amusement in his voice. With that, the trio resumed their shopping. Let's see. I need some broccoli, what do you guys want? For dessert? Some like fruit salad to keep it healthy? Or do you want something sweet? He asked as he put broccoli in the cart. Izuku glanced at Todoroki and Tokoyami as they walked down the aisle. The two of them seemed lost in their thoughts for a moment before Todoroki spoke up. Fruit salad sounds good. It's refreshing after a meal like this. Tokoyami raised an eyebrow. I would not be opposed to something more decadent. Perhaps a chocolate cake? Alright, so both then, he said, getting lots of strawberries, cantaloupe, and honeydew. Now let's get the rest of the cake ingredients. He quickly made his way down the baking aisle, grabbing flour, sugar, cocoa powder, and a few other essentials for the cake. Meanwhile, Todoroki walked beside him, pushing the cart with one hand, his other hand in his pocket. Tokoyami lingered behind, scanning the shelves with a more focused look on his face, as if the whole shopping trip was some kind of mission. So, do you guys think we'll be able to find some time to relax soon? Izuku asked as he carefully chose the right baking powder. I feel like the last few weeks have been non-stop with school, training and everything else. Todoroki gave a short exhale, his lips twitching upward in a faint smile. A break sounds nice, but I don't think it'll happen anytime soon. There's always something to do, whether it's preparing for the internships or continuing to improve ourselves. The work never stops. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. I know what you mean. It's like no matter how much you want to take a step back, there's always something pushing you forward. That's the life of a hero, Tokoyami added, his voice surprisingly serious for someone whose usual demeanor was so composed. It's a constant battle, not just against villains, but against yourself. You have to keep pushing forward if you want to be the best. But I do know the teachers and admin are required to give breaks because we are only 15 years old after all. Not like we are 23 or something. Fair point. You are doing your internship with Hawks then, Tokoyami? He asked as he put more stuff into their carts. Yes indeed. It should be nice. He is the number 3 hero after all, he said, nodding once more. Soon all of the ingredients Izuku needed were collected, and they checked out with the food and started to make their way back. Izuku hummed in thought. Now how am I going to get this through without being seen, he said to himself. You don't want anyone seeing this stuff? Oh yeah, you said it was a surprise, said Tokoyami. We will be fine. Let's just use dark shadow to hide it all, offered Todoroki as he pointed to him. Izuku nodded eagerly. Great idea, Todoroki. We'll just have dark shadow carry everything. That way, no one will notice until it's time for the big reveal. He smiled, relieved that they had a plan. The last thing he wanted was for the others to spoil his surprise. Tokoyami shot him with a knowing look. You're lucky I'm willing to cooperate with your plan, Izuku. Just make sure you don't end up with too much cake in your hands, otherwise, I might have to step in to help out, he said with a smirk, walking ahead of the group. You just want some cake, don't you, Tokoyami? Said Izuku, smiling at his friend. Who wouldn't? He said, smirking as they walked onto the school grounds. Soon they were at the doors of the dorms, and he activated Dark Shadow, who grabbed all the supplies, and they made their way to the large kitchen. As they entered the kitchen, Izuku quickly set up his workspace, laying out the ingredients with practiced hands. Tokoyami, his usual calm self, immediately began scanning the area for anything that could potentially disrupt the surprise. His sharp eyes were always looking out for possible distractions. I'll have Dark Shadow keep watch while you work, Izuku, he said, his voice low and composed, though there was a hint of anticipation in his tone. Todoroki, on the other hand, walked over to the fridge and placed the ingredients that needed chilling inside. Let me know if you need help with anything. I'll be in the living room if you need me. Actually, could you chop up the fruit for the fruit salad? Tokoyami, could you get the water set to boil the rice? I'll get the salmon and chicken and other stuff ready. If they smell it then they do, but it'll be fine, he said as he started to open up the packs of food. Todoroki nodded and began prepping the fruit for the fruit salad, carefully slicing strawberries, honeydew, and cantaloupe. His movements were precise, but there was a slight air of relaxation about him, as if this task was a welcome distraction from his usual intensity. Meanwhile, Tokoyami took a few steps towards the stove, activating Dark Shadow to keep watch as he turned on the kettle and set it on the burner. The dark, feathered figure watched over everything with a vigilant, almost intimidating presence, its glowing eyes scanning the room. Izuku, who was already busy with the salmon and chicken, hummed to himself as he began seasoning the meat. He glanced over his shoulder, noting that everything was falling into place. The kitchen felt surprisingly calm despite the flurry of activity happening in the space. It was almost as if the team had fallen into a rhythm. All right, I've got the rice boiling, Tokoyami said, his voice smooth and controlled as always. Do you want me to start on the garlic butter for the rice? Yeah, that'd be great, Izuku replied, turning his attention back to the chicken. He seasoned it with garlic powder, paprika, and a pinch of salt before placing it on a grill pan. The scent of the spices began to fill the kitchen, adding to the growing layers of delicious smells. Thanks, Tokoyami. With a nod, Tokoyami grabbed the butter and garlic, melting them in a pan on the stove. His movements were practiced, though his usual seriousness never wavered. As the garlic sizzled, he added herbs, parsley, thyme, and rosemary, creating a rich, savory aroma. Todoroki finished chopping the fruit and began arranging it in a large bowl. The vibrant colors of the fruit combined in a visually pleasing way, making it look as if it belonged on the cover of a recipe book. He added a little honey to the mix to give it a touch of sweetness. It will 100% be enough for 40 people. This fruit bowl is huge, he said. Izuku chuckled as he glanced over at the massive fruit salad. Perfect. It looks like we're going to have a feast. He returned his focus to the chicken and salmon, flipping the pieces carefully. The sizzling sound of the meat on the grill pan was accompanied by the soft hum of the rice as it began to boil. Tokoyami focused on the garlic butter simmering on the stove. With careful hands, he stirred the sauce, making sure the garlic and butter blended smoothly with the herbs, creating a rich and flavorful aroma that made the kitchen smell even more delicious. Izuku grabbed a tray and began plating the salmon and chicken, the grill marks adding an appealing color to the meat. The anticipation for the big surprise dinner was growing, and Izuku couldn't help but smile at how well everything was coming together. "You're all set for the garlic butter sauce?" Izuku asked Tokoyami as he moved the grilled chicken and salmon to the side to rest. "Just about," Tokoyami responded, his focus unwavering as he carefully poured the garlic butter sauce over the rice. He paused for a moment, taking a moment to appreciate how everything was coming together. "I have to admit, Izuku, your cooking skills are impressive." "Thank you," he said grinning. They then heard something coming from the doorway. "What's that smell?" said a feminine voice. Izuku sighed at that voice. "Make sure that Setsuna doesn't get in here, Tokoyami," he said, with him nodding. "Dark Shadow has us covered," he said as Dark Shadow went to the doorway. "Dark Shadow, block the entrance," Tokoyami said calmly, his voice barely above a whisper as his shadowy familiar stretched across the doorway, effectively stopping anyone from entering. "Hey, what's going on here?" she asked, her hands resting on her hips as she peered inside, eyes scanning the busy kitchen. The overwhelming aroma of the grilled food and garlic butter rice filled the air, making her stomach rumble audibly. "This smells incredible and I've got a good nose, you know. What are you guys hiding?" Dark Shadow waved his hands in front of him. "Nothing." Setsuna chuckles. "I call bull on that. So, let's see. Tokoyami is here, just based off of Dark Shadow," she said trying to look around him. She then saw Izuku and smirked even more. "Oh my gosh, Izuku is in here, now I got to see," she said, separating herself into pieces. "Sorry ma'am, you aren't on the VIP list," said Dark Shadow trying to stop her. Setsuna grinned mischievously, her body disassembling into pieces, slipping through the gaps in the door. "You really think you can keep me out?" she asked, her voice coming from all directions as her fragmented form reassembled just inside the kitchen, her smirk plastered across her face. Izuku, now caught in the act, sighed, knowing there was no stopping her now. He gave Tokoyami an apologetic look. "I guess the surprise is blown," he muttered, not entirely surprised by her usual antics. Setsuna bounced into the kitchen with a gleam of curiosity in her eyes widening as she saw the spread of food being prepared. The grill marks on the chicken and salmon, the garlic butter rice simmering with herbs, and the vibrant fruit salad that sat on the counter. All of it made her stomach growl louder. "Wow, you guys have been busy. Is this all for me, or are you planning to feed the whole school?" she teased, eyeing the large portions of food. "Well, it was supposed to be for the 40 of us before we all head off to our internships," said Izuku as he started to work on getting the chocolate cake mix ready. Setsuna raised an eyebrow, her mischievous grin widening even more as she looked at Izuku. "Oh, for ya? You were gonna keep this a secret from me? You know I have a thing for chocolate cake," she said, her voice dripping with playful sarcasm. "I'm hurt really, but I'll let it slide, since it smells so good. You have chicken, salmon, rice, fruit, and cakes. You should have just asked me out on a date." "It's not like that," he stammered, clearly flustered. "I was just trying to make something nice for everyone before we all leave for our internships. It's for all of us, no special reason I swear." Setsuna let out a playful laugh, her eyes glinting with mischief. "I'm just messing with you, Izuku," she teased, leaning against the counter. "But seriously, this spread is impressive. Who knew you had it in you?" Izuku chuckled awkwardly, running his hand through his hair. I like to cook sometimes. It's a nice way to relax." He turned his attention back to the chocolate cake mix, trying to focus on getting everything ready. "The cake's for dessert. I'm hoping it'll turn out well." "Well, do you guys need help?" she asked. "Just to set out the stuff on the counters in here. It's quite a bit for 40 people, especially when there's like hundreds of pieces of chicken and lots of salmon," he said, helping Tokoyami with rice and garlic butter. "All right, I can do that," she said, walking over to them to get the chicken from near the stove. Izuku nodded as Setsuna walked over, her energy as high as ever. "Thanks, Setsuna," he said, trying to focus on the next steps in the meal prep while she got to work. Tokoyami, still standing with his usual composure, glanced over at Setsuna's action. "Just be careful with the chicken, Setsuna. We don't want anything to go wrong now." His voice was calm, but there was a hint of seriousness as he spoke, though it was likely more out of habit than concern. Setsuna, unfazed by his caution, grinned widely. "Don't worry, I've got it under control," she said, beginning to carefully set out the chicken pieces on the counter, making sure everything was arranged neatly. "It's nice to see everyone working together like this. I feel like we should make more of these team dinners, if only to show off how great I am at organizing food." She gave Izuku a playful wink. About 20 minutes later, the food was ready to go, and the cakes were in the oven now. They just need to bake while they can eat all. It was about 5 o'clock and nearly everyone smelled what was cooking in the kitchen, and they were curious about what was going on. Guess you can't keep it a secret anymore, Izuku, said Tokoyami. Yeah, that's all right. It's almost time to eat the main course anyway, said Izuku, finishing mixing the rice. Izuku nodded, his excitement bubbling as he turned his attention to the oven, where the cakes were just about done. The smell of the main course had already made its way down the hall, and he could tell that the others were starting to get hungry. We should do this again, he said, smiling. Setsuna, who had been busy organizing the spread, turned toward him with a playful grin. Oh, I'm sure we'll be doing this more often now that we know your hiding cooking skills. You might even start a new trend around here, she teased, her fingers running along the edges of the fruit salad bowls as she added the finishing touches. Todoroki, who had been quietly monitoring the progress of the dishes, finally spoke up. You really have thought of everything. It's impressive how much work went into this. I'm glad I could help, he said, his usual reserved demeanor softening in the warmth of the moment. Yeah, me too, Tokoyami chimed in. I think it's time to tell them it's ready. Izuku walked over to the doorway to call to everyone in Class 1A and 1B. Time to eat, guys, he said, with everyone getting up from their seats in the large common area. As more students filed into the kitchen, their eyes widening at the sight of the spread, a chorus of exclamations filled the room. Whoa, this looks incredible, Kirishima exclaimed, his usual enthusiasm matching the energy in the room. Izuku bro, you made all this? Izuku chuckled nervously. I had some help from everyone. He gestured to Tokoyami, Todoroki, and Setsuna, who were all standing nearby, giving the scene a mix of casual coolness and sly grins. Looks like we have enough food for a small army, Sero joked, rubbing his hands together as he eyed the chicken and salmon with hunger. This is going to be amazing, Mina added, eagerly bouncing in place. I could really use a good meal like this before we head off for internships. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. The stress of keeping everything a secret and preparing such an elaborate meal was melting away, replacing with the warmth of seeing his friends and classmates enjoying the fruits of their LBR. Okay, everyone help yourselves, Izuku said with a grin, stepping aside to give the others room to dig in. As they all crowded around, plates quickly filled up with chicken, salmon, rice, and the vibrant fruit salad. Setsuna, who had been grinning the entire time, now took a seat, eyeing her plate with approval. I guess I can forgive you for hiding all this from me, she teased, reaching for a piece of chicken. Todoroki, now seated at the table, nodded in satisfaction. This is really good, Izuku. You should cook more often. Tokoyami, ever the quiet one, simply gave a slight nod of approval, his attention focused more on his meal than the conversation. As everyone dug in, the energy in the room lit up. The hard work that went into making the dinner paid off, and the laughter and chatter around the table felt like a much-needed respite from the pressures of being a hero in training. Thanks for doing all this, Izuku, Inori said from across the table, his voice softened by a mouthful of rice and chicken. I'll admit this is good. Ichiro nodded as he ate the rice. I guess this is good, he said just loud enough for Izuku to hear him. Izuku smiled at everyone's reactions. Since when could you cook? Asked Jiro, surprised, but ate the food faster than normal. Momo looked up at him. Yeah, you never told us. Since always, and it was never brought up. This sheet is awesome, said Tetsu, scarfing down his food. I have to agree, said Monoma. I've got nothing sarcastic to say, he said, eating some fruit salad. Are you sure you're not secretly a professional chef? Uraraka asked, pausing between bites of chicken and rice, her face lit up with genuine amazement. This is incredible, Izuku. Izuku scratched the back of his head, trying to downplay the praise. I just follow the recipes and enjoy cooking. It's not that big a deal, he said, though his smile was full of pride. Kaminari, already on his third serving of chicken, raised his hand dramatically. I nominate Izuku to make all our meals from now on. This is like restaurant-level good. He stuffed more food in his mouth, clearly not bothering with manners. Honestly, I didn't think you had it in you, bro. Izuku ate his dinner with gusto, and it honestly was pretty good. He at least wanted to do something for everyone. He then heard the oven go off and he walked away for a minute to get the 3 cakes out of the oven. He pulled them out and carefully set them on the counter to cool. Sato looked in the direction of the kitchen with narrow eyes. My baker sense is tingling right now. The room seemed to be quiet for a moment as everyone turned their attention to the cooling cakes. Sato's playful comment only added to the anticipation, and soon everyone was craning their necks to get a look at the treats. Izuku was in the kitchen, got out the chocolate frosting, starting to open it when he felt someone tap his shoulder. He looked to see Yui Kodai in his face, and he jumped in surprise. She mumbled something that caught his attention. Cake, she said, pointing to it. Izuku looked at her. Yeah, that cake. I need for it to cool off before I put the frosting on it. Cake, she said once more. Izuku blinked, a little taken aback by Yui's enthusiasm, and chuckled nervously. Yeah, the cake. You'll have to wait for a bit before I can frost it, though. It needs to cool down first. Yui's expression shifted from eager anticipation to one of deep concentration. She stared at the cakes, and then back at Izuku, nodding slowly as if processing this important information. Cool down, she repeated, as though saying the words out loud would make the wait seem less excruciating. Izuku smiled softly at her, admiring how seriously she took this, but also feeling a little amused. You're really looking forward to it, huh? Yui nodded vigorously, still transfixed by the cakes. I like cake, she mumbled under her breath, as if that was all the explanation anyone needed. Her eyes never left the dessert, her hands wringing together impatiently. It'll be a bit. Let your stomach settle and it will be done cooling off, he said, putting the frosting done. Kodai sighed and nodded at him but turned around, walking away from the kitchen. Is that cake in there, Izuku? Asked Sato. Yeah, it is. I need to give it time to cool off before we can eat it, he called out to them. Izuku waited in the kitchen for the cakes as some of his classmates and friends walked in to wash their dishes. Itsuka was standing there with a smirk off to the side with Kodai holding her by the shoulders, peeking over her. Cake? Kodai asked once more, making Izuku laugh. Just a couple more minutes. Izuku chuckled at Yui's unrelenting enthusiasm. You really like cake, huh? He asked, amused. Yui nodded enthusiastically, her eyes locked on the cakes like a hawk, her hands gripping tighter at Itsuka's shoulders in anticipation. Cake, she repeated softly, almost as if it were a sacred word. Itsuka, watching the exchange with a smirk, leaned against the counter beside them. She has always been a fan of cake, so don't mind her, she teased, her gaze flicking between Izuku and the eagerly waiting Yui. Izuku grinned, feeling a warmth in his chest at the sight of everyone enjoying themselves. I didn't realize cake was such a big deal, he said with a playful shrug. Well, it's cake, Itsuka said matter-of-factly. Who doesn't love cake? The group of students in the kitchen began to finish cleaning up their plates, and the energy in the room shifted slightly as everyone seemed to be drawn back to the sight of the cooling desserts. Some were still lingering around the counter, talking and laughing, but most couldn't help but steal glances at the cakes, eagerly waiting for them to be ready. After a few minutes, Izuku looked down at the cakes. They had cooled sufficiently, and it was time. He grabbed the chocolate frosting and began spreading it over the first cake. As he worked, he noticed several of his classmates beginning to gather around the counter again, and he could feel the anticipation in the air. All right, I think we're good now, Izuku said with a satisfied nod as he finished the last cake. He turned around to find most of his friends standing nearby, practically hovering in place as they waited for the moment to dive in. Yui was right there, her eyes practically sparkling. Cake now? She asked again, her voice almost pleading. Izuku laughed softly. Yes, it's ready. I'll get you guys slices. Without another word, Yui immediately grabbed a plate and hurried over to the cake, her eagerness palpable. The others quickly followed suit, their eyes glued to the cake like a flock of birds on the hunt. I've got to admit, Izuku, Kirishima said, taking a generous slice of cake for himself, you've really outdone yourself with this dinner and the cake. This is next level. I'm just happy it turned out well, Izuku replied, wiping his hands on a dish towel. I wasn't sure how the cakes would turn out, but I'm glad they're being enjoyed. As the first slice of cake was placed onto Yui's plate, she wasted no time in picking up her fork and taking a bite. The moment the rich chocolate flavor hit her tongue, her usual stoic expression softened just a bit, her lips curving into the faintest smile. Good, she murmured in approval, nodding once before immediately taking another bite. Izuku grinned, feeling oddly proud of the reaction. Before he could say anything else, the rest of the class descended upon the cakes like a pack of starving wolves. All right, one at a time, he called, laughing as everyone eagerly reached for their own slice. Izuku, this might actually be the best cake I've ever had, Kaminari declared dramatically, already halfway through his piece. No joke. I feel like I've been lied to my whole life about what cake should taste. Like, that's because you usually eat store-bought snacks, Jiro pointed out, rolling her eyes as she took a smaller, more refined bite. She paused, her own expression shifting slightly before she gave Izuku an approving nod. But, yeah, this is really good. As a baker myself, I give it 8.7 out of that's pretty damn good, said Sato eating the cake. Izuku chuckled at the praise, rubbing the back of his head. I'm really glad you guys like it. I just wanted to do something nice for everyone. Everyone enjoyed the meal that was provided for them when Izuku noticed one person was gone. Ida. He frowned, knowing that he was missing out on this. But family is important for a lot of people, and when your brother Diamond near dies, it's natural to want to be near him. He would save him a piece of cake. Izuku carefully set aside a slice of cake for Ida, wrapping it up so it would stay fresh for when his friend returned. He knew how much Ida valued responsibility and discipline, and he imagined that even something as simple as a homemade cake might serve as a small comfort during such a difficult time. Not bad, nerd, Bakugo muttered after finishing his slice and walking away. Everyone soon settled down and were all lying on the couch in the common area holding their stomachs. That's how Izuku knew it was a good meal. Thankfully there were no leftovers, so there was that, aside from Ida's cake. Izuku finished eating his slice of cake and walked over to the sink to wash his dish. Everyone said it was amazing, and they were grateful for the meal, which made him happy. Now all that was left to prepare themselves for their internships. He felt his phone buzz. He looked at his phone, and it was a call from Mr. Aizawa. A better question was how the hell did he got his number? Hello, he asked questioningly. Yagi said sternly. Make your way to the support course development studio. Power Loader is expecting you for something, but he didn't tell me what. Be there in 10 minutes. Izuku straightened at the unexpected request, his mind already buzzing with questions. Yes, sir. I'll head there now, he replied quickly before Aizawa hung up. Why would Power Loader want to see him? The support course rarely had any direct involvement with hero training unless it was for costume adjustments. Did this have something to do with his internship? Shaking off his confusion for now, Izuku grabbed a napkin and wiped his hands before making his way out of the common room. His classmates were still sprawled out, lost in their food comas, though a few waved lazily as he left. The walk to the support course development studio was quiet, the halls mostly empty at this hour. The faint hum of machinery and the occasional sound of welding echoed through the corridors as he neared the workshop. When he arrived, the door slid open with a hiss, revealing the bustling workspace of the support course. Various students were hard at work, tinkering with gadgets, modifying hero suits, and testing new prototypes. The scent of oil, metal, and burning circuits filled the air. Standing near the back of the room was Power Loader, arms crossed, his signature yellow helmet and clawed gloves making him stand out even in the sea of inventors. Beside him, with an excited grin and a smudge of grease on her cheek, was none other than Mei Hatsum. Izuku Yagi. Come over here for a second, said Power Loader. I know we haven't talked much, but I am Power Loader, the teacher for the support course and the hero course. This here is Mei Hatsum, he said with her bouncing around. Nice to meet you both. Mr. Aizawa said that you need to see me about something, he said walking over to the two of them. Yes, we do. About 3 things actually, he said stepping to the side to show him the Sound Gauntlets Mark II, the Formuband, and the Volt Vanguards. Izuku went wide-eyed at what he meant. These were the inventions that he made for Momo, Jiro, and Kaminari. I think you know why you are here now. Now we haven't touched them yet, but we wanted to ask you how you were able to think about something like this. Most hero course students don't really think about stuff like this. I like to see what happens in the minds of other students, and your mind has me spinning, he said, Mei still bouncing around. Well, Izuku started, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess I just wanted to help my classmates in ways that made sense for their quirks. Jiro's Sound Gauntlets Mark II are meant to amplify and direct her heartbeat vibrations better, giving her more precision and power, and she doesn't have to use her earphone jacks. Momo's Formuband is to help her scan the objects around her to see what they are made of, and so she doesn't have to remember every little thing when she creates an object. And Kaminari's Volt Vanguards, well, if he can't control electricity in one direction, I could give him something to channel it in streams. Power Loader nodded, clearly impressed. That's a solid breakdown of your reasoning. You're not just thinking about making something flashy, you're engineering solutions tailored to your classmates' specific needs. That's what a good support engineer does. Mei, who had been silent for a whole 5 seconds, a record for her, suddenly burst into excitement. And they're so well designed. The integration between function and form, the way you've optimized power efficiency, chef's kiss. Yagi, you've got a brain for tech, and I love that. She leaned in, eyes gleaming with curiosity. So, tell me, what other ideas do you have rattling around in that head of yours? Got any upgrades in mind already? All right, Mei, simmer down. I brought you here to see if you would like to work in the support course from time to time. You've got a bright mind. You wouldn't necessarily be in the class itself, but could come and work in here when you can. Think of it like an honorary support course student. You could run by a few ideas, build stuff, and learn what works best, said Power Loader offering. Izuku blinked in surprise at the offer. An honorary support course student? He had always been interested in hero support gear, but he never considered actually working alongside the support course. His mind immediately raced with possibilities, ideas for improving his classmates' gear, ways to enhance his own costume, and even designs that could help other heroes in the future. He looked at Power Loader, then at Mei, who was practically vibrating with excitement. I'd really like that, he admitted, a small smile forming on his face. I've always been interested in support gear, and if I can learn more while helping others, then I'd be happy to contribute. Power Loader nodded approvingly. Good. You're not officially part of the support course, so you won't have assignments or projects like the other students, but you'll have access to the resources here when you have time. If you want to work on something specific, you can coordinate with me or Hatsum. With that, Hatsum jumped right into his face and started to ask him loads of questions. How did you come up with the ideas for those 3 babies over there? What are you going to do next? Do you need help with it? Izuku took a half step back as Hatsum leaned in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Before he could respond, she unleashed a barrage of rapid-fire questions. Oh, and what kind of materials did you use? Did you think about integrating nanotech? What's your stance on kinetic energy conversion? Have you thought about making an energy regulator for Kaminari's gauntlets? What's your opinion on electromagnetic shielding? What about a self-repairing function? That could be fun. And tell me, do you plan on making something for yourself? What kind of hero tech would you design for your own quirk? Izuku felt his brain short-circuit for a moment as he processed the wave of questions. He knew Hatsum was energetic, but this was something else. He raised his hands slightly, laughing nervously. Hold on, one question at a time. Power Loader sighed, shaking his head. Hatsum, breathe. May pouted but relented, only slightly. She took a deep breath, then immediately leaned in again. Okay, but seriously Yagi, you've got to tell me, do you have any new projects in mind? Because I need to see what else is rolling around in that big brain of yours. Izuku considered that for a moment, rubbing his chin. Truthfully, he did have a few ideas. With the internships coming up, he'd been thinking about ways to improve not only his classmates' gear but also his fighting capabilities. I was thinking about making something related to the wind pressurized attacks I can do. Some more precise when I snap my fingers rather than something that spreads out, he said, making the snapping motion. I haven't started it because of our internships coming up. Mei's eyes widened as if Izuku had just handed her the greatest treasure in the world. She vibrated with excitement. Oh, so, like concentrated air blasts. That's genius. If we design a mechanism that refines the way the pressure builds up before release, you could create something with way more precision. Yeah. I thought it would be better that way because then I don't risk hitting someone if they are my allies or teammates or even causing unnecessary damage. Maybe use some microsensors so that it knows what finger I am snapping. Then also something with shock absorption to handle the power I am channeling into my finger snaps, he said, starting to ramble on. Izuku's mind raced with possibilities as he continued, his fingers instinctively mimicking the snapping motion. If I can refine the output, I could use it for pinpoint attacks instead of broad bursts. Maybe even have adjustable settings depending on the situation. If I need to push back multiple enemies, I could keep it wide, but for direct hits, I could focus the force into a smaller, more concentrated blast. Hatsum practically vibrated in place. That's it. And if we use a variable compression chamber? Oh, or maybe a rapid response pressure modulator? No, wait. We could integrate microturbines to further regulate output. Oh, this is going to be so cool. Power Loader rubbed his temple. Hatsum, pace yourself. We don't even have a prototype yet. Mei stepped back inside. Alright, sorry. It's fine, said Izuku. But I should be going back now. Thank you for allowing me to work in here. Power Loader gave a firm nod. Of course. Just remember, this is an opportunity, not an obligation. You come in when you have time, and if you need any guidance, you know where to find me. Izuku bowed slightly in gratitude. Thank you again. I'll do my best. As he turned to leave, Hatsum shot forward again, nearly bumping into him. Wait. You can't just drop an idea like that and leave. If you're serious about making this, we need to start brainstorming now. Or at least, tomorrow. Izuku chuckled nervously. I'll try to find time after the internship starts. I don't want to rush something like this. Mei pouted but quickly nodded. Fine. But you better not let that genius brain of yours go to waste. I want to see results, Yagi. He gave her a small smile. I'll make sure to keep you updated. As he finally left the support course workshop, the cool air of the hallway was a stark contrast to the bustling energy inside. He took a deep breath, letting the weight of the offer and everything that had just happened settle in. It was overwhelming but in a good way. 3 days later, it was nearly time for Izuku to leave, but he had to meet with someone before he left for Edgeshot's agency. Hounddog asked to meet with him. He didn't know why, but it was likely for his weekly meeting since he wouldn't be able to do it at all. It was 4:51 a.m. right now and he was at his office. He knocked on the door when he heard a voice. Come in, he called out. Izuku opened the door and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, with only a single desk lamp casting a soft glow over Hounddog's desk. The man was seated in his usual spot, the ever-present aura of professionalism hanging over him, even at this early hour. His sharp features softened only slightly when he noticed Izuku entering, but there was a noticeable warmth in his eyes. Izuku, good morning, Hounddog greeted, pushing aside a few files on his desk. I know this is a bit earlier than usual, but I wanted to talk before you head off for your internship. Izuku nodded, slightly confused but intrigued. Of course, sir. What's this about? He moved to sit across from the older hero, trying to gauge the mood. Hounddog leaned back in his chair, folding his hands. I just wanted to have a quick conversation. During the sports festival, Mr. Aizawa said that you were acting different in your fight with Inori. Is there a reason for that? He asked thoughtfully. Izuku froze a little bit, not sure how to answer. Well, I was nervous. To fight one of the people that bullied me growing up, it was pretty hard, for obvious reasons. Hound Dog's gaze softened as Izuku spoke, sensing the weight behind his words. He leaned forward slightly, his voice steady but full of understanding. I see. That would certainly make things more difficult. I can imagine how hard it must have been, especially considering the history between you two. But Izuku. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, almost as if he were trying to read Izuku's thoughts. You can't let that define how you approach things in the future. You're a hero in training now. That means facing your emotions head-on and still being able to act with clarity when it counts. Yeah, I know. I'm trying, he said quietly. Hound Dog stood up and looked to Izuku. I know. It's all I ask. That's all you can do, and it takes time. But don't worry about that now. Go back to the bus. You are about to depart with your internship. Good luck with Edshot. You can learn a lot from the number 5 hero. Izuku nodded, trying to absorb Hound Dog's words as they sank in. He had heard similar things from other mentors, but coming from the calm, collected hero in front of him, it hit differently. His thoughts were still tangled, but there was something reassuring about Hound Dog's steady presence, as though everything would fall into place in time. I will. I'll make sure to learn as much as I can, Izuku said, feeling a new determination settling in him. Thank you, Hound Dog. I really appreciate the advice, he said running out of the door. No problem, kid, he said calling out to him. Izuku made it with record time getting back to the dorms in less than 1 minute. He had a bit of help with Jolt. The bus was outside waiting for them and many were getting on. Mr. Aizawa looked to Izuku, who was holding his hero costume, with Izuku smiling. Right on time, he said, getting on the bus. Izuku stepped onto the bus, scanning the rows of seats. Most of his classmates were already inside, chatting excitedly or checking their gear. Some, like Todoroki and Ida, sat quietly, mentally preparing for what was ahead. Others, like Kaminari and Kirishima, were buzzing with anticipation. He sat next to Jiro, who was listening to music. You ready, dude? We won't see each other for a week, she said, putting her headphones down for a minute. Yeah, I am. Just got lots of emotions right now, he said, putting his hands to his face. Jiro smirked slightly, nudging him with her elbow. Yeah, I get that. First big internship, pressure's on. Yeah, you know I'm always like this. I get the jitters, then it fades out eventually when I'm used to it, he said, leaning back in his seat, breathing. You ready to work with death arms? He asked her. I personally know it will be good for you. You'll learn how to fight more hand-to-hand in case you ever need to do that. Jiro stretched her arms and let out a small sigh. Yeah, I know. I've been thinking about that too. I can't always rely on my sound waves alone. If someone gets too close, I need to be able to fight back properly. You will be fine. You're tough, he said, looking at her. He looked at her and noticed she had a huge blush on her face. You okay, Kyoka? Do you have a fever or something? He said, putting a hand to her head. Jiro's blush deepened as Izuku's hand rested gently against her forehead. She immediately swatted his hand away, turning her head toward the window to avoid eye contact. I'm fine, nerd. Just surprised, that's all. Just making sure, he said as she offered him an earpiece. She was still blushing as she looked out the window. Want to listen to music with me? She asked. Izuku blinked in surprise at the offer, then gave a small smile as he took the earbud. Yeah, sure. What are we listening to? Jiro still refused to look at him directly, pretending to fiddle with the cord of her headphones. It's just some rock. Thought it might help clear your head before the internship. Are you sure you are good? Your cheeks are red, he said, putting his hands to her cheeks once more. Jiro nearly jumped out of her seat when Izuku placed his hands on her cheeks again. She swatted them away for the second time, her face burning even more. Would you stop that? She hissed, turning to glare at him, though the effect was ruined by how flustered she looked. Izuku laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure you weren't getting sick before your internship. I'm fine, she grumbled, crossing her arms and sinking a little into her seat. Sorry if I made you mad, Kyoka. I didn't mean to, he said, feeling bad. Jiro glanced at him, noticing the way his expression dropped slightly. His usual energy seemed to dim, and she could tell that he genuinely felt bad about upsetting her. With a sigh, she shifted in her seat, turning toward him slightly. You didn't make me mad, she muttered, tapping her fingers against her thigh. I just wasn't expecting it. Izuku blinked. Really? Jiro rolled her eyes. Yeah, really. You're such a dork sometimes. Hey, Izuku, said Momo from behind them. I don't mean to be a bother, but could you help me with the settings of the Formuband? She asked, showing him the invention he made her. Izuku turned around, spotting Momo holding the Formuband in her hands. He had suggested it a while ago, and seeing her actually use it made him feel a surge of pride. Oh, of course. Izuku said, shifting in his seat so he could get a better look. Jiro leaned back, subtly watching as he examined the device. Momo handed it over. I was testing it last night, but I think the calibration might be slightly off. It's taking longer than expected to recognize the mass-to-energy ratio of my creations. Izuku nodded, already analyzing the issue in his head. That makes sense. The sensors might not be adjusting to the variance in your quirk's output. Let me... He trailed off, pressing a few buttons on the side of the band, fine-tuning the input sensitivity. Jiro smirked, resting her chin in her palm. And here he goes, full nerd mode. Izuku shot her a quick look before turning his attention back to the formuband. Okay, I think if we adjust the responsiveness here, and tweak the processing delay. He tapped the screen, his expression lighting up as he found a solution. Try it now. Momo slipped it back onto her wrist and activated her quirk. Oh, that's much better. She smiled at him. Thank you, Izuku. Your attention to detail is always so impressive. Izuku blushed at the compliment, rubbing the back of his head. I just like figuring things out. The right was filled with chatter even if it was a little after 5 in the morning. He looked over to his left to see Mineta glaring at him. He went wide-eyed when he made a gesture to come here. He took out the earpiece to make sure not to disturb Jiro as he scooted over to them. What's up? Why are you glaring at me? He whispered to him. Because you are always with girls, he said, upset. Kaminari next to him leaned into the conversation. He has a point, Izuku bro. You are a chick magnet. Izuku blinked, his face turning red. What? No, I'm not, he whispered back, incredulous. He quickly glanced over at Jiro, who was still listening to her music, blissfully unaware of the conversation unfolding. Mineta pulled out a sticky note and cleared his throat, whispering to him. These are the girls you talked to over the past 24 hours. Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Setsuna, Shizaki, Ashido, Azui, Uraraka, Yanagi, Hagakure, and Pony. Izuku stared at the sticky note in disbelief. Wait a second. You've been keeping track of who I've been talking to? His voice was a mix of surprise and embarrassment. He glanced over at Jiro again, who was still completely oblivious to the conversation going on around her. Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was Mineta actually keeping a record of who he interacted with? Kaminari snickered. His expression was full of amusement. Mineta doesn't miss a thing, bro. It's his thing. He's got the whole chick magnet tracker system down. He's like a walking romance encyclopedia. Izuku groaned, burying his face in his hands. I'm not a chick magnet. I don't even know how I ended up talking to all of them. He glanced down at the note again, feeling the heat in his cheeks intensifying. Some of these are just casual conversations, not like that. What are you guys whispering about? Asked Kirishima, looking over the set behind him as he was in front of them. Yeah, what is it? Asked Sero as the two of them were looking over the seat. Izuku's face turned even redder as he tried to explain himself. It's not what you think. Mineta's just, keeping track of who I talk to. He quickly glanced at the sticky note again, his heart racing. But it's not like that, okay? It's not a big deal. Mineta snickered and added, oh, it's a big deal, alright. Izuku's got more girls on his radar than you'd think. I'm just helping him keep track, so he doesn't miss out. Kaminari chimed in with a smirk, yeah man. It's like you're in some kind of romantic spy game, and Mineta's your mission control. Izuku let out an exasperated sigh, his face still burning. Guys, come on, this is embarrassing. I'm just trying to focus on the internship, not some girl tracker thing. I don't know bro, said Sero, whispering. Women tend to gravitate to you. I look at it in a way that Mineta is jealous, he said, chuckling as Mineta looked offended. No sheet, I am jealous, he whispered, pointing at Izuku. Izuku shook his head in disbelief, trying to process the conversation that was rapidly escalating. Jealous? Mineta, this isn't about being jealous. I don't even know how to explain it. I'm not. I don't even know how all of this started. I am going back to my seat, he said, turning around blushing. He put his earpiece back in and sighed, listening to her music to calm down. Jiro smirked at Izuku as she heard the whole conversation. She wouldn't tell him, but it was cute the way he acted sometimes. Soon all of Class 1A were all at the train station ready to be sent off to where they needed to be sent off to. Mr. Aizawa had a few words to say for his class. Alright everyone. This week is going to be pretty important for all of you. Mr. Aizawa's eyes scanned the group of students before him. You've all been selected for internships with professional heroes. You've worked hard to get to this point, but remember, this isn't a vacation. You'll be expected to work just as hard as any pro, if not harder. The internship will test your skills, your decision-making, and your ability to handle real-world situations. Also, remember this, you are not pro heroes yet. You still need licenses. So, if something does get a bit iffy, listen to the pros. The class stood at attention as Mr. Aizawa's words settled in. The weight of his message was clear. This wasn't just some learning experience. It was a real-world test, and mistakes could have consequences. Izuku shifted uneasily, still feeling the heat in his cheeks from the earlier teasing, but the thought of the upcoming internship was quickly taking precedence in his mind. He couldn't afford to be distracted by jokes, no matter how persistent they were. Good luck. Do your best and learn a lot, said Aizawa as he looked to his students. Izuku smiled as he looked over to his friends. He walked over to the group of Jiro, Momo, Uraraka, and Kirishima. Good luck you guys, he said smiling at all of them. Yeah, we will do our best, said Kirishima. Agreed. We will all come back better, said Momo happily. Izuku smiled as he continued to talk with his friends. He looked out of the corner of his eyes to see Ida walking away. He turned around and ran over to him. Achiko looked to see Izuku running and she did the same. Ida, wait, called out Izuku. Ida stopped in his tracks when he heard Izuku calling his name. He turned around, a strained expression on his face, his usual stern demeanor replaced by something more somber. What is it, Yagi? Ida's voice was quieter than usual, with a hint of frustration. His hands were clenched at his sides as if he were holding something back. Izuku approached him, his smile fading slightly as he noticed the change in Ida's posture. Ida, I just wanted to wish you good luck on your internship. I know you'll do great. You've worked so hard for this. Thanks, Yagi. But there's something I need to focus on during this internship. It's not just about the work, Ida said, his gaze briefly turning away as though he was lost in thought. I have other things to keep in mind. Izuku blinked, sensing the weight in Ida's voice but unsure how to respond. Other things? Like what? Before Ida could respond, Uraraka caught up with them, slightly out of breath from running behind Izuku. Hey Ida, we're all in this together, okay? If there's anything you need to talk about, we've got your back, she said, her voice filled with concern. Ida didn't immediately answer. Instead, he looked down, clenching his jaw. His usual confident and reassuring aura seemed to be slipping, replaced by something far more conflicted. I appreciate it, but there are things I have to deal with on my own. Just focus on doing your best, okay? Ida. Izuku started, his voice hesitant. If you ever need to talk, or if there's anything we can do, don't hesitate to reach out. Ida straightened up at that, forcing a small smile. Thank you, Izuku. I will. But for now, I have to focus. His expression hardened once more, and he turned to walk away, his steps quick and purposeful. Izuku wished that he had done something more to help his friend that day. To be there for him. To help him. Izuku got off at his stop saying goodbye to his friends a while ago. He opened his phone to see he had a text from a group chat that he was put into from his dad. It has his parents and 2 siblings. Dad, good luck with your internships everyone. Proud of you all. Mom, love you my babies. Kickbutt. Inori, thanks guys. Izuku, thank you. It wouldn't hurt to reply. It didn't hurt. But he put it away for now and walked out of the train station to be greeted by a chauffeur holding a whiteboard with his name on it. Izuku Yagi, said the man opening the door in the car. I am here to see you to the Edge Shot Agency. Izuku nodded, his nerves still tingling from the earlier exchange with Ida. Something was clearly bothering his friend, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He took a deep breath, shaking off his concerns for the moment. He had a job to do now, and he couldn't afford to get distracted. This was his first internship, and he had to make a good impression. He climbed into the back of the car, and the chauffeur shut the door behind him. The inside of the vehicle was plush, the leather seats inviting and comfortable. The soft hum of the engine settled in as they began driving toward the Edge Shot Agency, and Izuku stared out the window, watching the city pass by. His mind was buzzing with excitement, anticipation, and a little bit of anxiety. Edge Shot was one of the top heroes in the country, known for his incredible speed and ability to transform into a human projectile. He had a reputation for being extremely meticulous and professional, which made Izuku both excited and nervous. He had no idea what to expect. What if he wasn't good enough? What if he made a mistake? The car came to a stop outside a sleek, modern building, the headquarters of the Edge Shot Agency. The exterior was a sharp contrast to the older, more traditional buildings around it, its polished glass and metal structure gleaming in the sunlight. Izuku's heart started to race as he stepped out of the car. This was the real deal. He was about to enter the world of professional heroes. Thank you, Izuku said to the chauffeur as he stepped out of the car and adjusted his bag on his shoulder. The man gave a polite nod before driving off. Izuku took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and walked toward the entrance. He wasn't sure what awaited him, but he was determined to give it his all. As he approached the door, it slid open automatically, and he was greeted by a tall man with sharp, angular features and a stern expression. Izuku Yagi? The man asked, his voice low but steady. You're here for your internship with Edge Shot? Yes, Izuku replied, nodding. I'm here for the internship. The man sized him up for a moment before nodding and gesturing for Izuku to follow him. This way. Izuku followed the man down the hallway, his footsteps echoing in the quiet building. He couldn't help but feel the weight of the moment. This was its first real step into the world of professional heroes. He had worked so hard to get here, and now the time had come to prove himself. The man led him into a spacious room with high ceilings, sleek modern furniture, and a large glass window that offered a panoramic view of the city. The room had a serious, non-nonsense vibe, and Izuku immediately felt the intensity of the environment. Many people were at desks, likely looking for crimes to report on. Some with statistics boards, radars, and radios. He counted nearly 30 people. Follow the carpet until you get to the double doors at the end. They are waiting for you, said the man leaning against the door now. As he reached the double doors, he hesitated for just a moment. He pushed the doors open to be greeted with a big desk and with windows providing a nice view of the city. In the center was Edgeshot looking out of the window. Gran Torino was off to the side of the desk as Izuku walked in and he nodded at him. Edgeshot turned around and Izuku could see a smile under his mask. "Ah, welcome Izuku Yagi," he said walking over to him. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Izuku clutched his suitcase handle in his right hand as he suched the suitcase to his left. He stuck out his right hand to greet him with a handshake. Edgeshot's grip was firm and steady as he shook Izuku's hand. Despite the mask that covered most of his face, there was warmth in his voice that made Izuku feel more at ease. "It's an honor to be here, sir," Izuku said, trying to keep his voice steady. His nerves still buzzed in his chest, but he was determined to make a good impression. This was his chance to prove himself, and he wasn't about to squander it. Edgeshot's eyes seemed to glint behind his mask, his smile more apparent now. "I've heard and seen good things about you, Yagi. You've made quite a name for yourself already." He stepped back, motioning to the room. "Please, have a seat. Let's get down to business." Izuku nodded, taking a deep breath as he moved toward the chair in front of the desk. As he sat down, he couldn't help but glance around the room. The atmosphere was so different from what he was used to back at UA. The polished desk, the sleek technology around them, and the serious tone of everything reminded him that this wasn't a training ground anymore. This was the real deal. Gran Torino, who had been quietly observing the exchange, gave Izuku a small nod of acknowledgement. The seasoned hero's presence added to the weight of the moment. Despite his usually laid-back demeanor, he walked over with Izuku and sat down next to Edgeshot, pulling a chair up from the background to get closer. "Right?" Edgeshot continued, turning his attention back to Izuku. "Would you like some tea?" he offered, pouring himself some. Izuku nodded slowly as he poured himself and Izuku some tea. Gran Torino settled into his chair beside Edgeshot, his usual laid-back posture making the atmosphere seem slightly less intense. He gave Izuku a small, approving smile as Edgeshot poured the tea, the steam rising gently from the cups. "Tea always helps to calm the nerves," Gran Torino said, his voice light but still carrying an air of experience. "You've got quite a big day ahead of you. You might as well take the edge off." Edgeshot looked at Izuku with curious eyes and sat up straighter. "Now then, I should tell you now that you are the only one that I offered an internship to out of everyone at the sports festival. The first in a few years." Izuku's eyes widened slightly at the revelation. The only one? He couldn't help but feel a sense of both pride and pressure settling over him. Being the sole person chosen was a huge honor, but it also meant that he had to live up to some very high expectations. He swallowed hard, trying to steady his nerves. "Thank you, sir," Izuku said, bowing slightly. Edgeshot put his hands up in a placating manner. "No need for thanks, kid, that was all on you. But do you know why I chose you?" Izuku tried to think of an answer, but he couldn't think of one off the top of his head right now. Edgeshot saw he was hesitating and decided to answer for him. "When I was watching you in the one-on-one battles, I didn't take an interest in you immediately. The first round against that Shinso boy, I didn't think much of it, but it was quite clever that you found a way around his quirk. The second round, when you fought your sister Inori, now that was where I started to be interested in you. You were pitted against an incredible strong telekinesis quirk, and you found a way around it. The third round you showed your durability and strength against your brother by showing that you were a brick wall. The final match against Bakugo showed to me that you were there to show everyone that you weren't going to give in and give up. The reason I chose you was because of 4 things. Determination, intelligence, adaptability." Izuku listened intently, his heart pounding as Edgeshot laid out the reasons behind his choice. He hadn't expected such an in-depth breakdown of his actions. Hearing it all laid out like that, he could feel the weight of the responsibility that now rested on his shoulders. Gran Torino, who had been sipping his tea, nodded approvingly. "It's easy to get caught up in the excitement of a fight and lose sight of strategy. But you, kid, you saw what mattered. That's what makes the difference." "I never realized I was showing all of that," Izuku said, his voice soft but filled with a sense of gratitude. I just wanted to do my best, to keep up. I still have a lot to learn, but I'll keep working hard." I won't let you down. Edgeshot smiled, a small but genuine smile. That's the attitude I like to see. Hard work, resilience, and a willingness to learn. Those are the traits that separate the good from the great. But remember, this isn't just about proving yourself to us. It's about proving yourself to you. Heroes don't just fight for recognition. They fight because they believe it's the right thing to do. Though one question, if I may. What type of hero do you want to be? Izuku smiled at the question. I want to be a hero that falls into many categories. Combat, rescue, and support. I want to be as well-rounded as possible, he said with conviction. Edgeshot leaned forward, his eyes studying Izuku with an intense focus. Well-rounded, huh? He repeated as if tasting the words. That's ambitious. There are a few heroes like that. Myself, All Might, and a few others. I will do my best to help you get there, Izuku Yagi. Thank you, sir, said Izuku. Well then, how about you go and get changed into your hero costume, and we will go from there, Edgeshot said happily. Right. Izuku said, his voice full of determination as he stood up from his chair. He gave a quick, respectful bow to Edgeshot and Gran Torino before heading to the back of the room where the changing area was located. His heart was pounding in his chest as he made his way to the small, private space. He set down his bag and opened it, pulling out the neatly folded hero costume his mother had helped him design. He pulled out a note from May and he sighed. Oh boy, he said, flipping it open. The support course department has made some changes to your suit. Mainly your gloves. White looks better than gray on your costume. That's the only thing I changed, handsome. Izuku gave a deadpan look as he started putting on his forest green jumpsuit. He put on his white gloves and black boots, and May even gave him this weird thing that connected around his neck. It was likely for style more than anything, but he looked good regardless. He looked himself over one last time, taking in the full outfit. This was his first day on an internship with Edgeshot, of all people. He was both nervous and exhilarated. His heart raced, and the weight of Edgeshot's words echoed in his mind. Determination. Intelligence. Adaptability. He was determined to live up to those expectations, but a small voice in the back of his mind reminded him of how much he still had to learn. All right, Izuku, he muttered to himself, straightening his posture. You've got this. He gave himself a final nod of encouragement before stepping out of the changing area and making his way back to where Edgeshot and Gran Torino were waiting. When Izuku re-entered the main room, Edgeshot gave him a brief glance up and down, a small, approving nod on his face. Gran Torino, meanwhile, gave a thumbs up with a wry smile. Looking sharp, kid, Gran Torino commented. I'd say you're ready to take on the world. Izuku blushed slightly but nodded. Thank you, Gran Torino. His eyes shifted to Edgeshot. I'm ready, sir. Edgeshot rose from his chair, his movements quick and precise. Good. Let's not waste any more time. We've got work to do. He turned toward the door, and Izuku followed closely behind, feeling a surge of excitement running through him. Time to start this internship. Edgeshot led the way through the bustling agency, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as they moved. They walked back to the room that he had walked in previously. The walls were adorned with various hero awards and framed photographs of past missions, each telling the story of a different kind of heroism. Izuku followed closely, trying to soak it all in. Gran Torino walked next to Izuku with his usual calm poise. Welcome to my agency, kid, Edgeshot said, his voice steady and calm. I haven't said this, but I have a few sidekicks that aren't known to the public. The police and other agencies know them, but that is it. They like to keep themselves secret as they focus on stealth missions and the like. I like to handle bigger and more complicated missions. Sometimes they join me and other times they don't, he said, showing me some of the crime monitors. Izuku nodded, absorbing every word. His eyes flicked over the crime monitors Edgeshot pointed to, each displaying live feeds from various parts of the city. The level of professionalism and preparation in Edgeshot's agency was nothing like anything Izuku had ever seen. He had always admired the top heroes, but being in their space made the scale of their responsibilities all too real. These are just the basics, Edgeshot continued, flipping a SW switch on the wall to reveal an array of monitors tracking ongoing missions and criminal activities. This is where we get our intel. We have eyes on the ground, and in some cases, we have eyes above too. He gestured toward the ceiling, where hidden cameras and motion sensors were likely tracking movement even in the darkest corners of the city. Gran Torino, ever the quiet observer, tapped Izuku's shoulder lightly and whispered, Edgeshot runs a tight ship, kid. He may be one of the most mysterious heroes out there, but his work speaks volumes. Pay attention. Izuku gave Gran Torino a small nod, trying to keep his awe in check. His mind raced with thoughts. This was it, the real deal. This was what it meant to be a pro-hero. There is a total of 35 people in this room alone, and they stay in contact with my sidekicks that I tell you about as well as me. There is an assortment of factors that lead to who will handle the crime, but we handle it swiftly. Edgeshot continued, his voice unwavering as he addressed the room. We don't just respond to the crimes we see. We anticipate them. We gather intel, track movements, and get ahead of the criminal activity. Our job isn't just to stop crime when it happens, but to prevent it before it even starts. This takes constant vigilance and the cooperation of every member of the team. Edgeshot stopped in front of a large digital map of the city displayed on the wall. Small red and green dots flickered across it, marking the locations of various active cases, some under control and others still escalating. The map wasn't just for display, it was constantly updated in real time. These dots represent current situations. Red means critical, green means contained. When a case pops up, we immediately make decisions on who handles it based on their skill set and location, Edgeshot explained, pointing to the flashing red dots. For example, if we get word of a hostage situation in the north, I'm typically the first one to go, given the scope of the threat. But if we're dealing with a minor robbery, a sidekick might be sent. It's all about assessment. Izuku was taking it all in. It was clear that Edgeshot had an extensive network, a level of coordination that made him one of the most efficient heroes. They walked past the common area of the agency, and he walked down a hallway with many doors. He opened one to show Izuku, and when he looked in, it showed a bedroom. This is where you will be staying for the next week. Just a basic setup, Edgeshot explained, stepping aside to let Izuku look around. Nothing fancy, but it'll do. This is your room for the week, but you'll be spending most of your time out in the field with me or training with myself or Gran Torino. Izuku stepped into the room, his eyes darting from one corner to the other as he took it all in. The room had a simplicity to it, but everything about it screamed efficiency. It was clear that there wasn't a single unnecessary item in the space, everything served a purpose. The bed was large enough for a good rest, and the desk was equipped with gadgets that would be useful during his stay. Alright, let's get going. Time to see what you can do in person, said Edgeshot as he walked out of the room with Izuku following behind. He led him into a room down the hall and opened a door to a large white room with padding lining the walls. Edgeshot and Gran Torino stepped into the room, with Izuku following behind. This is a 70-foot by 70-foot room that I use to train in, and you will be training in. There are a few more rooms like this in the building, but we will use this one, Edgeshot said, popping his shoulders. Now, Edgeshot said, stepping to the other side of the room. Gran Torino shut the door behind them and Izuku looked questioningly at the number 5 hero. Throw an attack at your highest power without destroying yourself. Don't worry about the room. It is strong enough here that it can withstand a blow from all might. I had him test it himself. Show me what you have, he said, lowering himself down. Izuku's heart pounded as he took in Edgeshot's words. Throw an attack at my highest power? It wasn't often he was asked to show his full strength, but now, standing in front of 2 pro heroes, he felt the weight of their expectations. The pressure was immense, but this was the kind of challenge he had dreamed of. If you are sure, he said, getting into a stance as well. He started to power up full cowling at 55% but was cut short when he didn't see Edgeshot anymore. He then felt a chop to the neck, and he was knocked down to the ground. He looked back up to see Edgeshot was in his same spot again. Do it again, he said calmly. Right. I'll do it again, Izuku muttered to himself, his hands clenched into fists as he set his focus. This time, he didn't hesitate. He activated full cowling at 55% again, but with more confidence. Once more he felt a blow to his back that he wasn't expecting, and he flinched in pain. Edgeshot was attacking him before he could fully set up his foul cowling. Normally, his durability would have taken care of it from activating it, but he wasn't ready, and he wasn't getting a chance to get ready. This is your first lesson, Edgeshot said calmly. According to my calculations, you are taking too long to activate yourself when you are powering up. You take about 2.6 seconds to power up. Now for someone your age, that isn't bad, but in the future when you're fighting someone who has years of experience as a villain and can power up in less than 0.5 seconds. That is a problem, he said, walking over to him to help him up. Edgeshot looked him in the eye. There is a study out there that talks about how 42% of people can either transform or power up based on their quirks. My quirk is called Foldabody. It allows me to make myself thinner, but when I was younger it took nearly 3 seconds to make myself thin. Now I can do it at the speed of sound. I have been practicing and training every day for this to happen. That is why you couldn't see me. The point that I am making to you is this. The first thing I want you to learn is to lower your powering up time. It will help you in the long run. I will make sure it will be lower before you leave here. You have amazing power and speed, but you need to lower the time to power up to make yourself better, he said, nodding to him. Gran Torino watched the exchange quietly, with his hands in his pockets, a knowing smirk on his face. It's tough love, kid, but that's how the pros do it. If you want to survive in this line of work, you can't afford to hesitate. Not even for a moment. It might not seem like a long time, but even 0.1 seconds is all the difference in the world. Izuku took in Edgeshot's words, his mind racing. He knew that every second counted in battle, but hearing it from someone like Edgeshot, the number 5 hero, who had honed his skill to this level, was a harsh reminder of how much he still had to learn. I get it, Izuku said, his voice resolute. He was determined to improve, to adapt, and to grow stronger. I'll work on it. I won't waste any time. Edgeshot nodded approvingly. Good. You're showing the right attitude. I will leave you with Gran Torino as I have a mission to do really quick. Good luck, he said, walking to the doors. Izuku stood in the middle of the training room, his heart still pounding from the harsh lesson he had just received. He could feel the sting in his neck and back from where Edgeshot had struck him, but he wasn't focusing on the pain. He was focusing on the words that had been drilled into his mind. Every second counts. Gran Torino, standing at the edge of the room with his hands still in his pockets, gave Izuku a long, scrutinizing look. You heard him, Gran Torino said with a grin. The big guy's not wrong. Powering up in less than 3 seconds? That's a good start, but you need to bring it down. You've got potential, but you're wasting too much time getting ready. If you want to survive, you've got to be faster. Yes, sir, said Izuku, nodded at him. Gran Torino gave a small chuckle, his hands still in his pockets. All right, kid. Let's get to work. If you're serious about this, we can start right now. No time like the present, right? His tone was light, but there was a sharpness behind his words that made Izuku straighten his back in determination. Oh yeah, before I forget, you need to tell Edgeshot about what your quirk is. Not about One for All, but about Synthesist. Your father told me about it, and holy shit, kid, that is likely the most powerful quirk I have ever seen. Edgeshot needs to know what it is entirely, he said, stretching out his arms. Izuku nodded at him. Of course, sir. I kind of figure I would have to at some point. Gran Torino smirked, clearly pleased with Izuku's attitude. But don't worry, kid, you're not the first hero with a unique quirk to keep it under wraps. Get ready, he said, crouching down. Izuku got into his fighting stance and smirked. This would be a long but fun 7 days. 8 hours later, Gran Torino had finished training Izuku for the day and they were now in Edgeshot's office. Izuku had told him everything there was to know about how Synthesist can create quirks. Edgeshot leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable as he processed everything Izuku had just told him. The office was silent for a moment, the only sound being the ticking of a clock on the wall. Gran Torino stood off to the side, arms crossed, watching the interaction with an amused smirk. Izuku sat stiffly in his chair, his hands clenched into fists on his lap. He had finally laid it all out, what Synthesis truly was, how it functioned, and what it could become. Finally, Edgeshot exhaled through his nose, his sharp eyes locking onto Izuku's. Yagi, he said, his voice even, yet laced with something resembling astonishment. This is beyond anything I expected. Izuku swallowed but nodded. I know it's a lot, sir. But Edgeshot raised a hand, silencing him. It's not just a lot. It's groundbreaking. He leaned forward, his gaze serious. This is remarkable that you have something like this. I promise to keep it under wraps. We don't need that many people to know. Thank you for telling me about the complexities of your quirk. Edgeshot steepled his fingers, his sharp gaze still locked onto Izuku. The sheer potential of your quirk is staggering, he said, his tone measured. You're not just adapting to existing abilities, you're creating them. This isn't just an evolution of a quirk. This is something entirely new. Yes, sir, he said to him. Well, I need to discuss some information with Gran Torino for a bit, but you can have the rest of the day off. Go eat some dinner in the cafe downstairs. Have it charged onto my tab. I do own the building after all, he said, smiling under his mask. Izuku's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the cafe, but he quickly masked his surprise. It wasn't unusual for heroes to have some perks to their positions, but this was different. Edgeshot owned the building? That spoke to a level of influence and wealth that Izuku hadn't fully grasped yet. Still, the offer was too generous to decline, especially after a grueling day of training. Thank you, sir, Izuku said with a respectful bow. I'll head down there right away. Edgeshot nodded, his mask barely twitching in what could be interpreted as a smile. Don't get too comfortable, kid. This is just a break. Tomorrow we pick up where we left off. And remember, focus on lowering that powering up time. I expect better results by the end of the week. Izuku nodded again, his resolve hardening. Understood. Gran Torino, who had been silently observing the interaction with a bemused grin, tilted his head. That's the spirit. But remember, kid, don't just eat. Rest up. You've got a long week ahead of you. I'm going to make sure you feel every second of it. His tone was light, but there was a glint of seriousness in his eyes. Edgeshot's right. You've got power, kid, but it's the timing and control that will make all the difference. Don't let it slip away just because you're feeling a bit confident. Izuku gave a firm nod, appreciating Gran Torino's words of wisdom. He didn't plan to get complacent. Not now. Not when he had so much left to prove. With that, Izuku made his way out of the office, his footsteps echoing down the hallway as he descended to the cafe below. The building was quiet, its halls adorned with trophies and accolades of various heroes. He couldn't help but glance at a few, admiring the legacy of those who had come before him. Every inch of the place seemed to speak of years of training, sacrifice, and victories. It was a reminder of how much further he had to go before he could truly call himself a pro. The cafe was warm and inviting, with a few heroes scattered around, eating and chatting. Izuku approached the counter and ordered a simple meal, still feeling the weight of the day's events on his shoulders. As he sat down at a table near the window, he tried to let his muscles relax, taking a few deep breaths. His body was sore, but it wasn't the physical exhaustion that weighed on him, it was the pressure of what he had just learned. He looked at his phone and said he had a few texts from some of his friends. It was 6:28 right now, so most of them were likely done for the day. Kyoka, dude. My body is on fire from the workouts Death Arms is giving me. I think we ran about 10 miles today. Momo, hope everything is good with you. This is going to be a long week. I can tell already. Ibara, I am most pleased with how wholly this internship is going. Shoji, I think I may have scared a few people when I went on my first patrol today. Izuku chuckled softly at his friend's messages, feeling a sense of camaraderie despite the exhaustion settling into his bones. He flexed his sore fingers before typing out a few responses. To Kyoka, that sounds brutal. Gran Torino's been pushing me hard too, but at least I didn't have to run 10 miles. Make sure to stretch or you'll feel even worse tomorrow. To Momo, everything's going well. Just finished training and got a short break. You're right, this week is going to be tough, but we'll get through it. To Ibara, glad to hear your internship is going well. Hope your mentor isn't too hard on you, though knowing you, I'm sure you're handling it gracefully. To Shoji, don't worry man. People just need time to get used to you. Once they see the kind of hero you are, they'll come around. How was patrol otherwise? He hit send and leaned back in his chair, sipping on a glass of water as he watched the city outside. It was strange how normal everything looked from here, considering how much he had just learned about his own quirk. Synthesist wasn't just a powerful ability, it was something entirely different from anything that had come before it. That kind of responsibility weighed heavily on his mind. A soft chime from his phone signaled a response. He started to scarf down some rice and chicken as he read his text. Kyoka, stretching a six, but I guess I have no choice. This hero training is trying to kill me. Momo, that's great to hear. Let's all do our best. Ibara, thank you, Izuku. My mentor is indeed strict, but it is only to guide me on the righteous path. Shoji, patrol was okay. Just a few startled looks and a kid who cried when he saw me, but I helped an old lady carry groceries, so that was nice. Izuku frowned slightly at Shoji's message, wishing people wouldn't judge him by his appearance. Shoji was one of the kindest and most reliable people he knew. To Shoji, that kid will probably look back one day and realize he was scared of a great hero. You're doing amazing work, don't let it get to you. As he sent the last message, Izuku sighed, rolling his shoulders to ease some of the tension. Tomorrow was going to be just as intense, if not more. But for now, he had a meal to finish and a moment of peace to enjoy. He started to eat more food when he got a phone call. He looked at it and it was from Todoroki. He got confused and answered it. Hello, he asked. Izuku, I need some help, he said blandly, which confused Izuku. With what? He asked. My brother is annoying me, he said, making Izuku smile and then chuckle. Which one? He asked, still chuckling. Toya. He was training me during my internship earlier as Frostflare and now he won't stop being all up close and personal. Well, Izuku said, still amused, I'm not sure how I can help with that. He is your mentor for the internship, right? So, doesn't that mean he's supposed to be working closely with you? Shoto sighed on the other end of the line. Yes, but I meant it literally, Izuku. He keeps getting in my personal space. Every time I try to use my ice, he's right there watching me like a hawk. I tried to use my fire earlier, and he practically grabbed my wrist to correct my stance. It's like he's watching my every move. Izuku bit back another laugh. He could hear the irritation in Shoto's voice, which was rare for him. I mean, maybe he's just trying to stop you from making mistakes he has done before. Think about it. He has been a hero for a few years now and knows the ropes pretty well if he is number 39 on the hero charts. He just wants to help you. I would want to have an overbearing brother, but that's just me. I get that, Shoto admitted finally. I know he's trying. And yeah, having an older brother who actually cares about me is nice. It's just a lot. Yeah, that's understandable. Just remember you have someone trying to help. That's all he wants. Not to mention he sees some stuff. How is your internship going otherwise? Shoto paused for a moment before responding. It's going well actually. I'm getting a lot of hands-on experience, which is great. Yeah, the whole personal space thing is a little much. I've never had someone hover over me like this before. It's definitely different. Izuku nodded sympathetically, his mind racing through similar experiences. He understood the frustration of being micromanaged, but he also knew that sometimes, mentors had their own ways of showing care, even if it wasn't always the most comfortable. Maybe try talking to him? Izuku suggested. Tell him you need a little more space. If he's as good a mentor as you say, he'll understand. He probably just wants to make sure you're learning all the right moves, especially with the way things are going in the world now. The pressure's different for pros, I think. I'll think about it, Shoto replied. There was a brief pause before he continued. But enough about me. How's everything with you? Is Edgeshot all that he lived up to be? 100%. He's the whole package. I think we go on a patrol tomorrow, he said excitedly. Yeah, my dad, Toya, and I are going on a patrol tomorrow too. That should be fun, said Izuku, eating a bit more food. Toya's walking over to me. I'll let you go, said Todoroki quickly. Izuku heard the slight rustle of movement on the other end of the phone before Shoto spoke again, his tone now lighter. Alright, I'll talk to him. Hopefully it'll help. Thanks again, Izuku. You're a good friend. Izuku smiled at the sincerity in Shoto's voice. No problem, Shoto. Take care, and good luck with your internship. And hey, try not to strangle Toya, okay? Shoto laughed softly, the sound almost surprising given the tension in his voice earlier. I'll do my best. With that, the call ended, and Izuku set his phone down, feeling a sense of calm that he hadn't realized he was missing. Helping Shoto had been a pleasant distraction from his own worries. He often found himself absorbed in his thoughts, whether it was about his training, his family, or the future of being a pro hero. Day 2 of the internship. Izuku walked alongside Edgeshot, his eyes scanning the streets as they moved through the bustling district. It was a busy day, people moving about, going about their normal lives, unaware of the watchful eyes of the heroes who protected them. Edgeshot, a seasoned pro with an air of quiet confidence, moved gracefully beside him. Izuku felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. This was his first real patrol as a hero intern, and he was eager to prove himself. Remember, Izuku, Edgeshot said, his voice low but steady. Patrol isn't just about dealing with crimes or fighting villains. It's about observing, reading the situation, and understanding people. We're not just here to stop bad guys, we're here to be presence. To make people feel safe. Occasionally, we will stop a crime if we see it, but if that does happen, you will have to stand back or keep the civilians back as you don't have your provisional license. What else is there to do? Izuku asked as some people waved to them as he looked at him. His sweat dropped as he looked at the number 5 hero. He forgot that he was 6 feet tall while Edgeshot was standing at 5 feet 7 inches tall. He couldn't have imagined if he was with Mirko right now. She was almost 1 foot smaller than he was. Well, there is the occasionally flash mob of people that come in for autographs, Edgeshot said, waving at a few more people. Izuku laughed nervously, feeling a little awkward as he waved back at the people who recognized Edgeshot. It was strange to see how casual Edgeshot was with the attention, especially since Izuku had always imagined that being a pro hero meant constantly being in the spotlight. He was still adjusting to the idea of his role as an intern, where his job wasn't to fight villains but to learn the ropes and support the pros. The world of pro heroes was far more complex than he'd imagined, with moments of excitement balanced out by the quiet, routine tasks that kept everything running smoothly. Edgeshot continued, sometimes, you just need to engage with people, help them with small things. It's not all about big, flashy moments. A hero's job can involve everything from answering questions to keeping an eye on suspicious activities. Are those reporters and few people coming to talk to us? Are those some of the people you were talking about? He asked, pointing over to them. Yep, that is them, he said, standing beside him. Edgeshot didn't seem bothered in the least. In fact, he straightened his posture, gave a confident nod, and put on a relaxed, approachable smile. Here we go, he murmured, more to himself than to Izuku, before stepping forward to meet the group. Izuku followed his lead, trying to keep his movements smooth and steady. His nervousness was palpable, but he was determined to make a good impression. As the group of reporters came closer, one of them, a woman with short, dark hair and a press badge, immediately raised her microphone. Edgeshot, it's always a pleasure to see you out on patrol, she said with a smile, clearly used to speaking with heroes. How's everything going today? Anything noteworthy happening in the city? Edgeshot's smile widened, his calm demeanor never faltering. Thank you for your kind words. We're just keeping an eye on things. You know, making sure everyone feels safe and secure. The city's been quiet today, which is always a good thing. The reporters scribbled down notes, nodding enthusiastically. Izuku, standing a little behind him, felt the weight of the attention start to shift toward him. It was odd, being the intern in this situation. He was the one who was still learning, still figuring out how to be a hero, and yet here he was, part of the interview. He could already feel the weight of the questions that might come his way. One of the reporters, a man with glasses, glanced at Izuku and then back at Edgeshot. And this is your new intern, Izuku Yagi, right? How has the transition been for him so far? How does it feel to work with the one who won the sports festival in Class 1A? Izuku felt a jolt of surprise at the mention of his name. His heart skipped, and he could feel his face heat up as he was suddenly moved into the spotlight. He had never been one to seek attention, especially not from the media, and now here he was, the subject of a reporter's inquiry. He turned to Edgeshot, looking for guidance, but his mentor remained calm and composed, not showing any signs of tension. Edgeshot glanced over at Izuku with a small, reassuring smile before addressing the reporter's question. Izuku's been doing exceptionally well, Edgeshot said smoothly. He's got a lot of potential, and I've seen firsthand how quickly he adapts. He's a fast learner and a dedicated worker. The transition from a student to a hero in training can be challenging, but he's handling it with grace. Izuku's heart swelled with gratitude at the praise, though he was still a little uncomfortable with the attention. He shifted on his feet, nervously adjusting his uniform, and let out a quiet breath. His mind raced. How could he respond without sounding awkward? It felt strange to hear such compliments when he still felt so new to this world of heroism. The reporter with glasses didn't seem to notice Izuku's discomfort as he pressed on. So, Izuku Yagi. It was rumored you had thousands of requests for those who wanted you to intern with them. Why choose Edgeshot when you had the options to be with Vestiges or even Endeavor? Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, and his nerves spiked again. He hadn't expected the reporters to bring up something so personal. The thought of choosing Edgeshot over top-tier heroes like Vestiges or Endeavor felt like a big decision, and now it was being scrutinized in front of the public. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, glancing quickly at Edgeshot, who, as always, remained calm and composed. His mentor's serene demeanor only amplified the weight of the situation in Izuku's mind. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Because I know that he was the best choice for me even if I could have worked with a number 2 or even number 4 hero. Something that a lot of people my age who are heroes in training do that is often a mistake, is to work with a hero who is the highest on the list of choices they were offered from. Something that they need to learn is to do what I did. Go with the best choice even if you are working with someone who isn't as popular. That is okay in the end. Someone may learn a lot more by working with someone who is ranked 105th on the hero charts compared to someone who is ranked number 6th. It is what makes you a better hero in the long run, he said, breathing back in calmly. The reporters exchanged glances, clearly impressed by Izuku's response. The weight of the situation hadn't fully hit him until now, but he stood his ground, trying to embody the calm and confidence that Edgeshot had shown him. His words weren't just about defending his choice, they were about sharing a lesson that he'd learned through his own journey. Edgeshot's smile deepened as he looked at Izuku with a sense of pride. It was clear that his intern's answer had made an impact, and Izuku felt a bit more at ease. He had spoken from the heart, and even if it wasn't what the reporters had expected, it was authentic. The interviewers seemed to appreciate the sincerity, as they took notes, nodding in understanding. The reporter with glasses nodded thoughtfully before jotting down notes. That's a very mature perspective, Izuku. Many young heroes would have jumped at the opportunity to work with the highest-ranked pro available to them, but you've clearly given this a lot of thought. I have given it a lot of thought. People's minds change with time. This is just a small-time internship for right now, so we may not be able to come back, but you never know. It could be that I find that Mirko aligns with my goals in the future, or someone like Crust. So long as people know that they should go with who they can learn the most from, said Izuku, smiling into the camera. Izuku's confidence grew as he spoke, his words flowing more naturally. The reporters, sensing his sincerity, continued to jot down notes while some exchanged impressive glances. Edgeshot nodded approvingly, stepping in to reinforce Izuku's point. A hero's growth isn't just about the prestige of who they train under, but about the lessons they take with them. Izuku's approach is exactly the kind of mindset that builds strong, adaptable heroes. The woman with the dark hair smiled as she turned her attention back to Izuku. That's a wise perspective, and it's refreshing to hear from someone so young. Would you say he is treating you well, Edgeshot? Edgeshot let out a light chuckle, his expression remaining calm and composed. Of course, he replied smoothly. Izuku has been a great addition to our team, and I've made sure he's learning in an environment that challenges and supports him. A hero's journey isn't just about combat prowess, it's about strategy, adaptability, and making the right decisions under pressure. He's been handling everything remarkably well. Izuku felt his cheeks warm again at the compliment, but he quickly straightened his posture, determined to present himself as composed. The reporters weren't just looking for a story, they were assessing him. He needed to show that he belonged here. As the reporters wrapped up their questions, the woman with the dark hair gave them both a polite nod. That's great to hear. Well, thank you for your time, and best of luck with the rest of your patrol. Edgeshot gave a small bow in return. Thank you. Stay safe out here. Izuku followed his mentor's lead, offering the reporters a small, polite smile. But as soon as they turned to leave, his entire body tensed, and the moment the group was out of earshot, he let out a long, shaky breath. Edgeshot glanced at him, amusement flickering in his usually composed eyes. Izuku groaned, pressing his hands to his face as they walked. That was so nerve-wracking, he muttered, his voice muffled behind his palms. I wasn't ready for all of that attention. Edgeshot chuckled, his tone light. You handled it well. Izuku peeked through his fingers, doubtful. Really? Because I feel like I was 1 second away from stuttering my way into disaster. Edgeshot shook his head. Not at all. You spoke from the heart, and that's what matters. Reporters can be intimidating, but they respect honesty and confidence. You gave them both. Izuku slowly lowered his hands, taking another deep breath as they continued down the street. I guess. I just wasn't expecting them to bring up the whole thing. Why didn't you pick a top hero thing? It caught me off guard. Edgeshot nodded in understanding, keeping his gaze forward as they walked. That's how interviews go sometimes. Reporters will ask unexpected questions, sometimes probing deeper than you might be comfortable with. It's part of being a hero in the public eye. Izuku sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, I figured as much. It's just, I don't really like being the center of attention like that. Edgeshot gave him a knowing look. That's understandable. Not every hero seeks the spotlight, but whether you like it or not, your name carries weight. Winning the sports festival puts you in the public's eye. People are watching to see what kind of hero you'll become. Izuku let that sink in for a moment. He had always known that his victory at the sports festival had painted a target on his back, but hearing it from Edgeshot made it feel more real. I don't want to let anyone down, he admitted. Edgeshot's expression softened. You won't. As long as you stay true to yourself and keep improving, you'll become the hero you're meant to be. Izuku glanced at his mentor, a small but grateful smile forming on his face. Thanks, Edgeshot. Izuku started to walk alongside his teacher for the week and smiled. I wonder what the others are doing for their internship, he thought with a smile. With Best Jeanist. You too, patrol is something that is important for all agencies, said Best Jeanist, turning around to a grumpy Ichiro and a set-off Bakugo. Bakugo's hair was combed over neatly, his usual wild spikes tamed into espimson, much to his irritation. Ichiro's normally messy hair had also been styled similarly, making him look unrecognizable even to himself. Both boys scowled, their expressions a mix of frustration and humiliation as they walked alongside the pro-hero. This is so stupid, Bakugo grumbled under his breath, stuffing his hands in his pockets. What the hell does fixing our hair have to do with patrolling? Best Jeanist adjusted his own impeccable denim ensemble and looked at Bakugo with a calm yet authoritative gaze. Presentation is an important part of being a hero. The public doesn't just look up to us for our strength, but also for the way we carry ourselves. A well-groomed hero inspires confidence. Ichiro sighed, glancing at his reflection in a nearby store window. This isn't exactly what I signed up for, but whatever. As long as we actually do some hero work today. Best Jeanist smirked slightly. Patience. Image management is as much a part of heroism as fighting villains. But don't worry, you'll both get your share of action soon enough when you get your licenses. For now, I will teach you. With Hawks. Tokoyami had his arms crossed under his cloak as he had an unusual companion next to him. Izuku's sister. Inori. The last person he wanted to be next to. The two were chasing after Hawks to keep up with him. Inori had offered to use her telekinesis to levitate and fly the two of them to get to him fast, which he accepted. Right now, the two of them were eating lunch at the top of the Hawks agency and she was sitting a bit away from him but close enough to talk. He quietly ate his sandwich as Hawks was on the phone with someone a bit away from them. Tokoyami silently chewed his sandwich, his sharp eyes glancing at Inori every now and then. He still wasn't sure how he felt about working with her. He couldn't stand her. He was a very tolerant person, but with what she had done to his friend Izuku, he couldn't see her that way. It was like that person you didn't like from work. Tokoyami, I was wondering. She asked nervously but was cut off by him annoyingly. Please shut up, talk to me unless it is necessary, he said somewhat darkly, eating his sandwich again. Inori blinked at his words, her lips pressing into a thin line. She had expected him to be cold but outright dismissive? That stung. She kind of figured this would happen, but she hadn't expected to work with Tokoyami under Hawks. Please? She asked. Tokoyami exhaled sharply, setting his sandwich down. What part of, unless necessary, did you not understand? He muttered, turning his head away from her. Inori clenched her fists but took a deep breath, trying to keep her temper in check. I just wanted to talk. I know you don't like me and I get it. Tokoyami scoffed but said nothing. I'm not asking you to forgive me or anything, but at least give me a chance to prove that I'm not who you think I am. Tokoyami turned his sharp gaze toward her. You had a chance. You had plenty of them. His voice was low but firm. And yet, you still hurt Izuku. Before she could say anything else, Hawk strolled back over, stretching his arms. Alright kids, back to work. Let's go exploring. With Kamui Woods. How are you three liking it so far on the patrol? Asked Kamui Woods as he turned to his three interns. Momo Yaoyorozu, Itsuka Kendo, and Juzo Hananuki all gave positive reactions. Pretty good so far, my man, said Hananuki, giving a thumbs up, his usual relaxed grin in place. Yeah, it's quite fine so far, Momo added, waving politely to some people in the distance. Civilians seemed reassured by their presence, and a few kids even pointed excitedly at them. Gotta say, patrolling is a bit different than I expected, Kendo commented, stretching her arms. I figured we'd be jumping into action more, but it's been pretty peaceful. Kamui Woods nodded as he continued walking with them. That's the goal. A hero's presence alone is often enough to prevent crime before it even starts. The more visible we are, the less likely someone is to act out. As they walked, Hananuki tilted his head slightly. So, we're kinda like a moving deterrent? Exactly, Kamui Woods affirmed. Though that doesn't mean we should ever let our guard down. With him, lady. Listen, kid, something you need to learn about heroes is that you need to learn when to relax, said he lady, stuffing her face full of chips as she lounged on her couch. Mineta grumbled as he continued to vacuum her floor, his tiny hands gripping the handle tightly. And what part of this is hero training exactly? This is character development, M-lady said, tossing another handful of chips into her mouth. Every hero starts at the bottom. Think of it like paying your dues. Mineta rolled his eyes. I thought I'd be out busting villains, not playing janitor. MT lady smirked. You think all the pros started off throwing punches? No way. You gotta build stamina, DSPLN, and most importantly, respect for the people who do the little jobs that keep things running. She gestured vaguely to the messy room. Mineta sighed, dragging the vacuum across the floor while mumbling under his breath. This is such a scam. The lady chuckled, kicking her feet up on the table. You complain too much, short stack. You should appreciate the time you have to relax. Not every moment of being a hero is about throwing hands. She rolled over and lay on her stomach. Her butt was perked into the air and Mineta took a picture of her but on his phone giggling slightly. DMN. One of the nicest buttes I've ever seen, thought Mineta as he would be saving that for later. With Death Arms. Come on kid, we need to train, said Death Arms as he watched Jiro trying to run up to him. Yes, sir, said Jiro breathing as she continued to run and try to get in better shape. With Endeavor and Frostflare. Toya tossed Shoto a sandwich and he accepted it gratefully. Endeavor ate his sandwich with a quiet look on his face but still chuckled at the way Toya messed with Shoto. All right, Shoto. We will go on your first patrol after lunch. Be ready, said Endeavor as he took another bite. Sounds good, Dad, said Shoto as his father pulled out his phone. He called a number and they found out who it was. Hey honey, how are you doing? He asked his wife Ray in a softer voice. Everything's fine. Ray's voice came through the phone, warm and reassuring. How's the training going? How are the boys? They're doing well. Toya and I are showing Shoto the ropes, Endeavor replied, his voice steady but with subtle pride in his words. That's good. Oh, Fuyumi, Natsuo, and I are making some amazing food tonight. I was thinking a bit of a feast if you will, she said as Endeavor heard chopping which was likely a kitchen knife. That sounds lovely. I will get some autumn bellflowers on the way home. Try not to push yourself too hard, he said as he took another bite of his sandwich. They are her favorite flowers for those who don't remember. Oh, you dork, you don't have to get me those, she said, clearly appreciating him for wanting to get her favorite flowers for her like he always does. What? He asked, clearly amused. They are your favorites. I always want to make sure you are happy too. You said you always feel happy when you have them near you, he said, remembering her saying that all those years ago. Ray's soft laughter filtered through the phone. You're such a dork, but I love it. Honestly, you don't have to keep doing this, but I won't turn down the flowers. I know how much you like spoiling me, she said affectionately, the sound of her chopping subsiding as she took a moment to smile on the other end of the line. Endeavor chuckled, his gaze softening as he looked at his sons. I can't help it. You've always been the one to make everything feel right at home. I just want to keep that up and make sure you are happy. Shoto and Toya watched their father with a bit of smirk but a bit of annoyance as they wanted to get on with the patrol. Endeavor looked at his sons and sighed, knowing they wanted to go on patrol. All right, honey. Toya and Shoto are getting impatient. I guess I am forced to let you go, he said, looking at the boys who both were tapping their feet on the ground. Ray's voice softened on the other end of the phone. I understand, NG. Just make sure you all stay safe out there. And tell the boys I'm proud of them. Endeavor smiled faintly, his eyes meeting Shoto and Toya's impatient expressions. We'll do it. We'll be home later tonight, alright? Love you. Alright, I'll see you then. Be careful and love you too, she said before hanging up. Endeavor put the phone back in his pocket, the warmth of Ray's words lingering in his chest. He glanced at his two sons, who were both visibly eager to move on. All right, Shoto. Let's go on your first patrol, he said, walking to the door. With Manuel. Manuel and Ida were walking down the street on their patrol. Manuel sighed slightly as he looked at the stiff posture of his intern. He had put two and two together to know why he was likely here. He turned his head slightly to Ida as Ida looked lost in thought even with his helmet on. You know, I never would have thought that the brother to Ingenium would be the one interning at my agency, said Manuel as Ida jumped slightly from the response. Ida quickly turned his head toward Manuel, blinking behind his helmet as his stiff expression softened for just a moment. I didn't think it would be this way either, he replied quietly, his voice filled with a mix of uncertainty and pride. But I thought that there has to be a reason why you are here, he said, turning to him fully now and stopping in front of him. You are here for the hero killer, right, he said, smiling slightly despite the tense situation. Ida's eyes widened beneath his helmet, and his posture stiffened even more. He opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, unsure how to express his feelings. His hands, which had been at his sides, clenched into fists before he relaxed them again. Listen, Ida. You have to realize a few things. Firstly, you don't have a hero license, not even a provisional one, so you can't do anything. Secondly, you can't go after villains, even if it is for revenge. You would be no better than the villains themselves. So, try to put those thoughts to an end, he said calmly as he turned around to keep walking. Ida walked silently beside Manuel, his thoughts swirling. He could feel the pressure in his chest, the unresolved anger and frustration that Manuel's words had brought to the surface. He had always admired his brother's sense of justice and how Ingenium stood for everything good in the world. The hero killer had taken that from him, taken his brother's ability to continue his work as a hero and robbed so many others of their protector. He clenched his fists once more, the cold metal of his gauntlets pressing into his palms. He would pay. 3 hours later with Izuku. Izuku and Edgeshot had just finished their patrol and were walking back toward the agency when they saw an explosion in the distance. Izuku and Edgeshot immediately looked up and Edgeshot put a hand on his shoulder as they started to run. It was a few blocks away, but as they started to run, Edgeshot spoke to Izuku. Remember, that. No getting involved. You don't have a license, he said as Izuku looked at him. Yes, sir. But there is nothing in the rules and laws saying I can't help a hero get there, he said, activated Jolt. Hold on, Izuku said, his tone serious, as he placed an arm around Edgeshot's waist to stabilize him. He transferred the electrical energy into Edgeshot's body, feeling the familiar surge of power shoot through his own muscles. Izuku's muscles pulsed with electricity as Jolt spread through his body, and he felt Edgeshot's body vibrate from the transfer. The crackle of energy filled the air around them, and in seconds, they were both speeding through the streets, the world around them blurring. Edgeshot's eyes widened in surprise as time seemed to slow down. Their combined speed, enhanced by Izuku's power, had them reaching the scene in a mere 5 seconds. The sudden burst of energy left a trail of wind and static behind them, and Izuku let go of his teacher as they arrived at the site of the explosion. Buildings were partially crumbled, and debris littered the area. The smoke was thick, but through the haze, Izuku could see the figure of the villain standing tall amidst the chaos. Stay back, Det. Watch and learn from me, Edgeshot instructed, his voice low but commanding. Izuku nodded, stepping back as he observed. He quickly channeled Zephyr Rush, manipulating the air around them to clear the smoke. The wind picked up, lifting the smoke into the air and dispersing it, revealing the full scope of the destruction. The villain, now visible, stood shrouded in dark energy, his massive 7-foot frame intimidating. Well, ain't that a beach? The villain sneered as he removed his cloak, revealing a monstrous presence. His hand held a lighter, and in the other, something else, some sort of dark, fluid substance that Izuku couldn't quite make out. Villain, I suggest you stop this before it gets worse for you, Edgeshot said, his voice low as he dropped into a combat stance. Izuku's gaze shifted quickly. He spotted a car nearby, slightly crumpled by the explosion, and saw 2 civilians trapped inside, shaking in fear. Without hesitation, Izuku dashed over, his heart pounding, but his mind focused. He yanked the driver's side door off its hinges with ease, asking, "Are you two okay?" The man's eyes were wide with gratitude as he nodded frantically. "Yes. Please, help my wife." Izuku quickly moved to the passenger side, ripping the door off and unbuckling the woman's seatbelt. He helped her out of the car, supporting her as she stumbled to her feet. "Go quickly. I'll make sure you're safe," Izuku said, ushering them toward the line of pros forming a barrier for the crowd. "Thank you, hero," the man called out as they reached safety. Izuku smiled, giving them a quick nod, before turning his attention back to the scene. He could see Edgeshot now circling the villain, the pro hero's movements smooth and fluid. Edgeshot was waiting for the right moment, but the villain, still grinning wickedly, remained poised. The villain spoke again, his voice taunting. "You're all too late. This city is already mine." Izuku's eyes locked on Edge Shot, waiting to see what would happen next. He could feel the tension in the air, thick with anticipation. But before he could react further, a shout rang out from a nearby pro hero. "Get behind the line," the pro shouted, motioning for civilians to get to safety as they formed a human barricade. Izuku quickly moved to help, guiding the couple to the safety of the crowd. As they reached the barrier, one of the pros gave him a smirk and nodded toward the battle. "Oi," in turn of Edge Shot. "You'd better get ready. You're about to see quite the show," the pro said, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. This was it. He had heard stories, but seeing Edge Shot in action, really seeing him, was something else entirely. The villain, still grinning like a madman, held the lighter up, the flame flickering dangerously. "You all think you can stop me? You're already too late to save this city." With a sudden movement, Edge Shot blurred into action. In an instant, he darted forward, his body becoming nothing more than a streak of movement as he closed the distance between them. The villain, realizing too late that Edge Shot was upon him, tried to react, but Edge Shot was faster, so much faster. The pro hero moved with the precision of a blade, striking first with a devastatingly accurate slash aimed at the villain's throat. The villain's grin faltered for just a split second before his body jerked back in a desperate attempt to evade. But it was no use. Edge Shot's speed was unmatched. He shifted his position mid-air, changing direction with a fluidity that left the villain no chance to counter. A second strike came, this time cutting across the villain's chest, leaving a deep gash. The dark energy around the villain flared in a violent reaction, but Edge Shot was already on him, continuing his relentless assault. The villain roared in pain and fury, but Edge Shot's strikes didn't stop. With each calculated movement, he wore the villain down, swiftly closing the gap between his defenses and the fatal blow. Izuku stood on the sidelines, watching in awe as Edge Shot took control of the situation. He could barely keep up with the hero's movements, but one thing was clear, the pro was in complete command. The villain was already faltering, his once intimidating posture crumbling under Edge Shot's unyielding assault. "Deku, remember," Edge Shot called out, his voice still calm despite the chaos. "It's all about reading the fight. Patience, precision, and speed." The final blow came as Edge Shot launched himself forward one last time, his form a blur as he pierced the villain's side with a blade of sheer velocity. The villain collapsed, his dark energy dissipating like smoke in the wind. Izuku's breath caught in his chest as the battle ended, watching in awe as Edge Shot stood over the defeated villain, his figure like a shadow in the smoke. The pro hero turned, giving Izuku a nod. "You learned something today, I hope," Edge Shot said, his tone calm. Izuku stood frozen, his heart racing as he watched Edge Shot defeat the villain with astonishing speed and precision. The once intimidating figure now lay crumpled on the ground, his dark energy gone, completely still. The fight had ended so quickly, Izuku could barely process it. Edge Shot stood over the villain, his posture calm, as if the battle had been a mere warm-up. The villain's monstrous form was now just a lifeless heap on the ground. Izuku couldn't help but stare in awe. "That was incredible," Izuku muttered under his breath. Edge Shot, hearing him, turned slightly, his sharp eyes glinting behind his mask. "You're starting to understand," he said, his voice calm but firm. "It's not about overpowering your opponent. It's about understanding them. Knowing when to strike, when to wait. Every move, every breath, is part of the fight. Patience, precision, speed." Izuku nodded, trying to absorb it all. It wasn't just about strength, it was about strategy, about control. "Thank you," Izuku said, his voice sincere. "I've learned more in these few minutes than I ever thought possible." Edge Shot didn't immediately respond. Instead, he checked the villain's pulse, confirming that he was out cold. Satisfied, he glanced back at Izuku. "Good. Keep your focus. Head back to the agency. I will handle it from here. Good job on staying out of it. Start the training I gave you." "Yes, sir," he said, turning around. Izuku's heart was still racing as he made his way back to the agency, his mind racing with the lessons he had just learned. Edge Shot's words echoed in his ears: patience, precision, speed. Izuku had always known that being a hero was more than just about fighting strength, but seeing Edge Shot in action had solidified that understanding. It was about control, about reading the flow of battle and knowing exactly when to act. As he walked, Izuku couldn't help but replay the fight in his mind, every movement Edge Shot had made, the fluidity with which he had closed in on the villain and delivered those strikes. It was almost as if time had slowed for Edge Shot, his body moving with a perfect rhythm that was beyond the reach of most other heroes, including himself. He reached the agency and went up to the training room to where his training was. As Izuku entered the room, he took a deep breath, trying to center himself. He would lower his timing to impress his mentor. He would do it for himself and for those that he would save in the future. 6 hours later. "Ouchie," said Izuku as he limped back to the room. Gran Torino gave him a beating. No wonder why his dad was afraid of him, even if it was a little bit much for him today. He would be better by the time it was the morning. He changed out of his costume into a gray sweatshirt and black breeds and lay on his bed for a second sighing. He pulled out his phone and looked at the text that he sent Ida. Nothing. Nothing at all. He was worried about him, and he wished he would talk to him. He heard a knock on the door and Edge walked in with normal clothes. What the hell? Izuku never thought he would see him without his mask, much less in civilian clothes. He forgot that every hero was just a normal person as the next, minus the hero part. Alright kid. Got dressed in semi-decent clothes. We are going out, he said. Izuku blinked in surprise, his mind struggling to process the sight of Edge standing before him without his usual heroic attire and mask. He looked like a completely different person, no longer the shadowy, mysterious figure he had admired from afar. Now, he was just another man, dressed in casual clothes. But there was still an aura of quiet confidence about him, something that made Izuku stand straighter despite the lingering aches from his earlier training session with Gran Torino. Wait, we're going out? Izuku asked, his voice was a little hoarse from the intensity of the day's events. Edge nodded, his expression unreadable but his eyes glinting with purpose. Yes, we're going to grab some food, kid. You've been pushing yourself hard. You need to take a break. Get some rest and some proper nourishment. Heroes can't work on an empty stomach. Izuku hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. It felt strange, seeing a pro-hero like Edge, someone he'd always viewed as untouchable, acting so normal. But there was no denying that he was exhausted, and the idea of spending time away from the rigorous training was tempting. Plus, his stomach was already reminding him that he hadn't eaten much today. Alright, Izuku said, nodding in agreement. Let me just, change into something more comfortable. Edge gave him a small smile, almost as if he were amused by Izuku's hesitance. No need to overthink it. Just come as you are. We're not in some fancy restaurant. This is about getting some food and relaxing for a bit. You need to loosen up, Yagi. Izuku stood up, stretching out his sore muscles as he agreed. He couldn't deny that he was still mentally buzzing from everything he had learned today, from Edge's display of skill to his own personal growth in understanding the deeper aspects of combat. But all of that could wait. He needed to recharge. They left the training room together and made their way outside. Izuku followed Edge through the streets, a little disoriented by the sudden change in pace. The bustling city of Mizudafu was alive with activity as usual, but Izuku felt oddly detached from it all, his thoughts still clouded by the training session and his concern for Ida. As they walked, Izuku glanced at Edge, trying to figure out what to say. So, what do you usually do when you're not out saving the day? Edge turned to him, his eyes looking him up and down. I live and try to live a balanced life. I have a girlfriend. Yes, she is a hero and no, I won't say her name. But I like to read, train, garden, and I take care of some of cats. Izuku blinked in surprise. Wait, you have cats? Edge gave a small smirk, a rare expression from the usually stoic hero. Yes. 2 actually. A black one named Kuro and a gray one named Sora. They were strays I found near my agency a few years ago. Now they think they own the place. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the image. It was hard to picture the elite, razor-sharp hero taking care of something as small and soft as cats. That's actually kind of amazing. Do they like you? Edge gave him a side glance. They tolerate me. Most days. Izuku chuckled, feeling a little more at ease as they walked through the quiet streets. The occasional street lamp cast their shadows along the pavement, the city lights flickering in the distance. Despite how exhausted he was, Izuku found himself enjoying the moment, just talking with a hero outside of battle, outside of training. After a few minutes, they arrived at a small, unassuming restaurant tucked between 2 larger buildings. It wasn't flashy, nor did it have a huge sign screaming for attention, but the warm glow from inside and the faint aroma of sizzling food made Izuku's stomach growl. Edge led the way inside, and they took a seat near the back. The place was cozy, with wooden tables and a menu written in neat calligraphy on the walls. A waitress walked over, and without hesitation, Edge ordered for both of them something warm and filling. Izuku leaned back in his chair, exhaling. His body still ached from the relentless training, but he had to admit, it felt nice to just sit and breathe. Is your girlfriend not Mirko? Asked Izuku, trying to get a conversation started. Edge smirked and raised a brow. Yeah, you are right that it isn't her. What made you guess that? She wouldn't seem like your type, he said sheepishly. Edge chuckled softly, shaking his head. Mirko's a great hero, but you're right, our personalities don't exactly align. Let's just say she's a bit more forward than I'm used to. Izuku nodded, taking a sip of the tea that had been placed in front of him. I think she'd be too impatient for you, he admitted. You're precise and tactical, and she's a force of nature, Edge finished for him, amusement in his voice. She's unstoppable in battle, and I respect that. But no, my girlfriend is someone who values patience and strategy as much as I do. We are friends though. Edgeshot's expression softened slightly as he sipped his tea. My girlfriend keeps me grounded, he admitted. Reminds me that there's more to life than just hero work. Izuku listened intently, fascinated by the idea of a top pro hero finding a balance between duty and personal life. That's really cool, he said. I guess it's important to have people like that. Someone to come home to. There was silence for about 30 seconds before Izuku thought of something. Edgeshot drank a bit of tea. As Izuku spoke. It's Ryukyu, isn't it? He said, smiling as Edgeshot went wide-eyed and started to cough slightly. Edgeshot quickly set his tea down, coughing a little as he composed himself. Izuku watched with barely contained amusement as the usually composed ninja hero tried to regain his cool. That's an interesting guess, Edgeshot finally said, his voice even, though his eyes betrayed his momentary surprise. Izuku grinned, leaning forward slightly. So, I'm right, aren't I? Edgeshot sighed, shaking his head. I didn't say that. But you didn't deny it, Izuku pointed out, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Ryukyu makes sense. She's strong, calm, strategic, and well, she does give off a pretty grounded vibe. Edgeshot exhaled through his nose, finally relenting. Alright. Yes, it's Ryukyu. But don't go spreading that around. We prefer to keep things private. Izuku nodded eagerly. Of course. I won't say a word. He hesitated for a second before adding, that's actually really cool. You two seem like you'd work well together, both in and out of hero work. Edgeshot gave a small, knowing smile. She keeps me from getting too lost in my work. And I make sure she takes breaks when she needs them. We balance each other out. Izuku absorbed this, letting it sink in. It was easy to think of heroes as these untouchable figures who only existed to fight villains and save the day. But in moments like these, he was reminded that they were just two people who had lived, loved ones, and things outside of heroism that made them who they were. The food arrived, steaming and fragrance, and both of them dug in. The warmth of the meal settled deep into Izuku's tired muscles, and for a little while, the stress of training and the worries about Ida faded away. So, what about you, Izuku? Edgeshot asked, using chopsticks with practiced ease. Anyone special in your life? No, I don't, he said, grabbing a piece of beef. I mean, I don't think so anyway. I have a few friends and girls who are friends, but I don't think I am that interesting, to be honest. I'm not saying that to be demeaning, but I'm a bit bland. I don't think girls would have me in their book of guys to date. Edgeshot studied him for a moment before taking a sip of his tea. You sell yourself short, Izuku, he said calmly. You may not see it, but others do. You're determined, strong-willed, and always pushing yourself to be better. That kind of dedication doesn't go unnoticed. Izuku let out a small laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. I appreciate that, but I don't really think anyone sees me that way. I'm just me. Edgeshot smirked slightly. And yet, you've caught the attention of some very powerful people, heroes and villains alike. Trust me, that kind of presence doesn't go unnoticed outside of battle either. Besides, if you knew me at all, I would be very bland myself. Yet, I got a very gorgeous woman and someone who likes me for me. So, don't think of it like that. Besides, when you won the festival, the camera panned to you, and you were talking to... Edgeshot counted on his fingers. I think it was like 3 or 4 girls, so like I said, don't think of yourself like that. I mean, I've only been around you not even 3 days yet, and I'd say you are a pretty interesting kid, he said, smiling at him. I guess I never really thought about it like that, Izuku admitted, setting his food down. I've always been so focused on getting stronger, training, and making sure I don't fall behind. I just assumed people saw me as a workaholic hero in training, not. He flushed slightly, not wanting to finish the sentence. Edgeshot raised an eyebrow, amused by Izuku's sudden awkwardness. Not what? Someone worth admiring? Izuku scratched his cheek, chuckling nervously. Well yeah. I mean, I know people respect me as a classmate, maybe even as a rival in some cases, but, romantically? I don't think so. I wouldn't be worth much in terms of everything. Edgeshot took a bite of his food, chewing thoughtfully before speaking. You might be surprised, Izuku. Sometimes, people notice you long before you notice them. Hell, never would I have thought that I would be dating Ryukyu 5 months ago. Yet here we are. Don't sell yourself short. Edgeshot grabbed another piece of chicken and went into his mind. Holy hell, this kid thinks lowly of himself. He won the sports festival in every round, obstacle course, and cavalry battle. He got the highest score in the UA entrance exam history. He has an incredible quirk, and he has a lot of friends based on how often his phone goes off during our training sessions. There is something psychologically going on at play. There's no way in hell a kid like him with all this stuff should be acting like that after everything. I wonder if it was trauma or something when he was a kid. I won't press him on it. Not yet anyway. That's another thing I'll need to fix. Edgeshot looked at Izuku up and down, and he could see he was one of those mixes of a shy and confident teenager. Somewhat like him when he was younger, but he had much more confidence at times in his looks or worth. It was strange. They continued to eat in silence when Edgeshot got a text from someone. He blushed when it was from Ryukyu. The message read, "Got off work early. Are you almost done? I am getting quite lonely." Followed by a very spicy image. Edgeshot exhaled through his nose, shaking his head with a small smirk as he typed back a quick response. Edgeshot, almost done. Having dinner with my intern. Be there soon. A response came almost instantly. Ryukyu, oh, your intern? Don't keep me waiting too long, or I might have to come find you myself. A woman has her needs. But I can wait for a bit. Edgeshot exhaled slowly, shaking his head slightly as he pocketed his phone. Ryukyu certainly knew how to keep him on his toes. He took another sip of his tea, clearing his throat before returning his focus to the conversation. Thankfully, they were almost done. Izuku continued to eat, unaware of the flustered response Ryukyu had just received. The young hero, still processing the conversation they had been having, found himself thinking more deeply about Edgeshot's words. He wasn't used to hearing such encouragement about his worth, particularly in the realm of relationships. It was a strange concept for him to see himself not just as a hero in training but as someone with more to offer outside of his quirk and ambition. Edgeshot, noticing the thoughtful expression on Izuku's face, cleared his throat again. "I can see you're thinking about it," he said with a slight smile. "Just don't overcomplicate things. You don't have to change who you are to attract others. You're already on the right path." He paused for a second, the humor slowly fading from his voice. "I learned that the hard way when I was younger. I used to focus too much on trying to impress others, thinking that was the only way to be noticed. But the moment I stopped worrying about that and started focusing on being myself, well, things changed. And not just romantically." Edgeshot put his card on the table and the waitress took it from him to go pay for the meal. "Just try to let things come naturally, kid. Try not to let it bother you because you are pretty interesting. Don't doubt yourself. Don't try to anyway. Anyway, you're going to be fine. Keep up with your training but don't let it consume you. And maybe, just maybe, take some time to enjoy being you. You're a good kid, Izuku. Don't forget that." Izuku stood as well, smiling. Up at the hero. "Thanks, Edgeshot. I'll try my best to remember that. Alright, go back to the agency. I have some pressing matters to attend to and you know who it is so don't ask me," Edgeshot said looking to Izuku. Izuku nodded, trying to keep the small smile on his face despite the odd feeling in his chest. "Got it, Edgeshot. I'll head back. Thanks again for the advice." Edgeshot waved him off, turning his attention to his phone for a moment. "No problem, kid. Just don't overthink things. You've got everything you need right in front of you, just remember to live it." His voice was warm, though it had an air of finality. Izuku nodded again, stepping away from the table. As they exited the restaurant, the cool night air greeted him, and Izuku stretched his arms, taking in the quiet of the city. Maybe he was right. He would try his best to be better. Edgeshot heading in the other direction pulled out his phone and called Ryukyu. She answered the phone quickly and her voice filled Edgeshot's ear. "Hey babe." Ryukyu's voice was playful, though there was a hint of impatience underneath. "I was starting to think you were going to make me wait forever." Edgeshot chuckled softly, leaning against the building. "I'm almost there. Just finished up with my intern. You know how it is, can't rush a good meal." "Uh-huh," Ryukyu responded, clearly not convinced. "Well hurry up. I'm in the mood for some pension. And I'm not talking about the kind you give in a fight." She added a teasing lilt to her voice, knowing it would get under his skin. There was a knock at her door which made her surprised. She walked over, opened the door and Edgeshot was standing there leaning against the doorframe. Ryukyu blinked in surprise, momentarily caught off guard before a smirk tugged at her lips. "Well, that was fast." Edgeshot tilted his head slightly, his arms crossed over his chest. "You said not to keep you waiting. I take my missions seriously." Ryukyu rolled her eyes playfully before stepping aside, allowing him in. That's what I like about you." Edgeshot stepped inside, the familiar warmth of her apartment greeting him. It was a cozy but modern space, one that balanced her hero's work with her personal life. The scent of something faintly floral lingered in the air, likely from a candle burning on the counter. Ryukyu wrapped her arms around him and smirked as she leaned into him. "You going to pay attention to me now then?" she asked. Edgeshot smirked, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her close. "I wouldn't be much of a hero if I ignored a distress call, now would I?" he murmured against her ear, his voice smooth with amusement. Day 3 of hero internship around 3 p.m. Izuku stood at attention in front of Edgeshot as he stood in front of Izuku. Gran Torino stood off to the side. He and Izuku had done some more training but cut it short to make sure Izuku would have some energy for later and for what was planned for him. "Alright kid. This device shows how quickly you can power up. I had one of my inventors make this support item for me to see how fast I could transform, but this will be for you now. Power up for me quick," he said, pointing it at him. Izuku activated full cowling as fast as he could, and he heard a beep from the device. Edgeshot looked at the device and looked satisfied and showed him 2.48 seconds. Gran Torino smirked. Nice job, kid. It's been a few days, and you decrease your powering up time by 0.12 seconds. Impressive when you think about it. Izuku beamed at the praise, feeling a sense of accomplishment swell within him. Thanks, Gran Torino. I've been trying to focus on my timing, he said, his voice filled with determination. Edgeshot nodded approvingly. Not bad, kid, but there's always room for improvement. Anyways, on to more pressing matters. We are going out on patrol. More like we are going out to fight some real villains. Now listen. Yes, you don't have a license, but if they are low-level thugs and thieves, teachers like me and Gran Torino are allowed to be there to supervise, and that is a way of training that is perfectly legal. So, get yourself ready. We are going to Hosu City for your training. Crime is more likely to happen there than here. Izuku's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Hosu City. It made him think about Ida. It made him think about the hero killer, Stain. He pushed to the side for right now. Yes, sir. When do we leave? In about a couple hours. We want to be there when it is later for more crime, said Edgeshot. Hope you're ready, kid. This should be fun, said Gran Torino. Izuku took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. Hosu City. He knew the place carried a weight of danger, but he also knew this was a valuable chance to improve, both as a fighter and a hero. Gran Torino smirked at him, seeing the determination in his eyes. Good. You're starting to think like a pro. Now, let's go grab some food before we head out. The last thing we need is you passing out in the middle of a fight. Edgeshot nodded. Agreed. You'll need the energy. He gave Izuku a small but approving glance. Meet back here in an hour. Bring only what you need. Izuku quickly bowed. Yes, sir. With that, he hurried off to prepare himself. He wasn't just excited, he was focused. He had been given an opportunity, and he wouldn't let it slip through his fingers. The League of Villains. Meanwhile, the news of the recent attack in Hosu drew the attention of the League of Villains. They approached Stain on the roof of a nearby building, seeking to recruit him for their cause. Tamura Shigaraki, ever ambitious, wasted no time in making his offer. Join us, Stain. Tamura's voice was full of determination as he tried to lure the hero killer into their fold. Together, we can bring down the system that glorifies false heroes. Stain, however, was not swayed by empty promises. He narrowed his eyes, his voice cold as he asked, "What is your motivation, Tamura? What drives you?" Tamura's answer, though filled with hate for society, was unconvincing to Stain. The hero killer was deeply disappointed by Tamura's shallow reasoning and made it clear. He paralyzed Kurogiri with a quick move before sinking his blade into Tamura's flesh, pinning him to the ground. "You're weak," Stain growled. "You lack conviction. You speak of destruction, yet you lack the strength to see it through." An enraged Tamura, fueled by his hatred, forced Stain back, destroying his knife in the process. As they clashed, Tamura's rage poured out, explaining that he desired to destroy society because it praised all might. Stain, his sharp mind recognizing a kindred longing in Tamura's words, softened slightly. "We are alike," he murmured, intrigued. "Both seeking to destroy the present. But you're still too weak." The fight calmed as Stain explained his purpose, to spill blood to reform the system. He leaped from the roof and disappeared into the city. His mission was still clear in his mind. Tamura mocked him, but Kurogiri defended the hero killer's actions, claiming that Stain had positively affected the cities he had targeted. Frustrated, Tamura turned to Kurogiri with cold eyes. "Release the Nomu." With Izuku, Edgeshot, Gran Torino, and Izuku sat in the train, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks filling the quiet moments between them. Izuku's gaze flicked down to his phone once again, hoping for a response from Ida, but still, there was nothing. A sinking feeling settled in his chest. He wished he had been there for him more, but at the same time, he knew he had already done a. Even so, something about Ida's silence didn't sit right with him. He was about to put his phone away when, outside the window, a flash of orange lit up the dark cityscape. Gasps rippled through the passengers as an explosion tore through a building in the heart of Hosu. Flames licked at the sky, casting ominous shadows against the skyline. Then chaos. Before anyone could react, a monstrous Nomu crashed through the side of the train, its grotesque form hulking over the terrified passengers. In its massive claw, a bloodied pro-hero dangled limply, unconscious or worse. Screams erupted throughout the cabin as the train screeched to an abrupt halt, the sudden jolt nearly throwing Izuku off balance. "Stay back!" shouted Gran Torino and Edgeshot in unison, their battle instincts kicking in instantly. Gran Torino rocketed forward, a blur of motion as he struck the Nomu's arm, forcing it to release the injured hero. The pro collapsed onto the train floor with a groan, blood dripping onto the cold metal surface. The Nomu let out a guttural screech and turned its grotesque, stitched-together face toward Gran Torino. Its muscles bulged as it swung its arm at inhuman speed, aiming to crush the old hero. But Gran Torino was faster. He kicked off the train walls, bouncing from side to side, dodging every swipe as if predicting the creature's every move. Meanwhile, Ed's shot wasted no time. He turned into a thin razor of himself, weaving through the train seats and striking the Nomu's tendons, aiming to cripple it before it could do more harm. The attack barely slowed the creature down. It was resilient, its flesh regenerating almost instantly. Izuku, frozen for only a moment, clenched his fists. Move, damn it. Quit being a pages, he thought. No, stay back, Deku, said Ed's shot as he pierced the beast once more. Gran Torino ricocheted off the walls of the train with incredible speed, striking the Nomu over and over, forcing it backward. Then, with a powerful tackle, he launched the creature straight out of the train, sending them both crashing through the side of a nearby building with Ed's shot chasing after it. Izuku was getting memories of him fighting the Nomu back at the USJ. I need to move. Be better, he thought, standing up and jumping out of the hole in the side of the train. He looked around and he couldn't see the two of them. Damn it. He activated Jolt and started to run around. With the hero killer, Stain stood over the paralyzed pro-hero, native, his bloodied blade gleaming under the flickering streetlights of Hosu. Explosions crackled in the distance, sending embers into the night sky. The chaos in the city was growing, but it was unfocused, wild. It was nothing like his own work. Destruction without purpose is meaningless. Stain was ready to finish his work when the sound of heavy footsteps interrupted him. He turned just as a blue blur shot into the alleyway. Tenya Ida. The boy skidded to a halt, his engines hissing with built-up heat. His entire body trembled with rage, his breaths heavy and uneven. Stain's gaze flicked over him. The clenched fists. The wild, unfocused eyes. The way his chest heaved with emotion. You're driven by vengeance, Stain said, almost disappointed. That makes you unworthy. Tenya's fists tightened. He ignored the words, his anger boiling over. I am Ingenium now, he proclaimed, his voice filled with fury. And I will stop you in my brother's place. Stain barely reacted. He took a slow step forward, his bloody katana gleaming under the streetlights. Pathetic. And then, without another word, he lunged. His blade slashed toward Tenya's throat with deadly precision. Tenya dodged and roared, "This is for Tensei." He ignited his engines and shot forward, his legs swinging in a powerful kick. But Stain was faster. With a fluid motion, he leapt over the attack, twisting midair. His boot, spiked and deadly, slammed into Tenya's shoulder, sending him staggering backward. Before Tenya could react, Stain drove him into the ground, stomping his head with brutal force. You and your brother are weak, Stain said coldly. Neither of you deserve to be called heroes. Pain flared through Tenya's body as Stain's sword drove into his shoulder. His vision blurred, but his rage burned hot. Ingenium can't be a hero anymore, Tenya ground out. That's why I'll kill you myself. With Izuku. Izuku's legs pushed forward as he sprinted through the war-torn streets of Hosu. The night air was filled with sirens, screams, and the distant roar of Nomu. His green lightning crackled around him, each burst of power propelling him forward. His mind was racing. Gran Torino. Where are they? They will likely be mad I left the train. As he rounded a corner, he spotted a group of civilians taking cover behind an overturned car. Manuel, Ida's mentor, was among them, his face contorted with frustration. Ida went off alone, Manuel was saying to a nearby hero, desperation in his voice. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen, he just ran. Izuku's heart clenched. No. Everything clicked into place in an instant. Ida hadn't just been grieving. He had been planning this. Izuku gritted his teeth. For someone as smart as me, I sure am an idiot for not figuring this out sooner. Izuku activated Jolt to full power, encasing his body with a bright green crackling glow. Izuku didn't hesitate, he turned sharply and blasted forward, his mind locked onto one terrifying thought. He went after Stain. The memory of Ida's expression at lunch surfaced, his forced smile, the way his hands clenched under the table, the anger behind his eyes. Izuku should have seen it. Should have stopped him. Now, all he could do was pray he wasn't too late. With the Stain and Ida. Stain pulled his blade from Tenya's shoulder and liked it, his quirk activating instantly. Tenya's body locked up, paralyzed. He could only watch, helpless, as Stain raised his weapon. This is what happens to fake heroes, Stain murmured, preparing for the killing blow. A sudden shockwave exploded through the alley. Before Stain could react, a green blur slammed into him with a devastating punch. The hero killer was sent skidding backward, his boots scraping against the stone. Tenya's eyes widened in disbelief. Izuku! Izuku stood in front of him, fists clenched, green electricity crackling across his body. His gaze was sharp, unwavering. I'm here, Izuku said, his voice steady. I'll save you. Stain straightened, his tongue flicking over his lips as he studied the newcomer. His fingers flexed around his blade. Interesting. Tell me, boy. I have seen you on the news on multiple occasions. The sludge villain incident. The USJ incident. The sports festival. You are strong and yet you chose to hold back against a man who has killed many. Why? Izuku's breath was steady, but his mind was racing. Stain was right. He had seen Izuku before. He had made a name for himself through raw determination, but here, now, it wasn't about recognition. It was about saving a friend. I'm not like you, Izuku said, his fists sparking with green lightning. I don't fight to kill. I fight to save people. Like I'll save these two, he declared, pointing to Native and Ida. He activated Jolt and in the blink of an eye, he grabbed Native and Ida and put them further away from the fight. He stared down Stain as Stain started to chuckle. Ooh, you're worthy. Just like All Might, he declared, pulling out both of his swords. Stain was about to charge forward, but Izuku held up 3 fingers to him. 3 seconds. This is all the time I need to stop you. I could do it shorter, but I'm not looking for overkill here, he said, pushing Jolt to full power. Stain's eyes narrowed. 3 seconds? He scoffed, gripping his blades tighter. Arrogant. Izuku didn't respond. Instead, his emerald lightning surged around him, illuminating the dark alley with an electric glow. His muscles coiled, his focus sharpened. He wasn't bluffing, he had analyzed Stain's movements, his attack patterns. 3 seconds was all he needed. Stain lunged forward. What? Izuku disappeared in a burst of green lightning, reappearing beside Stain before he could react. He twisted his body midair and delivered a crushing kick to Stain's ribs. The hero killer grunted as he was launched sideways, crashing against the brick wall with enough force to crack the stone. But he recovered fast. Stain flipped off the wall, landing on his feet, his sharp gaze already tracking Izuku. Izuku was faster. He reappeared behind Stain, already mid-punch. His fist slammed into Stain's back with a thunderous impact, sending another shockwave through the alley. Stain coughed, barely managing to roll away before Izuku could follow up. His reflexes were incredible, but Izuku had already accounted for that. 3. Izuku blurred forward, appearing in front of Stain just as the villain steadied himself. He pet his arm back, lightning spiraling around his fist, the sheer energy distorting the air. Forward, smash. The punch connected cleanly with Stain's jaw, lifting him clean off the ground. The force sent the hero killer rocketing skyward, crashing into a wall with a deafening boom. Dust and debris rained down as Izuku exhaled, his lightning dimming. 3 seconds. Just as he promised. He jumped and pulled Stain out of the wall and dropped down, pulling out some resistance tape to tie him up. As Izuku secured the resistance tape around Stain's arms and legs, he kept his senses sharp. The hero killer was dangerous, even when restrained. Stain groaned, his head lolling forward before he lifted his gaze to meet Izuku's. His crimson eyes burned with something unreadable, not rage, not defiance, but something almost resembling respect. He let out a low chuckle. 3 seconds. You weren't lying. You weren't an arrogant brat, you were a confident brat. Izuku tightened the restraints. I told you, I wasn't looking for overkill. He glanced at Ida and Native, making sure they were still conscious. Ida looked shaken but aware, his fists clenched at his sides. Native was still weak but breathing steadily. He plopped Stain down and rushed over to the 2 injured people. He places a hand on Native and a faint green glow appears around his body from cell surge as he looks Ida over with his other hand. He noticed the 2 of them were paralyzed still, and he turned to Ida. Ida's breathing was ragged, and his body was still locked in place by Stain's quirk. His eyes flickered with emotion, frustration, and guilt. He had come here seeking vengeance, but instead, it was Izuku who had saved him. Ida, Izuku pressed, concern evident in his voice. Are you okay? Ida clenched his jaw. He wanted to move, to stand, to fight, to do anything but lie there, helpless. But his body refused. I failed, he muttered bitterly. I let my anger control me. I put myself in danger and worse. I endangered others. His fists, though paralyzed, trembled slightly at his sides. I don't deserve to be saved. Izuku's expression softened, but his voice remained firm. That's not true. He rested a reassuring hand on Ida's shoulder as that familiar green glow appeared around Ida's body. Wanting to protect someone you love isn't wrong, Ida. But throwing your life away for revenge? That's not what a hero does. You got to remember that we don't have the authority to do this stuff, not yet anyway. That was when it hit Izuku. Oh dear God. I just took out the hero killer without a hero license. Edge Shot and Gran Torino are going to be said, he said, worrying slightly. Ida's eyes widened slightly at Izuku's realization, but his face remained solemn. That's what you're worried about? He asked, his voice still strained from the paralysis. You just took down the hero killer in 3 seconds, and you're thinking about getting in trouble? Izuku chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his head. Well yeah, I mean, it's not like they'll throw me in jail or anything, but Gran Torino's probably going to lecture me until my ears fall off. He sighed, shaking his head. Still, it had to be done. Stain let out a raspy breath from his spot on the ground, his body still bound by the resistance tape. Umph, he scoffed, his bloodied lips curling into a smirk. You may be reckless, but you understand power and responsibility. His sharp eyes flickered toward Ida. Unlike him. Ida stiffened at the remark, his guilt growing heavier. Stain's words, despite his villainous nature, struck a deep chord. He had come to Hosu to bring vengeance upon Stain, yet he had failed, not just in defeating him, but in staying true to what it meant to be a hero. Izuku narrowed his eyes. That's enough, he said firmly. Ida's more of a hero than you'll ever be. He just lost his way for a second. He turned to his friend, his expression softer. But that doesn't mean you can't find it again, Ida. The engines in Ida's legs twitched as he slowly regained control of his body. The paralysis was wearing off, thanks to Stain's quirk timer expiring and the residual effects of Izuku's cell surge ability. He exhaled sharply, his fingers finally curling into fists. Izuku. Thank you, Ida muttered, his voice quiet but filled with sincerity. Thank you for healing me and thank you for getting me out of that dark place. Before Izuku could respond, a deep rumbling filled the air. The distant sound of explosions rocked the night, followed by the blaring sirens of approaching heroes and emergency responders. The battle in Hosu was still raging, with Nomu attacking across the city. Izuku turned his gaze toward the distant destruction. We need to get Native and Stain to safety, he said, helping Native sit up. Gran Torino and the other heroes should be here any second now. I thought you healed him? Asked Ida, standing up now. Izuku nodded. I did. But healing doesn't mean I can wake them up from passing out or being knocked out. He said, grabbing Native over his shoulder and Stain on his other shoulder. Ida nodded in understanding, though he still marveled at Izuku's ability. Even after everything, Izuku was still standing, still carrying the weight of others on his shoulders. Literally. They started to jog towards the end of the road, and once they got there, Native spoke. Thank you, boys, and sorry I wasn't able to help. Izuku patted his sigh as he looked at the other end of the street. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Stain started to chuckle as he looked at Native. You and that engine boy are nowhere near this kid's level. You are not worthy. He is worthy. I already know your name already, Izuku Yagi. But what of your hero's name? Izuku stopped at the street with Ida. The name is Deku, and what do you even mean worthy? I am just trying to do my job of saving everyone and making sure they feel safe. Stain's chuckle, still raspy and low, carried in the distance as Izuku glanced back. His crimson eyes were locked onto them, his voice dripping with a twisted sense of satisfaction. That is what I mean, Deku, Stain said, tasting the name in his mouth. You don't give it. Diamen about money, fame, fortune. You care about the people that need an idol, a hero, and someone to make them feel safe. You are one of the few who are worthy and are true heroes. That is a good thing. They reached the intersection ahead, where the other heroes were assembling. Gran Torino, Edgeshot, Endeavor, Manuel, Frostflare, and Shoto were all there trying to get a handle on things. Izuku could see Frostflare was freezing the buildings to stop the fires inside of them. That was when Izuku's blood ran cold. Deku, called out Gran Torino. He started to aggressively walk towards him as Edgeshot did the same, and both looked said. Wait, I can explain, he said, standing Native up and setting Stain to the side. Gran Torino's glare intensified as he stopped in front of Izuku, his hands on his hips. Explain? Explain. You took down the hero killer without any backup and a license. You know better than that, young man. Edgeshot, his face, a mask of disapproval, crossed his arms. What were you thinking, rushing in like that? We could have handled this. Ida stepped in between the two heroes and bowed instantly. Please do not be mad at Deku, sirs. He is the reason I am alive, and I am the reason why he had to step in. It is my fault, he said, starting to tear up. Shoto jogged up to the group, his brow furrowed as he observed the tense scene. What's going on here? He asked, his voice calm but edged with concern. His eyes shifted between Gran Torino, Edgeshot, Ida, and Izuku, sensing the friction in the air. Gran Torino ignored Shoto as he glared between the two heroes in training. To hell with this for right now. We have bigger fish to fry, said Gran Torino, looking away from Izuku before sending a kick at his face. But that was still reckless, brat, he said, with Izuku rubbing his face, slightly pouting. Yes, sir. Ida looked up at Izuku, guilt clouding his expression as he wiped away his tears. I shouldn't have let my anger take control like that. I came here to take down Stain, to avenge my brother. But I didn't think. I almost lost myself. Izuku gave him a soft smile, clapping his hand on his shoulder. Ida, you didn't fail. You were just lost for a moment. But you're back now. You're still a hero. Ida wiped his face, taking in Izuku's words. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I was afraid of failing, of letting everyone down. But you helped me. You pulled me out of it." Just as the tension between Izuku and the heroes reached its peak, a sudden, deep rumble filled the air. A flying, injured Nomu suddenly appeared, soaring toward them with unnatural speed. It gripped Izuku with terrifying strength, its monstrous form clawing at him as it ascended into the night sky. Izuku was gripped tightly, but he activated Jolt and sent streams of electricity from his hands at the creature. But nothing happened. "Are you telling me this thing is immune to my electricity? I can't activate full cowling at this thing either, otherwise it will cause widespread property damage," he said as he was getting further away from the group. "Izuku!" Ida shouted, but it was too late. The Nomu was already too far away, and Gran Torino, furious, shot forward to chase it. But the beast was swift, its speed and agility making it impossible for him to follow. Izuku's heart raced as he struggled against the Nomu's grip. The creature's blood dripped from its eye injury, splattering across the face of a nearby hero. She recoiled, wiping it off in disgust, only to freeze in place as she felt the eerie chill of paralysis begin to settle in. Stain, watching from a distance, smiled darkly. His crimson eyes flicked from the girl to the Nomu, recognizing an opportunity. With a swift motion, he licked the blood off the hero's face. The paralysis hit the Nomu instantly, its body seizing in midair as it lost control of its flight. Izuku's eyes widened as the Nomu began to descend. Without missing a beat, Stain, who had freed himself from his restraints, revealed a hidden knife from his belt. He moved with deadly precision, throwing the knife into the creature's side, killing it before it could crash fully to the ground. Izuku, stunned, barely managed to land on his feet as the Nomu's body plummeted. The weight of it falling to the earth sent a tremor through the ground. As the Nomu's massive body crashed to the ground, sending shockwaves through the earth, Izuku struggled to steady himself, his breath ragged. He glanced around, his thoughts racing, when he suddenly felt a hand clamp down on his shoulder. Stain had pinned him, his grip ironclad, holding him down as his eyes burned with fervor. "You think you are a hero?" Stain's voice was low and venomous, his words slithering through the tension-filled air. "Because you are." Edgeshot and Gran Torino stared at their student as Endeavor was getting ready to charge in. "No, wait, Endeavor. Deku is still there." Stain stood tall, his presence overpowering as he faced them all. His mask, once a symbol of anonymity, now fell to the ground, revealing his full, scary face. His eyes burned with unbridled fury as he stood, defiant, against the gathered heroes. The bloodlust in his stance was palpable, and despite their superior numbers, a chill ran down everyone's spine. "I'm here to cleanse society," Stain's voice rose, fueled by impassioned fury. "To rid it of the false heroes who plague this world. I do this for a higher cause. For the ones who truly deserve to be called heroes." Izuku's breath caught as Stain's gaze shifted, his eyes locking onto him. "Like this boy right here," Stain said, pointing his knife at Izuku with conviction. "He isn't the plague. He's a cure. He is a true future hero." Izuku's mind reeled as Stain's words struck him like a hammer. It was clear now, Stain believed in him. But the very thought made Izuku uneasy, as he knew just how dangerous this man was. His ideals, twisted as they were, had devastating power over them. However, there's only one man worthy of that title. His gaze turned hard, locking onto everyone else with disdain. The only true hero in this wretched society." His words sent a shudder through everyone. Even Endeavor faltered, his fiery expression faltering for a brief moment as Stain's conviction weighed on him. The words cut deeper than any blade. "You are all fools caught in your own lies," Stain spat, his voice dripping with contempt. "Try and stop me. Come at me. I welcome the challenge." For a long, tense moment, no one moved, frozen by the overwhelming force of Stain's words and presence. But then, with a sudden, violent cough, Stain's body went rigid. He staggered forward, blood spilling from his mouth, his breath ragged as the pain from his broken ribs finally took its toll. "I am cleansing this world one hero at a time," Stain growled, his voice low and threatening. The tension in the air reached a boiling point, the energy crackling with uncertainty, until finally, Stain's body gave out from the internal injuries he had sustained earlier. His breath grew ragged, his movements slowing as the reality of his broken ribs punctured his lungs. The sight of him coughing up blood and crumpling to the ground was the last act of defiance he could muster. And with that he fell unconscious, defeated not by the heroes around him, but by his own body's failure to hold up against the damage he had inflicted upon it. Gran Torino let out a long breath, his posture relaxing slightly. "It's over," he murmured, but the aftermath of Stain's words would linger long after this battle was done. The impact of the hero killer's philosophy would haunt them all, echoing in their minds as they took the next steps toward reclaiming a society marred by his actions.